I was the first to clear all stages of a game called Lost World. The Lost World. Suddenly I was transported to that world, becoming its true god. Minutes ago, Nebula was dramatically playing the final stage. The game's landscape was a desolate sight, filled with flames and smoke. Two factions worshipping two different gods clashed, God Nebula and God Hegemonia. Main's hands skillfully and expertly tapped on the keyboard. The giant team had the upper hand in power, while M's team excelled in heavy weapon usage. There were also other NPCs capable of magic combat. But for Nebula, these were mere trifles. The Hegemonia player appeared quite literally with a bang. A barrage of lightning strikes rained down, and the two seemed to be playing a game of chess together. Seeing the enemy's helicopters completely surrounded, Nebula resorted to a direct nuclear strike. Missiles loaded with nuclear material were launched directly at Hegemonia's legions. Upon seeing this, he showed no fear, laughing gleefully instead because he had been preparing for this for a long time. Dozens of other weapons in his faction activated and launched upwards. They were interceptor missiles. It was a faith-based technique. The collision of the two types created a massive earth-shattering explosion. Just when it seemed like this chess game would end in a stalemate, Nebula unexpectedly had an ace up his sleeve for the next moment. Heavy weapons quickly flew towards the enemy faction. Inside a nearby cathedral, zealots had gathered to pray. Hegemonia knew well that prayers were futile. But in an unforeseen turn, something even more unexpected happened. He used a sacred orc strategy to block Main's attack. Hegemonia was extremely pleased and arrogant about this. He even went so far as to ask M if he was willing to surrender. Nebula knew well that the orc race multiplied very easily, so the sheer amount of faith Hegemonia had amassed was surprising. Their efforts and plans were decent, but to Main's eyes they were too obvious. Because no matter how vast the space in the sky, it was still above their heads. Nebula unleashed thousands of kinetic energy weapons from the sky. This was something even Hegemonia hadn't anticipated. He hastily maneuvered his sacred orcs to try and block them. But this time the numbers were far greater, and with the added gravitational acceleration it seemed impossible. Ultimately, the sacred orcs and all enemy territories fell to Nebula. The place became a desolate inferno. The Emperor died accordingly. The underground temple collapsed along with the royal palace. The faith Hegemonia had accumulated would vanish at this moment. The disappearance of faith meant the apostles would also disappear. And of course, Nebula became the top-ranked winner on the server. Hegemonia was not satisfied with this outcome. He wanted to face Main once more. His pleas were unusually loud. However, it seemed this wasn't the first time Main had battled Hegemonia. By now he knew well that Hegemonia had no new techniques left. Nothing new appeared on the game screen, and he had achieved the feat of firmly holding the top spot on the leaderboard. Just as he was about to take a break and return, a new message caught his attention. It was a message of gratitude and praise from the system. After reading it, Main felt it was announcing a service shutdown, but the next sentence quickly dispelled that thought by revealing that the game was previously in an early access phase, was now scheduled for official release, and that the Nebula player would receive the benefit of enjoying the game in advance before the official service launch. This news quite surprised M, that there was a separate official service in addition to the early access version. The system asked him if he wanted to start. For this new experience and benefit, Main certainly chose yes. However, he didn't know that this playtime wouldn't be through a screen but a real-life experience. 1 second after pressing the yes button, Main was transported to another world in the form of his character, Nebula. The scenery here was shrouded in the mysterious darkness of a full moon night. Debris and small fragments were scattered everywhere. He felt very similar to his in-game character and thought this was a dream. Suddenly, a figure appeared, directly refuting that idea. This figure called him the Chosen One. His name was Ondine. Ondine welcomed him, saying he would guide the way. Hearing Ondine address him by name, Nebula felt it was vague and hard to understand. Moreover, the mysterious shadows on the other side piqued his curiosity. According to the guide, it could be inferred that those shadows were other players like him. However, he said that here, everyone's faces would be covered to ensure fairness in the game. Ondine got straight to the point, pointing his hand upwards. The globe placed there looked just like our Earth, but it wasn't at all. The continental landscape at that moment was deeply etched into Nebula's memory. This was precisely the world of the game he had already cleared, the Lost World. Ondine stated that in the vast Lost World the players present here had become true gods. Upon hearing this, the shadows hastily glanced at each other. Nebula made his judgment based on his senses. He couldn't hear sounds, but he could sense that someone was feeling ashamed. Ondine didn't stop there, clearly introducing the Lost World is not merely a virtual world in a game. This is a land abandoned by gods after a past catastrophe. A brilliant civilization once flourished on this planet. Numerous races coexisted peacefully. This was a mysterious invitation, however. For unknown reasons, the gods abandoned this place. And now it was time for them to find new gods, and the purpose of that mysterious figure was that the Lost World game was created to find new candidates for that position. He explained, you can become a god just by striving. Basically, like in the Lost World, only ordinary creatures will initially believe in you. If you can gather people who believe in and rely on you, he made a very attractive offer. You will become the sole god of this planet, capable of doing anything you desire. If you become the god of that world, all your long-held aspirations will become reality. but Nebula remained unmoved. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. He had one question. What happens if I give up? Undine replied. If you give up, you will immediately return to reality and lose all memory of this world. He raised another question. What about giving up midway? And at this point the caveat was revealed. He said that during the challenge period he couldn't give up. Next question was posed. What happens if I'm defeated by other gods? But at this, Undine replied with vague words. That is the sacred demise we all await. Nebula stood blankly for a long time. This phrase resonated with him. Does a sacred demise mean a massacre? Excitement surged along with the incomprehensible situation, and he bit his lip, letting out a slight smile. Is everyone putting their lives on the line? In that case I have no choice but to make my own decision. There's no reason to give up at all. Undine confirmed that no one else had any questions. All right, it's time to choose. He also warned in advance. Those who wish to give up, please inform us immediately. And for those who accept the challenge. At the same time he took out a deck of cards and spread them on the table. With a voice mixed with amusement, you will begin your journey by selecting a sub-region. Nebula felt a familiar sensation, as if it was very similar to a game. In other words, the sub-region selection would be the beginning of everything. Scanning with sharp, cold eyes, he saw some shadows raising their hands. Have those people already given up? He counted the number of people leaving one by one. The number gradually increased. 2, 3, 4. The shadows disappeared one by one. He scanned the number of shadows that still remained quietly. Naturally, considering the initial number of participants, 32 was the maximum number of players in Lost World. No more shadows disappeared. So in the end only 27 people are participating? Undine energetically extended his hand. Yes, you may choose first. Nebula was slightly surprised. I get to choose first? Without asking further, he stepped forward and drew a card. A vague thought crossed his mind. Could the selection order be determined by rank? He was surprised by the image on the card. This happened in an instant. When did the magic circle initiate the transfer? He disappeared, and his destination, that blue planet where everything began, drew closer and closer to the ground, breaking through layers of white clouds. This planet was a green land covered in forests. It was vast. A small frog poked its head above the water. A blue butterfly fluttered lazily by. The frog waited for the moment a fish slowly swam by, then immediately snatched it up. Got one. Another frog, following behind, rejoiced. Quite heavy. Tonight it's fish for dinner. They also paid attention to the blue butterfly fluttering nearby. I've never seen a butterfly like this before. The other frog didn't care. Are butterflies important right now? We're not eating bugs today. The blue butterflies flew in a line into the darkness and landed on a person's hand. All images of this world were transmitted to Nebula. He was also an exo. He gathered enough information from the insect subregion, which had the lowest win rate. Insect subregion, insects hub, but it depends on what's written on it. It was the card he had drawn, opposite to birds but quite useful. The problem is time, however. Nebula hesitated, calculating his next move. His current location was on an isolated continent. The far east of the continent being the starting point meant there would be few battles in the early stages. Some of the cards he received, ores, livestock, gravel, rivers, were advantageous for early participation, but this implied difficulty in using aggressive strategies. He carefully reviewed all circumstances. In that case, choosing an insect-eating race would be more advantageous, like those frog humans, for example. But a more pressing concern here, what worries me, is the number of tribes. He roughly estimated he'd identified about 500 tribes. It would be difficult to find the first tribe in such a large group. Lost World could influence creatures based on the strength of faith. Faith 10. This number was too small to dominate this frog-human race. Nebula wanted to find another hope. Are there no other races nearby? Scanning the image of a tailed group walking through the desert, he immediately recognized them as lizard folk. Lizard folk also eat insects. He thought for a moment. They could survive here without water, and their population was decreasing. In fact, this was a good thing. Nebula quickly scanned and realized they were afflicted with disease, and some straggling individuals looked sickly. He spotted a lizard folk covered in wounds all over its body. Oh my, this one is clearly severely injured. That was what he discerned. All right, he's from a primitive tribe, and being the last lizard folk to go, he must have been pushed out in a power struggle. He could understand the psychology of an exo like him. The more he felt controlled by this world, the more tired and pained he would become. Seeing his dying struggles, he would need at least a small miracle. How could he find a god? His eyes observed coldly. But he was so fragile and vulnerable, and after a brief observation, Nebula made his decision. Then let's choose him first. Numerous lizard folk were marching through the hot desert, all looking tired and hungry. Suddenly one of them shouted, "Hey, an antelope! Lucky us, we found food on the road." Really? But it's injured. The hungry horde of lizard folk ferociously charged. Get it? The healthy individuals fought over the prey. It's over. How long has it been since we've seen meat? Hey, don't touch me. The old, weak, and injured individuals were pushed to the edges. It seems those of us who are old and wounded like us won't get a share. They could only drool and watch as the rest of the group tore into it. They devoured it with fierce intensity. Before long, the live antelope was reduced to mere bones, and they exclaimed, "Not a single piece left." In an instant. It's not over yet. Someone tried to chew the bones too. The marrow in the bones must be delicious. Yeah, that lizard folk opened its mouth to bite. Want a taste? Suddenly, a bone fragment was pulled out, leaving him bewildered. What is this? The one who pulled out the bone fragment feigned nobility. Eat only this much. We should leave some for those who can't hunt. He resolutely picked up the remaining pile of bones and threw them to those behind. Because of their hunger they couldn't refuse, they clutched the bones and sucked on them, and the lizard folk carrying a nearly rotten chunk of meat on his shoulder was no exception. Even after the incident, one healthy lizard folk felt guilty. "Do you think that's okay?" She waved her hand, wearing a look of incomprehension. "What are you talking about?" The other party expressed dissatisfaction. "Age doesn't matter, but you know that one will die soon." Other lizard folk also agreed. "Exactly, his wounds are already necrotizing." They worried that the injured lizard folk would be an obstacle. In truth, he should have died already. "I don't know how he keeps following us." They wore expressions that seemed to understand the reasoning. "We are very grateful that he protected many lives by fending off the saber-toothed tiger. But he's going to die anyway, and we don't have enough food," Gown said scornfully. "You are truly shameless." The other party seemed unaware of what wrong they had said. "I was just stating the facts." The argument ended there, and as night fell the full moon shone brightly. The lizard folk huddled together for warmth and fell asleep in a group. Some individuals were ostracized and had to lie far away from their companions. The injured lizard folk whimpered softly, as if having a nightmare. Blue butterflies fluttered around their sleeping area, and the light emanating from them seemed to wake the poor lizard folk. He struggled to get up, observed the strange creatures, then followed with his eyes the blue butterflies fluttering towards the source of the blue light. His strange behavior was immediately detected by the lizard folk on night watch. He nudged his sleeping companion beside him. "Hey, look, is there something there?" He didn't stop the injured lizard folk from leaving the group. "It seems R is finally separating from the group on his own." "Huh?" The other party signaled him to be quiet. "Let's just watch quietly." They saw him, but no one stopped him from leaving. Ragger, unfazed, quietly climbed the cliff, cradling his injured arm, his body feeling heavier with each step. Is this an illusion? Vagueness and intuition gave him the faith to keep going. "Since only I can see it, it must mean something." The butterflies fluttering seemed to guide the way, and if what he was seeing held any meaning he wouldn't give up. He placed his claws on the rugged rocks. Ragger followed the unpredictable guidance step by step, yet a question still lingered in his mind. What could it mean? And when he arrived his eyes widened in surprise. Before him stood a towering mountain of insects, a veritable beetle mountain. His heart pounded, and the wonder overshadowed his fatigue and hunger. The food here would be enough for the entire tribe. Thus, the 1102-to-1 lizardfolk tribe witnessed a miracle. Nebula breathed a sigh of relief. "Have you finally realized the miracle?" "Thank goodness. I've been waiting anxiously for so long." That amount of food was enough to feed the entire tribe for several days. He watched the lizardfolk tribe joyfully sharing their food. Next step, he suddenly noticed something interesting and exclaimed. Ragger was proud of the direction the blue butterfly had pointed. "Are you talking about the miracle yourself? In fact, a person with persistent willpower can accomplish anything on their own." The lizard folk were mesmerized by the food they had just received. With a system message, Ragger's tribe was informed that they had realized the power of the anonymous beetle god. Nebula found this nickname a bit unfamiliar. A beetle is not a butterfly, a beetle god. It's a truly surprising feeling. Initially, no god could have a name. He smiled slightly, as if something was welling up. The lizard folk tribe gathered around the campfire with their savior. He murmured softly, "Ragger, my interest in this new world has grown a little more. From now on you'll be very important to me. Of course I'll be important to you too." It was a night that ended with the jubilation of both God and man. Early the next morning the sun shone dazzlingly again, raising the temperature. The blue butterfly faintly flew in one direction again. Ragger shielded the light to see better. He murmured, "I'm seeing illusions again, I should follow it this time too." The others cheered upon hearing him. "There are beetles, let's have a party today." In one night he was praised again. "Ragger, are you going to chase after the illusion?" Ragger clearly stated the disadvantage. Winter was approaching and the beetles appeared in a cold region. He replied indifferently, "If we go in this direction we'll freeze to death." The other lizard folk were flustered and confused, wanting to go another way. "So should we ignore the illusion and go another way?" Ragger rationally objected. "I don't think so. He knows where to go. There is nothing in this desolate place. My mind is still vague and in fact I don't know the meaning of this illusion, but he still believes in momentary luck. Let's just follow for now. There's no other way." Nebula observed them without leaving. He fully understood the reason he couldn't do anything, as they didn't have any new faith yet. More precisely, everyone would ask me about faith. However, Ragger, shown on the screen, did not yet have the insect's blessing skill ready. This skill requires insects of level 2 or higher and must be accepted by consuming faith. Couldn't help but place his hopes on this lizard folk army. "If you believe in me, Ragger." Ragger carried a child on his shoulder and followed the direction the butterfly was flying. Nebula asked himself, "You will obtain an unimaginable future." And when Ragger arrived at his destination he set the child down. Ragger took a deep breath and shouted to his comrades with all his might, "Everyone listen!" He reached out a hand, welcoming the new world. "The beetle god has led us to a holy land." Faces weary from hours of long travel lit up brightly. They cheered in unison. Despair turned into joy at this moment. Everyone thanked Ragger. "We survived, Ragger. We were right to believe in you." A notification appeared. Divine power level has increased by 1 or 2 stages. Sub-region insect level has increased. Insect's blessing is ready. Nebula calmly manipulated the status window. "If you want to know for sure what I want, Ragger," he made one judgment, "then be my priest." With just one touch, the lizard folk were moved to a place where they danced. "Deliver my message to your people." Dazzling blue light poured over his body. "This blessing will help you." The lizard folk's joyful day passed smoothly, and as night fell everyone drifted into peaceful sleep. Fireflies flickered their bottoms and coincidentally landed on Raggar's sleeping body. In his dream several whispers called his name. Raggar, Raggar. When he opened his eyes he suddenly found himself in an all-white space. He looked around and immediately realized where he was. Is this a dream? Butterflies landed on his nose and a voice resonated. Raggar. A figure resembling a lizard folk appeared from the darkness. Raggar asked groggily, "Who are you?" As the person raised their hand, butterflies circled in the air. He stared intently at the person's gesture. A low, warm voice resonated near and far. "Will you take my hand?" Raggar stared intently at the hand with its clawed fingers. He didn't reach out, seeming to understand the god's intention. "What do you need?" The hand recoiled slightly and then pointed downwards. Raggar didn't take his eyes off the hand and suddenly felt something in it. He picked it up and examined it closely. It was a skull with fearsome horns. Raggar unconsciously held the skull aloft, and it fit perfectly on the mysterious lizard folk's head. The person immediately shone brilliantly, and their mantle fluttered without wind. Only then did Raggar realize, this is indeed the anonymous beetle god. The next morning he told this story to the tribe. He said proudly and calmly, "I had such a dream." Everyone interpreted it thus. "Isn't it obvious? He wants me to offer a buffalo." Someone objected. "To catch a buffalo we'd have to go deep into the forest, which is too dangerous." Nevertheless, those who believed in the god were perplexed. "But Gown, you brought us here, what are you going to do?" She crossed her arms and fretted. "I just don't want the whole tribe to be in danger." Because she knew the danger of that animal, they would have to risk their lives to hunt a buffalo. Perhaps the hunters would have to rush in all at once to bring it down. She posed a question that silenced the entire tribe. "Then who will protect the weak?" A booming voice resonated. "Yes." Raggar picked up a spear that was already made. "I can't put everyone in danger." He made his decision without hesitation. "I'll go alone." Ya was the first to object. "Raggar, you can't hunt a buffalo alone. It's impossible." He still maintained a calm expression. "I am not reckless." Then he said, "The god has blessed me." Everyone was bewildered. The blessing truly brought a small change to Raggar's body. He aimed his spear at a distant palm tree. The eyes of a person who had lived a tumultuous life were truly calm. "I can't believe my wounds were completely healed when I woke up from my sleep." He pointed to the wound on his shoulder and said, "Only stripes remain on my shoulder now." In front of everyone's scrutinizing gaze he said, "Like a beetle horde." Ya waved her hand dubiously. "I know this is very strange," but she still disagreed. "It can't be why you're going hunting alone. So now you have to show us." "Right." He flexed his arm muscles hard. "This is the real reason." He gathered all his strength and aimed his spear in one direction. The spearhead whizzed away at incredible speed, and a few seconds later it pierced and shattered the palm tree. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Mouths agape. The palm tree was left with only one color. Raggar walked over and pulled out the spear he had just thrown. The other lizard folk ran over excitedly. "Raggar, that's amazing. Have you been hiding such power for a long time?" The old lizard folk trembled and approached, exclaiming, "To fell a tree in one hit." They were filled with astonishment. "We were on the brink of life and death until recently, and that's Raggar?" Suddenly someone shouted in confusion, "What's that?" Raggar glanced and burst out laughing. He immediately pointed in that direction with his hand and informed his kin, "Everyone look over there. This is truly a miracle. A herd of buffalo is approaching." The sound of hooves across the desert kicked up dust and was carried on the wind. Zayan, seeing this for the first time, said, "What? I can't believe it. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime event. Buffalo herds always move to the same place. There's no way they would get lost and come all the way here." Raggar bravely stepped forward with his spear. "Fighting here is useless." Without listening to Zayn's call, he leaped down. "Wait, Raggar." Competitiveness and pride were his strengths. "In that case, I'm not afraid of anyone anymore. Let's go down and kill the buffalo to fill our hungry bellies with meat." Midway through his descent, he swung his spear, and the spearhead pierced the head of the largest and healthiest buffalo in the herd. As one fell, the other buffaloes scattered in disarray like a butterfly effect. The other lizard folk also landed with a rush. "Catch them all quickly." They all thanked the god with great enthusiasm. "He gave us not only beetles but also meat." Night fell in an instant, and after a day of satisfying hunting, the flickering light illuminated the buffalo head. Fresh blood dripped from the suspended buffalo onto the skull. The lizard folk tribe soon built a humble altar for their god. Raggar performed the ritual. "O anonymous beetle god, please accept our offering, though it is not much." Everyone's gaze was focused on him. Then they bowed their heads in unison and chanted, "Please accept our offering." Blood poured over the buffalo's skull, mixed with the sincere pleas of the lizard folk. "Please accept it," Nebula observed from above. He was quite satisfied, though the ritual was somewhat crude and awkward. Isn't the manner of giving more important than the gift itself? Because he had received a great deal. "I've gained more faith than I expected. He lives up to my expectations." For Raggar, even though he just became a priest, he prepared the ritual very carefully. Nebula nodded. "This is commensurate with the time and effort I've invested. Things seem to be going a little well. I believe in buffalo, but buffalo eat grass, so I can't expect anything from the god of this wilderness. I think I'll need the help of other gods, i.e. allies." Deciding to consider this issue later, he returned to the lizard folk tribe. Anyway, they were still sharing food. They seemed hungry, but they wouldn't eat even the baby buffalo, would they? He was slightly disappointed, but for now he couldn't expect any knowledge or animal husbandry skills from them. For the time being, this would be fine. In his judgment, the population of this oasis was not large, so it would only last for a few years at most. Nebula also considered the worst case. In the current situation, since they knew nothing about animal husbandry or agriculture, it seemed difficult for them to survive for long. Currently, he has many worries to deal with. Knowledge and skills are very difficult to acquire on one's own, and directly teaching them goes against the law of causality. Looking at the large waterhole in the oasis, he sighed. There is a way, but it will take some time. Nebula raised his hand. Then let's start like this. Blessing Rager with outstretched arms, another prophecy was bestowed upon the chosen priest. Early morning again, but the oasis was always much cooler than outside. The towering altar caught the sunlight. The lizard folk tribe also began to wake up. Rager, you're up early. I just wanted to look at the altar. Rager had changed his flesh and skin. His blue skin had turned shiny black. I had a bad dream last night. Zayon had a perplexed expression. A dream like a prophecy, he replied. I'm not sure, it was quite vague. His gaze was fixed on the altar. Somehow the altar keeps shaking. Then he recounted what happened in his dream. There were no fish in the blessed waterhole that had protected us for so long. The dream landscape was still vivid in his mind. The land was so parched that no plants could live. She comforted him. It's not time for that yet. I know she still doesn't understand. What is there to worry about when the God always protects us? Rager climbed onto the altar. I also believe in the God. He also has his own understanding, but it is very difficult to understand the God's message. Sitting high on the altar, he was filled with sadness. If we say we don't understand the God's will, it means we are betraying the God. That is my concern. I fear that. Rager carelessly cast his gaze into the distance and suddenly noticed something approaching. He urged, Zayon, hurry up and come here and look at this. What? Come quickly. After she climbed up, Rager pointed in one direction. Look over there, an army is approaching from afar, they shouted. Orc, now I know why the altar kept shaking. They are lizard folk like us, the damned ones who drove us out of the fight before. Lizard folk were moving towards their oasis, even riding large lizards. Zayon was startled. Such appearances, but Rager observed calmly as expected. With blue fins like our old days, an appearance that couldn't be more familiar. That big one, he assessed the monster, and above all, ordinary lizard folk couldn't ride such a monster. Rager could conclude based on troop numbers that they had brought their entire tribe. This raised questions in his mind while also giving him certainty. Our homeland, the Blue Swamp, has been completely destroyed. Rager was silent for a while. If so, perhaps those mounds have eaten all the food there, Rager immediately retorted. You can't be so sure. That aside, the bigger problem is right in front of us. But do they know nothing about this place? They won't be able to see it from this terrain unless they climb up. The two were reassuring each other. There's still a chance they'll pass by without knowing. Suddenly a loud shout echoed. Damn, those guys haven't done anything yet, and they're already being subdued by their own kin. This is a holy land where the anonymous beetle god has appeared. Some of the gods brandished their black-skinned limbs and threatened them. Are you from the Blue Tribe? Don't even dream of taking a single step in here. This shout attracted the blue lizard folk army below. Rager and Zayon covered their heads and sighed. It was Rager's turn to patrol today. He placed a hand on Zayon's shoulder. Don't worry, he jumped down before she could even react. This must be the will of the god. What does it mean that he's holding a spear? I believe the god intended for this situation to happen. Zayon followed him down in a daze. Yes, is the god testing us? He thought deeply. It might not be a test, but a mission. Given the current situation, I can only interpret it this way. I believe this mission is to accept and protect those who have been with us from the beginning. Zayon couldn't help but worry. Even so, that person over there, isn't he the one who drove them to this state anyway? If he was a righteous person, why would he keep abandoning the weak members of the tribe in the desert? Suddenly, several butterflies fluttered, catching his eye. Oh, butterflies, by now the meaning seemed clear. Was this also a message from the god? There seemed to be no more rational explanation. Rager watched the blue wings fluttering. The responsibility of being a tribal chief only strengthened his resolve. I will do what I can, and so Rager pushed his way through the lizard folk. Nebula couldn't hide his amusement. Rager understands my intentions very well. His intentions are quite clear. Rager's tribe and the Blue Tribe must merge for population growth and technological advancement. Nevertheless, he felt an even greater interest in the lizard folk chief. It was strange that Rager made such a decision alone. Was it perhaps because of his strong willpower? Rager's willpower was 14. At the same time, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. This fellow, does he think it was my will for the Blue Tribe to leave the swamp? That was something Nebula secretly manipulated. Haha, you're not wrong, but now it's time to test him. A leader with strong will. Very well done. If I had spread that unwavering faith alone, he would have forged his own path for this creature, and I could have demonstrated my intentions and vision more effectively than letting him control everything himself. As a confrontation between the two lizard folk tribes was about to begin, the large one below shouted in an arrogant voice, "You noisy little brat, do you live here?" These words touched the lizard folk's pride. "Little brat, yes, this is our land," he sneered and shrugged his shoulders. "Then what is your intention?" Guard above shouted as if to chase them away. "None of your business," a calm voice interjected, and slow footsteps approached through the bushes and rocks. "The Avatar Rager has appeared, and the Avatar Rager will also enlighten him." The giant did not understand the unfamiliar phrase. "The Avatar Rager will enlighten him." "Yes, this is the domain of Rager, the avatar of the anonymous beetle god." The giant seemed unconcerned. It seems this fellow is also just spouting nonsense. TCH, it doesn't matter anyway. He brazenly chased them away. Leave this place immediately, the monster also growled menacingly, following his command. If you leave now, we won't attack you. With murderous eyes that seemed to want to snap their necks and sharp teeth, he had nothing to fear from the lizard folk. I don't know how many of you there are, but with these forces you won't be able to defeat us. He mockingly pointed to his head. Since ancient times, if you are a leader, shouldn't you know how to calculate victory and defeat? Ragger shook his head. This guy is hopeless. He aimed his spear at them. If the opponent wouldn't yield, neither could he. I don't want to attack you. The chief of the blue lizard folk tribe was surprised that his threat had no effect. Ragger still spoke loudly. Poor lost souls can enter the god's embrace, he promised with a confident voice. Then the god will take care of you just as your message says. He let out a snicker. These words sounded like a comedy story from a neighboring village, so he laughed heartily and pulled on the reins. You really don't know how to calculate, do you? Ragger was not intimidated at all. Do you think so? That's because you don't know the god. He firmly raised his spear and aimed it at him. Of course his words were like words scattered in the wind to the giant. You're just spouting nonsense. He urged the monster to attack. Kill them. Ragger firmly raised his spear and aimed it at him. He urged the monster to attack. Kill them. Nevertheless, the fear of the monster still remained. He himself was just trembling inside. My goodness, he gripped the spear shaft tightly and braced himself to face the enemy. He prayed inwardly. Please give me the courage and strength to face this wicked monster head-on. The spear shattered in one blow. Ragger had no time to collect himself the moment the spearhead broke. The chief of the blue lizard folk tribe sneered contemptuously. TCH fool. As he ordered the monster to stomp, the screen immediately froze and a notification popped up. Civilization clash. Two tribes have clashed. The experience points of both sides increase significantly. Nebula sighed. Truly regressive. He looked up at another control panel. There's another screen there. You have shown great interest in one tribe. This tribe now becomes part of your territory. Lizard folk territory level 1. New skill available. Do you want to use ISN? He chose as without hesitation. Time rewound to the moment just before Ragger was about to be stomped. He seemed to have no time to react. Suddenly a ray of light entered his eyes. It was a critical moment and a ray of light descended. The moment the monster struck was fleeting. The blue tribe chief cackled. Ah, you bastard, but he quickly noticed something strange. A blue aura surged and Ragger was now standing on the opposite side in a small space. He was blessed by their god. The chief asked with a slight regret, how did you dodge so well? He pulled the reins again and turned the monster around. There won't be a second time. But Ragger's expression remained calm and one of his eyes had changed. Status window, this is his blessing. It's full of information about the enemy. Blue lizard folk tribe status window, chief warrior level 1, chief level 2, strength 24, intelligence 15, affinity 16, taming skill. This should be enough to deal with him. Nevertheless, Nebula had one wish. The goal is to tame that powerful small monster, the Drake. But the monster's stats have also appeared. Man and Drake level 1, strength 87, intelligence 6, affinity 9. Ragger's stats are slightly superior. Chief Ragger, warrior level 2, chef level 2, priest level 1, strength 30-30, intelligence 24-30, affinity 26-30, willpower 14-30, abnormal status weakness, divine power level 3. He took an attacking stance. Simple. In the blink of an eye he moved in front of the monster. Forcibly pressing down on Manon's head, the powerful incarnation skill granted the user an additional stat of sacred power D1D. This was 200 times the maximum natural strength. This immense burst of power confused the chief. Simply put, Ragger's current strength surpassed 30. It was an unimaginable figure to overwhelm them. In the blink of an eye he knocked down both the chief and the monster. He was still sitting dazed in the saddle. The blue lizard folk soldiers also stood dazed. Everyone would be astonished by the overwhelming difference in power. Ragger achieved an overwhelming victory alone. Manon spun like a top and couldn't get back up. The black lizard folk soldiers cheered. Wow, amazing, but his momentum had not yet subsided. He looked at the noisy crowd with cold eyes. They were dazed and restrained by Zayon. The subdued blue lizard folk chief shouted, Damn, how ridiculous, you idiot. He sprang up and clutched the dagger that was there. What trick did you use? Rushing forward in the blink of an eye he shouted, Don't let your guard down. He was still arrogant about his talent. My calculations are never wrong, but Ragger didn't even need to look at him. He raised his hand and slapped him across the face with one swing. The chief immediately fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Ragger looked around at the crowd and said coldly, Who's next? Weapons clattered to the ground in unison. The blue tribe completely laid down their weapons and surrendered. We pledge our loyalty. Then Ragger's momentum gradually subsided. He felt it too. It's over. Unbelievable. A vague yet clear feeling. Did the avatar descend upon me? It feels like a dream. Nebula observed them again, and his lips curved slightly upwards. Night deepened and campfire smoke billowed. Today, the 7 lizard folk welcomed new members, and as they shared food, they wondered, You're also from our tribe, but how did you come out into the wild? Why is your scale color so different? One replied. Yes, they spread their faith. Because we followed the anonymous beetle avatar, we were able to change and become strong. Otherwise, we would have died in the wild long ago. The newcomers looked up at the altar, and he too gradually embraced new faith. The avatar is infinite, and the avatar's power is infinite. Are these people so foolish that they don't even realize what's happening? They looked at the tribal chief, but still couldn't help but marvel. I can't even imagine that a lizard folk with such power exists. Over there, 2 people were sitting by the campfire talking. Ragnar spoke first. Will it be alright? What do you mean? She was still a little worried about merging them. The population had increased sixfold. She feared that their value would quickly diminish in the future. Ragnar bowed his head in silence. Suddenly he stood up and said, "We have to go out, right?" Her eyes showed an expression of incomprehension. "Go out into the wild again, we can't just wander aimlessly without any answers." Ragnar denied it with unwavering faith. "No, the answer will be right there." His gaze was fixed on the altar. "The answer will be sent by the god through our brethren." The trees swayed and groaned loudly. From early morning, shouts and growls were mixed, making it noisy. "Hey, your master left, so why aren't you giving up yet?" They tried to control the monster, but it swung its tail. One narrowly dodged and fell, another frowned. "Damn, this monster is still fierce. It's useless. The ropes tied around it are pulled taut and the tied tree swayed. If it keeps this up, it'll escape," he still shouted loudly. "Manon, do you want to be scolded?" Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder. Manon paused, seeing the person. Ragnar approached holding a turnip, and the impression of him was still deeply etched in his mind. He instinctively recoiled in fear, but Ragnar gently extended the turnip. He seemed as if he wouldn't do anything. "Eat." The monster was dazed with a slightly wary gaze, but it soon approached, sniffed to confirm it wasn't poisoned, and then ravenously chewed it. Not only that, but it rubbed its head against Ragnar. "Want more? Can't you be a little quieter?" Ragnar gave the pitiful monster a little more food. He watched the monster greedily devour the food he had brought. He didn't clearly understand the god's reason. "Why has the god kept you alive? What does he want from you?" And finished the pile and looked up at Ragnar again. He smiled slightly. "More? No, if you want to stay here, you have to be patient." Manon nodded, acting as if he understood. Seeing him lie down obediently, he praised him. "Yes, well done." After finishing his work, he left. "If Manon causes trouble again, tell me." The two guards still nodded blankly. Yes, we understand." They hadn't recovered from what had just happened, and Ragnar dealt with other issues. He wondered about the dagger in his hand. Does the technology exist to make something like this? One person immediately answered, "It was always like that." The lizard folk complained brazenly. "If it weren't for his stubbornness, much better swords would have been made long ago." Zayan asked, "Why?" in bewilderment, and received the answer, "Because of the wood." Ragnar was also intrigued by the words. "Wood," the artisan explained. "In the process of making it, we used a lot of wood." Ragnar had never heard of this work. "You used fire?" Another person denied it. "No, we have to burn wood to get special fuel." Ragnar fiddled with the dagger. With a satisfied expression, he finally spoke. "All right, I'll think about it and let you know tomorrow." "Good." As the artisan left, another person came. He was a half-blood with one arm missing and gray scales. He spoke first. "I heard you needed a guide." Ragnar assessed him. "You must be a wanderer." The person smiled brightly and admitted, "Yes, I am a wanderer. This old body has been wandering, searching for a place to belong." He quietly recalled, "Then I learned how to see the way." Ragnar repeated the main point. "You learned how to see the way?" The person continued. "At least to lands where you won't starve to death. I know a few places here." He smiled awkwardly and scratched his cheek. "I don't know if they're still the same now, though." Ragnar was curious about his story. "Will those wanderers and other tribal people be there?" "Of course." Hearing the confident words, Ragnar decided, "Then that's fine," he said firmly. "If they resist me, I will defeat and conquer them." The wanderer looked at him with a sad expression and said, "Indeed, if you have such will, just believe in it." Ragnar turned to the wanderer. "What about you? You seem like a leader. What do I need to do to earn your trust?" The wanderer stared blankly at his face, then pointed a finger to the sky and uttered a vague phrase. "That is my answer." Both men looked up, seeing only the gentle blue sky. The wanderer patiently explained further. "It's not just the sky." Soon night fell and the sky gradually turned black. Ragnar finally understood the meaning of those words. "Ah, those were stars." The wanderer nodded. "Precisely." The two observed the sky. "Are the stars moving?" "I don't know." He offered his perspective. "As you said, the stars move, but they have their own rules. If you know the path of the stars, you can follow it without getting lost." Ragnar was half convinced. After all, it was still unverified. "Really?" The wanderer imparted his knowledge. "Now I will tell you the movements of the stars. If you verify it for a few more days, will I earn your trust?" He paused. Of course, the two chatted happily in the forest all night. After imparting all his knowledge, the wanderer departed. "Then I will check again at this time tomorrow." "Understood." Another lizard folk arrived. It seemed there was no end to the tasks awaiting him. "Dua, what is it? Did Manon cause trouble again?" Dua was a sturdy lizard folk with small eyes. He hesitated, but reported accurately. "He seems displeased, but after being fed on time he's become tamer, really." He breathed a sigh of relief and habitually said, "Thank goodness." Dua continued. "Zayan said we need to find a way to go without starving." Ragnar turned to him. Today Ragnar heard that we need to find an expert to feed Manon. As he was feeding, several thoughts suddenly crossed his mind. "Can I tame Manon?" Dua felt curious. Something else, any kind of animal." He looked down at the plains. "Something like that." This was also the first sign. Ragnar's tribe had already noticed it. Below the flat plains, creatures were grazing. These were the remaining buffalo from the last hunt. The RCK tribe focused on the hero's skill. People say that at some point in human history, a division of labor occurred. The first was agriculture and animal husbandry. Nebula was still slightly hesitant. Although this information came from the game anyway, he was surrounded by countless bright screens and agriculture would be more stable. In fact, all great civilizations started around large rivers. The difference here was that the tribe he chose was lizard folk. They had sturdy bodies and a strong ability to adapt to their environment. They found what was suitable for themselves without him even instructing them. What was suitable for them was not agriculture but animal husbandry. At the same time, another matter of interest, and among these 7 hordes when the image of iron smelting appeared, that technology will give you wings. The place where weapons were produced was a metallurgy workshop, and the furnace emitted extremely hot heat, with hot molten compounds. Everyone passionately focused, not wanting to miss a single moment. The apprentices. The wooden stick rotated rapidly, creating strong friction. Metal smelting did not end at the melting stage but required countless hammering. Then it was dried and cooled. Finally they could make basic iron tools. For now it might not be as hard as bronze. For those who had to use stone tools like Rager's tribe, this would be very useful. Nebula observed all the activities occurring in the lizardfolk world for a while. He clicked on the screen and there were even unexpected results. The Wanderer's image last night was also a concept in the specialized field of astronomy, observing constellations to predict paths and weather. Though it was still too primitive to be called astronomy, he hoped they could utilize it in the distant future. He saw 2 lizardfolk talking passionately, their voices gradually fading into thin air. Time truly flew by, and in the blink of an eye night deepened and the iron weapons were neatly stored. Rager acknowledged the Wanderer's knowledge. As the prophet said, the stars are guides in the sky. He sat on a tall pile of rocks, unable to take his eyes off the sky. So now I have no choice but to do what I'm thinking. Campfire lights glowed in the darkness, and the altar became increasingly filled with animal bones. The lizardfolk were summoned for a task. Rager raised his voice. The god led me to this land a long time ago. The lizardfolk horde listened to his words in an orderly manner. I was even able to reunite with my brethren. I could have driven them away as before, to live a lonely and isolated life. He spoke with a tone mixed with emotion and gratitude. The god allowed me to live longer here, he stated in advance. Of course the outcasts would meet their end in the forest, and he clearly knew right from wrong, but doing so would not be right. The god wanted to save me, not eliminate anyone. Rager clenched his fist, and it was as if light shone on half of his face. Only by doing so can I help more people. Everyone listened to his speech in silence. Rager continued, at sunrise I will leave this place. He called out to the astrologer. Come up. He introduced him to everyone. For the past few days he has told me about the movements of the stars. I have confirmed that everything he said is true. There was not a hint of falsehood on his face. The astrologer will be my guide, and from now on I will trust him. Report to all of you. Then he yielded his position to the astrologer. Now please explain where we will go. He pointed his hand to the night sky and announced the results they had obtained. When the sun rises we will go in the direction to the right of the sun. We will walk continuously for 10 days, then follow the right side of Lake Roten for 15 days, and walk along mountain paths and desolate valleys for 3 days. And their final destination was, then I will find the destination, an endless forest, a long and beautiful journey. There were countless wild beasts there. There were also many tribes of other races living there, Rager summarized. In other words, it means an ideal dwelling place. Yes, he patted the astrologer's shoulder. Thank you, you may rest now. He smiled kindly. You're welcome. After the astrologer returned to his place, Rager stepped onto the altar. Everyone watched nervously. He looked down at them with the dignified appearance of a leader. He called out one person's name. Dua, why haven't you cooked the buffalo Rager caught yesterday yet? He was startled to be suddenly called out. An incident was unfolding in the temporary dwelling of the lizardfolk tribe. Rager showed the dignity of a leader. He stammered in response. Well, it's not that I'm hungry. Rager deliberately led the conversation. Why is that? Everyone worked hard to catch the buffalo, but you didn't eat anything, Dua bravely spoke up. Yes, everyone's efforts were truly great, but he still hesitated. I didn't think I was that hungry. Rager smiled, watching him speak. If you save it now, you might have something to eat when you get hungry later. If that's what you thought, then well done. When he finished speaking, Rager hummed. He praised him generously. Very well done. This perplexed Dua. He explained, Dua, you must have really wanted to eat the buffalo meat, but you endured for the sake of the future. That's excellent. He didn't forget to encourage him. You should do that next time too. Dua's tone was now more confident. Yes, as long as I don't starve to death, I will gladly do so. Hearing this, Rager nodded. Good, I will reward you. Another lizardfolk brought a newly made spear. Everyone was surprised to see it immediately. It's a spear made of metal. Rager personally handed the spear to the one who deserved it. The highly held spearhead reflected the campfire light. He didn't forget to give it to others too. Also those who listened to Dua's words, those who restrained their desire to eat, all deserved this spear. Fantastic, they happily received the spears. Others envied and resented those who received new weapons. I want one too, Zayon suddenly realized. I was wondering what your intention was, but I guess this was your plan. Suddenly, she noticed Rager's strange behavior. He was holding a buffalo skull and signaling to those who had just received weapons. All right, now come forward one by one. Needless to say, he voluntarily performed the ritual to honor the god. The god will protect you. First, he wore his own skull. True warriors, they all knelt in unison. You have shown that the path to the future can be achieved with only patience and perseverance. The next person to receive it was Dua, he declared. You have become a core soldier. He was passively wearing the skull. Rager's words echoed in his ears. This is the will of the god. Tears welled up in his eyes from emotion. Another bright tomorrow awaited them. The lizardfolk horde was carefully deployed. Rager said, now I must leave this holy place. They had to leave the altar here. but the god is always with me, so I will no longer be bound to one place. Everyone looked back at the altar for the last time. Ragnar shouted loudly, "Everyone, remember the anonymous beetle god in your hearts." He chanted a slogan. "The journey ahead will not be easy, but move forward bravely just as you suppressed your desire to eat buffalo meat. If you continue with patience, we will receive a sweet reward." Everyone raised their spears in unison. "Forward," they shouted with enthusiastic and confident chants. "Let's continue with patience. The anonymous beetle god will be with us," without mentioning it. Remembering the butterflies, "My words are the will of the god." Ragnar felt the wind brush against his nose. He had to leave the altar behind, but he felt guilty about everyone's future. He prayed in his heart, "Please forgive me, esteemed anonymous beetle god." The blue butterfly returned to its master. Nebula cleared his throat. "No need to apologize, it's still enjoyable to watch them develop. If you hadn't done that, I wouldn't have chosen you as a priest in the first place." He touched the virtual screen. "A new system has been added. It would be better to develop new organizations." Lizardfolk Dua Trust 47. Warrior level 23. Nebula narrowed his eyes. "Ragnar, your supernatural ability has finally manifested." His information appeared. Lizardfolk Ragnar Leadership 714, Priest level 12, Warrior level 23. He was quite satisfied with this result. "Very well done, you didn't disappoint me." Ragnar was truly an unexpected beginning. "From now on you will be the most perfect beginning." The Lizardfolk horde set out early in the morning, and until the scorching heat radiated, Manon suddenly collapsed. Ragnar, who was leading the way, immediately noticed Manon's condition. "Manon," he shook Manon awake. "This is no time to collapse," the astrologer said. "He seems to have collapsed from exhaustion," he asked the guide. "Can we rest for a while?" He replied, "There's no choice, we have to rest for a while." So Ragnar commanded loudly, "Everyone stop, warriors, signal everyone, we will rest for a while." They immediately collapsed. Not everyone could endure this intense heat, they whispered. "If we follow this mountain, will we reach the place we talked about? Will a little rest give us energy? We don't know what will happen, so let's rest for now. We haven't eaten anything." Ragnar calmly looked into the distance and asked the astrologer, "Have we already walked for 3 days?" He also looked tired. Yes, of course, he was also worried about the fatigue of the entire horde. After walking for 3 days, the entire horde must be exhausted. "Our food is almost running out too," Ragnar despaired. "I can't do anything with my own strength. I'll have to rely on the god's miracle." Suddenly a scout ran up and reported. "Chief, a horde has appeared ahead," he quickly said. "They are scaleless ones. An orc horde is swiftly passing through the narrow mountain path." Their leader shouted excitedly. "Good," he yelled to the trailing orcs in a strong voice. "Brothers, nothing can stop us here. Let's quickly leave this terrible place." He shouted loudly. "What could be worse than that monster?" He quickly passed through the canyon. But soon he spotted the RCK horde, and the entire orc horde couldn't help but be surprised. Ragnar smiled mockingly with the trailing horde. "You all look very strange," he scoffed. "No, you should be called moths to a flame." The orc horde's faces wavered as they looked at the opposing horde. Beneath their horned masks, the lizardfolk warriors stared at them with cold eyes. The orc leader, flustered, looked around and immediately put down his weapon. He very wisely prostrated himself on the ground and said to Ragnar, "I apologize." He placed some root vegetables on the ground and explained in a trembling voice, "There seems to have been a misunderstanding here. We just wanted to get out of this canyon quickly." Ragnar asked back suspiciously. "A misunderstanding?" the orc leader quickly affirmed. "Yes, the situation is very urgent." Then he eloquently explained their situation. "We had to abandon our homes and flee. With the tribe members having to go into the forest, we wanted to find something to eat." Ragnar was still very wary. He asked them, "Why did you flee into the forest?" As he said this, he couldn't help but look at the desolate wasteland spread before them, and the orc leader hastily pointed to one side. "Do you see that hill? Behind the surrounding mountains is Or village. We used to live there. We weren't rich, but we had enough to get by." However, his tone soon turned somber. "Until that monster appeared, that is?" Ragnar asked back in surprise. "A monster?" Elsewhere, Nebula watched everything through the system screens, falling silent for a moment before muttering again, "A monster, and not just that." As he spoke, he touched a corner of the screen where an image of a stone structure appeared. It was a stone box carved with a human face, encircled and protected by 2 gigantic centipede-like monsters. Nebula seemed interested. Moreover, a hideous, abominable being. The screen clearly displayed the head of a colossal beast. Along with it, detailed information was shown. Ancient crustacean, abominable being level 9, strength 123, intelligence 12-3, affinity 4-3. The game Lost World explained that this creature was created by ancient avatars. Even after the avatars vanished, it remained on Earth. The gigantic centipede crawled about on the ground. A strange stone box rested on its back, with stone fragments embedded along its body. From atop a high cliff, the orc leader was pointing the monster out to his people. Following the direction he pointed, they saw a colossal centipede crouching on the ground below. It was that abominable being. Sharp spines were embedded in the monster's massive head. According to system information, crustacean's venomous fangs ability, blessing of the forgotten avatar. Nebula could only remain silent, almost certain in his thoughts. It was too strong an enemy for them. On the screen, Ragnar's group was observing the monster from a high vantage point. The monster suddenly made a few strange noises. The lizardfolk soldiers were horrified, realizing the ground was shaking. The orc leader skillfully calmed them. "It's just babbling nonsense." The soldiers anxiously asked for his opinion. "Shouldn't we go back?" He then asked the astrologer beside him again. "How long would it take if we took a detour?" The astrologer replied immediately without hesitation. "If we go back into the forest and follow this mountain range. It would probably take 8 days. Ragnar hesitated, repeating, 8 days. From his vantage point, Nebula immediately noticed Ragnar's hesitation. It was understandable. He judged by Ragnar's apologetic look towards his followers. He doesn't know what to do. With all the tribe members trembling in fear, he thought to himself, looking at the colossal monster's head on the screen. Taking a detour isn't a bad idea, but he looked at the group surrounding Ragnar with an intrigued gaze. "Ragnar, what are you going to do?" Meanwhile, Ragnar was truly hesitating. Before him was a sheer cliff. He stared intently at the cliff and saw stones precariously placed on its edge. Suddenly, Zeon called out to him. "Chief," she firmly insisted they should fight. Ragnar looked at her with a hint of admiration. According to the info window, Zeon, warrior level 3, judge level 1, strength 26, intelligence 24, affinity 28, inspiration 11, she confidently persuaded him. "We currently have an advantage." Upon hearing this, not only Ragnar but also the orc leader looked on in surprise. "An advantage?" Zeon calmly explained her intention. "Chief, do you remember the fastest way the blacksmith heats metal?" By then they were already seated. Ragnar seriously asked her again. "The blacksmith, did he use any special tools?" Zeon immediately nodded. "Exactly." She recalled a special pipe-shaped tool that sucked in air and had a slightly bulging body and explained it in detail to Ragnar. "That tool is called a bellows and it helps save energy by drawing in air." Ragnar pondered the idea for a moment, then immediately understood her intention. "You mean if we use that we can gain strength without expending much effort?" Nevertheless, he reminded her. But Zeon, the blacksmith, had to spend a very long time designing that. However, Zeon immediately retorted, "We don't need to use something that complex. A simple tool will suffice." Currently, that abominable being was lying crouched in the canyon surrounded by sheer cliffs. Very large rocks were precariously placed on the cliff edge, and one gigantic rock next to the sheer cliff was constantly swaying. It slowly moved closer to the cliff edge. A few sounds echoed with its movement. 1, 2, below the rock a wooden pole was propped and the wooden pole leaned against another log. 1, Gown and some tribal soldiers shouted, hugging a large log. Exhale. As the 2 branches below the rock were pushed hard, the rock slowly moved. The entire group cheered together, combining their strength. Push 1, pull 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. The entire lizardfolk tribe pushed the rocks towards the cliff edge. Their target was the abominable being crouching below. In his space, Nebula realized their intention through the screen and was slightly impressed. Rolling rocks down to kill it. Simple but a good idea. But to catch a crustacean of that level, as he considered the problem, the abominable being on the monitor screen had already begun to raise its head. All the rocks must fall at the same time, but can they actually do it? The rocks above approached the cliff edge. Gown anxiously urged everyone on. "Quickly push the rocks down." 1, 2. With that sound, the entire group exerted force and pressed hard on the wooden poles. The front rock also bounced up because of it. That sight excited the entire group even more. Will this work? A series of colossal rocks simultaneously rolled down the cliff. The abominable being immediately sensed a strange aura and lifted its head to look up. But what greeted it was the sight of a massive rock hurtling towards it. The rock swiftly struck the hard crustacean's head. Following closely, a rain of stones fell onto the abominable being's head, burying it. From above, the lizardfolk tribe observed, shouting with joy, "Did we succeed?" But in his space, Nebula murmured, "Not yet." Just as he spoke, the abominable being quickly rose to its feet. Ragnar immediately realized the monster was angered and was charging very quickly. Several soldiers quickly became alert. "It's coming up," they shouted in a panic and combined their strength to push the remaining logs. "Quickly push all the remaining rocks down." But in his space, Nebula sighed. Too late. He rose from his seat and crossed the space, entering Ragnar's body. "Oh, anonymous beetle god." A soldier holding a log suddenly felt the log being pulled from his hands. Turning around, he saw Ragnar with his own strength, embedding the log into the ground and easily lifting the front rock in the soldier's terrified gaze. On the other side, Zeon, controlled by Nebula, quickly charged in another direction, and she embraced the front rock with her bare hands. All her muscles tensed to their maximum, and she pushed the rock forward with all her might, shouting, "Push, you just need to follow me." With that sound, 2 colossal rocks thudded down from the sky, rolling onto the abominable being's head. The monster immediately bared its teeth and fiercely retaliated. Nebula saw this and said, "But I don't think it will surrender." He gripped the spear in his hand tightly and amidst Zeon's surprised scream threw himself high into the air. "Ragnar?" Nebula concentrated all his strength into the spear in his hand, and then he hurled it directly, piercing through both colossal rocks and precisely aiming for the abominable being. Immediately after, shattered rock fragments flew everywhere. The spear shattered the human-faced carved box on the abominable being's back and simultaneously impaled its body. The monster howled in pain. Immediately after, its howling seemed to cease, and a massive rock approached right before its eyes. The colossal stone struck the monster's body and sparks flew from the impact. Its entire body cracked from the stone's impact. Another colossal stone immediately followed. It completely crushed the monster's body. Gown and the other soldiers watched this situation, utterly astonished, their mouths agape. Meanwhile, Nebula, who was inside Ragnar's body, landed on the ground. The abominable being's colossal body also fell after him. Only after returning to his own space did Nebula finally breathe a sigh of relief. Very well done, you hunted the monster. In the valley, the abominable being lay completely defeated. The system notification also confirmed the hunt. Your tribe has defeated the abominable being, ancient crustacean. The lizardfolk tribe greatly rejoiced in their newly acquired victory. Nebula also felt his own joy. My faith score has increased, but I gained something even more important than that. He excitedly looked at the item the system had just sent. New reward, hunting reward. Nebula was very satisfied. Originally I wanted to catch that for this. In his hand was a red glowing energy orb. Essence of the abominable being. Every god has resources appropriate to their domain. Although this can be created from faith, rare materials are needed to create something that doesn't exist. If you obtain this essence, you can create a spirit beast. The colossal beast will stand upon the altar and receive kneeling worshippers. A spirit beast is a machine that produces faith resources and delivers the god's message through its very existence. Furthermore, it has growth capabilities. The info window for the spirit beast included all abilities such as strength, stamina, affinity, and intelligence. If a spirit beast is trained to a higher level, it can even obtain the class of an apostle or avatar. Nebula pondered for a moment, looking at that information. Is the creation method the same as in the last game? He looked at the red essence orb in his hand and quickly made a decision. In that case, what I should create is... The lizardfolk tribe members carefully looked at the abominable being's colossal corpse. Zayon even bit into one of its legs, wondering, can this monster's meat be eaten? It smells a little, but... She put it straight into her mouth, took a bite and then fairly assessed it. It's edible. The taste isn't bad either. Rager, sitting nearby, carefully observed another piece of meat. But it seems hard to eat raw, Zayon suggested again. Then how about we add some other ingredients? She remembered a recipe and became excited. If we add a little spice and grill it over a fire, we can get rid of the gamey smell of the meat. Immediately after, a plate of meat seasoned with spices was complete. Rager tasted the first piece and cheerfully assessed it. It's a bit bland but quite tasty. Zayon, sitting opposite him, told him. I just cooked it. Rager was slightly surprised. You cooked it? She held up a spice leaf and simply explained. This dish is cooked and sprinkled with spices, Rager eagerly suggested to her. The aroma is very strong. I'm not sure if we should discard these. Cooking is good and I want to learn how to do it. Can you teach me? Zayon readily agreed. Yes, I'll do that. After that, as Rager picked up another piece, she called him again. Rager. Zayon then turned the conversation back to the orcs. I heard the orc chief also has a successor, Rager nodded, seemingly unconcerned. That's right. Just as he was about to put the piece of meat into his mouth, Zayon suddenly spoke. Chief, you also need to find a mate. Those words made Rager freeze on the spot. Zayon, seemingly unaware of his expression, calmly continued, You're not young anymore, Chief. Isn't this a very important matter for our tribe? Rager looked very flustered. This mate you speak of? Zayon, completely unabashed, continued to ask directly. If you haven't thought about that matter, how about me? Rager fell silent, cornered, and after a moment suddenly lifted his head. Well, Zayon, with expectant eyes, asked him again, What's wrong? She didn't realize that a bright yellow light was flashing behind her back. Rager saw the glowing yellow monument, and reminded her, There's something behind you. A monument, as if made of pure gold with ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs carved on it. The entire group observed it with curiosity. Rager seriously judged, It looked similar to what was inside that structure on the monster's back. Dua hugged the monument, bit it once, then declared firmly, This can't be eaten. The astrologer also recognized the monument's material. This metal is gold. Zayon nearby also agreed with him. I've seen it too. The blacksmith showed me various kinds of metal once. She added, looking at the monument's surface covered with hieroglyphs. If cleaned, it will have a very beautiful metallic luster. I heard its color doesn't change for a long time, so I think it's more valuable than other metals. Upon hearing that, Dua felt this object wasn't very good. It doesn't wear out, it's metal, but it's just soft and heavy. And you can't even eat it, the astrologer quickly comforted him. Don't you want to go deer hunting nearby? He enthusiastically described it as an ungulate with tree branch-like horns, and its meat was sweet and delicious. Just now some orc tribesmen said they saw deer footprints. Seduced by these words, he immediately handed the monument back and shouted excitedly, Then we should go right away. Rager was slightly speechless, seeing the clear teeth marks on the golden monument. And Dua excitedly asked, Chief, aren't you coming? Rager hastily refused. No, you all go. He looked at the monument in his hand again, thinking to himself, A metal that doesn't wear out? Red blood streamed down the rock and a dead deer lay upon it. That sight gave Rager much to ponder. Everything dies, decays, and vanishes. Nothing in the world lasts forever. He looked at the deer carcass before him, then at the monument in his hand, feeling it was somewhat unbelievable. Yet this golden monument hadn't discolored at all. Then a thought suddenly crossed his mind. The person who made it must have wanted to preserve something. Rager stared at it as if searching for a secret, asking himself, what could it be? Just then, Zayon approached from behind, breaking his train of thought. Chief, the tribe members are preparing to rest. Rager was startled and turned around. Zayon spoke again, and Rager asked her as if curious, I didn't tell them where I was going, so how did you find me? But Zayon replied as if it were obvious, Well, you're the only lizard folk around here wearing fur clothes, Chief. Rager silently looked at the fur clothes he was wearing, then asked her suspiciously again, Wasn't it you who told me to wear this? Zayon still calmly nodded. Yes, because you're the chief, I wanted you to look more special. Furthermore, she added with reverence, the chief is a symbol. That thought gave Rager a slightly new feeling. The sky turned to night, and flies began to gather around the dead deer carcass. Ragnar still sat there, holding the monument, deep in thought. This life is full of dangers, and this too will disappear with time. He suddenly looked up in surprise, asking himself, what is this? In astonishment, seeing the swarm of flies drawing strange patterns in the air, Ragnar widened his eyes and stared at them, continuously speculating to himself, is it an illusion? No, it doesn't matter. Their movements resembled the lines on the stone tablet. Realizing this, he quickly grabbed a nearby branch. That which does not disappear, a symbol, then what is immortal is not that gold does not wear out, but Ragnar thought, and redrew it on the ground with the branch. He sat silently beside the stone like that, until the sun rose high again. A sleeping Zeon suddenly woke up, realizing someone was calling her. She recognized it was Ragnar and was slightly surprised. Chief, what is it? He whispered softly. I have something to show you. On the empty ground where Ragnar had been pondering all night, the two of them put their heads together. Ragnar drew on the ground with a branch and explained, this is me. Zeon, not yet understanding, asked again, Ragnar? He was slightly flustered. This is a male lizard folk. Zeon still didn't understand and kept asking, explain it to me. Ragnar drew another picture on the ground. And this is you. There was a cup-shaped drawing on the ground. Zeon now began to understand. Does the chief mean I'm a woman, a female lizard folk? Ragnar quickly nodded. Yes. He drew an equal sign between the two pictures he had just drawn. Zeon muttered in surprise. What is this? She turned to him and asked. Ragnar smiled. He pointed to the drawings on the ground and gently explained, it means we are together. Then he sincerely told her, and this is my answer to you. Zeon snatched the branch from Ragnar's hand. She drew a circle around the pictures that had just been drawn, then asked him in a low voice, Ragnar, do you understand the meaning of what you just said? Ragnar smiled and nodded slightly in affirmation, replying, of course I understand. And so, Ragnar's tribe invented writing. Nebula smiled contentedly and praised, good. He thought through the observation screen. It will take several generations to fully develop. But for the early stages of the game it's very good. Ragnar was diligently sharpening his spear at this time. Nebula calculated inwardly. Now, suddenly, Ragnar saw a herd of deer grazing and immediately charged to attack them. It's time to celebrate. On the surface it looked like an ordinary hunt. Dua cheered enthusiastically from outside, but when large game was caught the males could show off their skills in front of the females. That was how lizard folk celebrated marriage. Ragnar returned with a large deer, and the entire tribe rejoiced in unison as if it were a festival. He happily high-fived the tribe members. Suddenly, Ragnar and they froze in unison. Now I can expect steady success among them. Zeon skillfully set a trap. She effortlessly caught a deer alive. Ragnar stood there dumbfounded, mouth agame in surprise. A place near the base of a high mountain. The lizard folk tribe had just defeated a monster. Zeon asked worriedly, are you really okay? Ragnar smiled brightly and replied calmly, of course that monster was an obstacle I had to face anyway. He asked suspiciously, are you saying this was your land? Can you return here to live just as you once did? The orc chief was flustered and couldn't find words to reply. His face changed and his eyes reddened with emotion. The orc chief sincerely bowed his head. Thank you, truly thank you. He turned and pointed to the person behind him, introducing, this is my son, the successor to our tribe. The orc chief happily suggested, since we are more familiar with this area, how about my son guides you? Ragnar immediately agreed, that's not a bad idea. He calmly recalled, in the past we lived in fear that we would be harassed by monsters and other larger tribes. The orc chief smiled brightly, but thanks to you we were able to overcome it. We will never forget this kindness. Ragnar smiled and nodded slightly in acceptance. Sunlight shone upon the vast blue forest. Suddenly shouts echoed throughout the forest. Chief, there's something here. On the ground were 5-toed footprints like a frog's. Ragnar sat down and examined them closely, an exploratory expression on his face. He turned to the astrologer and asked, do you know what this is? He replied, sounding unsure. Perhaps. The astrologer observed for a while, then concluded that they were bipedal frogs. They were frog humans. Ragnar's eyes widened in surprise and he repeated, frog humans? The astrologer began to analyze. There are two types, good and evil. They can also speak and think like us. It seems they went on a reconnaissance mission. They probably have combat experience too. Ragnar lowered his eyes, deep in thought. Frog footprints overlapped on the ground. He added, judging by the footprints, there are more than 5 of them. Their tribe must be larger than ours. He immediately stood up and turned around, ordering them to return. Let's go back to the temporary shelter. Darkness gradually fell, and torches blazed in the air. The lizard folk tribe's temporary camp was perfectly constructed. Ragnar looked around and demanded, we must build as many large camps as possible. They replied, accepting the order. Yes, chief. A lizard folk asked curiously, Zeon, do we really have to do that? She calmly replied, it's necessary. Other tribes seem more numerous than us. She turned to Ragnar beside her and suggested, we need more scouts and sentries. He observed as he walked, let's work together, but make sure everyone shares the work equally. Zeon looked up warily and asserted, because other tribes will surely be observing us. Under the night sky, the lizard folk tribe's settlement glowed brightly. From a distance, several frog humans were quietly observing everything. Days later at the temporary shelter, they luckily didn't encounter any frog humans. Sunlight illuminated the forest. In the meantime, they prepared many things for the tribe's safety. By now, many other players would have been more successful than him. The forest grew greener. A group of the lizard folk tribe was diligently herding cattle. Animal husbandry proceeded smoothly, and the dwellings quickly adapted to environmental changes. Another group was diligently building houses, and the people were very united, carrying, lifting, and helping each other. Most impressive was how quickly they developed their own writing system. Strange characters began to be clearly carved on large rocks. These characters combined primitive maps, traditional hunting marks, and symbols, and were shared among the tribe members. They enthusiastically exchanged opinions about these strange characters. They also harvested more food quickly. Ragger also tracked each person's harvest every day. There was a lot of food, but they still didn't feel it was enough. I did 100 times more than others, one lizardfolk thought. It's still not enough. I need to earn more. And that was a very effective, great motivation. Nebula leisurely appreciated his tribe's achievements. Truly amazing progress. The locust swarm in the center of the continent was gradually growing, and they flew in large numbers, while insects were also raising their nests in the south. It formed a massive locust belt, he thought contentedly. The insect region has leveled up to 4. This is a method other players wouldn't even dream of. Nebula realized he was in the isolated eastern region of the Earth and asked himself, but since I'm in the isolated eastern region, shouldn't I take advantage of it? Ragger's abilities and the tribe's stats, he silently analyzed. Ragger is currently above average. Suddenly Nebula stood up. But this is just the beginning. He looked down at the beautiful world below and asked himself, what will happen next? Will it be more dangerous than what I've experienced? The screen shifted to where the lizardfolk tribe had settled, and a lizardfolk rushed over shouting, Chief, it's serious. Ragger still calmly glanced at the lizardfolk and exclaimed, Frog humans are coming this way. This shocking news surprised Ragger deep in the forest. The frog humans cautiously approached, and a colorfully dressed frog human walked arrogantly. On the opposite side were Ragger, Zayon, and Ur. Ragger frowned, observing warily. They are frog humans. Wait, he suddenly saw a brown-scaled lizardfolk on the opposite side and asked himself, that's a lizardfolk? Ragger was surprised. Why is there a lizardfolk among the frog-human horde? Did they come for peace negotiations? The frog-human tribe and the lizardfolk tribe faced each other. Sunan smiled brightly and introduced himself. I am Sunan, the son of the great chief Onroy. He continued amiably, we have no intention of fighting you lizardfolk. Ragger, judging there was no danger, raised his hand and ordered his tribe members to lower their weapons, and inwardly assessed him as polite. Ragger calmly introduced himself. I am Chief Ragger. We also have no intention of drawing swords against you. He frowned, observing, why have you come here? Sunan glanced at Oboy beside him, and as he nodded slightly, he spoke honestly, we came to inform you that you are encroaching on our territory. Ragger smiled and asked, really? He then logically added, I don't believe this entire land belongs to you. When I came here there were no markings to prove your territory. He respectfully bowed his head. Nevertheless, we did not try to find it. So I am truly sorry. Sunan was momentarily stunned by Ragger's unexpected behavior. He gently asked, but this is a different matter. We have come from a very distant place. Since we have nowhere else to go, may we settle here? Sunan began to panic. That. Before he could finish, Ragger smiled and cut him off. Aren't you Sunan, the son of the great Chief Roy? He didn't forget to emphasize, you must be the only one with the authority to decide our tribe's request, aren't you? Sunan, pleased with the compliment, replied, yes, as the successor chief I can do that. As he didn't reply as planned, the frog humans who came with Oboy were speechless. Ragger scoffed, confirming inwardly, as I thought, they sent him to observe us. He gently shifted his gaze, watching Zayon laughing happily with the frog tribe members. Since there are many questions, I should carefully gather information from them. Thinking this, Ragger immediately invited, this doesn't seem like a suitable place for conversation, so why don't you come to our village so we can show you our tribe's hospitality? He smiled brightly. Our tribe rejects hatred. We should celebrate this. Sunan replied slowly, looking embarrassed. It seems like a not-so-bad idea. Suddenly, he cleared his throat and changed his mind. I mean, thank you, but we still don't trust you enough, Ragger said regretfully. Really? We cannot simply send back a benefactor who helped our lizardfolk tribe. He made another friendly suggestion. Then how about we share a meal together? Sunan wavered and glanced at the person beside him. The frog human next to him shook his head slightly, indicating he had no opinion, and he no longer hesitated. That seems fine. A fat pig was deliciously roasting over the fire. Ragger conversed amiably, but he didn't forget his objective, thinking inwardly, now I need to find out what the relationship is between that lizard folk and the frog humans, and why they came here. While Sunan was distracted, he glanced at him. But I mustn't let them know I'm curious about it. If I reveal my thoughts, they'll use it as an excuse to attack. Ragger pointed to his red fur cloak and asked curiously, what is that large fur around your neck? Sunan replied happily. Oh, this, he sniffed and introduced. This is the fur of a koka. Ragger was momentarily stunned and repeated, a koka. Sunan began to boast again, but he anticipated, you don't know it. They are dangerous bipedal large birds that live in this forest. He seemed to understand. Oh, he described the creature. They are not only gigantic but also very deadly. It's very difficult to catch them. He explained that besides speed, their movements were very complex. That's why we're wary of this area. He asked intently. They must be very difficult to catch, right? Do you use spears? At the mention of this strange weapon, Sunan asked, bewildered, what is a spear? Ragger also widened his eyes in incomprehension. And when he raised his hand and called out, someone bring a bow and arrow, Ragger wondered inwardly. Sunan raised his hand and called a lizard folk. Hey, if you've got nothing to do, can you get me a bow? He quickly replied, yes, sir. As he quietly brought the bow, Sunan took it and said, all right, I have one more favor to ask of you. He asked in confusion, what is it? Sunan pointed to a tree opposite them. Could you put up a target board for archery practice over there? He answered indifferently that he would. Oh boy headed to the tree with the target board and a sharp arrow whizzed through the air. It flew swiftly and embedded itself directly into the newly installed target board. Ragnar, standing behind, exclaimed in admiration, "Accurate." Sunan confidently shrugged his shoulders. "We learned archery from a young age. Not to brag, but I'm the best archer in the tribe." Ragnar unexpectedly praised him. "Impressive. May I try using the bow once?" He readily handed the bow to Ragnar. "Of course," Ragnar politely replied. "Thank you." Sunan did not forget to caution him. It might be a bit difficult at first. Ragnar grappled with the bow in his hand and thought to himself, "This is..." After a moment he took his stance. Ragnar inwardly assessed that the handle and bowstring were very sturdy, and although it was less powerful than a spear, it could carry several arrows. When he released his hand, the arrow flew due to the bowstring's elasticity. The arrow was more accurate and had a faster firing speed than a spear. However, it flew about halfway before embedding itself in the ground. Ragnar's curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to know more about this weapon. He began to shoot arrows again, but no matter how many times he shot, he couldn't hit the target. "Damn it," Sunan chuckled. "It won't be that easy. What's Oh Boy doing?" "Go pick up the arrows." Oh Boy immediately replied, "Oh." He quickly went to pick up the arrows. Ragnar regretted. "I shot them, so I should pick them up?" Sunan replied without suspicion. "Well, you can think of it as him helping you." Ragnar vaguely approached Oh Boy. "I want to know more about the arrows." Ragnar quickly sat beside him, picking up arrows, and asked, "Your name is Oh Boy, right?" he asked back in surprise. "Yes." "Oh yes." Seeing Oh Boy's expression, Ragnar wondered. He's flustered. Strange. He seized the opportunity to express interest and asked, "Why is a lizard folk in a frog tribe?" Oh Boy stammered. "Well," he said, picking up arrows, "we have several races living together in one village." "Lizard folk and frog humans?" Ragnar asked in confusion. Why is he explaining it so confusingly? "Because we can help each other." Ragnar's eyes widened and he asked again, "Help each other?" He smiled brightly and said, "Yes, thanks to that, we can live together harmoniously." Ragnar asked with great curiosity, "How can we help each other?" Oh Boy hesitated and replied, "Well," he explained, "in exchange for the protection of the frog humans, we can assist them in unfavorable situations. Frog humans can't last long out of water, but lizard folk are skilled at climbing and foraging. Sharing food with them would be a very good deal." On the opposite side, Sunan was amiably grilling meat with the lizard folk. Ragnar retorted, "But we lizard folk know how to protect ourselves, so we don't need your protection." Oh Boy explained, "No, this forest is dangerous. Onroy's frog tribe is the largest tribe in this forest." He smiled brightly. "Thanks to them, I was able to survive." Ragnar froze for a moment, then frowned and threatened, "Forget what I just said. Earlier I asked you how I could become a master archer, didn't I?" After a moment the meat was fully grilled and a fragrant aroma spread through the air. Sunan picked up a large rib and tasted it. He expressed extreme satisfaction, continuously praising it. "I'm used to the taste of deer meat, but with herbs it's even tastier," Ragnar replied, chewing. "I'm glad it suits your taste." He handed another piece of meat to Sunan. "Have you ever tasted buffalo meat?" Sunan's eyes lit up. "Buffalo I have. Haven't caught one in a long time, but it was very delicious," Ragnar said. "We caught a live buffalo." At his words he was surprised and his eyes widened. Ragnar put a piece of rib in his mouth, seizing the opportunity. "If you want it, I can exchange it for an arrow." Sunan, without hesitation, quickly replied, "A live buffalo, of course," but suddenly he recalled his father and cautiously changed his mind. "I cannot agree," Ragnar asked, really showing disappointment. Sunan awkwardly tried to reconcile. "Anyway, if our relationship becomes closer, we can talk about such things later." He stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. "Fortunately, our tribe members don't seem to be hostile towards the lizard folk. Look, lizard folk and frog humans are happily interacting and talking. They are kind not only to you who came with us, but also to all the lizard folk warriors. This is because both races live together in our village." He shouted, "Hey Oh Boy," Sunan excitedly said. "Explain to him how we've helped each other over the past few months." He happily stood up. "Of course, if it can help foster friendship between our two races." Ragnar meanwhile observed everything secretly and thought to himself, "Just as I expected, he brings up this story so easily, as if he had prepared it beforehand." He watched Oh Boy excitedly talking in front of him and thought, "If I hadn't meticulously questioned that fellow, I would have fallen for their words." In an instant the sun began to set and, "It was nice meeting you," Ragnar suggested. "Then next time, instead of you having to travel such a long way, how about we visit you?" Sunan unexpectedly said, "Oh of course," but then quickly changed his mind. "Oh no, it's fine. This place is wide enough to get a good view of the area." He happily waved goodbye. On the opposite side, Ragnar's tribe members also waved back kindly. As Sunan put his hand on Oh Boy's shoulder and whispered, Oh Boy was startled and gave a look of asking for help, and Ragnar immediately noticed and asked, "Did you see that?" Zayan replied concisely. "Yes." Ragnar, seeing Sunan with his arm around Oh Boy's shoulder, concluded, "That doesn't look like an equal relationship." As the sun set over the lake, Oh Boy was slapped by Sunan. Sunan pointed his finger and shouted, "You thought I wouldn't know?" Sunan cursed violently. "Why did you tell the lizard folk chief?" Oh Boy covered his face and said in a trembling voice, I didn't say anything." Oh Boy bowed his head and stammered. "He asked me how to become a master archer and I just answered." Oh Boy came from behind and kicked him in the stomach. "What kind of excuse is that? You can't even shoot a single arrow properly." He clutched his stomach in pain and said in a trembling voice, "That's true, but I thought if I told him it would reduce his suspicion." Sunan listened and thought there was some truth to it. That's also true. Oh boy tried to make excuses. So I pretended I couldn't tell him, and that if he wanted to learn he'd have to pay an equivalent price, Sunan asked curiously. So what did that fellow say? He honestly replied. He said he was sorry he had nothing to give me and didn't ask any more questions. Sunan and Oh boy exchanged glances simultaneously. Sunan praised him, as expected of the shrewd trickster Oh boy. Oh boy remained silent. Sunan called out, "Hey," Oh boy carefully replied, "Yes, master." Sunan smirked menacingly. "You still remember what's on that island, don't you?" Oh boy was startled and nodded repeatedly. He looked at the island opposite. There were a few huts and a few guards. Sunan dangerously frowned. "You're quite lucky." "Ah, the huts over there were packed with lizard folk tribesmen and all were filled with sadness and fear. I was planning to use those children as sacrifices. They were trapped inside the huts, heavily guarded by 2 gigantic frog humans, but a new sacrifice has conveniently found its way here." He didn't forget to emphasize, right? Oh boy had no choice but to reluctantly obey. Yes, his eyes contained both sadness and hatred. "I'm really lucky." Oh boy craned his neck and said loudly, "So I will do my best to trick them." It was evening on the island over the lake, and Oh boy sat blankly by the lakeside, lost in thought. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here. They welcomed us, even though we were of different races. I should have noticed, he pondered deeply. Or when they dragged us into a blood brotherhood ritual and told us to live together on the island forever. He widened his eyes and looked into the distance, calculating. 200 remaining lizard folk cannot stand against 1,500 frog humans. Besides, he recalled the image of a ferocious monster, sharp eyes, greedily looking at the lizard folk children. That god is clearly a 2-headed dragon, and they also have another auxiliary god. The lizard folk children scattered in fear. The 2-headed dragon devoured the children ferociously with sharp teeth, and blood was splattered everywhere. The 2-headed monster could control the frog humans, and they looked at the terrifying blood-soaked monster. Oh boy helplessly looked up at the sky and frowned. "It's the same way the frog humans control us. This truth will not change," he thought of Rager. "We have no way to change this reality. The Black-Scale Chief seems to be a strong warrior, but even if his tribe has 600 members." Oh boy thought grimly, "They are just barbarians. They don't even know what a bow is. If they become sacrifices first, we might survive a little longer." Meanwhile, the lizard folk children here were sleeping peacefully. Oh boy inwardly resolved, "Wait, my son, I will bring those lizard folk here." The next morning, Dua brought a buffalo. Sunan immediately lit up with excitement. "A buffalo, a live buffalo," Rager smiled. "I told you this buffalo was alive. This should be enough to exchange for a bow." Sunan put away his previous expression and pondered. "A bow, huh?" He interjected and suggested. "How about we get to know each other better before exchanging weapons?" He agreed. "All right." Oh boy continued, "Besides, we know nothing about the Black-Scale tribe. Chief, would you like to visit our village?" Oh boy smiled brightly and set a condition. "If you do, we can give you a bow. It will be a good opportunity to get to know each other. Don't you think so, Chief?" An arrow flew quickly, but its trajectory dropped and it embedded itself in the grass. Rager frowned and asked, "Why did that happen again this time?" Zayan immediately reported, "It's only half the distance we can shoot with a bow." Rager was disappointed. "No accuracy either." He looked at the bow in his hand. "Perhaps this model only goes this far. It looks the same on the outside, but I don't know what kind of sinew it's made from." Zayan behind him informed, "The 5th meeting will begin soon." "They seem to want to know more about us," Rager replied indifferently. "That's right, but in fact they're hiding something behind this so-called faith. They're probably trying to trick us on purpose." Sunan looked at the arrow embedded in the ground. "The problem is, I don't know their organizational methods. I must remain vigilant." Rager looked at her. "This time we must achieve something. Did you pick the herbs?" Zayan quickly replied. "Me, there's a pharmacist who knows where many herbs grow." He turned his head and praised. "Excellent. I hope this fellow Oh boy will be the key to this problem." She handed him a piece of paper with writing on it. Rager seemed intrigued. "An opportunity?" As the sun set over the lake, Sunan tightly grabbed Oh boy by the neck. He struggled to pull his hand away. "I did as you said, and it was useless again this time." Sunan commanded, "Let go." "Oh boy, you'll die," he calmly replied. "That won't kill him." He gasped for breath and laughed in a trembling voice. "Oh, the Black-Scale lizard folk are more cautious than I thought." Oh boy lifted his chin and sneered. "How are they different from fools like you who follow blindly without knowing anything?" Oh boy laughed awkwardly. "Yes, yes." He waved his hand and contemptuously threw him to the ground, and Oh boy turned and left. "Sunan, I'm going." Sunan indifferently replied, watching him cough on the ground. "All right," he ordered gloomily. "We should hurry. Father told me to speed up the sacrifice ritual." He froze in surprise as soon as he heard this news. Sunan seriously calculated. "It would be good to extract as many clues from them as possible. We definitely need to invite that chief and his soldiers to our village." Oh boy hesitated and asked why they had to do that. He muttered to himself, "This is probably internal information from the frog humans. I need to listen carefully." He rubbed his chin and explained, "Father and the elder's illness has worsened. We can't delay any longer." Oh boy frowned and asked, "They're sick? Is it that itching? Is it such a dangerous disease?" The scene shifted to the frog tribe chief, covered in white membranes all over his body, constantly itching. Sunan helplessly shook his head. "Originally, the lizard folk weren't supposed to know this. It wasn't a big deal. All right, this itching is very serious." On the lake, numerous houses were built close together. The frog humans scratched themselves incessantly. When infected, the entire body not only itches, but also becomes covered in white mucus, he said, looking into the distance. No matter how much you try to remove it, it doesn't go away, and it spreads even more. If the mucus stays on the body long enough, it becomes difficult to breathe and eventually leads to death. The elders were surprised to see their tribesmen collapsing on the ground. Yesterday, a priest also died from this itching. Oh boy was puzzled and thought to himself, "This is the first I've heard that itching is a fatal disease. Why is he telling me, a lizard folk, about it?" Seeing the frog human's extremely serious babbling, he concluded, Sunan was testing him, so he shouldn't show any signs of surprise or joy. Oh boy feigned thought. This news should not be revealed to the lizard folk because there would surely be those among them who despised the frog humans. Sunan calmly replied, "That's a given. I can't hide it forever either," he smiled gently. "Even if this news spreads, there will be a way to calm the lizard folk. We can tell them they are also at risk of contracting this disease." He glanced indifferently. "Good idea, but this news probably won't leak, will it?" Sunan spoke about herbs. There were powders that foamed white when crushed and grasses that caused itching. Oh boy agreed, saying, "Since I'm the one who communicates most with the frog humans, I'll just pretend I heard the news from you," he replied with satisfaction. "Exactly." Sunan smiled broadly and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Oh boy, you truly are a trickster. How did you come up with such a thought?" Oh boy only chuckled awkwardly. He whispered in his ear, "If you can lure the black-scale lizard folk this time, your children will no longer be sacrificed." Oh boy immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much." Sunan smiled broadly and left. "It seems we'll need many sacrifices this time. You must persuade them." As he followed, he called out, "Lord Sunan," he asked with displeasure. "Why?" Oh boy hesitated. "I know this request is very difficult," but he carefully rubbed his hands together. "Speaking of negotiations, I think I should at least take a few bows." Sunan twisted his lips, an unpleasant expression on his face. "Let's quickly go to the place for exchanging goods and weapons." Dua excitedly picked up a steel plate and praised it. "Amazing, it's quite sturdy. Would that be all right?" The frog human twisted his mouth. "It's really sturdy, but how do you manufacture something so hard?" Ragger carefully presented a few wrapped bags of herbs. "These are itching herbs," he calmly asked. "Will this be enough to exchange for one bow?" Oh boy was surprised at the pile of herbs. "They've collected all the herbs in this region." Sunan rubbed his chin, thinking, "No, it's more than enough." He glanced. "When exchanging weapons, I'll have to talk about faith to some extent anyway, which will be very difficult." Hearing that, Ragger mumbled, "Faith again. Faith isn't wrong." He raised his eyes darkly, then laid down a condition. "Sunan, son of the great Onroy, for the faith of our two tribes, I have a request." He smiled courteously. "Speak." Ragger pointed at Oh boy. "I wish to speak with Oh boy alone," Sunan commanded with a meaningful look. "Do as you wish." Oh boy smiled and nodded lightly. They quickly moved into the forest. He passionately said, "Before we grayscale lizard folk joined the frog humans, we underwent a blood brotherhood ritual." Ragger asked, puzzled. "What does that mean?" Oh boy said kindly, "Before that, we had time to get to know each other." He smiled and said, "Tell me about yourself. I will also disclose information about the frog humans to you." Oh boy asked indifferently, "Are your suspicions cleared now?" Suddenly, a blue butterfly flew over their heads. It hovered in the air and the blue butterfly gently landed on Oh boy's head. He looked at it curiously. "What kind of butterfly is this?" Ragger stared blankly at the flying butterfly for a moment. His lips curved slightly upward and he soon opened his mouth. "Yes, there were many suspicions between us. Let's end them now." Ragger held out the blue butterfly in his hand to Oh boy. "I will tell you everything about us." Oh boy shouted with joy towards Sunan. "You've worked hard, well done." "I've gained more than I invested," he spoke excitedly, unable to hide his joy. "Those fools are coming to our village on their own?" Oh boy chuckled awkwardly. "Yes," Oh boy said slowly. "When they offered to show us their village, I thought it might be a trap, but it turned out they were truly foolish." Ragger kindly introduced his village to the frog tribe. "Thanks to that, I learned the location and size of their village and even their medical history." Oh boy analyzed clearly. Contrary to the spy's report, their tribe had about 300 members, not 600, with only 30 warriors. Sunan, unable to contain his excitement, replied loudly, "Yes, they wouldn't have thought we'd believe them so easily. It's all Oh boy's doing." Sunan happily asked, "What do you want as a reward?" He replied, flustered, "I just ask that you keep your promise." Hearing that, he feigned ignorance. "Promise? What promise did I make?" Oh boy hesitated. "You promised that if I did this well, my child would no longer be sacrificed and you would reunite us." Oh boy asked, puzzled. "Did you make such a promise to him?" Sunan laughed. "Don't be so inflexible, Oh boy. My father will understand. There's no need to be so harsh on the lizard folk. We need to show them what benefits they can gain if they obey me." He raised his hand and asserted, "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise." He respectfully bowed his head. "Yes, thank you, Sunan." The sun slowly set beyond the horizon. Oh boy remained in the same spot, staring straight at the island opposite. He rejoiced inwardly. "Now my wish will come true. I'll be able to live with my children." Oh boy smiled. "This should be fine. There shouldn't be any problems." He took out a wooden stick and wrote something on the ground. "This is that foolish chief's fault." Oh boy drew a straight line on the ground. Ragger should have been more cautious. After a moment he wrote a few pictograms. What is this?" Ragger smiled slightly and introduced them. "We call this writing. My tribe and I created it." Oh boy wondered. "Writing?" He began to analyze. "This picture represents a house and this is food." Ragger drew an X. "This means no or not allowed." Next appeared a drawing similar to a square root symbol, which meant fake or lie. Oh boy asked with interest, "Is it possible to write two characters side by side?" Ragger answered firmly, Of course, he pointed to the characters on the sand. If you put these two characters side by side, it means not a lie, in other words, truth. Suddenly Ragnar realized and praised. No, wait, why didn't I think of this? You're truly smart, he smiled modestly. You flatter me. Oh boy recalled what Sunan always used to say. No matter how smart you are, oh boy, you're just a trickster. He smiled slightly and asked himself inwardly, why is he appearing in my mind? Oh boy vaguely judged that there had been no mention of writing during that meeting. Why didn't he tell me then, and why didn't he tell the frog humans? Ragnar bent down and continued writing. It's because of faith, oh boy. He was slightly surprised. He slowly drew a circle. The common faith between our lizard folk tribe and the Onroy tribe, but what truly interests me is the faith between you and me. Oh boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked incredulous. He stammered in confusion, no need. I am between the frog humans and you lizard folk. He suddenly bent down and shouted, I don't believe anything you said about the frog humans. There's probably more to the story behind that, Ragnar confessed earnestly. My tribe and I have suffered. We understand how it feels to be isolated and abandoned, he persuaded, as if understanding. We are just like you. I know the face of a suffering person. He covered his face in embarrassment and turned away. Ragnar wondered, did I say something wrong? Oh boy chuckled awkwardly. No, do you have anything else to say? He replied with a bright smile. It's all over. I've seen a sign of faith. The current oh boy analyzed quietly. He seems very confident, but he will never be able to defeat so many frog humans and evil spirits. His shadow was lonely. Even if he boasts of catching a monster, it's useless to those who have seen a real monster. They don't even know how to use a bow, let alone the secret weapons the warriors possess. The bright moonlight illuminated the blue sky, reflecting on the calm river. Speaking of their writing without thinking was already a foolish decision. Oh boy stood up. You shouldn't trust someone like me. He strode away, and Ragnar remained lost in thought. No, why do you still want to believe me? Oh boy looked at the writing on the sand. I'm just a trickster. The next morning the writing was very faded. The frog humans rushed about shouting, quickly, the black-scale lizard folk are here. The lizard folk tribe's footsteps lightly landed on the ground. Ragnar walked with dignity and confidence. Sunan excitedly welcomed him. Friend, welcome, he replied courteously. Thank you for your hospitality. Ragnar smiled gently and said, I hope this trade will further solidify the relationship between our two tribes, he replied kindly. I hope so too, he gently explained. I apologize, but I brought weapons here. I was worried about encountering a Kokachi frog on the way. Sunan didn't seem to mind. It's fine, Sunan rejoiced inwardly. You fool, even if I told you that you can't defeat a Kokachi frog with a spear, you wouldn't believe me. When the feast begins, I'll get you drunk and then kill you with poisoned arrows. Ragnar looked around and asked, where is he? Sunan turned and commanded, prepare the feast. Oh boy, the black-scale tribe has arrived at the feast preparation area. Oh boy was diligently drawing something on the ground with a stick. He's here. He seems to be writing something on the ground. He seems to have already prepared seats for them. He showed his hospitality. Please sit. You just talk to Oh boy. I'll go check if the food is ready. Ragnar replied with a bright smile. All right. He went to call Oh boy. He immediately welcomed him with joy. You've come, Ragnar. He replied slightly, yes. Oh boy reminded him, the place where I wrote the characters is where you will sit. He emphasized the seats where Ragnar and the warriors would sit. The feast will begin. He was surprised to see the writing on the sand. Oh boy continued calmly, this is a feast to promote peace and friendship between our two tribes. He picked up the wooden stick from the ground. Ragnar immediately understood the meaning and called Ur. He quickly replied loudly, yes chief. He wore a mask and commanded with sharp eyes, begin. Dua, following the order, immediately drew his weapon. He immediately threw a spear at a distant frog human. The spear pierced his body and he immediately stopped moving. The surrounding frog humans were horrified at this sight. Ragnar commanded firmly, kill all the frog humans. The lizard folk tribe immediately charged and sent the frog human tribe to the heavens. They screamed, no, you knew beforehand. The lizard folk fell dead before they could finish their words. Fresh red syrup splattered on Ragnar's face. After a moment they all stopped moving. Ragnar looked around with satisfaction. Everything seems clear now. Dua returned after completing his mission and reported, we've taken care of it too. While I attacked the soldiers, many frog humans escaped. Sunan also escaped and soon the sky will be filled with arrows, he confidently announced, but there's no need to worry. We have a contingency plan. He watched deep in thought, then opened his mouth. Then he immediately called, oh boy. He replied, flustered, yes. He commanded in a cold voice, there's work to be done. The frog tribe, highly focused, pulled their bowstrings taut and took an attacking stance. Sunan led his tribesmen, looking around worriedly. He frowned and cursed inwardly. Oh boy, what on earth did you do? The next moment he turned around and asked, did you relay the orders properly? A frog human bent down and replied, yes chief. Sunan hastily commanded, assemble all the warriors in the village and attack the black-scale lizard folk on this side. Oh boy was gathering the residents of the frog village. The lizard folk in the village also likewise. Hold them until the warriors arrive. They were disgruntled at being forced, but being weak they could do nothing. Sunan fiercely shouted, warriors, he pointed forward and commanded, annihilate the enemy and wait for reinforcements. Everyone shoot your arrows. Immediately, countless sharp arrows swiftly flew across the sky. Sunan rejoiced inwardly, each of our arrows is coated with frog poison. They'll die a painful death if they're hit. The arrows rained down on Dua and the lizard folk tribe in turn. They all raised their shields and Dua calmly shouted loudly, everyone firmly shield your chests. All the arrows that hit the shields deflected. Sunan and the frog tribe were flustered, their faces turned pale and the arrows were scattered on the ground, but the lizard folk tribe sustained no damage. My goodness, they dodged the arrows, Ragger praised, looking at the sturdy shields. If spears can't pierce them, arrows are no problem, Dua said happily. I told you these were good items. Sunan still didn't give up and commanded, leave them. Keep shooting arrows to prevent them from charging, the frog tribe all replied. Yes. Suddenly black smoke billowed into the air. He was bewildered. What is this? Sunan looked up at the darkened sky and asked himself, smoke? I can't see them anymore. Thick black smoke covered almost all the grasslands. He began to worry. This will greatly reduce the accuracy of the arrows. What should I do now? Why is this happening? Where did this smoke come from? Somewhere burning torches were consuming materials. Oh boy looked with satisfaction at the roaring fire before him. A lizard folk rushed over asking, what? Oh boy, why are you burning the village? He didn't even turn around and retorted, what do you plan to do with such crude weapons? The lizard folk looked at the ordinary-looking wooden stick in his hand and stammered, this is Lord Sunan's order. He was startled and exclaimed, no, did Sunan really order this? Oh boy replied indifferently. No, the black-scale lizard folk asked me to. The lizard folk behind him murmured in surprise. BL Blackscale, the other lizard folk asked again incredulously. Really? He said firmly in a cold voice, trust me, they will defeat the frog humans. The lizard folk asked, puzzled, what exactly are you going to do? The lizard folk next to him still hesitated, but how can we trust a trickster like you? Oh boy continued to set fire to the next houses, so I'm telling you to trust me. His voice was low and emphasized, because I'm a trickster. I'm willing to take risks. The two lizard folk behind him stiffened and picked up torches. Sunan froze at the sight before him. Most of his village was burned down. It can't be. Oh boy frowned and commanded, retreat for now. The lizard folk in the village must have betrayed us. Sunan turned and shouted, then I'm outnumbered. Send reinforcements immediately. Frog human still said firmly, but they killed my warrior. He frowned irritably. Fool, if I, the successor to the chief, am in danger, the future of this entire tribe is over. The frog human horde gradually understood the current emergency, and everyone's faces twisted. Damn, there's no choice. A frog human cautiously asked, we'll meet with warrior Oh boy later, won't we? Good, he thought for a moment without saying anything. I don't doubt Oh boy's abilities, but wasn't there a better way to shake off those guys? Sunan looked at the small island opposite. It was where the lizard folk children were imprisoned. A shadow quickly darted across the calm lake surface. Oh boy returned to the burning village. He frowned and asked, is Lord Sunan fighting in the lower grade village? The frog human behind him replied, yes. Oh boy looked at the village engulfed in black smoke and thought to himself, the warrior in the feast hall and the 5 scouts I sent are probably dead. He looked at the island and calculated. Now Sunan only has 15 soldiers and 425 people on the island. If I have 10 more and join them in the upper grade village, the total forces will be 45, so we'll still have the advantage. He clenched his fist, filled with determination for victory. The frog human took out an arrow and a scarlet frog from his pouch. He applied its mucus to the arrowhead and said, everyone use arrows coated with poison frogs. When Lord Sunan arrives, we'll move immediately. A strong wind suddenly blew, scattering leaves in the air. Oh boy raised his bow cautiously. Something's coming. Get ready to shoot arrows. He suddenly panicked and wondered to himself, what's this tense atmosphere? Seeing the wind growing stronger and the ground shaking, Oh boy felt fear inwardly. It's similar to when I met the coach frog last time. My intuition tells me danger is approaching. 2 bright eyes appeared from the bushes, glaring sharply at them. Oh boy immediately gave the command to fire. Poisoned arrows flew in unison, but their faces turned pale. Zayan appeared triumphantly on Manon. She said with a sharp sneer, Manon grew so fast on this island? The person behind her cautiously asked. But Zayan, didn't Manon just get hit by arrows? Zayan replied leisurely, no, he ate the arrows. He eats everything that goes into his mouth. Manon was happily eating the poisoned arrows. Suddenly it snarled fiercely. Another person asked curiously, is it angry? It's been complaining a lot these past few days anyway. Zayan calmly reminded it. Manon, look ahead. That's your hearty meal. The frog humans were now consumed by fear and prostrated themselves on the ground. A frog human shouted in fear, warrior Oh boy, arrows are useless, he shouted irritably. I know. Oh boy was now sweating profusely from fear. I've tried all sorts of tricks. Should I aim for the eyes? No, to make the poison effective. Manon charged without hesitation, rushing towards what it called its prey. It went straight for the frog human horde and bit once. It was a very decisive bite. 1 frog human died. Oh boy watched Manon chew ravenously, horrified. Even the coach frog can't compare to this monster. It's too fast to hit its eyes. Then I'll have to throw it to achieve my goal. Oh boy immediately threw a blue poison frog at Manon. It quickly and accurately snatched it up. Other frog humans also threw poison frogs in unison. Throw poison frogs into the monster's mouth. It won't be able to distinguish whether it's poisoned or not. It'll eat it if you throw it. Manon precisely ate them one by one. Zayan couldn't understand this behavior. What are they doing? The lizard folk behind her repeated. They're taking poison frogs from their pouches and throwing them, she wondered curiously. That's strange. Why are they throwing poison frogs? Then suddenly realized and smiled cunningly. They're trying to poison Manon. Manon's information was as follows. Black-scale lizard folk blessed by the beetle god. First blessing, hard shell. Second blessing, immense strength. Third blessing, poison resistance. Oh boy could only force an awkward laugh out of extreme fear. It'll be useless, he shouted in terror. Damn it, Manon swallowed him without delay. And another one died. The once green grassland was now stained crimson. The village continued to burn. A frog human ambushed in the bushes drew his bow and prepared to attack. Immediately an arrow left the bowstring and flew towards where Ragger was standing. Suddenly a spear was swung, blocking the arrow and breaking it in two. Dua immediately rushed over and sent him to the afterlife. He glanced, wondering, where did he go? After disposing of him, Dua reported to Ragger, the one just now seemed to be the last remaining warrior. It seems Sunan abandoned the village and fled. The lizard folk who had been trapped continued to slaughter the frog tribe. All the humiliation was resolved here. Thanks to this, the brown-scaled lizard folk also began to attack the frog humans. He calmly said, "Of course." Ragger frowned and said firmly, "I am not qualified to judge." He had a slightly incomprehensible expression. What's even stranger is that the situation is so urgent but their great leader Roy hasn't appeared yet. Ragger watched the frog tribe's village gradually disappear, feeling suspicious. In Nebula's space, he smiled slightly. "Because I made it so." He leisurely watched the play he had orchestrated. The virus AC00233731 called chytrid fungus affects the mucous membranes of amphibians and is highly contagious, slow to develop and fatal. Nebula calmly calculated. This is the most important part. Because it only affects the mucous membranes of amphibians, it was a bit difficult to find. Around the time Ragger decided to leave the sanctuary, this disease was discovered 100 kilometers away. A frog lay motionless, covered in white spots all over its body. Flies constantly buzzed around it. The flies carried the pathogen and spread the disease to a distant lake. After that, countless bumblebees spread the pathogen, dispersing it everywhere. A bumblebee slowly flew towards the frog tribe's residence. It subtly dropped a piece of infected meat there after that night. The powerful chief Onroy who led the frog tribe disappeared. The water was now rippling. Drum beats echoed in the space. The bound lizardfolk children cried in fear. The sacrifice failed to cure the disease. Onroy clasped his hands in prayer and muttered something. He closed his eyes and sincerely called out, "O two-headed god." Onroy hastily chanted a spell. "Please accept my sacrifice. Show your divine power to the lizardfolk." Numerous frog humans all chanted strange spells. 4 bright eyes appeared from beneath the lake. "Take the lives of the lizardfolk." Just then, Sunan arrived. He shouted in surprise, "Father has begun the sacrifice ritual." Sunan looked at the horizon and said arrogantly and loudly, "Glory has arrived." From this side an urgent shout echoed. Ragger ran over, panting. He asked in an incomprehensible tone, "Is that you, oh boy?" Oh boy continued to praise, "Very well done, but why are you in such a hurry?" After catching his breath he shouted loudly, "I must go to the island in the middle of the lake right now." He asked vaguely, "Is something happening on the island?" Oh boy delivered shocking news. "Young lizard folk are being sacrificed. They are being offered to their god," he continued, panting. "You and your warriors cannot cure the disease like their god can. You have enough power to stop this." Ragger looked at him in silence. He thought for a moment, then indirectly refused. "You should have told me earlier. They're already on the boat." "I can't go to the island anymore." Oh boy helplessly suggested a solution. "Swim if you swim." Ragger looked at him with sharp eyes. "Too dangerous. If I go up on the island, I won't be able to defend against the frog humans' arrows. I can get hit by arrows even in the water." His face was filled with despair and he stammered. But tears burst forth and his whole body was plunged into darkness. "My son is there. He was chosen as a sacrifice." Ragger's eyes hardened. He gritted his teeth and slapped him. Ragger shouted ferociously, "Fool, you should have told me earlier. You should have trusted me sooner." He incessantly cursed as if he were a different person. "I don't believe in the gods those frog humans worship. I believe we can defeat it with our own strength. If that god appears and attacks me, I'll show you how I defeat a god." Oh boy, having been cursed, covered his mouth and cried, his eyes wide with fear. Ragger's anger gradually subsided. He clenched his fist, but Ragger gnashed his teeth and asked, "To save your child, shouldn't you have told me earlier?" Oh boy just covered his face and sobbed. Meanwhile Zayon also realized the frog tribe's plan. She seriously looked at the distant island and said, "This will change everything." Zayon looked at the small island on the lake and inwardly lamented, "I wish I had known Sunan's intentions beforehand." A shadow gradually appeared from beneath the lake. Onroy's face was filled with joy and he shouted in delight, "Good, good." The two-headed dragon stood tall. From the center of the lake he shouted, "The god has appeared, O god, two-headed god." The water below splashed everywhere and the lizard folk children screamed. He introduced them with joy. "These are my sacrifices." Onroy reached out his hands and pleaded, "Since they dared to defile your dwelling place, please punish those black-scale lizard folk. Please punish them." The two-headed dragon greedily stared at the sacrifices, its gaze fixed on the lizard folk children. Oh boy helplessly sat by the lakeside watching the sacrifice ritual. "I just came too late." He bowed his head in despair. Ragger was seriously observing the situation. He watched the two-headed dragon enjoying itself and thought to himself, "It's probably worth a try. This time there's no topographical advantage." Ragger firmly decided, "I can't play any tricks either. There might be sacrifices involved." But suddenly a blue light entered his eyes. Ragger turned his head in surprise. Seeing the blue butterfly circling in the sky, he called out to him. Oh boy replied with a pained expression. "Yes," Ragger said gently. Look, oh boy looked up with tearful eyes as the blue butterfly circled in the night sky. Strathus immediately appeared. He asked leisurely, "Do you believe in magic?" Finally, the long-revered god was summoned. Onroy continued to prostrate himself, shouting, "Two-headed god, you have arrived." After bowing sufficiently, he pointed to the trembling lizard folk and flattered, "Oh god, please accept these sacrifices. Send those black-scale lizard folk far away." Seeing the trembling lizard folk, the two-headed serpent unusually showed no movement. At this silence, Roy, who had been bowing his head, looked up to assess the situation. Why is this happening? Usually the god would be very greedy for sacrifices. Unable to contain his curiosity, he glanced to the side. "Is that him?" As he was still talking to himself, a gigantic beetle entered on Roy's sight. "What are you hesitating for?" As the entire frog-human horde stood dazed, the beetle stomped its foot hard once. The frog-humans felt the ground shaking violently in fear. Only after their souls returned did they grab each other and scream in terror. "This is a god." On the other side, Choi Sang-jian watched everything on the screen and exclaimed in admiration. Its completed form looks like a praying mantis. After observing for a moment, he searched for the beetle's information again. Sub-region level 4, divine power level, faith and terrible nature. Choi Sang-jian was very proud to see the beetle instilling fear in the frog humans. This spirit beast was created when all the above conditions were met. At this point, there are almost no players who created a spirit beast faster than me. From the outside, the two-headed serpent attacked first. However, before it could even bite, its mouth was caught by the beetle's head and stopped. Seeing their worshipped god being attacked without any mercy, the three-legged horde fled in all directions. The lizard folk also fled. "Quick, save me, Mom. Dad, be careful." The scene didn't stop there. But fortunately, Sunan barely managed to pull his father away from the serpent's tail swing. "Father, be careful." However, Onroy was not interested in his own life, only focusing on the attacked serpent. "Oh no, God!" Witnessing his revered god being pushed back, he realized in astonishment that god would soon be finished. As Onroy said, the serpent was knocked down by a single blow from the beetle he summoned. After a single strike, the beetle said with a sneer, "A mere water snake being worshipped as a god." Feeling that one blow was not enough, the beetle continued to attack under the astonished gazes of Sunan and his father. "You must realize how insignificant you are." Grabbing one of the serpent's heads, it declared, "I will offer you to my creator." Thinking everything was over, the beetle dug its claws into the serpent's neck. "I will help you atone for your sins." After preparing everything, the beetle lightly lifted one of the serpent's heads. After finishing everything, it twisted its mouth and sneered, "Your foolishness is a sin. You must pay for your sins with blood and flesh." On the other hand, Choi Sang-jian immediately knew all the monster's information through the screen. Two-headed monster, level 4 serpent, divine power level 3, strength 163, intelligence 33, affinity 8, intrigue 4, unidentified zone. He looked at it for a moment, then compared it to the spirit beast he had created. Stratus, spirit beast level 11, strength 220, intelligence 32, communication 20, 2 psychic abilities. The lizard folk, witnessing all this, continued to cheer with weapons in hand. He also appeared nearby, observing everything. It was truly overwhelming. Choi Sang-jian stood in a corner, quietly analyzing the current situation. The monster seemed strong, but it was no match for his spirit beasts. The psychic abilities Stratus had accidentally acquired were quite decent. But he couldn't use all this power on a weak enemy, could he? At that very moment, a joyful message arrived from the system. The two-headed monster has been eliminated. The main body of the ghost spirit has been acquired. An unidentified zone has been obtained. Would you like to test it immediately? Yes, no. Reading this message, he couldn't hide his joy. He was truly lucky. It must be recorded here. Without hesitation, Choi Sang-jian immediately chose yes. When the reward appeared, he couldn't help but laugh. Ah, so this was the reason. It turned out Choi Sang-jian had obtained a fragment of seawater. Reading this notification, he understood everything. This was why the two-headed snake couldn't fight with all its might. The clear lake water had purified the magic power. No longer bothered with this issue, he pushed that screen aside. A river with plenty of flowing water would also be good, but he didn't need it now. It would be useful someday. So for now he would set it aside. Now the frog-human horde quickly departed after the bloody battle. Before leaving completely, Onroy looked at the island with regret. Oh our god, how could such a thing happen? This tyrannical behavior made his son Sunan uneasy. Father's weakness wasn't due to the itching. No, it was because father was captivated by the two-headed monster. After the god appeared, father abandoned everything he had to do and followed the god. Although he didn't like his father's excessive worship, he had no choice but to admit it. All the warriors hid behind the shadow of the god, and he became a coward who couldn't move forward. As the frog-human horde all left, the beetle returned to Choi Sang-jian and reported, "Creator, your wish has been granted." He praised the beetle. "Oh, well done." After finishing everything, Choi Sang-jian commanded, "Rest until next time." The beetle immediately agreed. "Until then, I will follow your command again, Creator." As the beetle disappeared, he exclaimed in admiration, "Now it's quiet." Looking at the lizard folk horde below, Choi Sang-jian muttered to himself, "Raggar, are you just going to stand still?" Contrary to his thoughts, Raggar looked at the frog-human horde's boats, then turned and told his subordinates, "The frog-humans are heading upriver by boat. We will swim across. The island is already completely destroyed anyway." After formulating the plan, he immediately recruited volunteers. "Today we will achieve a complete victory. Is there a volunteer to guide us to the frog humans upriver village? At the question, one person stepped forward. I will go. I have to go to the island to meet my son anyway. I'm not tired yet, so I will go. Not stopping there, another voice chimed in. The injured lizard folk also volunteered to follow. Please let us help too. Chief Ragger appreciated their enthusiasm but refused. You are not a warrior, you can't fight in that condition. However, the other party immediately retorted, I was once a warrior too, and it's not only warriors who can defeat frog humans. Nevertheless, he did not agree. The other party turned to those behind him and said resolutely, It may not be glorious, but we came here to defeat the frog humans, not as warriors. But seeing you fight, a fire ignited in our hearts. That's the first feeling we've had since becoming slaves. Ragger was surprised by this resolute attitude. Are you angry? The other party could no longer hold back and shed 2 streams of tears. Yes, I am furious. This anger comes from losing comrades, a daughter and nephews. We must have this revenge. At this, Ragger reluctantly agreed. All right. Not only that, but he also boosted everyone's morale. You have the right to be angry. All those who hunger for revenge follow me. On a sunny day, Ragger was practicing archery with Sunan. Truly amazing. Seeing his talent, Sunan said resolutely, If you practice more, you can definitely be on par with my warriors. At these words, Ragger asked in incomprehension. I hit the center of the target, so why am I still not warrior level? At that question, Sunan reached out, took the bow from his hand and explained. There's more to archery than that. You have both strength and accuracy, but you hesitate too long before shooting the arrow. This explanation made Ragger even more confused. Isn't it better to aim for a fatal spot than to shoot recklessly? Hearing this, Sunan laughed triumphantly. In a real fight, a target doesn't stand still. After a moment's pause, he advised that after slowing or stopping the target's movement, one should deliver a decisive blow. Ragger thought his words were somewhat convincing. You're right. Seeing him finally listen to his words, Sunan advised, Remember this. After a moment's pause, he promised, but he didn't care much. If we successfully build a friendly relationship between our 2 tribes, I will also teach you how to make bows. Seeing that attitude, Sunan held out the bow and smiled meaningfully. The materials are simple, even lizard folk can easily obtain them. Back to the present, Ragger recalled that scene and frowned. What was that unpleasant feeling back then? No matter how difficult it was to understand, he still had to lead his tribe forward. He told himself to focus on the present, but he still couldn't give up. There was no other way. He had to hear it directly from him. After swimming for a while, the tribe arrived at the island. As soon as they landed, the lizard folk rushed to reunite with their relatives. He didn't want to interrupt this happy scene, but Ragger reluctantly reminded them. When no one listened to him, he gave an evacuation order. Have the tired ones take the boat with the children. I'll go with them. This decision confused Dua. Despite the question, Ragger made a second request. After that, take the brown-scaled lizard folk to the village to distract them. At this, Dua understood his intention and agreed. Indeed, 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing his understanding, Ragger added a final word. When they're focused on you, swim across with the warriors and attack. Dua was half in doubt about this plan. Is it really okay? He said firmly. It's fine, their forces have dwindled and I have another blessing from the god. Standing at the edge of the lake, Ragger said in a resolute voice. Our black-scale tribe will infiltrate under this moonlight and waterlight. This is their end. At this, chaos erupted everywhere in the frog-human village. The residents were terrified, but the chief had not yet grasped the situation. Where did they come from? Why so suddenly? Soon a sight made his face pale with fear. A frog human was hit by an arrow and collapsed. Not stopping there, the rest also fell to other frog humans. Help, help! Despite their screams, the lizard folk continued to slaughter the tribe. Ragger was completely at peace after taking his revenge. Onroy didn't even think of resisting, relying only on the already dead snake. Two-headed god, accept my sacrifice and save me. As soon as he finished speaking, he was completely pierced by his spear. With that powerful blow, he fell backward. Ragger sneered, looking at Onroy's cold corpse. Your god no longer exists, thus the fate of the frog tribe ended. There's one here, catch him, hidden. Sunan trembled at these words. Where did Sunan go? Find him, damn. Our army is large and we have powerful poison weapons. Looking at the empty bow rack, he had no attachment to life. Father can no longer command the army. They're immune to poison, so poison arrows are useless. When no sound was heard, Sunan opened his eyes wide and cautiously peeked out. He didn't notice at all who had appeared behind him. Where is he? As soon as the question was asked, Sunan was startled. You were here. Seeing him shrink back like a mouse in surprise, Sunan was afraid. Ragger also evaluated the person in front of him without much thought. Sunan, are you not a warrior? Before he could answer, he demanded. I will grant you the honor of dying as a warrior. Take up your weapon. However, he did not do so, but trembled and pleaded. No, please spare my life. Fearing Ragger wouldn't agree, Sunan began to appeal to emotion. What about our friendship? Haven't I caused you no trouble? At these words, he stroked his chin and thought, caused no trouble? Seizing the opportunity, he feigned pity. That's right, we too were threatened by the two-headed monster. Recalling something, Sunan pointed to the bow in his hand and suggested, all right, I'll tell you a secret. How about it? Ragger, thinking it was fine, asked what secret it was, and he excitedly spoke loudly. I'll tell you the secret to making bows. Weren't you curious about the materials? Not letting him speak too long, he directly asked. Tell me, what materials are needed? This question silenced Sunan. Human lumbar sinew. Ragger, holding the bow in his hand, froze at those words. Pointing to the bowstring, he asked again, what race's sinew do you think this is? Realizing he had fallen into a trap, he replied tremblingly, Lizard folk. After speaking, he felt a despair that could no longer be hidden. It's over now. This is no different from inviting death. However, Ragger was unexpectedly generous. All right. After speaking, he pulled back the tent, revealing an escape route, and gave him a chance. There is no ill will between us. I have achieved a complete victory. I accept your offer. Fearing he wouldn't believe it, Ragger said firmly. Go, Sunan. Receiving permission, Sunan moved cautiously, then quickly fled. His subordinates, witnessing all this, asked in incomprehension, "Are you letting him go?" Knowing his difficulty in understanding, Ragger prepared his bow. Raising the bow and aiming at the fleeing Sunan, he told his subordinates, "I'm just testing the arrow to see if the target moves." After that chaotic day, the next day dawned. Sunan got a chance to escape, but he was eventually caught and had to endure a barrage of arrows filled with the lizard folk's anger. After shooting that arrow, Ragger sighed. As he was about to shoot another arrow, Owen appeared from somewhere and praised him incessantly. "Your archery skills have improved significantly now. Every arrow you shoot is accurate." Despite those words, Ragger was not very happy, and he fiddled with the bowstring in his hand, thinking, "The bowstring has been replaced with a new material, but it feels like it will break if I pull it a little more. How can I make it stronger?" Understanding his intention, Owen said firmly, "There are no better materials here." Of course, he knew this fact well. "I know, as expected, I'll have to leave this forest." Moving away from the bow problem, another issue plagued Ragger. Winter is approaching. Now is the time for locust swarms to search for food. Water locusts usually move to warmer places. Suddenly recalling something, he asked the person next to him, "Owen, are you going hunting today too?" After speaking, Ragger shot another arrow at Sunan. He was momentarily dazed and stammered, "Yes." Knowing what he wanted to ask, Owen smiled brightly and recounted what had happened. "We dealt with the lost frog humans. We'll have enough bow-making materials for a while." Ragger was satisfied with this answer and raised his bow to prepare for another shot. "Very good." Saying this much, he recalled shooting an arrow at Sunan's leg last night. That arrow made him roll on the grass. At that very moment, the rest of the lizard folk ran up through stones and continued to express their anger. Seeing the lizard folk rushing at him, Sunan's eyes widened in fear. No matter how afraid he was engulfed in everyone's wrath. Back to the present, as Ragger was about to shoot another arrow, Owen spoke. "Is your target Enroy?" At this question, he lowered his bow and replied coldly, "No, Enroy's body will only be as broken as Sunan's. He will remain on someone's head, just as Sunan's bones are on your head." At this answer, he laughed. "Perhaps so." Recalling something, Owen reported, "Perhaps, Ragger? While I was tracking some of the fellows this time." At this, another lizard folk approached and noticed a young child standing next to him. The child was so engrossed in watching the two that he didn't notice him approaching. While watching intently, when he spoke, the child was startled and trembled. "Hey!" As the child clasped his chest in surprise, he asked, "Little one, what are you doing here? What do you want to tell Ragger?" "Ah." As soon as he finished speaking, he discovered something. "Huh?" He quickly bent down and picked it up. The child was flustered, seeing it. "This is." After holding it and looking at it for a moment, the lizard folk realized. "This is our guardian god." Ragger admired the wooden figurine. "Truly delicate." Owen also looked in curiously. "That is." After looking at it for a moment, he praised. "It's truly beautiful." Hearing this praise, the child smiled brightly like spring. The child stated his purpose for being there. "I want to give it to the chief." Ragger accepted it and reconfirmed. "Really?" Owen, who was behind him, resolved the situation. "It's all right. These days the village children make handicrafts and exchange them with each other." Hearing this new information, the lizard folk asked the child again, "Do the village children have many of these?" The child smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, guardian gods." After saying this much, the child recalled that night and praised incessantly. "He is the one who saved all of us, because he is a great and kind person." Hearing those words, Ragger nodded slightly at the other party. He then added meaningfully, "It would be nice to have a few more of these." Owen also agreed with his words. "You can find them in the village." Satisfied with that answer, Ragger declared, "Good. Whatever the price, I'll pay it all and exchange it for something else." But then, when he asked what had just occurred, he honestly reported, "I found something strange in the cave where we were hiding." At this, he asked in a confused tone, "What?" The group then moved to a certain location. "This is the entrance." This was the frog human's base. He found it hard to believe that where he was standing was that very cave. "Yes, let's go in." Without further doubt, he entered with the group and spotted a few familiar blue butterflies. Everyone here had been killed, however. Upon reaching the sole light source in the room, everyone was shocked. "This is..." Owen understood upon seeing their expressions. "Very suspicious, isn't it?" In the center of the cave was an intriguing magic circle. As he approached to observe and evaluate it, RCK felt the world changing. Truly interesting. How could such intricate carvings be etched into solid rock? A lizard folk approached RCK to look. "This is clearly..." Before he could finish speaking, he already understood. "Yes, it's very similar to the patterns on an insect's carapace." At this, Choi Sang-jian was astonished. "What?" Looking at the magic circle on the screen, he wondered if it might be an ancient ruins magic circle. Considering this possibility, Choi Sang-jian meticulously compiled information about it. Ancient ruins are very diverse. We can gain knowledge through them and discover interesting things. Among them, there are multi-purpose items, or in some ruins, we might even obtain demonic equipment. However, the level of civilization is still primitive, so knowing ancient knowledge is of little use. Miraculous ruins can generate or transform special resources, or even bestow mysterious blessings. All of these are in fixed locations and are of little value to nomads like R. After much deliberation, he decided to rule out that possibility. The chances of the only sacred relic appearing are very low, and I hope this is not a demonic fortress ruin. However, man's plans are not as good as heaven's. Pushing aside a rock, the group entered a strange space. Someone is coming. Welcome, unknown guest, to the demon world. After successfully opening the entrance, Ragger led the group inside to explore. After walking for a long time with no change, some lizard folk couldn't help but look down. As soon as they saw it, they exclaimed, "It's so deep, we have to cross that stone path." The person next to him suggested a crazy idea. "I think it would be faster to just jump." At this, the other person was speechless and couldn't say anything. "Are you already eager to meet the god?" At the accusation, Ragger quickly changed the subject. "What are you talking about? We wouldn't bother the god with this." Suddenly, he saw something. What are those? In a nearby dark corner, countless glowing eyes had appeared. As soon as they saw people, they quickly approached, and upon seeing the owners of those eyes, RCK was surprised. Rats? Seeing them growl at him in their hate-filled eyes, he had several questions. "Why are those sewer rats making such a racket?" The person behind him craned his neck to observe, then imparted some knowledge. "Those are beaver rats. You've surely eaten them a few times." At this, Ragger remembered, but still felt something was off. "Ah, right, but these ones seem bigger." Looking at the rats glaring fiercely at him, he honestly said, "They usually don't move in packs like this, nor do they look so fierce." At his words, Owen also had to agree. "Indeed, I've never seen anything like this either." Although he found it a little strange, Ragger didn't pay much attention. "Well, then I'll just consider them big sewer rats." After speaking, he thought of something and ordered the lizard folk behind him. "These might be the ones guarding this place. Everyone arm yourselves and prepare to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, the rats charged to attack, but before they could do anything, they were stabbed several times by the lizard folk and fell. Approaching a spot where a lizard folk was holding a rat down, he instructed them to deal with it. "These guys are unusually fierce." After being stabbed by a spear for a moment, the rat completely died. The lizard folk horde gathered around him and asked for his opinion. "Can we eat them?" Ragger didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, but cautioned, "Make sure to remove all the entrails before you take them." A lizard folk approached him and suggested a strange idea. "Ragger, would it be okay if we tamed those?" He didn't refuse, merely confirming as if taking a drink of water. Owen approached and offered a different opinion. "If you want to raise something, how about raising fish?" At this suggestion, he asked in a confused tone, "Don't fish just appear and disappear on their own?" At that question, he laughed and explained, "Fish also reproduce and lay eggs. The frog humans know this too. That's why they prohibit fishing during spawning season." At this, Ragger was somewhat convinced. "Raise fish?" Seeing that he was somewhat persuaded, Owen further suggested, "All we have to do is build a dam and keep them confined when they're young. I'll think about it again when we return." Just then, a scream came from behind. "Ah!" Lizard folk behind him cried out in pain, clutching his arm. "This rat is still alive, this rat is." Ragger quickly approached and asked, "Bitten?" At that question, he tried to explain what had happened with trembling hands. "Ah, no, I was just about to grab it to properly dispose of the rat meat." He pointed to the rat, which had woken up at some unknown point, and explained in more detail that a strange current was flowing. "I felt pain and numbness." Hearing this answer, RCK looked at the rat with curious eyes, a little dazed. "Numbness and pain?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he also reached out and touched it. Like the other person, Ragger was also electrocuted. A lizard folk who witnessed this was flustered, but he calmed him down. "Ragger, I'm fine." After electrocuting several people, the rat died. On the other side of the screen, Choi Sang-jian looked at the rat and searched for information. "Demon beaver rat electric attribute, can electrocute anyone it touches." Reading the information, he understood everything and commented, "This is also a demon fortress ruin. This rat's electric attribute is good." However, as this idea came to him, Choi Sang-jian speculated, "If R passes through this ancient ruin to the end, he will very likely gain magic power." Considering this coincidence, he specifically analyzed gaining magic power. Gaining magic ability doesn't immediately make one a magician. However, the magic attribute strengthens over generations. This will help create magicians in future generations. But there was another problem that bothered Choi Sang-jian. However, in Lost World, divine power and magic power clash with each other. Remembering this fact, he began to re-examine the information he knew. According to the background, magic power originated from ancient demons, not gods. High priests formed powerful forces on their own, not relying on gods. The more faith there was, the more prominent this power would become. However, putting all these elements together, Choi Sang-jian looked at the RCKs on the other side of the screen and honestly said, "If powerful magic is obtained in the early stages of the game, there will be too many variables, and this powerful force will still have many restrictions. The demon ruins will gradually reveal their true colors, and many people will be tempted by it." Returning to his seat, a stingray appeared from somewhere. "Guest here." The stingray, having successfully caught Ragger's attention, began to bargain. "Don't you want that power? If you want it, I'll give it to you." Before he could even answer, a lizard folk approached and suggested, "Ragger, if you feel it's not alright, you can go back now and return later." RCK pushed the stingray aside and agreed with the person's opinion. "Alright." Ignoring the stingray completely, he cautioned his subordinates to be extremely careful. "Make sure all the big rats are suffocated to death. Check the bows, spears, and other items." After checking everything, Ragger looked at the floating stingray with a mixture of doubt and belief. Am I the only one who can sense this? What are you? Seeing him finally answer him, the stingray introduced itself. I am the spirit guarding this place, and only those with great power can see me. Ignoring the introduction, Ragger went straight to the point. What do you mean by your words about that power? While asking, on the other hand, he looked at that strange creature with extreme caution. I can communicate through thought, but deep down I feel something dangerous. Elsewhere, Choi Sang-jian was in a mental struggle. Ultimately, this is just a demon spirit. Should I warn RCK? Just as he raised his hand to warn, he had to stop. This was because all of RCK's information appeared on Choi Sang-jian's screen. Ragger Warrior Level 4, Chief Level 3, Priest Level 3, Strength 43, Leadership 18, Willpower 23, Communication 38, Intelligence 35, Strategy 8. Leader of the Lizard Folk Tribe. After reading it all, Choi Sang-jian's gaze lingered on the word strategy, and he couldn't help but wonder. Since when did he have that ability? He no longer wondered and analyzed and speculated about each case himself. Did he gain a new ability while dealing with Sun and Scheme? If so, it's worth looking forward to. On the other side, the stingray honestly answered his question. The power I speak of is the lightning ability that burns living beings with fierce flames, the ability to shine like the sun. After explaining, the stingray began to bargain. I can give you that power, Ragger replied nonchalantly, as if not caring much. If you really give it to me, I'd be very grateful. Seeing that he was slightly swayed, the stingray smiled contentedly. It's not that simple. There are a few conditions. Hearing this, Ragger refused without further hesitation. What? It's not just a matter of giving it to me? You didn't mention any conditions at all. Sensing that things wouldn't go well, the stingray hastily explained, the conditions aren't difficult. Your power alone is enough. Despite the empty words, he immediately revealed his attitude. If you wanted to negotiate with me, you should have stated it clearly from the beginning. I found this conversation very disappointing from the start. Ragger, who was about to leave, suddenly remembered something. Hey, wait a minute. He looked at the flustered stingray and set a condition. If there's something you want from me, act appropriately. From now on, the lightning ability is yours. Stopping the stingray from speaking further, he spoke first. Tell me your conditions. What can I help you with? Tell me honestly what you want from me. If you try to hide anything, there will be no further conversation. After that warning, the two looked at each other without a word. Just then, his subordinate approached and reported, Ragger, it's ready. Ragger cautioned, I think we should go now. As the person left, the stingray finally spilled everything. I am sealed in these ruins and cannot leave. I want you to defeat the guardian who guards the seal. Saying this, the stingray looked at RCK and honestly stated its purpose. Then I will be free. And then I will give you my power. Hearing this, his eyes shone brightly. Are you talking about the glowing ability of those rat monsters? At that strange thought, the stingray couldn't help but admit. What you're saying doesn't sound good, but yes, it's true. Despite its powerlessness, it confidently introduced itself again. That is my ability. The stingray, having introduced its lightning ability, began to explain its power. As you said, it only emits light, but the more charges you use, the stronger it becomes, even capable of creating storms. This ability can contend with gods. Despite the stingray's enthusiasm, RCK still calmly asked, anything else? As if not seeing his displeased expression, the stingray continued to promote its abilities. My ability is very universal. Not only you, but anyone in the tribe can use it to gain charges. If you want to monopolize it, you can perform a ritual. Hearing all that information, Ragger asked in a confused tone, unbelievable. But with such an ability, why are you trapped here? As soon as this issue was brought up, the stingray couldn't help but struggle. It's because my power is too strong. Aren't dangerous things always tightly sealed? I couldn't contend with it or avoid it, so I got trapped. Contrary to its disgruntled attitude, Ragger said indifferently, so? Seeing that blank reaction, he was speechless, crossed his arms and asked again, didn't you just say it was dangerous? At this, the stingray officially couldn't say anything. Ah well, that attitude didn't satisfy RCK's displeasure at all, and he immediately threatened, you're still hiding something from me. Perhaps using this ability will have more side effects than benefits. Don't say anything more. Fearing that he wouldn't tell the whole truth, he directly threatened the stingray. I'll just go back and destroy the cave entrance. Then no one will be able to find this ruin. Then you? At his words, the stingray stammered, but seeing RCK turn and leave, the stingray compromised. All right, I'll tell you everything, so listen to me. Although it agreed, it still stammered when it spoke again. I am one of the rulers of this world, a descendant of an ancient demon long forgotten. Neither the gods nor I remember their origins. I have resided here for some time. After telling its story, it continued to explain. And about the ability of those mysterious poison people, since I didn't know their origin, I thought it belonged to us. At this, Ragger stopped in his tracks, pursed his lips, and remembered the people he had encountered. I have seen people consumed by power. Can't strange powers change people? At that opinion, the stingray didn't deny it and added, moreover, my ability doesn't discriminate. The chosen ones are all random. Having learned all the information he wanted, he no longer asked. I understand. Ragger then began to specifically remember and analyze. Divine power is bestowed upon those chosen by the gods. Conversely, those who are not worthy can also use your supernatural abilities. As time passes, they will grow stronger and eventually, someone will appear who insults the gods. This statement was so accurate that the monster couldn't say a word. He also had no more questions and continued to leave. As he left, Ragger thought, but this supernatural ability is truly powerful and attractive. It would be useful on the battlefield, but is there no way? Just then the stingray next to him spoke. But there's still a condition. Ragnar looked up at him, puzzled. What is the condition? Before he could explain, Ragnar asked first. First, you said anyone could be granted this ability, but you could still monopolize it, right? After a moment of thought, Ragnar posed a hypothesis. Does that mean this ability can only be granted to some people? The stingray thought for a moment, then replied in an uncertain tone. Oh, I think so, but why do you ask? Seeing that he didn't understand anything, he slowly explained, if this ability is granted to only some people, then it is the choice of a god. After a pause, Ragnar pointed at the stingray and asserted, then people will follow the god. This left him flustered. That is, but before he could finish speaking, Ragnar cut him off. Second, Ragnar immediately stated his condition. You must also believe in our god. At this moment, the stingray suddenly questioned his entire existence. Ha! After calming down, the stingray looked at Ragnar with an incomprehensible gaze. I am a demon spirit. I am older than your god, but he remained unwavering and firm. It doesn't matter. What matters are your future actions. Faced with this confidence, he asserted helplessly, foolish. Gods do not like demon spirits. Ragnar still clung to his previous opinion. Don't apply your standards to our god. Not stopping there, he asserted in a firm tone, the anonymous beetle god seems very generous. He is very kind. On the other side of the screen, Choi Sang-jian was watching everything. Faced with that resolute attitude, the stingray wavered slightly. Will your god accept me? When asked this question, RCK spoke first. If you accept the conditions. After a moment of silence, he spoke his honest feelings. Actually, I am not trapped in these ruins. Seeing the lizard folk preparing to leave, the stingray added, I am the ruler of this place. The beaver rats were merely meant to bring you down. After speaking, the stingray faced Ragnar with a look full of regret. This was a test to see if you were worthy, but I deceived you anyway. Are you angry? Hearing that hesitant tone, Ragnar firmly denied it and comforted him. No, I understand. That's why I forgive you. Hearing that, he was surprised. You understand? Knowing that the stingray didn't believe him, he looked around and analyzed. Living with those rat monsters in such a dark and damp place, you will be electrocuted before long. After saying this, Ragnar looked at the stingray and advised, you should see the beautiful scenery outside. These words moved him. What is your name? Knowing that he had accepted, he also gladly introduced himself. I am Ragnar. Receiving the answer, the stingray flew up, not forgetting to praise him. Very well done. The test is over. If your god accepts me, this ability will be yours. As soon as he said this, Choi Sang-jian received a notification on the other side of the screen. The demon spirit wishes to obey you. If you accept, you will gain the lightning ability. Accept? Yes, no. Reading this notification, a plan gradually formed in his mind. I need to accept this demon spirit as a subordinate, then combine it with divine power. As this idea came to him, Choi Sang-jian did not hesitate and pressed yes. This way I can avoid the penalty and gain demonic abilities. After finishing, he praised Ragnar inwardly. Well done, Ragnar. This encounter will benefit both of us. I've gained lightning ability. The scene shifted to a mountain of bones with a strange monument standing in silence. A voice resonated in that silence. Indeed, the anonymous beetle god has bestowed lightning ability upon Ragnar. Another person approached and touched the monument, adding, from then on, the story of the black-scale lizard folk began as the story of the chosen one by the gods. 9 years have passed. The person next to him was puzzled after hearing the end of the story. But what does the anonymous beetle god have to do with storms? The cloaked figure, hearing the question, laughed and asked, what color is lightning? The other person hesitated and replied, blue. Satisfied with the answer, he asked again, what is your god's name? Only then did he understand and replied with a sneer, the blue beetle god. After speaking, he sat down, leaned against the stone and introduced himself. By the way, I haven't introduced myself even after talking for so long. My name is HIH. After introducing himself, he asked the other person, and you? The other person did not answer and changed the subject. I don't think we can talk any longer. Seeing the man looking puzzled, he explained, it seems we have guests. The man quickly stood up, observed, and then assessed. They are the Ron. At these words, the other person asked for an opinion. I have one question. Traveler HIH. Before receiving permission, he asked directly, do they resemble the Senkin people? The man observed and thought for a moment, then analyzed. They are not wary at all, careless, and their weapons are crude. I think they resemble the wandering Ron more. That answer satisfied the other person. That makes sense. He took off his cloak, picked up his bow and arrows and prepared to fight. I think so too. Then we shall shatter their souls. The people below continued to walk unknowingly, completely unaware that they were in danger. After walking a little further, the leader discovered something strange, but the first arrow had already flown. Seeing it, he shouted a warning to the group behind him. Enemy attack. As soon as he finished speaking, high-voltage currents shot out in all directions. Fortunately, they were able to dodge. But it was still nothing, and the Ron group was destined to become barbecue. One of the few who remained conscious looked up in fear and shouted, Lizard folk! Owen, after shooting the arrow, smiled broadly with satisfaction, ignoring the Ron group's curses. Damn you lizard folk, everyone run! Seeing them flee in a long line, he introduced himself to the person next to him. Oh, by the way, my name is Owen. Hearing this name, he confirmed again. Owen, before receiving confirmation, couldn't hide his excitement. You're Owen? I didn't realize you were such an important figure. Owen was slightly embarrassed by the compliment. My goodness, it's been a long time since I showed my power. Let's take a break and talk. Sitting aside, he took out a pipe, took a puff and sighed. Oh well stood next to him watching it and assessed inwardly, "That's a pipe. It's a ritualistic tool used by the black-scale lizardfolk tribe after they exert power." After venting to his heart's content he spoke first. "It's fine. Ask anything you want to ask." Having received permission, he no longer hesitated. "Owen, if you are so strong, why did you choose to follow someone else?" Fearing that Owen would misunderstand his intention, Well quickly changed the question. "I mean, I'm not encouraging betrayal, but I don't understand why you have to wander alone in nature like this." To that question he took a puff and replied briefly, "There's a reason." He hung his head in guilt. This answer completely stunned Westel. Seeing his reaction, Owen smiled broadly and explained to him in more detail. "I once betrayed my own kind." After saying this, he fiddled with the pipe in his hand and laughed. "But I found a way to atone for my sins." Owen pointed to the mountain of bones and the strange monument there, adding, "Through stories and literature, my goal is to spread the name of the beetle god and Chief Ragger. That is the path of atonement I have chosen." He listened and assessed inwardly. "Even if you don't do that, no one in this nature will be unaware of the black-scale tribe." After finishing his explanation, Owen went to examine the monument. "My goodness, it's so dusty." Seeing him casually polishing the monument, Westel became even more confused. "Moreover, Ragger's reputation is." After completely cleaning the monument, he added, "He is a priest and the leader of the tribe, and if anyone approaches me he will chase them away. That's all." After saying this, he smiled broadly, looked at him, and asked, "By the way, are you a wanderer too?" When asked such a question, Westel quickly turned around. He looked awkward and hesitant. "I came from Automation." Hearing this name, Owen was slightly surprised. "Automation?" Seeing Well looking puzzled, he explained further, "I am on a journey to spread the teachings of the Lord of Automation. I am on my way to visit the black-scale tribe." Receiving this answer, Owen knelt in surprise and then stood up. "Oh, I didn't realize you were a guest. I'm all right." These words confused him. "Huh?" But he said nothing more and whistled. In the distance, a shadow was rapidly approaching. Seeing what it was, Westel was astonished. "Kokachi, my beast has arrived." Owen approached, grabbed the reins and denied. "No." Casually stroking his beast, he explained in part, "It's a koka. A hybrid of a kokachi and a chicken." After finishing his explanation, he urged Well, in his surprised gaze, "Get on." After sitting on the bird, he smiled brightly and stated his purpose. "It's been quite a while. I was planning to visit Ragger. I'll take you there." After seating Well next to him, Owen set a condition. "Instead, you must listen to my story the entire way." Having to be indebted to another, he had no choice but to accept his fate. "Are you going to tell me about the Blue Beetle God, or about Ragger?" To that question, Owen laughed and replied, "Both." Night quickly fell. On one side of the desert, a strange flag was hoisted. On the other side, a group of people walked in a long line in one direction. Ragger was at the front, surveying the situation. Just then, another lizard folk approached and called him. Ragger, having successfully attracted Ragger's attention, he immediately reported, "Astrologer Elder is on his deathbed." This news astonished him. Not stopping there, the other person added, "If not now, you won't have another chance to speak with the chief." Hearing this, Ragger quickly turned his head. As soon as he turned, he shouted to everyone, "Abort the operation, we will stay here today." The lizard folk who had just delivered the news quickly repeated it to everyone. "Abort the operation." Fearing that people wouldn't hear him, he emphasized once more, "The chief has ordered to abort the operation." "Stop, the chief has ordered?" Meanwhile, Ragger had already turned and was heading in a certain direction. After walking for a while, a lizard folk couldn't contain his curiosity and approached, asking, "Ragger, what's wrong?" To that question, Ragger calmly instructed his subordinate, "Tell the astrologer not to die too early, as I will return soon." This instruction stunned him, but he still hadn't stopped. "Ah, he predicts the future very well. Prepare the funeral." Hearing this, the lizard folk couldn't hide his sadness. "It will probably be a sad night." Inside a tent from which smoke billowed, countless lizard folk knelt outside. Inside, a frail astrologer lay on a bed, and Ragger quickly entered and asked about his condition. "How is he?" The caregiver saw who he was and greeted him gently. "Chief." After greeting, he stood up, bowed his head and respectfully reported everything. "Elder, I have done my best, but he doesn't have much time left." As soon as he finished speaking, the astrologer lying on the bed also opened his mouth. "I am so tired." He sighed and his eyes were fixed blankly on the ceiling. "I have done many things here." Looking at the shining stars through a hole in the tent, the astrologer began to recall his entire life. "I have traveled many lands and learned many things. I lost an arm and was ostracized, but I met the chief and taught people how to see the sky." When this issue was mentioned, he couldn't hide a satisfied smile. "But a lizard folk will eventually become very tired and exhausted." After a pause, the astrologer added, "There is only one way to cure this disease." Ragger, speaking too passionately, raised his hand and ordered the other person to leave. As the third person left, he pursed his lips and looked at him. Ragger sat down and offered his opinion. "Fall into eternal sleep." Hearing this opinion, the astrologer laughed. "So I truly decided to waste it before I left. I stole the time of the busiest person in the tribe," the astrologer honestly assessed. "Time is precious." To this assessment, he gave a wry smile. "To play such a prank without even asking my opinion." After finishing the prank, the astrologer fell back into a state of meditation. "Yes, I will ask a question that only you are qualified to answer." Seeing this attitude, RCK waited. Not keeping him waiting long, he asked directly, "What will happen to us after I die?" After that question, the entire tent fell silent. Seeing RCK say nothing, the astrologer raised a question he had long held in his heart. "The first chosen one. This is a question I ask of you, the god's closest priest. Not keeping him waiting long, he smiled gently and asked directly, what will happen after I leave? To this question, RCK did not answer immediately, but thought for a moment. After passing away, the astrologer, seeing that he did not answer immediately, looked at the praying lizard folk outside and continued to ask, people say I will sleep for 1,000 years then. Do you think I will sleep forever? Will I have nightmares? Faced with a barrage of questions, he was merely helpless. How do you think I have the ability to find the answer? When he retorted, the astrologer turned his head in another direction and calmly replied, I just thought so. The beetle god reprimanded us when we were lost. After finishing his analysis, he asserted again, so I believe that when I die he will also guide me. After offering his opinion, the astrologer asked for Rager's opinion. Do you think you are going against the will of the god? After a moment of thought, Rager denied it. No, you are right, astrologer, he asserted with his strong faith. The beetle god always appeared when we were lost, so surely he will also illuminate the path to eternal rest. At this moment, a strange blue butterfly outside slowly flew towards the tent. This question finally satisfied the astrologer, making him smile brightly. You think so? Upon hearing the answer, I wanted to ask him one more thing. Where do you think I'm going? Will I really sit face to face with God in a strange encounter? Rager used all his imagination to deny this question. It won't be that boring. After speaking, he recalled a landscape and began to describe it. Quote, there's a wide open gate where I can run freely. Every step is light and my tail will brush across the grass. As he said this, Rager envisioned a green meadow with a cool breeze and large rocks where he could rest whenever he got tired. Not only meadows, but also small, calm and peaceful streams flowing, and the weather was mild. Oh no, it would be boring if there were no changes. Sometimes there would be fog and showers and large rivers too. Such landscapes were good, but the astrologer was not yet satisfied. I wish I had a home to return to. When he spoke of this matter, his eyes were full of sadness. Not just a tent for temporary rest, but a sturdy home to protect me. Upon hearing that, Rager frowned slightly. A tent? Realizing his doubt, the astrologer said bluntly, I don't like tents. Since he had already spoken, he no longer concealed it and began to explain. Well, actually, I don't like camping either. The old astrologer's feet were already tired. Looking at the starry sky outside, the astrologer fell into meditation. But if my heart finds a place to rest, I will gladly continue to my last breath. After speaking at length, he looked at the moonlight shining through the hole and asked another question. Are there stars there too? Rager looked up at the hole in the tent and smiled, continuing to use his imagination. There will also be wanderers. God placed stars in the sky to light their way so they too can return home. Just then, the blue butterfly from outside flew into the tent. Rager could not hide his surprise at seeing it. He quickly regained his composure and reached out his hand, hoping the butterfly would land on it. Astrologer, do you see? At that question, the astrologer barely saw the butterfly with blank eyes. Only night is before me. Rager felt something was not right with this answer. He finally accepted the truth and said with a frown, Astrologer, I have a gift for you. Upon hearing this, the astrologer only smiled. A gift? You're tricking me again, Rager subtly threatened, looking at the butterfly on his hand. Are you going to refuse my gift again? With those words, the butterfly gently flew towards the astrologer, and his voice gradually weakened. This time I will find it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the butterfly immediately flew away and the astrologer said nothing more, so Rager quickly got up to check. Astrologer? The butterfly thus gently flew out of the tent. The butterfly then returned to Choi Sang-jian, and seeing the butterfly in his hand, a question arose in his mind. Lost world, where do people go when they die? Just then, a familiar system notification rang out. Reincarnation creation conditions met. Do you want to create reincarnation? Yes, no. Without hesitation, Choi Sang-jian immediately chose yes. After that decision, the butterfly in his hand gradually blurred. Watching it gradually disappear, Choi Sang-jian thought of a few things. Level, resources, faith, and complete death, all conditions met. The condition for complete death was ambiguous, but as the butterfly completely disappeared, he opened the system screen and numerous similar butterflies appeared. Reincarnation is an important element in Lost World. By combining with a complete view of reincarnation, the chances of victory increase. The wicked are punished and the good go to heaven. This is a noble message of morality and ethics. Thinking this far, Choi Sang-jian recalled the fierce warriors he had seen before. Like Moonharala, this place can also be used to train warriors. With a few clicks on the system, numerous blue butterflies appeared and flew around him. Trained souls can return to Earth. Generally, reincarnation would be very useful in the late stages of the game. After playing with them for a while, Choi Sang-jian released them. No need to rush. Many things have only just begun. Watching the butterflies fly freely, he was satisfied. Reincarnation can open according to my will. At this time, in the primitive meadow, a few blue butterflies flew everywhere. After flying for a long time, they decided to rest on a blade of grass. Not only were there butterflies in that meadow, but also a familiar shadow lying down. The astrologer lay there, resting comfortably. After lying for a long time, he felt a little uncomfortable and raised his hand to scratch. It's itchy. As he scratched, the astrologer suddenly felt something strange and reached out to check. Looking at the blue sky, his eyes brightened. This is it. The astrologer then got up and looked around, observing. Feeling the soft, cool breeze, he felt it wasn't real at all. Is it a dream? No matter how much he looked, the astrologer felt more and more moved. He felt it wasn't enough to sit here, so he got up and looked around. Rager was right. This is indeed a vast meadow. While the astrologer was still looking around, a gloomy atmosphere hung over the tribe. There are no stars and no stone houses. I guess I can't expect all of that. After looking around enough, he sat down again and thought, maybe I don't even need a house. As he said this, feeling the breeze on his skin, the astrologer felt more satisfied than ever. This is truly a wonderful gift. The astrologer sat there, looking around, humming an unknown song. Suddenly he noticed something. In the distance, numerous lizard folk were sleeping. There are many lizard folk next to me. He was happy to find his kin, but he couldn't help but worry about everyone's strange condition. But no one is waking up. The astrologer approached the lizard folk to check the situation. There are dead people right next to me. It would be rude to wake them. As he observed, his gaze fixed on a shadow nearby. Ah, that child, could it really be him? The astrologer approached for a closer look and realized with a start. That fellow learned math from me. That fellow was also one of the warriors. Speaking of this matter, he recalled an unpleasant memory. It was when the goblin army attacked the tribe. In the past, while he was resting comfortably, a group approached, destroying and attacking everything. We've been attacked. The goblin tribes have allied. At that time, the astrologer stood in front of the frightened and trembling people behind him. This is where children and elders live. Can we hold out until someone helps? At that question, he felt he had no more attachment to life. It's truly desperate. This is the end. As soon as he finished speaking, the goblins rushed to attack. Just then, a person appeared with a weapon, startling the two, and stood calmly between the goblin horde and the rest of the people, saying, "Sacrifice one life to save two." After speaking, he turned around and smiled brightly, expressing his gratitude to the astrologer. "I think I've learned math really well. Thank you, astrologer." After speaking, he rushed to fight in the astrologer's fearful eyes. Some warriors of the Black-Scale tribe might not follow the chief's orders if they think it's necessary. Seeing that person charge, the astrologer desperately tried to stop him. No, that courageous sacrifice was something no one expected. After the sudden uprising that day, Rager reprimanded him severely for the first time. At the graves of the sacrificed warriors, Rager was enraged. "It's because you taught math to other warriors." The more he spoke, the angrier he became, and his words grew harsher. The astrologer listened without any refutation. "All the warriors who could count didn't listen to me. They thought if they sacrificed themselves they could save two others." After a moment of silence, he could no longer hold back and asked a question. "Do you think the warriors were wrong then?" Upon receiving that question, Rager shouted, "No." At this, he officially could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "I'm not angry because they were wrong. All I could do was be angry." Returning to the present, seeing the child sleeping peacefully, he smiled softly. Thanks to this friend, even warriors who weren't interested started learning numbers. That child helped many others learn numbers. Recalling all those events, the astrologer couldn't hold back his tears. "Now we meet again. I'm truly happy." After staying there for a while, he got up and went to look around. "Is there no one else in this meadow besides those who are sleeping?" Seeing that there was no one else besides himself, the astrologer asked himself, "Is God not here?" Suddenly he spotted a shadow hiding behind a tree stump nearby. Finding a second person besides himself, the astrologer immediately went on alert. "Who's there?" As soon as he finished speaking, the person was surprised, tucked their tail, and ran away. Seeing that, he was surprised. "No, wait!" Without hesitation, the astrologer immediately got up and quickly chased after them. As he ran, he kept trying to ask about the situation. "Stop, where are you going?" After running for a long time, the astrologer gradually started to get tired. Although he was tired, he couldn't help but smile when he thought of something. "If God is here." After running for a long time, the astrologer arrived at a strange dome-shaped house. "There's something I want to ask God." Seeing the light beyond the tunnel, he wondered, why did he choose us of all people? Not letting himself wonder for too long, the astrologer immediately went inside. Is it because lizard folk are superior to other races? Is it because God is kind? Seeing the blue butterfly floating beyond the tunnel, numerous questions flooded his mind. Or is it because we are more useful? There was no answer to that question. Rager said it was just a coincidence. As he went further into the tunnel, the astrologer thought more and more clearly. Perhaps it was inevitable. It was simply the best choice God made at that moment. Finally reaching the end of the tunnel, he gazed at the faint light. But in the end we got a good result. I think this is enough too. As the scene inside became clear, the astrologer was surprised. This place, as it turned out, had a telescope neatly placed in the middle of the room. "What is this?" After a moment of surprise, he regained his composure and slowly approached the telescope. Rager was right. There are stone houses and stars too. Upon arriving, he studied the telescope with curious eyes. "What is this?" A copper-colored tube with a K wrapped around both ends of the tube. Unable to suppress his curiosity, the astrologer looked into the telescope immediately. The scene before his eyes made him question life. Stars, is this the true form of stars? In disbelief, he took off his glasses and looked once, then observed through the lens again. That's right, discovering something new. The astrologer took this opportunity to look around. This is the true form of stars. I need to recalculate their movements. The more he looked, the more moved he became. Everything I knew until now was merely the surface. With that discovery, the astrologer meticulously studied. It would be truly wonderful if I could spread all this knowledge to everyone. From behind, Choi Sang-jian, who had appeared at some unknown point, was observing everything. Watching the man studying and taking notes, he smiled softly. "Thank you for following me to the end, astrologer." After watching the astrologer write for a long time, Choi Sang-jian re-evaluated. The underworld is not just a place for the dead, but it will also affect life after death and the values of those who believe in God. Seeing his immersed state, he suddenly wondered, if a warrior goes to the underworld, their tribe can dream of Munharala. And if an immortal goes to the underworld, their tribe can dream of a peaceful and happy place. So what if a scholar goes there? At that question, seeing the astrologer's immersed state, Choi Sang-jian got his own answer. They will dedicate themselves to scientific development. He turned around, looked outside, and smiled contentedly. A great threat is approaching. The underworld desperately needs this. Thinking about this matter, Choi Sang-jian recalled a warrior tribe, the hyena tribe, whose iron technology developed faster than the lizard folks and who could tame saber-toothed tigers, had begun to move. Recalling those hyenas, he speculated, the technology and movements of this tribe are abnormal. There must be a player behind them. As soon as this idea came to him, a game board appeared in Choi Sang-jian's mind. But to wage war with other players, I need a lot of preparation, now that the underworld has been created. Recalling all those things, he confidently declared. Then get ready to meet them. After that confident declaration, Choi Sang-jian began to recall what he had prepared. Players are gradually expanding their territories. To keep up with that speed, I invested a lot in small insects. Looking at the insect on his hand, he recalled that information. I control 3 types of large insects. Among them is a swarm called locusts. Choi Sang-jian sat in his chair quietly evaluating the players appearing on the map. I need to control insects to win the hearts of the people. I need to be quiet so no one notices my presence. Recalling the insects he had released, he was satisfied. Frogs are also being used to spread viruses. I've used them to spread many diseases. Just then, Choi Sang-jian recalled the place where all the insects he raised gathered. Finally, the nest where all kinds of insects are raised. I'm raising them in small cultivated fields. Now that the preparations were complete, he thought of another problem. All the nearby insect tribes are under Rager's control. Everyone is gradually becoming one. Recalling all the things he had done, Choi Sang-jian got up and observed the map, then carefully analyzed. Controlling the southern peninsula is now just a matter of time. Now the problem is how to deal with the rogue players. The screen returned to where lizardfolk Owen and Westel had arrived. Upon hearing the lizardfolk's words, the smile disappeared from his face. Understood. The astrologer has passed away. Seeing Owen's facial change, Westel was slightly flustered. I think I heard that name before. Since he seemed uncomfortable, he comforted him. No, it's all right. Fearing that he still wouldn't believe it, he smiled brightly and explained, we don't mind strangers attending funerals. In fact, we see it as a good omen. Wouldn't it be better to have one more person to share the grief with? After finishing the conversation, Owen led him to where the people were gathered. As soon as Owen arrived, he conversed with the lizard folk while Well silently observed everything from behind. After a moment of looking around, he noticed Rager with his head bowed, shedding 2 streams of tears. He was Rager, the chief of the Black-Scale tribe. However, Westel couldn't hide his surprise at witnessing that scene. Is it okay for a leader to cry? This reaction puzzled Owen. Don't humans cry when they're sad? Well pondered for a moment at the question, then replied, humans do cry, but their leaders don't do so in front of many people. They value their reputation. Hearing this answer, Owen gave a shocking response. Reputation? I don't know what reputation is. After Rager finished crying, he moved to another spot so people could mourn. Watching his retreating figure, Owen finished his explanation. If the leader of the tribe shows weakness, wouldn't the warriors under him think the chief is a weak person? After speaking, Owen smiled brightly at Well and cautioned him in advance. But please don't explain this story to other lizard folk, they won't understand. At this caution, he couldn't hide his curiosity. Why? Noticing his question, Owen explained further. We have something we value more than reputation. Hearing this answer, Westel wondered what it was, but at that moment Rager approached Owen and greeted him. Rager, Owen, hello. After the greeting, Owen expressed his regret. I'm glad we sent off the astrologer not too late. After they spoke to each other, Rager's gaze turned to Well, who was beside Owen. Who is that human friend next to you? At that question, Owen replied honestly, he is a handyman for the Lord of Automation. Seeing Rager take an interest in him, Well bowed his head and introduced himself. I am Well from Automation. At the same time, Owen whispered something quietly to Rager. Hearing Owen's words, Rager smiled brightly at him and greeted him. All right, this strange attitude made Westel wary. After the tense atmosphere ended, Well was guided to the chief's tent. As soon as he sat down, Rager, showing goodwill, sought his understanding in advance. You must be tired from your long journey, but it seems you'll have to stay awake all night tonight. Rager sought his understanding in advance and then explained to the other party. Please understand, this is our custom. Fortunately, Westel also understood. It's fine. After speaking, he reached into his cloak pocket and pulled out something. First, please accept this gift. Placing the pouch on the table, Westel explained, this is a gift from the Lord of Automation to the chief. Since it was a gift, Rager accepted it and opened it. Looking at the white stone in his hand, Rager immediately recognized it as a salt rock. Knowing that he had recognized it, Well smiled contentedly and introduced it. That's right, this is something we are very proud of. After a brief pause, he presented a very good condition. This is the first salt rock His Majesty has given unconditionally to the chief. This is the first salt rock. Hearing this, Rager immediately understood the intention. The first salt rock means there will be a second and a third. Knowing that he understood his intention, Westel said honestly, there's even more than that. Please accept it. Surprisingly, Ragnar immediately agreed. Understood, but as soon as he finished speaking, Ragnar crushed the stone with his hand. Watching the stone fragments fall to the ground, Westel stood blankly. While he was flustered, Ragnar brushed his hands and cautioned him. "Tell your master that I have received it." Westel, who didn't understand what had happened, asked in a trembling voice, "What is this? What are you doing?" Ragnar, receiving the question, rubbed his chin and thought for a moment, then explained, "You probably wouldn't know since there's no god, but this is just one of our rituals." Ragnar pointed to the salt fragments on the ground and explained, "If you scatter salt rocks on the ground, God will be very pleased. Just know that." As soon as he heard this, Westel knew he was lying, but there was nothing he could do. It was a truly absurd lie. No matter how dissatisfied, he still had to smile. "That is the Lord's gift." Before he could finish speaking, Ragnar had already replied, "It's just a salt rock and I've already used it. So it's still not enough?" Seeing that attitude, he was displeased. "Don't you know that wasn't the purpose of the gift? I told you His Majesty would send a second and a third even larger." Hearing this, Ragnar recalled something and asked for his opinion. "I've heard that His Majesty is very wealthy, but isn't it too wasteful to send someone just to give this salt rock? Don't you think so too?" Before the other party could reply, he added, "Next time bring more items for exchange." This firm attitude made Westel slightly awkward. "It seems he's quite an experienced merchant." He didn't stop there and added an assessment. "Just because the races are different doesn't mean they can't communicate. He's somewhat reckless but not entirely rude. He expresses his refusal through diplomatic procedures." Seeing that Wells said nothing more, Ragnar indirectly told him to leave. "Shouldn't you go back now? I spoke politely like a human, but speaking metaphorically is too difficult. If I have to, I'd prefer to resolve things through stories." Seeing his opportunity, Well also no longer hid his true feelings. "I don't have such talent. If you don't like speaking diplomatically, let's speak frankly. You must have understood this offer, so why are you refusing?" At that question, Ragnar didn't reply immediately but held out one finger. After a brief pause, Ragnar began to explain. "I don't like accepting offers that others have refused. I don't like picking up leftovers." Fearing the other party would object, he stated more clearly, "If someone has refused you once, doesn't that mean the offer is worthless?" At this thought, Westel couldn't believe his ears. "What?" He hastily stood up and continued to deny. "That's not true. This offer was only for you." But Ragnar had enough evidence to refute. "No, I don't believe Owen accidentally met you and brought you here by chance." Recalling what Owen had told him, he analyzed. "In other words, you came from the north, not the west." As soon as he finished speaking, Westel flinched. Ragnar seized the opportunity to explain further. "But automation is in the west. In the north there's a tribe called the Sankin, a tribe with cut ears. There's no need to hide anymore." He spoke honestly. "You made this offer to the Sankin and were rejected." After finishing his analysis, Ragnar extended his hand and offered, "Now how about being honest with me? Well, from automation." At that moment, while the atmosphere on the other side became tense, Choi Sang-jian stood in automation and recalled some information about it. Automated Saturn ancient ruins. An ancient ruin that could not be found anywhere. A real castle with 5-meter-high walls. Moreover, there were also mud soldiers trying to restore Saturn there. It was also a true wonder of the lost world. No one knew who built the castle, but countless humans and other tribes lived together there. This was automation. Recalling that information and combining it with the current situation, he assessed, "Furthermore, there's a geographical advantage of the valley where automation is located." After rambling for a long time, Choi Sang-jian summarized, "It's perfectly located on the path to the continent, so automation must be very sturdy." His gaze then moved to the salt mine, a place where workers toiled diligently. There was also a salt mine here, which helped with livestock farming and food supply. Returning to where Ragnar was, he and Westel looked at each other without a word. To prevent the atmosphere from stalemating, Ragnar took the initiative and spoke directly to the Lord of Automation. "Well, I don't believe in free gifts." After a brief pause, he stated his stance frankly. "Especially a gift from someone who tries to hide their true identity. I cannot accept it." With everything exposed, Westel bowed his head and couldn't say a word. The silence was so profound that Ragnar could understand with just a glance. He can't deny it. "All right, I'll explain how I reached that conclusion." As he spoke, he went to the hearth, threw wood in to light a fire, and then began to analyze. "You said your name was Well. Surely you know what the lizard folk think of automation. You deliberately revealed that name to test how much we know." After throwing in the last piece of wood, Ragnar added, "I've even heard that only a select few within Automation City know your name or face. They say only the Lord's loyal 4 great retainers know it." After a brief pause, he began to state what he knew. Hearing this, Westel couldn't say a word. "Everyone of the same bloodline as the Lord has the character Well in their name. And I've heard the Lord has 4 sons and 3 daughters." While he remained silent, Ragnar continued to analyze, looking at Westel's hands. "But you are not a woman, and judging by the wrinkles on your hands, you are not that young either." Putting all of that together, he drew his final conclusion. "So I was able to find out your real name, Westel, the Lord of Automation." At this very logical analysis, Westel could no longer hide it and could only concede, "Well done." Despite hearing all that analysis, he still couldn't hide his curiosity. "How did you know all that? I don't have any acquaintances among the lizard folk." Before receiving an answer from Ragnar, Westel introduced himself again. "That's right, I am Westel, the Lord of Automation." After speaking, he sat on the cushion opposite Ragnar and expressed his desire. "But that changes nothing. I truly gave you salt. But Westel had met his match, for Ragnar was without price. Even the greedy Sankin still had discernment and would refuse. At this point Ragnar laughed mockingly and said frankly, "If we accept salt from you, we will have to protect you." Fearing the other party wouldn't believe him, he explained more specifically, "When you are attacked by an external enemy, we will worry about the safety of the salt mine." When this issue was mentioned, Ragnar couldn't hide his displeasure. "Even if it's a war you started. Wasn't that your intention?" With the revelation, Westel decided not to hide and made an excuse. "That's called diplomacy," Ragnar added. "It's also called a transaction." After stating his opinion, he had one question. "Why are you refusing when you can gain benefits?" Knowing that he would ask this question, Ragnar declared like a hyena, "Surely you've heard a similar answer from others. How about I just take automation? If I drive out the humans, the salt mine and Automation City will be ours. Isn't that right?" At these confident words, Westel's eyes widened and he stood blankly. Barely regaining his composure, he looked at the other party with hesitation. "Are you going to attack us?" At Westel's anxiety, Ragnar denied. "No, I'm just considering what's better for both of us." After a brief pause, playing with the stick in his hand, he said, "If diplomacy fails, invading automation will be a better choice for us." At this excessive confidence, Westel frowned and warned, "Don't underestimate automation." Despite the warning, Ragnar glanced once and said firmly, "According to my calculations, even with some casualties, we will certainly be able to conquer it. Unlike before," this time he explained further after speaking, "we follow the Blue Beetle God. If we receive the god's help, high walls and mud soldiers will all disappear like dust." Recalling something, Ragnar raised his head and smiled meaningfully. "Furthermore, seeing you come here alone, you've made my plan to attack automation even easier. Aren't you afraid to come here alone?" Hearing this, he said firmly without thinking, "No, you won't kill me." Ragnar gave him a puzzled look, well understood his intention and analyzed. "If I disappear now, it will be difficult to know who the next successor to automation will be." This answer was slightly off topic from what they were discussing. "What does automation's successor have to do with this?" Hearing this, he just laughed and asked another question. "Do you know the game of Go?" Before Ragnar could answer, Westel drew a Go board on the ground with his hand and began to explain. "We place white and black stones alternately vertically. If you completely surround your opponent's stones, you win." Picking up a stone from the ground, he declared. "But now the rules of the game no longer matter." Fearing he was explaining too difficult, Westel said, "What matters is that I am a piece placed on this Go board." This made Ragnar surprised. Not stopping there, he added, "I know the game has already begun." After placing a few stones in place, Westel stated the information he knew. "This is a game played by two gods using their tribes as pieces, and on this Go board the Dwarf tribe and the Lizardfolk tribe have started the game." After finishing his analysis, he cautioned carefully, "And the name of this game is Automation. You have been caught up in this game. Now all your decisions must be more careful." When this issue was mentioned, Westel couldn't hide his madness. "Since when did my children start talking incessantly about the teeth of wrath and others about the blue butterfly? My children have started believing in God." This finally moved Ragnar, but he quickly regained his composure and summarized what Westel had just said. Your words mean I can't do anything in this situation. Isn't that right?" Automation was a target that all parties had to claim, along with the risks that had to be accepted when the game began. The beginning of all stories dates back 3 weeks. When Choi Sang-jian was observing automation, a civilization clash notification appeared in the system. At that very moment, a man with a red mask appeared. "Long time no see, Nebula." Unlike the other party's enthusiastic attitude, Choi Sang-jian poured cold water on it. "When were we friends?" This cold attitude irritated the other party. "Didn't we play the last game of the Lost World together?" Despite his struggle, Choi Sang-jian remained unmoved. "Forget the trivial talk. What's your real reason for contacting me?" These words ignited the fire of hatred in the other man's heart. "Trivial? Are you saying that game was trivial to you?" Unfazed by the accusation, he opened the system and frankly assessed, "I think the Orc tribe's strategy will fall behind the meta. It would be quite disappointing if they were to be counterattacked then, wouldn't it?" These words were like an arrow piercing his heart, and he could no longer stand it, clutching his head. In the end, the man in the red mask erupted violently, pointing a finger at him and declaring, "Anyway, I'll win this time. I'll finish you." Hearing this, Choi Sang-jian sneered. "What nonsense. Why do we have to fight now? For whom? I won't let you be so confident." Choi Sang-jian stated firmly, "You seem to have forgotten. There won't be a next time. This is the final round." These words were so accurate that he couldn't say a thing. After reconsidering everything, the man in the red mask finally calmed down. "I might have overreacted." Nevertheless, looking at the man before him, Choi Sang-jian recalled some information. "Hegemony. I know his playstyle. While seemingly simple, he attacks and fights instinctively like a beast and is also very skilled at multitasking." Observing the man before him, he suddenly recalled something. "In fact, he often won with fierce early game attacks, but I don't need to adapt to someone else's strengths. I have my own strategy." The man in the red mask struggled for a moment, then completely calmed down and asked for his opinion. "So you mean you want to decide the winner in a different way? Is that right?" Seeing that he finally understood his intention, Choi Sang-jian acknowledged, "Yes." Receiving this answer, he smiled meaningfully, looking at the castle below. "It seems we both have the same idea." The two immediately made a decision. "Let's threaten Automation City and its humans with a contradictory prophecy. Prophecy is a skill that can be used when divine power is at level 6 or higher. This can be considered a quest that players assign to themselves. Successfully completing a prophecy grants additional experience points. However, the penalty for failure is also very severe. Experience loss due to wasted religious resources invested in the prophecy. If unlucky, penalties or negative events may occur. The skill of prophecy. An ancient king received a prophecy from a prophet that his son would kill him, sleep with his wife, and destroy his kingdom. The king, greatly fearing the prophecy, ordered his subordinates to kill his sons. However, the subordinate secretly abandoned an infant in a field. The infant was found by a shepherd. When the child grew into a young man, he heard rumors that his current parents were not his biological parents. He sought out the prophet for answers. However, instead of answering his question, the prophet told him that he would sleep with his mother and kill his father. The child, who loved his current parents, even if they were not his biological parents, would leave his homeland. Nebula wondered what would happen if two players made contradictory prophecies. That was what was called a contradictory prophecy, the opponent said. One side gets a reward, the other gets a penalty. Perfect. So how will you make the prophecy? Nebula asked. You know that the Lord of Automation City is deciding his successor, right? The opponent replied as if it were obvious. Of course, Automation City frequently changes owners, and only the Lord of Automation City knows how long they will reign. Nebula also agreed. That's right. So, Nebula looked down and said, who will be the next Lord of Automation City? This will be the content of the contradictory prophecy. Does the opponent mean one of the current Lord of Automation City's 5 children? Nebula said comfortably. Well, if we both make different choices and predict that that person will be the next Lord of Automation Castle, our prophecies will certainly contradict each other. The opponent said he had a list. Shall I tell you about everyone? Nebula replied. That would be good. The opponent showed a picture of one person and said, first, the eldest son Jan, a man in his early 30s. He has a sturdy physique and is highly trusted by Westel. He is the strongest candidate and is supported by 2 of the 4 noble families of the castle. A portrait of a younger man than the first appeared. The opponent said, second Jun, a man in his late 20s. He is Jan's half-brother and is considered weak. He doesn't reveal himself to others and is rumored to have no interest in becoming a successor. He is supported by his mother's family. Another portrait of a teenager appeared. Third Jane, a woman in her late 20s. She often conceals her identity outside. She seems to get along well with difficult people like hunters. She is supported by the remaining noble family. Next is the fourth, Hyung, a woman in her early 20s. She shares the same father as the eldest and second children but has a different mother. I think her mother has already passed away. Her appearance is also somewhat unusual, as if she is cursed, so not only the Lord but all family members ignore her. Lastly, the fifth Min, a young girl still in her teens. She is known to be very intelligent and naturally talented in various fields. Her father seems to dote on this youngest daughter. The opponent asked, how about it? Shall we decide right now, or do both of us need time to review the information again? Nebula immediately replied, okay, let's decide right away. Nebula said, let's each record our judgment and confirm if we made different choices. Start. The opponent firmly replied, okay, contradictory prophecy. Do you want to set a contradictory prophecy with player hegemonia? Warning, if the contradictory prophecy fails, you will suffer a great loss. Please confirm again before proceeding. Nebula asked, have you chosen? The opponent replied, yes. Nebula scrolled the screen. Player hegemonia's prophecy. Westel's second son Heejun will become the successor of Automation City. Player Nebula's prophecy. Westel's fourth daughter Hyung will become the successor of Automation City. Hegemonia was silent for a moment after seeing this result. Nebula thought to himself, he must be surprised. He probably didn't expect this to happen. Nebula said, the choices are different. Okay, I just approved it. Hegemonia snapped out of it after hearing this. Ah, it's approved. He excitedly raised his hand, striking a declaration pose. Now it begins. The contradictory prophecy between player Hegemonia and player Nebula has been approved. At that moment, inside a flickering tent, 2 leaders were deep in thought. Wells stood up and said, that's enough. I have one last question. He looked down and said, in the end you are just a piece on a chessboard. Don't you feel fear or anger at that fact? Zayon chuckled lightly and said, I'll answer that question after everything is over. Well turned and said, okay, you don't need to see me off. Outside his attendants were waiting. They changed him into noble clothes and neatly trimmed his beard and hair. Boarding a private carriage, he headed for the castle with his subordinates. Water droplets splashed onto the cheek of the person sitting behind due to the wind, and this person reflexively looked at his lord. Again, water droplets splashed on this person's cheek, causing bewilderment. The attendants followed Westel at a distance. 3 weeks ago, a person was struggling to climb a cliff. This person was Hee Kyung. She hung on and cursed irritably. Damn it, you brats, damn it. The carriage with a broken wheel overturned and fabric spilled out. I didn't expect this to happen. Fortunately, it only turned out like this. After climbing a little further, she muttered, what do I do now? How do I get up there? Everyone said I was cursed. People whispered about a child with 2 horns sprouting from her head as soon as she was born. That child, they say she killed her mother as soon as she was born. Shush, she'll hear you. As they said, since I was born, many things have happened around me. At 13, I tripped at the market. At 14, I was framed for stealing salt and imprisoned for 4 days. At 15, I fell into a toilet. It's no joke. That situation was truly life-threatening. I even almost had a water bottle fall on my head. Once I was chased by a pack of wild dogs all night, so this is nothing." The unfortunate girl shouted loudly, "You really are a fool. You thought you could pass this road with an ox cart. Now all your silk is gone, there's no place left to step." The girl still encouraged herself. "It's okay, I'm best at enduring. I think I can do it if I climb with both feet simultaneously." A sound came from above her head. "Take my hand." A black-scale lizardfolk reached out a hand to help He-kyung, and this black-scale lizardfolk calmly said, "No intention of taking it, my hand is empty right now." He-kyung also cautiously asked, "Who are you?" "You lizardfolk." The black-scale lizardfolk said, "It seems difficult to talk for long in this state." He-kyung spoke first. "I have nothing. I am poor." The black-scale lizardfolk said indifferently, "It's fine." He lightly lifted the girl and said, "I won't ask for anything. This path is just wide enough for one person to pass with a rocky cliff on one side. The opposite side is highly likely to have falling rocks." The black-scale lizardfolk asked curiously, "What were you thinking bringing an ox cart down this path?" He-kyung had no choice but to reply. "If the cartwheel hadn't broken there would have been no problem." He-kyung asked, "What's your name?" The black-scale lizardfolk said his name was San. He-kyung also passed San and said, "I'm just grateful you saved me. Thank you." San blocked her path with his hand and said, "It's not over yet." He-kyung gripped the knife hidden in her chest and calmly asked, "What is it?" She asked with wide, wary eyes, "How do you know my name?" San raised both hands in a friendly gesture and replied, "Ragger told me, and he sent me to find you." He-kyung was startled. "Ragger, the chief of the black-scale tribe?" He-kyung asked in surprise. "You mean the lightning lizard folk, the first chosen one, the evil Ragger?" San calmly said, "We just call him Chief." Ragger's image in the girl's mind was tall and dignified, so she said incredulously, "Why would such a person want to find me?" San replied, "Perhaps because of the 2 recent rumors," He-kyung said naively. "What rumors? I often go far to buy silk, so I don't know much." San didn't scold her. "Understood, it's like this," he told her. "One rumor is that the Lord's second son will be the successor of Automation City, and the other is that the 4th daughter will be the next successor of Automation City." Hearing this, He-kyung just thought it was ridiculous. "It's just a rumor." But San calmly said, "I know you are Westel's 4th daughter." He-kyung then added a bit more, "You probably don't know, I have nothing to do with those rumors. I'm just an isolated person." At first glance it seemed like the other siblings spread those rumors because they wanted to use them. "You won't get any benefit from me. It would be better to find others, right?" San stood silently for a moment. He-kyung was extremely wary. "This person knows exactly who I am. Lord Kasso's children must have hidden their identities. That was Automation City's iron rule. He looks strong, but I must kill him here." As her murderous intent surged, San immediately cut her off. "It seems there's a misunderstanding. My second order was to protect you." He-kyung didn't expect this and was flustered. "A what? What do you mean?" San said patiently. "You said it was just a rumor, but your brothers and the families in Automation City will react very sensitively to that rumor. They will target you to minimize risks during the coronation." He-kyung immediately refused this favor. "No, I can protect myself," Saran still said. "But I received orders from the chief. I must protect you." He-kyung was frustrated with this stubborn person. "Damn it." He-kyung brushed San's hair. Below the hair 2 round bumps protruded on his forehead. "See this? Horns. Tisk specifically, where the horns used to be. This is a curse." She began to reveal her true feelings. "I was born by tearing my mother's belly with these horns, and my other siblings also died because of this. Moreover, many unfortunate things have happened around me. That's why I'm truly lonely." San was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "I'm sorry," he said, "but it doesn't matter whether you're cursed or not. I've come representing the tribe under the chief's orders. Even if you refuse, I must do so." Looking down at the scattered silk cart that had fallen down the cliff, she thought, "If persuasion doesn't work, I'll have to make him experience it directly. Now what do I do with this big, strong lizard folk?" Then she suddenly thought, "Not bad. Protecting my life means he will come to help me no matter how much danger I'm in." Thinking that, she replied, "First I need to retrieve the silk. I'll be back later." San said very sharply, "Not with those legs. If you want to ask someone to do something impossible, there's a better way. You can ask me for help." He-kyung's face flushed as her clumsiness was exposed. Scratching her face, she pleaded for him to retrieve the silk bundle. San readily agreed, and so San took on the important task of carrying the silk bundle for He-kyung. He-kyung suddenly became curious. "How did you know I was here?" San replied, "I asked around using your fake name. Doesn't this name suit you better?" He-kyung asked suspiciously. But do my merchants sell my information so easily?" San revealed the cruel truth. "I just gave them a bag of salt. They said you went to buy silk, but didn't know where you got it. They also said you borrowed an ox cart but never returned it, so they thought you were a swindler. You disappeared behind Automation's gates for several days. Don't you think you've lost too much trust from merchants in addition to your relationships with humans?" He-kyung was mortified. Saran continued, "By the way, Automation Castle is on the horizon over there." He-kyung quickly said, "Okay. This path is only known to a few Automation merchants. I'll go back and tell my family about the silk sales." San, quick as lightning, reached out and blocked the flying dart aimed at He-kyung, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Your hand." San, holding the dart embedded in his hand, said, "Ragger was right. Someone is trying to kill you." From behind a nearby wall, a group of goblins, their faces covered, appeared, and at the same time San's voice echoed, "The succession struggle has begun." San easily subdued the goblin horde, and He-kyung praised him admiringly. "You're quite brave too. Among the warriors here, the Black-Scale tribe is very famous," San said. "Do you know that?" San, healing the goblin's wound, said, "He is the greatest warrior of our tribe. He taught me how to fight." He-kyung asked curiously, "Did you also learn medicine from Dua?" San replied, "No, I learned it when I was Zayn's attendant." Feeling the black-scale lizard folk's mood drop slightly, He-kyung wondered, why is he like that? Zeon handles the black-scale tribe's internal affairs. She's like the female version of R. In other words, he worked under her and learned combat skills from Dua, so he must be an important member of the black-scale tribe. For someone like him to be dispatched to protect me, this would be a great benefit. He suddenly saw him hand a piece of silk to a goblin, and I exclaimed, "Hey, that's my silk," Sunan said. "You have to make some concessions to them in front of the automation castle gate." He-young looked at him and said, "The gate is already closed. They're controlling the flow of people entering the castle." He-young approached the foxfolk and asked, "Excuse me, but why is the automation castle gate closed?" The foxfolk asked, "If you were a silk merchant, you won't be able to get in either." They said automation would be temporarily closed, and once inside you wouldn't be able to leave. This raised a question. What's happening inside the castle? He-kyung also wondered inwardly. What's wrong with Automation Castle? A young man from the Zhou family was rubbing his eyes, suffering from a headache. He-kyung frowned and said, "What's with that expression? I'm the one who should be angry." She took a sip of tea and said to the young man opposite, "The borrowed cart broke down and I almost died," the young man said irritably. "You probably didn't hear the news. I didn't know anything either." "Did anything special happen on your way here?" He-kyung spoke as if telling village gossip. "Oh, I almost died. Fortunately, the Black-Scale tribe sent this warrior to protect me. I'll reward him amply." San introduced himself. "My name is San Mo. I am from the Black-Scale tribe." The young man opposite replied politely, "Nice to meet you, San. Black-Scale tribe. I am the head of the Zhou family, one of the 4 great families of Automation Castle. So I interrogated a few goblins who tried to assassinate the princess. As of now, I am certain this incident has nothing to do with the Zhou family." Lord Zhou politely poured tea and said, "Of course we don't do such things like other families." He-kyung asked curiously, "What's happening inside the castle? You can't close the gates just because the 4th daughter is cursed." Lord Zhou said there was an assassin here too. He-kyung muttered in surprise, "The Lord is not here." Lord Zhou said, "Your brother Whedon, a potential successor to automation, has gone missing." Then someone was heard muttering, "How many years has it been since I came here?" Only San and He-kyung were in the study, filled with books on shelves. He-kyung said, "I was close with my brother, but as I grew up I avoided him. I smell blood here," Saren called her. He-kyung, "The bloodstains have been erased and there's a small trace under the table." C lifted the rug under the table to find more traces. They found dried traces in the cracks of the wood. "Such a large pool of blood, he probably died." Lord Zhou stood behind them and said, "We also found the problem that the body could not be found. As soon as traces were found, the doors were immediately sealed to prevent the culprit from taking the body out of the castle. The body will rot and smell anyway. Then it's only a matter of time before the culprit is caught. If you do nothing," He-kyung thought inwardly, "did the culprit dare to commit murder knowing the danger? No, don't think too deeply." As he said, "I can't do anything either." He-kyung suddenly froze, and the ghost inside her whispered, "Do you want me to tell you, or are you just going to sit and wait?" He-kyung nervously yelled at it, "Shut up." San, realizing the situation was not good, asked worriedly, "He-kyung, are you okay?" He-kyung, as if possessed, suddenly said, "The culprit must have found a jar large enough to hold a body. Who could possess such a thing without being suspected?" Lord Zhou asked in confusion. "A jar," He-kyung immediately replied. "That's right, we're looking for people who store meat in jars to prevent it from spoiling." San added that butchers and hunters were also included to prevent meat from spoiling. San seemed to be discussing something, and He-kyung analyzed, "To prevent the body from rotting, the culprit must have preserved it with salt and then disposed of it later. Someone willing to bring hunters into the castle. Someone with many jars of salted meat at home." Lord Zhou also seemed to be discussing something. "Someone can naturally enter this place without your permission." Where a large jar was suspiciously placed, a person was touching the lid of the jar with their hand. "My sister Hajin, a hunter and one of Automation's successors." He-kyung's deduction was very convincing. So only a few people in the castle were informed, but when Whedon's death was announced, everyone thought Hajin was the first suspect. In a secluded mountain, curses echoed. "Damn it," one person carrying a large bundle said. "I thought this was a perfect plan." A young man frowned and another, carrying a bundle, grumbled irritably. "He-kyung, I didn't expect her to expose our plan." A voice warned Hajin, "Brother, you forgot one more person." Hajin reflexively looked up at the person standing on a nearby wall. "This voice, He-min. How could she be here?" Hajin's voice was full of surprise. He-min just silently looked down at her sister. Behind her, 2 people with bows were aiming below. An arrow accurately pierced the head of the person next to Hajin. Hajin bit her lip. She glared at He-min with an innocent expression. He-min calmly said, "Why are you angry? Brother killed brother first, didn't he? So whatever I do to brother, brother has no right to be angry. The smartest of the siblings should be the lord of the castle. All of this is just for the throne. We must end this cursed sibling relationship," she said innocently and coldly. Hajin, violently shouting the name of her youngest sister He-min, was hit by 2 arrows, one in the head, the other in the heart. He-min quietly watched her brother fall. She closed her eyes as if to soothe her guilt, then something startled her and she opened her eyes wide. From behind, a blade pierced her chest and a person said in agreement, "Her opinion is right." Wow! A young man with a blood-stained knife stood behind the kneeling He-min, and opposite, a man witnessing all this said in a low voice, "Now it's time to end this cursed sibling relationship," Hoon calmly declared. "From now on, among all my brothers and sisters, only one will remain. I won't make you wait long." He-kyung from inside the house heard an exclamation of "What?" He-kyung asked blankly again. "Hajin and He-min died next to brother Hegan's corpse," Lord Zhou confirmed. That's right, in other words, the culprit had no intention of hiding his identity at all, Hee-kyung also realized. That's right, even a fool would know. Hajin acted first, and that's what Hee-min was waiting for. Both of these are things I already noticed. He was waiting for Hajin and Hee-min to meet, then planning to eliminate them at once. If we assume the goblins attacked me because of Hee-jun, then everything is true. If San hadn't appeared, this incident would have been considered an ordinary robbery. Lord Zhou expressed concern, saying that the real threat had begun. Hee-kyung calmly said, yes, that's right. Lord Zhou said, actually the Zhou family just had a meeting. Hee-kyung took a cup of tea, took a sip and asked, so what did they decide? Lord Zhou mumbled, well, of course, Hajin holds all the power. Hee-gun listened silently, and the Lord said somewhat reluctantly, we have decided to put all our bets on you. Hee-kyung stood up and politely said, thank you for acknowledging my contribution. Lord Zhou said firmly, it's not an acknowledgement. This decision was carefully considered, so survive by any means necessary. He spoke as if blessing Hee-kyung. Hee-kyung said, I'll do my best before leaving Lord Zhou to drink tea alone. Hee-kyung vowed inwardly, okay, I have to survive. This cursed body still seems to be trusted by others. She said so, but now her head hurt. Someone argued, continually avoiding assassins is not the answer. Must catch Hee-jun. Another person said it wouldn't be that easy, as both the San tribe and the long-eared tribe supported him. Why should we involve the Sioux tribe? Hee-kyung, with her horns regrown, joined the argument. Then it would be strange. The others said, really, I don't think we need the help of the Sioux tribe, the person argued. They have the support of 2 tribes and we only have the support of 1. Why do you say we don't need them? San sat next to Hee-kyung and reminded her in advance. Now don't even think about breaking your horns. Hee-kyung awkwardly replied, okay, I told you I wouldn't break them anymore. If there was this much blood I wouldn't have even touched it. Thinking back to that time, Saren felt a headache again. I was just trying to get attention, Hee-kyung also sighed helplessly. I wasn't trying to bring up the horn story. Compared to my situation 15 years ago, I still haven't gotten used to the current situation. She confessed that a few weeks ago, with their help, she had overcome many crises. From outside, a person rushed in. Reporting from outside the castle, the Lord is returning. Everyone discussing in the room buzzed. Lord Westel, Hee-kyung asked, when is he coming? The messenger replied. He won't be coming that fast. He'll arrive tomorrow morning, this person continued. Furthermore, there's news that the reconnaissance team wants to give a secret report to Princess Hee-kyung. Hee-kyung glanced and asked, what is it? The messenger bowed to Hee-kyung and whispered, the problem is, but before he could even convey the information, this person spat blood. The 4 goblins quickly acted before the messenger could assassinate Hee-kyung. Hee-kyung calmly watched the situation. He was trying to pull a knife from his pocket. This person is from the Zhou family. Lord Zhou said, that's right, I think he was bribed. Then San revealed the tense situation. Now we can't even trust the Zhou family. From outside a terrified voice was heard. Everyone hurry, as the situation became urgent, Lord Zhou said. Hurry and escape, Hee-kyung. Hoon seems determined to attack you before the Lord returns. He seems to want to finish everything today. At this, Hee-kyung inside opened a hatch. With a sad expression she looked down and said, actually I didn't want to use this path. Beneath the hatch was another very dirty space. Sinan Mio looked down and advised, there won't be a safer escape route. No matter how much you dislike it, you'll have to endure it. Sanomio continued, in the current situation there aren't many choices. Before Saran Mi could finish persuading her, Hee-kyung jumped first. She told him, I'll go first. Saran Mi watched her fall into the pit, speechless. After going down, Hee-kyung didn't see Mi, so she waved to Saran Mi to come down. What are you doing? Hurry up and come down. As soon as Sinan Mi came down, he closed the hatch cover. He said to Hee-kyung disapprovingly, you have more resistance than I thought. Hee-kyung calmly replied, I'm just too used to the buzzing insects around me. After that, they moved forward along the dirty water stream. At this time many flies buzzed around Hee-kyung's body, and she chased the flies, saying to Sanomo, I fell in here while bathing when I was little. San-mio, hearing that, was slightly speechless and asked in confusion, why do you talk as if there's no danger? Hee-kyung calmly said, I almost died. Saran-mi speculated, is it because of the rotten wooden floor? Hee-kyung replied, I was trapped in a huge pile of trash at that time. As they walked, Hee-kyung cheerfully recalled, but I made it to the sewer without a single scratch. There was no light at all in the underground sewer. I thought I was going to die then. Hee-kyung continued to talk, recalling the past. Then I saw a flickering light and followed it, and I vaguely saw the scenery below the sewer. Hee-kyung recalled. I kept walking, and when I caught that light, it was a glowing-tailed insect, probably a firefly. San-mi pointed out the absurdity, saying such insects don't live in a place like this. Hee-kyung exclaimed in surprise. Hee-kyung asserted that it was really there. I told you I caught one. San-mi thought it was interesting. He looked up ahead and thought that fireflies couldn't appear here. After that, he told Hee-kyung, all right, maybe it's a different kind. The two walked and talked for a while, then found a door and exclaimed happily, we've arrived. Then Saran-mi pointed to the door and said, I found it while exploring. This door leads to the basement of the Shi family's hunter's cabin. Saran-mi went up a step first. As he climbed, he told Hee-kyung, I'll go up first, wait here. If I don't come back later, Sanomio very earnestly advised, then run away quickly. Immediately run in the opposite direction. Hee-kyung listened and said nothing. She looked at the closed door and thought to herself that her survival until today was thanks to his warning. Hee-kyung was lost in thought. He and I just met, but he's helped me so much. The past 3 weeks have been chaotic and there have been too many problems. Now let's wait here. Suddenly a sound caught Hee-kyung's attention. Immediately, Hee-kyung realized something was wrong. She hurried up the stairs thinking about this sound. She recalled Saranmi's words from earlier. Hee-kyung gritted her teeth. She slammed the door open. She drew the knife hidden in her chest and chastised herself. Damn it, why did I do that? From the beginning until now, Hee-kyung had kept her chaotic thoughts hidden and acted calmly. She ran desperately, thinking, no, I can't watch anyone else die. Hee-kyung ran at full speed towards the open door in front of her. Suddenly, Hee-kyung saw something that made her heart sink, and she paused for a moment. At this moment, Saran-mio stood at the doorway. As soon as Hee-kyung saw this, she shouted, Saran, Saran, Saran. I heard someone calling him and instinctively turned around, shouting. Hee-kyung. At this moment, his stomach was pierced by a spear and blood pooled on the ground. San-mi mumbled as he looked at Hee-kyung. Why did you come here? Hoon looked at Hee-kyung and smiled contemptuously, saying casually, too late, this lizard folk won't survive. San-mi heard that, lost patience, and looked at Hee-jun with difficulty, saying, shut up, Hoon. Hee-kyung sighed and looked at him with contempt, saying, you still have the energy to blabber. After that, he looked at Hee-kyung and shouted to his subordinates, leave him. Kill Hee-kyung immediately. Countless people charged at Hee-kyung with weapons. At this moment, San-mi realized the situation was dire and unleashed his immense potential. Even injured, he could still take down numerous enemies. Hee-kyung was very surprised to see this. After that, Sanomio said, run. Sanomio persuaded, as you know, that's the right choice. He used his tail to break the handle of the spear embedded in his body. Oh, after that, San-mi looked at Hee-kyung and asked in confusion, why did you make the wrong choice? Hee-kyung snapped out of it at this moment and looked at Saran-mi with a firm gaze, shouting, I don't know. Hee-kyung gripped her knife tightly and continued with a firm gaze, humans sometimes make choices even when they know they are wrong, even if the price is their own life. San-mi somehow smiled as he looked at Hee-kyung, but you're not human. But everyone will be like you. Hee-kyung then asked in confusion, why are you protecting me? San-mi replied, the chief only told me to protect you, not to stake my life. Hee-kyung slowly approached and stood next to San. Saran-mi continued, I think you and I think alike. At this moment a man approached and whispered something to Hee-jun. He listened and said, yes, I understand. After that he encouraged his side. He said loudly, to whoever kills Hee-kyung and that lizard folk I will give silk and a box full of silk as a reward. At this moment Hoon pointed at Hee-kyung and Sanimio and continued to boost his people's morale. Can even one injured warrior trouble you? Kill them for the honor of your warriors. Hearing that, Hee-jun's people hesitated and said, but at this moment Hoon's warriors hesitated slightly. They looked at San-mi and said, his fighting spirit is too strong for an ordinary warrior, and there are rumors that he is a chosen one. Hee-jun heard that, fanned himself and scoffed, foolish, that's impossible, he continued. If he were a chosen one, why would he hide his power until he was injured and had a knife in his back? At this moment, San-mi seized the opportunity to observe the surrounding terrain. He glanced at a nearby wall and thought, as I recall, that wall had a lot of salt crystals piled up. It must lead to the salt mine. After that, San-mi approached Hee-kyung and whispered, Hee-kyung, I'm going to start running now. Hee-kyung immediately understood his intention. She replied, the right wall you mean? San-mi did not answer Hee-kyung but looked straight at Hoon's people and provoked them. He said loudly, he's right, I'm not a chosen one. But that doesn't mean I'm a useless warrior. Hee-kyung stared a little blankly as San-mi lured them. I'm the second warrior of the lizard folk tribe, but who remembers the second? Hee-jun's warriors heard that, brandished their weapons and charged. At this moment San-mi whispered to Hee-kyung, remember, I'm going to run to the right, it's just a wall. After that, San-mi prepared to break the wall and continued, it won't take long. After that, Hee-kyung ran with Sanomio. Sanomio took the lead, and with his sturdy body, successfully broke through the wall. Because of this, Hee-kyung looked at San-mi with admiring eyes and was very surprised. Not only Hee-kyung but also Hee-jun's people were all standing blankly. Hee-jun immediately snapped out of it and shouted, commanding, damn it, chase and catch them. The others heard his command and immediately chased after them, walking slowly step by step inside the wall. After a moment Hee-kyung supported Sanomio and walked. At this time there were drops of blood on the ground along with Sanomio's heavy footprints. Hee-kyung exclaimed worriedly, damn it, are you okay? Hee-kyung supported Saran-mi, who looked like he was about to die. Hee-kyung said in a worried voice, just hold on a little longer, San. At this moment Hee-kyung supported the injured Sanomio and continued to encourage him. The two leaned on each other and moved forward step by step. After a moment Hee-kyung looked ahead in surprise. There was no longer a path in front of the two. Hee-kyung exclaimed, dead end? Hee-kyung then looked back at Sanomio, who was struggling with a stomach injury, and asked in confusion, San, wouldn't it be better to just pull out the knife and rest? Saran-mi heard that and didn't think it was a good idea. He said, no, I'm a person with medical knowledge. Saran-mi clutched his wound and prevented blood from flowing, explaining, if you pull it out carelessly you'll bleed too much. At this moment Saran-mi frowned and looked very exhausted. Suddenly a sobbing sound was heard. Sanomio heard the sobbing sound, looked up at Hee-kyung blankly and asked, are you crying? Hee-kyung replied, don't ask anymore. Seeing Hee-kyung lower her head and cover her face with her arms, Sanomio asked more earnestly, I just wanted to make sure you were crying because of me. Hee-kyung burst out, yes, that's right, you're about to die. What do you care if I'm crying? Since she thought this was the end, Hee-kyung no longer hid her weak side. She said with a tear-stained face, it's always like this, everyone next to me suffers bad luck. San-mi heard that and gently comforted Hee-kyung. She clearly thinks everything is due to a curse. Sanomio then reminded her of the things that had happened during their time together. Hee-kyung, do you know how many dangers I've faced in the past 3 weeks? But you overcame everything and survived. Hee-kyung then sobbed and looked up at San-mi. He continued, Anyone would consider that good luck. These words were probably the most sincere and kind words Hee-kyung had ever heard. It now turned into hope for her. She thought to herself, yes, it's good luck I'm not cursed. Sanomio then sat down tiredly and reminded her of something else. Remember when we first met? I went down the mountain to get silk, Saranami continued. After that I found out there was a problem with the cart. Saranami continued. Someone intentionally broke the axle pin. At this moment Sanomio couldn't suppress his emotions and shed tears inwardly. He continued. The cart was borrowed from the Duke when the Succession War began. Sanomio recalled Hee-kyung's childhood story she just told and said, there's something else I found strange. How could a child have made the toilet floor collapse? Sanomio continued. Not to mention the right to succession, they must have known someone was after your life. Hee-kyung froze at those words and the ghost inside her whispered in her ear. Yes, she definitely knew. Hee-kyung looked at the ghost in surprise at those words. The ghost continued, who wants to kill her? At this moment a torch appeared and then someone pointed at Hee-kyung and Saranmio sitting at the dead end shouting, there Hee-kyung is with the lizard folk. As it turned out, Hoon's group had followed Saranmio's blood trail to this place. Hee-jun slowly approached and said, that lizard folk has bled too much. Hee-jun looked at the two with a triumphant smile and said, this is deep inside the salt mine. They won't be able to break through the wall and escape like before. After that he pointed at the two and commanded his warriors, kill them. Everyone with spears and swords heard the command and charged. Hee-kyung and Saranmi were cornered but still decided to fight fiercely. Hee-kyung gritted her teeth in anger and vowed inwardly, yes, I can't die blaming the curse. If I die, it's my fault. Saranmi's eyes were visibly tired, but he still said firmly, I'm still waiting. He blocked Hee-kyung and continued, it's your luck. At this moment Hee-jun's soldiers were charging confidently when suddenly, their eyes were blinded by a strange light and they stopped. Something mysterious suddenly appeared and separated the two sides. Both Hee-kyung and Saranmi stared blankly at this miracle. Hee-jun was also very surprised, startled by this sudden event. He looked at the source of the light in disbelief and shouted, what is it? A mysterious blue-tinged creature appeared behind the stream of light. As soon as it appeared, it introduced itself. I am Boom. Sanemai was speechless at the sight, and Hee-kyung looked at it in confusion. Is it a god? At this moment Boom suddenly called Sanemio's name. Sanemio. It looked at Sanemai and continued, you have been chosen. Hee-kyung's soldiers heard that, looked at each other in surprise and murmured, chosen? That can't be. Hoon heard that from behind and trembled with rage. He shouted, I was almost done. What are you hesitating for, you fools? Hoon lost patience. Looking at the warriors he shouted, are you having such a hard time now because you didn't ally with the Ron tribe? What does it matter? Who cares? If you're afraid, shoot your bows. Boom looked at the two calmly and said, I know you're having difficulties. Sanemai replied in surprise, yes. After that, Sanemai asked Boom in confusion, only 5 people have been chosen in our tribe. Am I the 6th? No, Boom continued. One of the chosen ones has passed away. Boom was momentarily stunned at those words. After that, it said it was the astrologer. Sanemai was momentarily stunned, then mumbled. Really? Boom continued. You are the 2nd bravest person in the tribe, San. You are fully qualified to be chosen. After that, light shone from its entire body, and it continued. From now on you will be a messenger of God. In God's name you can borrow my power. Right now, in the blink of an eye, Boom disappeared. Sanemai was startled to see that. Boom had disappeared, leaving only a faint afterimage. Seizing this opportunity, Hoon immediately commanded. What are you doing? The monster is gone. Attack. Sanemai painfully clutched the spearhead embedded in his body. Hee-kyung looked ahead, but also shouted worriedly, San, but Mi trembled and calmed down. I'm fine. After that, he forcefully pulled out the remaining part of the spear from his body. Sanemai used the power he had just received to heal his wound. At this time, Hee-jun's soldiers, still unaware of what had happened, continued to charge confidently. Sanemai told Hee-kyung, for now I won't bleed anymore. Although it's painful, I feel reborn. After that, he looked at the people in front of him and said, they don't seem to understand what just happened. Hee-kyung smiled and said, really? Sanemai reached out his hand, embraced Hee-kyung, and continued, I should teach them a new lesson. Hee-kyung, understanding his intention, covered her ears tightly with both hands. After that, a booming thunder echoed. Then San raised his hand and said, I'll make them understand. After that, a booming thunder echoed. Hee-jun's soldiers were shocked, electrocuted by the lightning. Hee-jun, trembling with fear to avoid being struck, dodged to the side, his eyes turning blue with terror at the mere sight. In an instant, Saran struck down dozens. The remaining ones, seeing this, fled in a panic, shouting, everyone retreat, he truly is the chosen one. Hee-jun, who had been so aggressive just moments before, also turned pale, tucked his tail and ran. Siren had to catch his breath after firing the lightning bolt. Hee-kyung's eyes widened and she said, unbelievable. Are you okay? Seonsun replied, I'm fine, impressed by this ability. She suddenly asked, you're so strong, why didn't you declare war on the ear-cut tribe? Son, having just tested this power himself, said, I think I know why. Son, exhausted, knelt and closed his eyes, saying, this power cannot be used at will. It seems my mental strength is somewhat depleted. That's why Owen usually smokes after using this kind of technique. Hee-kyung also asked worriedly, are you really okay? Son said in a low voice, I'm just a little tired. The rest is fine. It's better now that I'm bleeding less. After taking a few breaths, Son told Hee-kyung, all right, let's go. One of Hee-jun's soldiers screamed from being electrocuted, and another was paralyzed by the electricity. Son continued to escort Hee-kyung. Hegemonia learned of the entire situation through the screen. I can't let this continue. He frowned, thinking to himself, Nebula, I didn't want to do this, but the two were aghast as they faced a danger that literally fell from the sky. It was a giant tiger-like animal blocking their path. He-kyung shouted. "What is that monster?" San asked incomprehensibly. "How can there be a saber-toothed tiger here?" He-kyung, terrified, grabbed his sleeve and said loudly, "Mr. Saran!" The giant tiger furiously charged and attacked the two. San unleashed an immense amount of electricity, completely felling the tiger, which collapsed to the ground unconscious. Saran said, "A tiger rushing over the castle walls into the mine? No matter how I think about it, this is beyond common sense," both agreed. Siren looked at the tiger and said, "I really don't understand." He-kyung clutched her head with her hand, saying unpleasantly, "So many strange things are happening, it feels like someone is controlling me." He-kyung looked at the exit and said half-jokingly, "I'm worried someone might be ambushing me as soon as I go outside." San went first, and He-kyung's worries were not unfounded. Two ambushing figures were waiting for an opportunity above their heads. He-jun, this time not hiding behind soldiers, confronted the two directly, shouting angrily, "Damn it, why do you keep cornering me?" He-kyung showed disgust and said, "Who started this first?" He-jun frowned and said, "You brought that evil lizard folk into the castle. The succession war should have been something just between us siblings." He pointed a finger at the two, furious, and shouted, "Do you think Automation City will be okay if you win the succession war with outside help? Weak humans can't protect us from stronger races." He-kyung also found him absurd. She said in disbelief, "What, you're going to blame everything on me?" Hoon said angrily, "Shut up and die." This became the signal for the two ambushers to attack. They grabbed their weapons and quickly rushed to attack. However, San quickly spotted them with the knife at his waist, and with lightning speed he swung his knife several times, felling the two assassins. He-jun, seeing this, couldn't help but want to retreat. He thought to himself, "What a terrifying power. And he has immense stamina, he should have been exhausted by now." He-kyung finally got her chance to blame him. "He-jun, you made everything this way," she shouted angrily. "Automation City's economy relies on trade. If we don't interact with the surrounding regions, it's like blocking our own path to survival. If you knew they had been eyeing my territory for a long time, you, who pride yourself on being smart, should have realized it sooner." He-kyung placed her hand on her chest, her eyes shining with determination. She spoke eloquently, "I am not as old-fashioned as you or father. I will expand the scale of the castle and bring great benefits." Hoon listened to her and scoffed, "You not only look like a cursed monster, but you think like one too." He unfolded his fan, covering half his face, and said, "I have never once thought of you as my sister." His action felt strange to He-kyung. She looked at him and thought, "Wait, why did he suddenly open his fan?" She was startled and thought, "Is this a signal?" She looked around, deep in thought. "There's an assassin hidden, and the only place to hide is that warehouse. It's too far from here to throw a dagger. So it must be a bow." She imagined an arrow flying swiftly towards her. "A metal arrow with 3 feathers will pierce my heart." The ghost within her resurfaced and said, "You're both going to die, so you won't scold me, will you?" Her shadow analyzed. "Looking at the speed of the arrow, both of us will die." She wondered if she could block that arrow. He-kyung's shadow looked at San and said, "You're too slow. Even if San reacted, it would be a beat too late." Her shadow continued, "It would have been easier if I had sensed the danger the moment the assassin drew the bowstring, but it's impossible because my horns aren't fully awakened yet. Now, think of a way to dodge that arrow. Every method you can think of." He-kyung froze upon hearing that. He-kyung began to ask herself, "I don't know, could she use the wind?" The shadow scoffed. "Wind? Yes, that's a good one," her shadow said. "My wind blows." Immediately, a whirlwind appeared behind her. It deflected the arrow, and both He-jun and Saran witnessed the miracle, their mouths agape. Terror flashed in He-kyung's eyes along with astonishment. She asked the shadow within her, "What are you, a curse or a blessing?" The shadow replied, "No, I am far more complex than that. I can predict countless changes in the future and present the most suitable choice for the situation to gain an advantage." The arrow bounced off and stuck into the ground. Her shadow let out an eerie laugh and said, "I am the manipulator of fate." A notification appeared on the screen that He-kyung's inherent talent, though weak and previously hidden, had now awakened. Hidden inherent talent revealed. Probability manipulation. Hegemony was also aghast at this sight. He was startled and said, "That wasn't a curse." Nebula retorted with disdain for the other party's foolishness. "Why would I choose a cursed being?" Hegemony therefore denied reality in a fluster. "No, that can't be." He clutched his head and shouted. The character description clearly said she was cursed. Why did she suddenly become a talent-endowed soul? "Did you manipulate the description?" Nebula calmly said. "As you saw, He-kyung's description was like that even before we came to this world," Hegemony said angrily. "Ah, damn it," Hegemony questioned. "Then how did you know she had talent?" In truth, Nebula was not that smart, he thought to himself. Actually, I didn't know at first either. It was the wonder of coincidence. He had known about He-kyung since long ago. He thought that even he himself had considered it an unfortunate curse. Nebula recalled the image of young He-kyung tripping and thought, all the numerous misfortunes that befell He-kyung were all assassinations aimed at He-kyung. He continued to think, "When the bathroom floor collapsed, I realized it. It was because the head maid broke the floor before He-kyung came." Nebula recalled her tired face, but the young He-kyung grumbled, "Now I can't even bathe comfortably." She got up, covered in mud from head to toe. He thought that even in situations where she could have been stabbed to death or buried alive, she managed to leave without a single scratch. The young girl looked up at the shimmering dots of light beneath this dark hole. She said, "Yes, there is light." She looked in the direction of the light and said, "Should I go in that direction?" Then he thought of He-kyung. After that, he observed He-kyung and realized something. What was within He Kyung was not the most terrible curse of misfortune but an inherent talent for manipulating probabilities. He walked, and that shadow was not visible above her head. He thought that if he knew how to use it properly, it would bring immense luck. He thought that obtaining a talented being was a huge advantage. Hegemonia no longer questioned this issue, he said. Anyway, forget it all, he triumphantly boasted to Nebula. Fortunately, I summoned the saber-toothed tiger. I waited in shame for a long time, you know. I won, Nebula scoffed. I knew you considered yourself shameful. What do you mean you won? Hegemonia said. You haven't finished, Hoon, yet. You're done, he said. He was back. A middle-aged man with a scar running across his left eyebrow commanded with dignity. Everyone stop. He Kyung Hegemonia babbled triumphantly. It's over now. The Lord has returned, so the family must stop fighting, Nebula asked dismissively. So, Hegemonia said as if it were obvious, to end this chaos Westel will choose a successor, perhaps right now. Well glanced at Hoon. Hoon smiled at him and approached. Hegemonia continued. Westel will definitely choose Hoon as his successor, because He-jun shares the same political views as Westel. He looked at He Kyung and said, then He Kyung won't be able to do anything. Killing Well is out of the question and no family will acknowledge her. Nebula again denied. No, your hypothesis is wrong. Nebula looked at the departing Well and said, why are you so sure Well will choose He Kyung and not He-jun? Well approached his long-neglected daughter. He raised his hand and said, there's no need to fight anymore. I will decide my successor right here, right now. He Kyung politely said, Father, before that I have something to say. The father and daughter had an awkward conversation. He said, your horns have grown a lot. He Kyung also said. Father also shaved his head. Well said, yes, what do you want to say? She slightly lowered her head as if she had made up her mind. The old palace opened its eyes and said, why? She looked directly at Well and said in a low voice, Father, why did you want to kill me so badly? As the question was asked, even Hoon tensed up, looking at his father and sweating. Well did not make excuses but asked, when did you know? He Kyung smiled as if nothing had happened and replied, since a long time ago, but I deceived myself and ignored this fact, because I didn't want to believe it. San looked at her worriedly, and He Kyung clenched her fist and said, the real reason Father wanted to kill me was because Mother died when I was born. She calmly pointed to her shadow and said, and the truth hidden behind this trace of curse, all these things that plagued me my whole life were lies fabricated by Father. Well was silent for a while, then said heavily, her body was too weak to give birth to a child. He recalled the past and said, R died of fever after giving birth to you. At that time Well looked at his wife in fear. He calmly said, she was a very special person to me, and losing her brought unimaginable pain. At that time I thought of the two words curse. He recalled the image of the newborn He Kyung and said, I chose to believe that you and your horns were the curse that killed Ro. The position of castle lord brought me endless hardship, and you took away the only thing I cherished. Well bowed his head and said, I cannot forgive you. He Kyung knew the truth but did not resent him. Instead she said calmly, now I know what I want to do. Now Father can do as he wishes. Well replied, understood. He-jun said excitedly, Father, will you be swayed by guilt when making a decision concerning the fate of Automation City? Well glanced at his second son and said, don't worry Hoon, although I am weak and tired. He looked straight ahead and said, when it comes to this matter as the Lord of Automation City, I will only rely on my own judgment to make a decision. He thought to himself, on the chessboard of the gods the only decision I can freely make is one concerning my own fate. He said aloud, this is my choice. Hegemonia clasped his hands in prayer. Please Lord, I swear by heaven and Buddha, a Mizzou. Akara-2 Nebula was speechless to see that person praying to both Eastern and Western deities. He thought, does he think praying like that will work? We are gods. Nebula suddenly noticed something. He saw He Kyung's shadow emitting a strange aura and thought to himself, there's something there. Should I look? An image noise-like effect appeared on the screen. The shadow said his lips are curling upwards. The shadow continued, he is pronouncing the word you are the next Lord of Automation City. The shadow looked at her suspiciously and asked, you don't look happy. Why? He Kyung felt he was trying to avoid the situation. She looked at his face and said, even though he doesn't realize it himself, he ultimately chose a path where he can shake off his guilt. In that case, rumors will spread within the castle. She frowned and continued, rumors that the castle lord, due to guilt, handed the position over to the daughter he wanted to kill. Hoon's faction will spread such rumors, and then people will doubt my abilities and say I got this position by luck. 4 families and the people of Automation City will not listen to me, and my position as lord will even be in danger, she said with determination. Father cannot choose me as his successor. I must win that position myself. With a thought full of self-assertion, He Kyung raised her hand, stopping her father, and said, Father, I have decided. Well was surprised to hear that and asked, what have you decided? He Kyung said, I have thought quite a lot about your plans, Father, but nevertheless I believe I am qualified to be the Lord, she said with a firm and confident expression. Hand over the position to me. Her words surprised everyone. He-jun immediately said to Westel, enraged, Father, that child is threatening you to hand over the position of Lord? Well gestured for Hoon to calm down. Well calmly asked He Kyung, very well, tell me, he asked, where do you get the courage to threaten me in front of all these troops? He Kyung gestured, introducing San Mi who was standing next to her. San Mi also understood her intention and displayed his lightning ability. This was beyond everyone's expectations. He Kyung confidently introduced, as you have seen, Father, this person is one of the Black Scale tribe's chosen ones, He Kyung said. Although he cannot kill everyone here, she continued, At the very least, he has enough ability to kill people and allow me to escape, He-jun shouted again. It's a lie, father. That lizard folk is severely injured. Well just watched silently. Well, lost in deep thought, believed he remembered the power of the Chosen One very well. That day, even the chief of the Blackscale tribe paid attention to this matter. He continued to think, Rager is a fearsomely capable person. He clearly sent a Chosen One here to monitor my decision. Then Well spoke. But He-kyung, he reminded He-kyung that their castle had a special way. If the lord dies without a will, the residents of the castle will elect an outstanding member of the tribe themselves to be the next lord, He-kyung replied firmly. Honestly, I don't want that to happen either, but if I truly must, I will receive the support of the Blackscale tribe, she said. With the power of the Blackscale tribe, I can easily bring down this entire castle and become the only human left alive within it, Hoon shouted in rage. You wretched woman. You're finally revealing your true nature. How dare you speak such blasphemous words? Well was silent for a moment, then said resignedly. It can't be helped. He took another step towards his daughter and declared in front of everyone. I, Westel, the current Lord of Automation City, declare that I will pass on the position of Lord to He-kyung. He continued, this declaration takes effect immediately. Hoon, in shock, sank to the ground, saying with an incredulous expression, It's impossible. A few days later, someone's voice was heard. It seems the residents' daily lives have stabilized. The residents buzzed with excitement. It's because the war over the Lord's position has ended, another person replied. Yes, but I somehow feel this atmosphere is strange. He-jun, sitting above, listened to their conversation. The resident continued to discuss, I'm trading with other races. And their engineers from afar are here too. Someone said the four families were still silent. It seems they've accepted the new Lord's regulations. He-jun, sitting nearby and listening, lost interest and irritably turned his head, no longer wanting to listen. He muttered contemptuously, How can a woman who associates with lizard folk every day become the Lord? As night fell, the gate leading out of the castle quietly opened. He-jun stood next to his horse, thinking to himself, I will leave this place and build my own forces. Someday I will return and… He-jun moved cautiously, his hat pulled low. When an unplanned figure appeared, he was startled. He shouted warily, Who's there? The person who appeared was Sanmio, and he said, It seems you're planning to go somewhere very far, brother. He-jun snorted and replied curtly, What does it matter to you where I go? San-mi said very curtly, Go in peace, I have no reason to stop you. After all, whether you go or stay, you won't be able to do anything. He-jun, riding away on his horse, couldn't help but mutter, That damned lizard folk is cursing me. Damn him. He raised his head, looked at the sky and said, Someone told me you shouldn't leave someone like you near He-kyung. He continued, Honestly, that person seems to be right. Lifting a burning log, San-mi said coldly, So I think I need to take action. He then swung the log, creating a light, and a coded signal appeared in the sky. People were already waiting on the castle wall, and as soon as they saw the signal, they immediately received orders. A masked orc assassin holding a knife agilely leaped down. It was the moment Hoon rode his horse out of the castle gate. The single clean and decisive strike. In an instant, the head of the person sitting on the horse had to bid farewell to its body. The orc collected the head as evidence. The incomplete body, still on the horse, quietly left the castle. Elsewhere, Hegemonia said, Well done, honestly admitting, I lost. Nebula said nonchalantly. You're speaking so politely, Hegemonia replied philosophically from beyond the screen. If you don't admit your mistakes, you can never succeed, he said. Although I'm a little annoyed, Hegemonia continued. Still you won, Nebula. Nebula said comfortably and naturally. Of course, Hegemonia accepted defeat more easily than expected and left. He decided to lead the dwarf tribe across the continent. He said he would go west. Despite the negative events caused by the failed prophecy, he didn't seem to care much. Hegemonia had said earlier, If you win, you get everything. Before leaving, Hegemonia said, We won't see each other for a while, I'll contact you. Nebula watched the dwarf tribe leave through the screen. He was somewhat impressed by their gradual development after acquiring new technology. His confidence in battle is truly astonishing. He thought that if Hegemonia abandoned his original position and left a vacuum behind, there would be an opportunity to expand influence through the trade routes they had opened. Nebula continued to think, The southern coastal region of the peninsula. This is a coastal area, so it might be needed someday. He pondered about the two small territories of the red-scale frog tribe. The large snakes living there are originally freshwater creatures, so they haven't been able to fully utilize their power yet. He decided to just leave them be. Now I need to go meet the new lord of the castle. In the study, He-kyung, dressed in noble clothes, fell asleep slumped over her desk. He-kyung fell into a deep sleep and saw fireflies in her dream. She looked at the fireflies sitting on her hand with curiosity. The fireflies led her to a long cloaked shadow. To her surprise, she realized it was the blue beetle god. She knelt and showed respect, saying, I have received much help from the worshippers of the blue beetle god, He-kyung continued. I am just starting, but I have nothing. I am starting many businesses, but they may not be of much help to God. The fireflies sat on that person's hand. The cloaked shadow said nothing, and the fireflies flying within his palm suddenly transformed into something. He-kyung looked up at what was in the blue beetle god's hand, startled. She looked closely and realized something. He Kyung said, "Is that not the iron piece we use for trade? I am too foolish to know what it means," she said, "if God wants money." Suddenly, before He Kyung could even finish speaking, a black scale hand gently touched her back. She reflexively turned her head and asked who it was. Then He Kyung realized it was San Mi. He Kyung cried out in surprise, "San, the blue beetle god." She suddenly became dazed. A god. He Kyung's vision gradually blurred. She said, "Is this just a dream?" He Kyung, startled, woke up and shot upright. She fell to the floor in a daze, muttering, "It really was a dream," on the peaceful streets of Automation City. He Kyung went for a walk to clear her head, still thinking about her dream. If the dream was some kind of discovery, what is the way to help the blue beetle god? Is it related to the iron piece? She was anxious and confused. "I want to be favored by God. What exactly is the meaning of this discovery?" A creature touched a piece of cloth, admiring it. "I've never seen such good quality silk before," the lizard folk in the fabric shop said to the customer in front of him. "That's impossible. I've sold a lot of this item," the unfamiliar customer replied. "Is that so? This is my first time coming to the West." Unfamiliar customer was Joe. He said, "The place where the sun sets was previously inaccessible as the dwarf tribe was blocking the way." The lizard folk continued, I haven't seen many people like you. So do you want to buy this silk?" Joe replied, rummaging through a pouch full of iron pieces just as He Kyung had seen in her dream. Can I buy all the silk you have?" The lizard folk shopkeeper took an iron piece from Joe's pouch. The lizard folk looked at it and said, "Is that iron?" "Excellent," Joe replied. Joe asked. "This quality of silk must be expensive." "Will this be enough?" The silk-selling lizard folk replied. "It's enough, merchant." The silk seller was happily about to complete the transaction when a voice suddenly interrupted. "Wait a minute." He Kyung stepped forward and said to Joe, "Hey, just put the money away." She smiled at Joe in a friendly and natural way, saying, "I'm sorry, but this person had already promised to trade with me first, hadn't they?" Joe asked, slightly flustered. "Is that so?" Under He Kyung's blatant and threatening gaze, the silk seller stammered in reply, "Perhaps so." Joe heard that, didn't waste any more time and said, "Then it's fine, I don't want to cause trouble." After that, Joe turned and left. At this, the silk seller said to He Kyung, "My lady, then that's too much." He Kyung cut him off and scolded, "How if you keep doing business like this you'll have more problems?" He Kyung pointed to the pile of silk and said, "Do you think you can sell this silk at that price? I don't care who I am, but I'm also a merchant. Are you sure about this transaction?" The silk seller thought that since he had brought the silk by cart with Chief Ragger, transportation wasn't difficult. He had originally intended to sell it for more, but I thought it would be easier to sell it cheaply. He Kyung sighed and said, "No, why, if you think that way, you won't be able to do business here. Don't you know how rare these items are? These are all products of the Black-Scale tribe," she pointed out one by one. "Just because the cost is reduced doesn't mean the price should go down. Even when trading luxury items like silk, you should charge more." She picked up an iron piece and said, "And one more thing," she said, before the silk seller could even reply, "This is the iron Joe just had." The silk seller was astonished, not even knowing when she had acquired the iron piece. "What?" Ignoring him, she took out a scale, placed 2 iron pieces, one Joe's and another different one, on it and continued, Look closely. This is called a scale, and this is the iron piece commonly used in Automation City." He Kyung said, "I'm going to compare their weights," she explained. "The lighter one will go up." The silk seller stared intently at the iron pieces on the scale, observing carefully. The visual evidence was clear. He Kyung said, "Joe's iron piece is lighter, isn't it?" At that moment the silk seller understood everything. "I understand," she instructed the silk seller strictly. "Listen carefully. Next time you trade iron, be sure to check the weight." Suddenly a voice came from behind her. "That's a very useful tool." The voices were San Mi and Ragger. Ragger held out an iron piece to He Kyung and asked, "Can you compare the weight of these iron pieces for me?" He Kyung, of course, recognized Ragger as the chief. She friendly accepted the iron piece and replied, "Of course I can, Ragger. The scales in our Automation City are very accurate." Ragger, holding the iron piece, felt something different. He thought, "This seems a little different from ordinary iron." At this, Ragger spoke again. "This is an iron piece obtained from ancient ruins," he said. "The quality is good, but it's too difficult to melt. Even our blacksmiths gave up." He thought it seemed slightly different from the iron of Automation City. Ragger smiled and asked, "Can you melt this iron and forge it into a weapon?" He Kyung also suddenly connected this with meeting the Blue Beetle God in her dream. "Is that a mission given to me by God?" He Kyung's answer was, "Of course. I can do it." And she said to Chief Ragger with a bit of overconfidence. He Kyung rested her chin in her hand, looking at the spearhead she held, and asked, "If I were to say I don't think I can do it now, would my reputation as Lord be thoroughly destroyed?" And she asked herself again, "Why do I have to be so overconfident in front of Chief Ragger?" And she continued, But He Kyung gave a very displeased look. "You said you could do it after seeing the metal plates." "Isn't that why I answered with such confidence?" hastily explained. "If I have to say honestly, I can do it, but the ridiculous thing about that metal is that you usually only need to hammer it 10 times, but it needs 30 or 40 times. He grabbed his swollen arm and lamented. "I hammered with all my might for half a day, but I barely managed to forge a spearhead. At this rate, I won't be able to do anything else," He Kyung suggested. "Then how about taking a break?" Waved his hand and replied, "Even then, nothing will improve. If the blast furnace cools, it will take too long to restart." He Kyung asked again, "What about manpower?" He replied, "It will take years to train them." Hearing this, He Kyung sighed and rubbed her forehead. "Understood, good work, take a break." The blacksmith sighed as if relieved of a burden and quickly left. At this time San also came in and began teaching her letters as usual. Judging from the blacksmith's departure and Hee-kyung's current expression, it was not difficult to guess that she was still troubled by the metal plate problem. He smiled and said, "Just tell Ragger honestly." Hee-kyung shook her head and said, "I already confidently said I could do it, and now you want me to admit I'm not a beneficial collaborator." San said, "It can't be helped. The Ragger I know is very kind," and he guaranteed that if Ragger heard this he would laugh and say, "That makes sense, it's okay. I didn't expect much anyway. We couldn't do it either," and then eventually give a nonchalant, gentle smile. The more Hee-kyung listened, the more annoyed she became. That would be a huge blow to my pride. She suddenly realized it can't be helped. "San, follow me, it's useless to worry here anyway." Hee-kyung got up and left. San asked curiously, "Aren't you studying letters today?" Hee-kyung waved her hand and said, "Later. There's something I want to check." Then she took him to a place she had discovered some time ago. The two walked down a dark and somewhat quiet corridor. San followed behind holding a torch. At this moment a golem made of earth approached them. A small gem was embedded in its forehead, shining brightly. As Hee-kyung approached the golem, it did not attack her but stood quietly watching. She explained that this golem was a mud soldier of Automation City, created in the deepest part of the inner palace. They could move around Automation City on their own, but she couldn't control them at will. Hee-kyung continued, "But I didn't come here to show you that." A cool breeze poured out from behind the door she had just opened. As Hee-kyung entered, her long black hair fluttered in the wind. Inside was a magnificent structure where water continuously flowed down from a high place, powered by a water wheel like an artificial waterfall. San approached the cascading water, his eyes filled with admiration. "I've never seen anything like this before." Hee-kyung explained that this was Automation City's water reservoir, located in the inner palace, so there was no need to worry about it being targeted by enemies. Then she said, "But there is one thing you should be careful of." Hee-kyung looked up. The water wheel below the cascading water continuously produced a considerable amount of energy. San asked in surprise, "Is it a tireless machine?" Hee-kyung nodded. "Yes, though I still don't know how Automation City uses that energy." She turned to him and said, "San, I don't want to use that energy just for making metal plates." She looked up at the bright future she envisioned and said, "I want to use this to change Automation City." Hee-kyung suggested, "You'll help me, won't you?" San silently looked at the person he had decided to follow and serve and answered without hesitation, "Of course." With San's agreement, Hee-kyung immediately returned to her room and began to implement her plan. She took out a scroll and unrolled it. A blueprint of the water wheel was drawn on it. Hee-kyung said, "I will build a waterway in a higher position than the current one." This was a way to add more water wheels without weakening the current waterway. She asked with slight concern, "Will it be all right?" Hee-kyung looked at Zeon, who was standing beside her, with a bit of worry. As a member of the Blackscale tribe and head of the technology department, his opinion was very important. He thought for a moment and then said, "Considering the amount of water and the structure of the water wheel I just saw, I think production is entirely possible." He continued, "However, Princess, you will need an enormous amount of manpower. This work will also require a lot of money and a large quantity of hard wood that doesn't grow in this region." Hee-kyung fiddled with her horns, wondering, "Did I just lick my horns? Automation City will have enough money." Zeon shook his head and said, "The problem isn't whether there's enough money," he explained, "if Princess uses so much money without achieving sufficient rewards." Zeon presented the expected situation. "Princess's position is already unstable, and wasting the city's funds will draw immense criticism. Can you endure that?" Zeon's words made Hee-kyung ponder deeply. Even at night she sat in her study thinking about her plan. Suddenly she asked in a small voice, "Do you know the future?" The shadow replied, "I am not a spirit of prophecy. What I know or can change is merely the present moment." Hee-kyung leaned back, her chair half suspended in the air. "Right, that's what I thought too." She opened her eyes, looked up at the ceiling and said with a distant expression, "Then listen to the future I'm thinking of." And she began, "I'll leave the first water wheel's shaft empty and hand it over to the next lord. The second water wheel will be connected to a bellows, creating a blast furnace that will never extinguish as long as there's enough charcoal. Above the third water wheel, I'll install a hammer to flatten metals that humans can't forge. The last water wheel will be made into a mill. That will produce a considerable amount of grain." The shadow listened and replied, "All right." Hearing such a simple answer after so many words, Hee-kyung was slightly displeased. "Is that all?" The shadow replied. "That is a future I cannot see, and I can only say what I think." Hee-kyung fell into deep thought as if she had made a decision. She stood up, her heart filled with resolve. "Yes, I think that's not a bad idea either," she declared. "I will build the water wheel structure." After deciding to build the water wheel structure, Hee-kyung immediately put people to work, but due to the somewhat large scale of the structure, numerous difficulties arose during construction. Not long after construction began, the water wheel was too heavy and the ropes broke. Construction encountered numerous obstacles and a major accident occurred. The water wheel even fell off the castle, and sometimes construction materials were stolen by others. But these were nothing. The most painful things happened, and trial and error. One sunny day, the construction manager reported to Hee-kyung that the fourth water wheel could not be installed. Jo-jung explained the situation. There was probably some error in the space calculation, unfortunately. But how about installing only 3 water wheels, he continued. If we want to install the fourth water wheel now, we have no choice but to start over from scratch. Hee-kyung gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. It can't be helped. Then she rubbed her forehead and decided, then let's start over from scratch. Hearing Hee-kyung say they would start over from scratch, Jo-jung was surprisingly worried. But that will take twice as long as expected, the person next to him also agreed. There's also a labor problem. Hee-kyung frowned and looked at them coldly. This is a mission from the Blue Beetle God, she asked them. This is our best chance to survive. Do you want to incur the wrath of the Blue Beetle God? And Hee-kyung declared loudly to everyone, as long as I breathe, I will keep my promise to God. I will show you how to complete the fourth water wheel. Since Hee-kyung was so resolute, they had no way to object from their position. Nebula was still observing them. Hearing Hee-kyung's words, he began to reconsider the information he had conveyed. I don't recall specifically asking for 4, but humans are always like this. He evaluated Hee-kyung and San. They will use any means to achieve their goals. They are unlike the relatively honest lizard folk. Although they increased construction time and used God as an excuse, the relevant families of Automation City did not strongly object. As construction progressed, they would gain numerous benefits from commercial development as workers stayed and raw materials circulated. The development of a commercial city would lead to wealth. As their god, Nebula silently observed the progress of construction in their difficult times. Finally, after numerous difficulties and efforts, the fourth water wheel, the greatest structure in the world, was completed in Automation City. The water flowed down continuously and magnificently. After going through so many things, a relieved smile finally appeared on Hee-kyung's face behind her. The lizard folk murmured, "It's really moving, unbelievable." The first water wheel turned, connected to the blacksmith's hammer. The sound of the hammer striking the loud clang of metal resonated throughout the space. The impact was truly immense. The other water wheels were also functioning well behind her. The lizard folk became even more excited. One person said, "I've been to many places, but none are as excellent as automation. The ironware used in automation is trusted and used in many places." Hee-kyung looked up at the sky, and a rare, gentle smile appeared on her face. "Oh God, forgive me for rashly using your name," she murmured, "but I believe you understand." At the same time, Nebula gained level 2 ironware technology. The system notified, "Your residents have acquired a better quality ironware technology system. Your residents can now forge steel to create harder and more durable iron objects. The first currency, tokens, has been created on the third continent. Writing has been developed on the third continent, and technology is advancing much faster than the average speed of all humans." Nebula rested his chin on his hand and tilted his head to look at them. His current mood was at its peak. Satisfying, isn't it good? This was why he chose humans as his second species. Thanks to the massive water wheel structure, Automation City, which was already vibrant, became even more so. The famous sound of Automation City's water wheel spread so far that it could even be heard in Elvester. They asked, "What's that sound?" The person with him seemed to recall something and replied, "Ah, I see, it's the famous water wheel sound of automation." The two elves entered the castle for trade, and now they also had some information. "I heard they grind rice with a giant water wheel in the castle," his friend next to him admired. "If it can be heard from afar, it must be really big." A lizard folk, hearing their conversation, approached happily and explained further. "Not only rice, but the Blackscale tribe's weapons are also made with it." And he pointed to the pile of silk on the table and introduced, "If you come to Automation City, check out the silk here too." The two admired the pile of silk in the silk shop. "Is this high-quality silk?" one of them asked. "I'll buy this. Can I exchange it for iron?" As soon as he finished speaking, he presented a piece of iron and said, "This is the highest quality iron, only found in our region." The lizard folk took the piece of iron and placed it on the scale. The side where the iron piece was placed slowly rose as if light. The lizard folk admired coldly, "This iron is grade 4? Then he turned his face. "We don't exchange such low-grade iron. I'm sorry." And he returned the iron piece to the elves. They still seemed unaware of the amazing changes in Automation City and exclaimed, "What low grade?" The lizard folk kindly added a reminder, "You cannot trade with such iron pieces. Exchange them for tokens at Automation's exchange center." The two elves still did not give up and continued to haggle. "You're mistaken. This is a good opportunity to trade with us. You can stop selling these torn pieces of silk." These words finally angered the lizard folk. His originally friendly pupils suddenly turned red. "What garbage," he roared. "Do you know how much it costs to produce and sell this silk? Can you afford it or not? Do you know? Get lost." As the lizard folk caused a commotion, the two elves had no choice but to quickly leave. Just then, Hee-kyung, passing by, heard the commotion and hid nearby to observe. Seeing this scene, Hee-kyung was slightly impressed. That salesperson has become a good merchant. But her gaze soon turned to the two newcomers. Come to think of it, elves are not often seen in this region. Are they newcomers? As the Lord Hee-kyung voluntarily followed and watched these two elves. She wanted to see how they traded. She followed them for a while. But after watching for some time, Hee-kyung suddenly felt a terrible premonition. This group was only targeting newcomers or naive people. Look at them with their beautiful faces and trustworthy expressions, persuading people. They didn't look like they were doing business, but rather hunting for people to suck dry. She angrily realized the appearance of con artists she had never seen before. Hee-kyung became even more vigilant. Where did these con artists come from? From above. Nebula, leisurely observing the development process of the civilization he created, suddenly received a message. He was puzzled. What is it? Nebula opened the message notification. Is a new player involved in the disappearance of the elves? He was also slightly curious about the elf horde. I told Hegemonia to resolve the automation issue peacefully rather than through war. So we held a meeting. Now the elf army is far from the northern coast. Do I really need to talk to them? Nebula deliberated carefully, but thought, truly there isn't much information outside of the wilderness in the northern coast. Nebula thought that if this discussion would be helpful, he would accept it. As soon as the connection was made, a soft female voice came from the other side. Pleased to meet you, human. She was a beautiful elf woman with long blonde hair radiating light just by standing there with her elegant and charming demeanor. The woman smiled and introduced herself. I am Elda, the goddess of the elves. Are you the god of that small city and those humans? Nebula looked at Elda, surprised in his mind. What, is this a role-playing game player? To put it simply, a role-playing player is someone who immerses themselves in their role in the game's story. Such people are not uncommon. It would be rude not to reply when someone else has initiated a greeting. Nebula nodded and replied, you could say that, pleased to meet you. Elda laughed and said, yes, pleased to meet you. You are better than Hegemonia. Nebula was slightly surprised. You know about her, Elda said with a confident and arrogant attitude. Of course. I am the one who drove those orcs out of the North Sea. Nebula immediately became wary of this person. She drove Hegemonia out? Did Hegemonia clash with this person and get chased out by another player? Is this person that strong? Suppressing the questions in his mind for a moment, Nebula asked, then how can I help you? Elda didn't hesitate. All right, I want you. She reached out to Nebula and said as if it were obvious, I want you to offer me sacrifices, then I will allow you to expand your influence and develop. What do you think of my offer? Elda's name appeared on the screen and her image also disappeared. This was because Nebula had disconnected in the middle without answering as soon as he heard her words. This was a little beyond his imagination. The North Sea, where that person was, had a cold climate all year round, making it impossible to scout with insects. Going there directly would be too dangerous, and then he wouldn't know what would happen here. And he thought again, but I'm not the only one facing difficulties. I don't know much about her, and conversely, she doesn't seem to know much about me either. He looked at the two elves on the screen from earlier. Since the scouts couldn't pass through the narrow terrain, it was highly likely that the elves had sent them to Automation City. In this case, scouting the area with birds or insects is almost impossible. It seems I am also in trouble. Nebula recalled their earlier conversation. She mentioned removing obstacles. However, now both sides neither trust nor cooperate with each other. Therefore I must be careful. If this continues, Nebula sighed. In this situation, he must prepare more for war. Alright, he decided to watch what the other players were doing. The scene shifted to the capital of automation. Currently, Hee Kyung was walking somewhere with great dignity. Behind her were two majestic bodyguards. Opposite her, a beautiful elf woman with long hair stood with two attendants. The elf woman in the lead smiled softly and introduced herself first. I am Leona, the leader of this team, and you are Lord Hee Kyung of Automation, right? Hee Kyung said coldly. Yes, Leona smiled again and said, I know why your lordship has come here. Did a transaction made by one of my team members yesterday displease your lordship? Hee Kyung nodded. That's right, Leona laughed and said, I already anticipated this. An elf attendant handed a box to Hee Kyung. So I have prepared a gift of apology for your lordship. Hee Kyung accepted it and opened it. Inside the box was a glittering diamond raw stone the size of a palm. Leona said this item was found in an ancient ruin. Please accept this. In return, could you be generous when we conduct our business? Hee Kyung closed the box and commented coldly, a good item, Leona smiled. As if she had anticipated the situation, but this time her guess was wrong. Hee Kyung threw the box on the ground and her eyes were full of contempt. I am not short of money. Taking bribes, I'm not interested in such things. Leona sat down and hastily picked up the box, her eyes full of panic. She hastily opened the box, checked that the diamond was not damaged, and only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and ask again, then how much do you want? Hee Kyung frowned and thought carefully. The elf tribe had never left the North Sea before, so why do they suddenly want to trade here? Did something happen? Hee Kyung kept this in mind and spoke to Leona in her usual manner of dealing with others. If you want to get along with me, don't think about bribes and follow the rules here. Don't overstep. Leona bowed her head and said, understood. Suddenly, as she said, there is something else, Leona was puzzled. Hee Kyung nodded and instructed the blacksmith to bring a bag. She looked at Leona and said, there's something else. If you really want to get my attention, try buying this. This is a statue of their old god. Leona was slightly flustered. She hastily said, we worship the god of night. Hee Kyung held her statue and said nonchalantly, so if you worship two gods, you can get double the blessings, can't you? You have nothing to lose, so just buy it. After forcing the sale, Hee Kyung returned to her castle and continued her daily work. San knocked twice on the room door, opened it, and reported. Hattie, the elf leader, sent someone to demand an apology. Hee Kyung asked in an incomprehensible tone. An apology? San guessed that in their recent meeting the Lord of Automation had offended the elf's religious beliefs and insulted the elf tribe. Hee Kyung snorted unpleasantly. Nonsense, they only care about appearances, their insides are twisted. San grasped the main point and asked again. Then does that mean their faces are pretty? Hee Kyung was silent. Silence meant agreement. She couldn't deny the truth, but she couldn't admit it verbally. Hee Kyung forced a smile and defended herself. Perhaps we need to take another step. We need to emphasize that they tried to bribe the Lord of Automation to gain my support. San was impressed. Interesting. San looked out the window and said again, I think they will return during the rainy season. He Kyung stood up and said, yes, then no one will welcome them. San nodded. Then I will prepare more capital, so that your highness can curse them as much as you wish. He Kyung nodded. Yes, suddenly she said in a cold voice, now we might even have to prepare for war. That would be the worst-case scenario. Another day passed, and outside Automation Castle the scenery was still the same as usual, but the guards standing on the castle wall sensed something strange. One of them shouted, ah, those are them. Hurry and inform his lordship, the elf army is coming. Below the castle wall, there was a long line. The elves were riding reindeer towards Automation Castle. On the elf side, the woman in the back approached the person in the lead and reported, Hattie, Automation Castle is ahead. Hattie did not hide his arrogance and contempt. That city of arrogant and shameless people, he sneered. At first, when the god of night commanded a war of conquest, I was a little surprised, but to be honest, I thought this task wouldn't be that difficult. After speaking, he immediately ordered to prepare for attack. The bravest and most skilled elves in the tribe charged on reindeer. Behind them were infantry, not many in number, only about 300. Above, Elda was also watching this battle. In her opinion, this army of 300 was enough to bring down that small castle. Elda evaluated. Although the walls are very high and made of mud, there are only about 150 defenders inside. She disdained. Their bows still look crude. They can't compare to our bows, which can shoot over 80 paces. Hattie felt good just thinking about bringing that damn Lord of Automation Castle to his knees. A smile naturally appeared on his face, but that dream was merely a futile one. As the god of Automation Castle, Nebula did not directly observe the battle. They've arrived, he challenged. Now let's see if they can attack that fortress. He was also somewhat anticipating it. Because the human race he governed was not an ordinary race, soon the elves would taste a bitter result. Back on the battlefield, as the elves' dream began, an intelligence report arrived, shattering their dreams. Commander, the Automation Army has set up camp in the canyon leading to Automation Castle. Hattie could not believe this situation. The other soldier continued to report, approximately 70 soldiers. It's as if they knew we were coming. Hattie frowned. Only 70 people? Why? They clearly seemed to know they were going to attack, so why did they send so few? Just then another person shouted, dissolving the knot in Hattie's heart. Commander Hattie, the soldiers behind have blocked our retreat. Hattie was startled and turned around to see lizardfolk soldiers fiercely rushing forward on birds. These were the bravest soldiers of the lizardfolk. The elves could not win against them. Hattie, in a state of panic, shouted, impossible. Why are the lizardfolk helping the humans? This was the price of overestimating one's own strength and not knowing the true strength of the enemy. Elda watched the notification on the screen with trembling eyes. Civilization clash. Hostile tribe has faith. Elda was startled and asked, what is this? There should only be one enemy. So why are there other races too? While the other side was confused by numerous messages, a new notification appeared on Nebula's screen. As Nebula opened the screen, Elda's flustered face immediately appeared. She hastily asked, are those lizardfolk your friends? Is there another god here? Nebula barely sighed and reluctantly explained. Look at the local player list first, then shout. Elda, confused, followed Nebula's words and looked at the local player list. There was only Nebula. Elda said in disbelief, wait a minute. Looking at Nebula on the other side of the screen, her voice was full of panic. Don't tell me you're the god of the hitmen. Nebula nodded. That's right, I am the god of humanity and the god of the lizardfolk. Nebula's brain felt like it was going to explode. What? You already have two races? On the ground below, the battle between lizardfolk, humans, and elves grew increasingly fierce. The elves were terrified and panicked as soon as they saw the lizardfolk charge. Hattie hastily shouted to reassure his people. Don't be afraid, we are more numerous. The vanguard prepare for defense and we will first confront the lizardfolk tribe. Only then did everyone awkwardly raise their weapons. Perhaps they had a chance to retreat, but someone kept delivering bad news to Hattie. An elf pointed to the two nearby mountain peaks where numerous human soldiers stood with bows and arrows. Commander, human armies are ambushing on the mountain. No sooner had he spoken than sharp arrows rained down. This attack caused numerous casualties among the elves, forcing them to huddle in a corner and defend. Hattie, in a state of panic, shouted for everyone to avoid the arrows and retreat. But how could they retreat when the lizardfolk were attacking from behind, leaving them completely undefended? Hattie desperately commanded amidst the chaos. The lizardfolk are attacking. But his words had no effect now. As he told them to maintain formation, people were falling and elf's eyes widened in fear. How could the elves win against the lizardfolk's bravery and unique battle appearance? The chief of the lizardfolk tribe raised one finger to the sky and a faint orb of energy appeared between his thumb and index finger. The lizardfolk chief pointed his finger at the elf army and energy flew from his hand. In an instant, a horrifying image was clearly etched in the eyes of the elves, who were only beautiful in appearance. The next moment, a streak of lightning struck their midst from the sky, shattering their formation. The lizardfolk charged, attacking as the enemy was in disarray. The warriors, now transformed into gods of death, decapitated heads with every swing of their swords, blood splattering, showing no mercy whatsoever. If I live, you die, and if you live, you too will eventually die. The battlefield was now noisy with the screams of the elves, and the sound of swords piercing flesh echoed, Calvary, save me! All of the elves' horses were also killed. The elves struggled to escape and pleaded for help, but ultimately lost their lives to the cold blades of the lizardfolk. Now no one had the will to fight. They had initially been delighted and excited, thinking their opponent was human, but now their dreams were shattered. No matter how much Commander Hattie commanded, the soldiers did not listen. He still clung to the Shadow God's wishes. A god who did not know the heavens and the earth, who did not properly understand the enemy, and who provoked them, but people simply passed him by. Even as Hattie screamed for help, no one listened. The chief of the lizardfolk tribe quietly watched the defeated elves below. Since the enemies have already lost the will to fight, it's better to end it quickly. He turned around and said, I will attack one more time. A ray-like creature flew into the air behind him, faintly glowing blue all over its body. It flew across the battlefield, conveying what he had just said. I will attack one more time. The lizardfolk were slightly puzzled. Attack again. Didn't you hear me? We'll kill them all. Yes, the outcome was not far from expected. Elda immediately accepted the surrender submissively. Nebula asked, surprised, Already? Don't you want to intervene? Elda frowned. It's useless. The power gap is too obvious. So what do you want? Nebula spread 3 fingers and listed the information. Technology and resources. Elda showed dissatisfaction. Aren't you taking everything? Taking advantage of the chaos indeed. Nebula shrugged. Not everything. You'd find it hard to survive without me, wouldn't you? Elda bit her thumb, deep in thought. Her image as a beautiful goddess was completely abandoned. Because she had suffered such a miserable defeat, she was now racking her brain over this issue. Of course, this was important. Not this name, but the clue about the North Sea. Nebula repeated the question once more. Do you agree to this proposal? Elda nervously chewed on her nails. She became increasingly confused and began to think that perhaps everything would really get better. She thought of her devotees, almost 300 warriors sacrificed in this battle alone. With the remaining forces, it would be difficult to survive. And she thought of Nebula again. On the other hand, this Nebula guy holds 2 races in his hands. If I were to defy him, Elda cleared her throat twice to get Nebula's attention, and she returned to her goddess-like demeanor. I, Elda, goddess of the elf tribe, am deeply moved by the benevolence of Nebula, god of humanity and lizard folk. Nebula thought he had misheard. Didn't she just say he was taking advantage of the chaos? But her face and words suddenly did a 180-degree turn. She was even willing to offer everything they needed, information, technology, resources, everything needed. Elda even personally begged for forgiveness for her previous arrogance. The more Nebula listened, the more confused he became. Her attitude changed so quickly. Finally, Elda got to the point. I will tell you what I know about the North Sea. Nebula was curious. Do you have an alliance? Elda did not hesitate to admit. Yes, there are 3 players in the North Sea, including me. Solongo and Lim Chun-Shi. We have a loose alliance without system support. Solongo can control a race called Centaurs. Nebula remembered this name, Centaurs. He knew that despite their inherent advantages as cavalry, Centaurs were very difficult to breed and consumed many resources. Nebula sighed. This was not a race he particularly liked, but if someone else obtained it, it would be quite bothersome. Nebula sensed danger. Moreover, Lim Chun-Shi seemed to be Korean. He had overcome the ogre's weakness of being extremely strong but having very low intelligence. Nebula asked again to be sure. Ogre's IQ is 10, Elda nodded. Yes, he seems to have succeeded in increasing their intelligence through sub-area blessings. Nebula of course knew about these sub-area blessings. There were no limits to physical abilities, and he also had human races, and he had bestowed many blessings upon them. He knew that with appropriate sub-area blessings, even ogres could develop civilization. It was a risky gamble, but not unworthy of investment. Nebula nodded. From the sound of it, Lim Chun-Shi seemed to be the stronger of the 2. Did Hegemonia fight Lim Chun-Shi? Elda shook her head. No, she explained. Hegemonia was adjacent to me and Solongo. He couldn't get his hands on Lim Chun-Shi. Nebula also understood the problem. Hegemonia would be at a disadvantage in a situation where 3 were opposing him. Nebula rubbed his chin, thinking about that friend. I think he was planning to go south and establish his base. Then he met me and the rest is just history, Elda said. That's right, after we eliminated Hegemonia, Lim Chun-Shi began to demand excessive tribute. Perhaps he no longer needed me. Tears naturally streamed down Elda's eyes. She wiped them with her hand, a pitiful expression on her face. I always struggled with his tribute demands. That's why I asked you about tribute when we first met. Nebula sighed. The reason was truly practical. He asked again. Lim Chun-Shi seems friendlier to Solongo than to you, perhaps because the centaurs are nomadic, Elda said discontentedly. What does that matter? He explained. Elvist and ogres are both indigenous. People believe that the extent of territory is a measure of power. It is inevitable that their relationship will deteriorate. For the land they will eventually acquire. Nebula pointed to Elda's national location on the map and said, Why would he need to be kind to you? And he poured cold water on Elda. Ultimately, you will be the first to be betrayed soon. Elda's face turned pale and she collapsed to the ground. What's happening? The more Nebula spoke, the paler Elda's face became. On the other hand, the nomadic tribe would have to yield first. But I don't know what will happen next. And he made a proposal. But if a powerful force rises in the north, I will also be in trouble. This time we should help each other. Elda immediately brightened upon hearing this. Her eyes towards Nebula were full of anticipation. But upon reconsidering her current reality, she again sighed in disappointment. But after losing the main forces and priests, how much power will I have left? Nebula was surprised. You still have sub-area blessings, don't you? He remembered her name meant divine dance shadow. Elda nodded. Aha, Nebula continued. Then you must have achieved mastery in the art realm early on, right? Elda exclaimed in surprise. Oh, that's right in that case. Nebula waved his hand, beckoning Elda closer. He bent down and whispered the plan he had just conceived into Elda's long ear. A look of surprise flashed across Elda's face. Are you really sure? On a snowy day in the north's high and rugged mountains, on a mountaintop where even trees couldn't grow, a few shadows stood. They were not humans, but centaurs. At the forefront stood a red, belligerent centaur, wrapped in a fur cloak to ward off the cold. The red horse spoke, and white smoke escaped his mouth. Prophet, tell me about the tale you've spread across this land. The prophet nodded and said, of course. The old man stretched out his hand and touched the blizzard with his red hand, and his old voice resonated softly. This is a prophecy that will soon become reality. In the near future, a king will come to this land. When the king comes, a new world order will be established. Those who ruled will lose their places. Those who roamed freely through the territories will disappear. Tamarindo asked, who is the king? The prophet replied. The king is someone who will make even the powerful tribal chiefs all yield. Tamarindo exposed his teeth and exclaimed, ah, as if in admiration, and asked again, so does your king refer to a god? The prophet shook his head. No, gods do not appear on this mortal land, but the king does, and above all, God truly exists. Tamarindo placed his hand on his chest and asked excitedly, then is that person the greatest being after God? And that must be me. Contrary to his expectations, the prophet directly denied. No, the red horse's face stiffened as if he had eaten a hot pepper. He asked again, does the second statement refer to the lizard folk about whom there have been many rumors recently? The prophet laughed again and said, of course they are very strong and frightening, but because there is a frightening being blocking the way, they can do nothing in the North Sea. You will be king. Standing on 2 feet with a massive body, you will sit on a stone throne. That person will be stronger than a centaur and smarter than an elf. In the snow-covered mountains, a massive hand holds a crown. The grotesque figure is being sacrificed by the Elvis tribe. Tamarindo exclaimed in surprise, are you talking about the ogre mage Azan? I have to serve such a king? The prophet looked up at him and said, that's right. Tamarindo gritted his teeth and remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke in a cold voice, you are wrong, old fool prophet. Before the prophet could even realize where he was wrong, Tamarindo swung his knife. With one strike he took the old man's life, and blood flowed freely onto the white snow. The red horse's face was contorted with rage. The prophet fell, and the smell of blood filled the air. Tamarindo stepped forward and declared in a confident tone, I am Tamarindo. I will not yield to anyone but God. Elsewhere, the prophet's death was shown on screen. This was a plan devised by Nebula. Elda was also watching with him. Seeing the dead prophet, she looked at Nebula worriedly and asked, I did as you asked. Is this enough? Nebula speculated. Although Tamarindo is very angry right now, he can't necessarily believe the prophet's words. Nebula rested his chin on his hand and calculated. A sly smile flashed across the face beneath the mask. Then we just need to make that prophecy a reality. We'll see. Nebula quietly took off his hoodie and smiled, his lips curling upwards. Then he looked down from above and said in a cold voice, we'll just make that prophecy a reality. We'll see. Tamarindo's beastly feet stepped on the cold ground. He lifted his head and let out a heavy breath. Tamarindo stopped, looking at the towering mountains before him. A strong wind whistled, forcing him to cover his face with his hand, and he wondered why in his heart. Tamarindo's half-beastly body stooped slightly backward, and the question why kept echoing in his mind. Tamarindo, holding a weapon in one hand and covering his face with the other, frowned and asked himself, no matter how many times I try, why can't I climb this mountain? He recalled how fiercely he and others had fought, the northern mountain. Why is it so high? Suddenly, Tamarindo's eyes widened, and he was startled by something in front of him. A huge rock rolled down from above and flew straight towards him while he was still deep in thought. Why me? The rock quickly flew and struck Tamarindo's head, and he suddenly shouted, I can't be king. Tamarindo woke up with a start. Everything was just a dream. He sprang up, grabbing the chair beside him, and gasped for breath. He looked up at the ceiling, thinking, the nightmare is repeating again, like an obsession. Tamarindo gripped his weapon and furiously planted it beside the chair. To escape it, must I become king? He held his spear and glared at it. His face was very frightening now, but who in this remote place would know the name Tamarindo? In the end, must I watch Orgazan take the throne? Outside, someone approached and said, Chief. Tamarindo turned his head and asked, what is it? The servant replied, that guest has arrived. Tamarindo's eyes widened and he said murderously, let him in. Tamarindo sat between two pedestals, resting his hands on them and his chin in his palms. He sat quietly, thinking. After that prophet, 2 more have come today. He remembered the person fully cloaked. One was an elf from the forest elf tribe. Like the prophet, that person was different from the previous one. He said he had heard the prophecy that Orgazan would be king, but he thought I should become king myself rather than wait for the prophecy to come true. And the other was a human from Automation Castle. Tamarindo also remembered the second person. That person told me, I heard a rumor that the king is the leader of the centaur tribe. He said he came to pay tribute. Everyone is talking about the king. Why should I be swayed by words that I didn't receive directly from God? The sound from outside the door interrupted Tamarindo's thoughts, and now a person appeared, clad in a cloak. His hands and feet were rough and large, and his hooked claws and tail were equally terrifying. Tamarindo looked at him and spoke, So you've finally come, lizard folk. The lizard folk took off his hoodie and smiled brightly, saying, Pleased to meet you. I'm Owen of the Black Scale tribe. Unlike Owen's friendly demeanor, Tamarindo frowned and asked directly as if uncomfortable, Have you also come to demand that I become king? Owen seemed puzzled, as if he didn't understand Tamarindo's words. Huh? Owen flopped into a chair. His lizard face continued to smile as before. Honestly, I don't know much about the future, but if you want to be king, I'm here to stop you. Tamarido's pride was hurt by those words. Why are you saying I'm not worthy to be king, or that I need the recognition of other tribal chiefs? Owen didn't answer, only asked. Oh, so you've been recognized by other tribes? Tamarido asserted that he should be king. The elves and humans said I am king. So what about the lizard folk tribe? Owen replied ambiguously. I don't know that either. And he said something that made Tamarido pause. Our chief would probably agree. Owen spoke about his chief. If you want that title, take it. He said he would personally show you what true power is. Tamarido stood blankly as if he couldn't believe Owen's words. What are you talking about? Owen scoffed. Oh, nothing. His voice suddenly became serious. But for your own sake, it's better not to be king. Tamarido heard that and started to get angry again. His teeth were clenched. What? Owen said very directly. This is not a matter of qualification or ability. The real issue is God's approval. Tamarido's face stiffened for a moment as if confused. Owen continued to explain to him. With a God ready to move forward, why would he not want me to be king? Why? This is just my guess. Just as there are hierarchies between races on Earth, there are hierarchies among gods. The centaur god always takes the lead, but he too must bow his head before many other gods. At this moment, Tamarido's eyes widened, showing only the whites. He leaned forward, spear in hand, to attack Owen, who still calmly looked up at him. Tamarido shouted, "Damn it!" Tamarido's face twisted menacingly. How dare you? He brought the spear down on Owen's shoulder, but Owen remained seated, quietly smiling. Tamarido roared, "How dare you blaspheme our God?" At this, a hint of slyness mixed with Owen's gaze and smile. I was merely discussing the hierarchy among gods. Why are you angry with me? If you wish to be angry, you should be angry with the gods who are suppressing your God. Tamarido lowered his spear, which trembled in his hand. He thought to himself that this assumption might be true. He recalled the nightmares that plagued him every night. Perhaps it was a negative revelation. God sees through my heart and is preventing me from becoming king, not commanding it. Tamarido asked Owen, "If what you say is true, what should I do?" Owen placed his hands on his knees and slowly stood up. Our black-scale warriors sometimes disobey their commander's orders if it's truly necessary. Owen pulled up the hood of his cloak as he walked and said, "Perhaps you should do something similar to your God." He walked to the door and smiled again. "It seems you should do what your God is trying to prevent." Tamarido stared blankly as Owen left, muttering to himself, "Now I must become king." He raised his head and clenched his fist, saying resolutely, "For my God I will go against the will of God." On this side, Nebula and Elda were watching everything that happened to Tamarido through a magic mirror. Elda frowned, wondering, "I didn't know I could use sub-area art like this. Why did I only realize it now?" Nebula said she could use whatever she wanted. He explained that everything that happens in a person's heart can be considered art. Murals, sculptures, prophecies, everything, even races controlled by other players, can be changed against the player's intentions. The Solongo player will be vexed by this issue. Elda continued to point at Tamarido and ask, "But is that all? We can create conflict between races, but I don't think we can create conflict between gods." Nebula sighed. "Why not? Tisk, Solongo must have already realized the limitations of developing nomadic tribes. Reconciliation with settled tribes will become difficult soon." Elda suddenly began to understand Nebula's meaning. "You mean when that time comes, Solongo will be devoured by Lim-chun?" Nebula replied to her, "Exactly. Solongo himself knows this, so he probably won't try to stop it." Elda threw another question. "Why? But isn't that enough now? Although it's entirely possible for races to be hostile to each other, it's not possible for gods." Nebula couldn't help but sigh again. "Why not?" Elda said. Nebula explained. Solongo was well aware of the limitations of nomadic development. Nevertheless, it would be very difficult to oppose settled civilizations someday. Elda now somewhat understood Nebula's meaning. "You mean he will eventually be absorbed by Lim-chun?" Nebula replied. "That's right, he certainly will. Solongo also knows this, so it's unlikely he'll step in to stop it." On a mountain, the wind blew fiercely. Solongo floated in the air with his hands behind his back, looking at Lim-chun, who was also floating in the air, seated in a chair. Solongo bowed his head and said to Lim-chun, "I apologize. Tamarido did not listen to me." Lim-chun replied softly, "It's all right, friend." He said it was all right, but his face was very serious. "It was my fault for not keeping an eye on the rogue elves. I didn't expect them to bring in another player." Solongo still kept his head bowed and continued, "I didn't expect it either." Lim-chun comforted Solongo. "No, you had to deal with hegemonia, so I should be the one apologizing." Then he turned his head and smiled slyly. "Soon Tamarido and Hijun will fight. And if Tamarido dies, you will lose an important high priest, Solongo. That is why I am not apologizing." His eyes suddenly sharpened. "Because my Tamarido will kill your Hijun." Lim-chun crossed one leg and scoffed mockingly. "That's impossible." Solongo glared at him displeased and Lim-chun grinned triumphantly. The two looked at each other without a word. On the towering mountain endless stairs, the sunlight shone, making the air less gloomy. The sound of footsteps following Tamarido and his army echoed throughout the mountain. Tamarido fiercely led the way, shouting loudly, "Advance warriors, Centaur Tamarido. High Priest warrior, strength 58, intelligence 1. His face was filled with determination as he shouted, "This path will decide who will be king." Someone next to him shouted a reminder, "Tamarido, there are nomads ahead." Tamarido threw the spear in his hand and said, "We will trample their hooves into slaves and continue onward." Someone suddenly rushed forward and swung a knife at Tamarido's head. It was a very chaotic situation now. Everyone was entangled in a fierce battle. Tamarido frowned and glared ahead. Two massive hands and two enormous eyes appeared. "I knew you would come this way. You didn't expect us to welcome you, did you?" A large, corpulent person, several times the size of Tamarido's army, slowly appeared. Tamarido's army shouted in surprise. "It's an ogre!" They were in chaos, saying to each other, "Retreat! Damn it, the corpses are blocking the way." An ogre swung a hammer, striking another ogre's head, and blood splattered everywhere. Tamarido's army fell without a chance to retaliate. Tamarido slowly stood up, spear in hand, standing on the nomadic corpses. Did they think that by reducing the nomad's speed we would charge? He walked towards the ogres. Tamarido swiftly decapitated an ogre. A petty trick. Tamarido quickly took down several ogres. Their heads were all severed and fell to the ground, and blood splattered on Tamarido's face, making him look horrifying. He bared his teeth and laughed. "For my god, I will defeat you and become king." He looked at that huge and terrifying person, ogre leader Hijun. Hijun trembled with rage and gritted his teeth. "Tamarido, how dare you betray us? You will regret this." He furiously charged at Tamarido, swinging his hammer to attack. Tamarido struck Hijun's arm hard, sending his hammer flying. Tamarido punched, but Hijun quickly dodged by tilting his head. Hijun reached out his huge hand and grabbed Tamarido by the neck. He held Tamarido close, rendering him immobile. Tamarido gritted his teeth, struggling and cursing Hijun in anger. He furiously swore at Hijun. "Damn it!" Hijun released his grip. Tamarido fell to the ground. Tamarido lay on the ground, powerless. Hijun dusted off his hands and said contemptuously, "I told you you'd regret it." On this mountain, Nebula and Elda were each holding magic mirrors, observing the progress of the events simultaneously. Elda rubbed her chin, her face showing an inexplicable expression. "I thought the centaurs would cause the ogres as much trouble as possible, but I didn't expect this outcome," she complained incessantly to Nebula, who remained silent. "I thought the ogres were the strongest race, even with their vastly improved intelligence. But centaurs are still a rare race and powerful warriors, aren't they?" She threw another question at him. "Your main force is the lizard folk," Choi Sang-jian. "Lizard folk become weaker in winter, so can they fight the ogres?" Nebula couldn't help it, but he still had to answer her. "What are you talking about now? Reptiles won't fight the ogres." Elda looked at him blankly, wondering what do you mean? Nebula changed the subject. "Forget it, what did you say earlier? Go on, what's your rank?" Elda cleared her throat as if to show off. I don't want to say, but roughly rank 3,400. Nebula thought to himself, not bad, but not good either. "I thought players were chosen based on rank. So are players chosen randomly when all ranks are high? What are the conditions for participating in this war?" he suddenly asked Elda. "Are you still willing to cooperate with me?" She pouted and asked back, "What are you talking about now?" Nebula uttered only two words, "Thank you." Elda shrieked at him like a cat raising its fur. What are you talking about? What cooperation?" On this side, Lim Chun-shi was simultaneously observing several events through a magic mirror when Nebula's name suddenly appeared on the information panel. Nebula. Nebula controls reptiles and humans and has small insect territories. Lim Chun-shi thought to himself, this account is one I know. He's rank 1. That damn streamer was rumored to be unbeatable by anyone. He invested quite a lot in this game. What are the chances of meeting him this quickly? But the information panel displayed news of a race with a short neck and large body, an average height of 3.5 meters, not very intelligent but compensated by strength, small bird territories, the blessings of owl wisdom and crow intelligence applied. Lim Chun-shi muttered to himself, I'm more fortunate. His insect and reptile territories are. Their weakness is that all their stats decrease significantly in winter. He must have had no other choice. All preparations were complete. I was in the top 20 even in my prime, so should I try to defeat the rank 1 player? A cold wind swept across the mountain. Lim Chun-shi thought to himself, winter is approaching, when will he attack? Something's wrong. Suddenly he saw something strange and flinched. A huge fire blazed fiercely, and black thick smoke billowed everywhere. That smoke, Lim Chun-shi shouted in surprise. The nomadic village is on fire. The flames grew larger and larger, engulfing the entire mountain. What on earth is happening? Lim Chun-shi's face was veined with anger as he cursed to himself. Another red mark appeared on the information panel, and the flames devoured an entire huge building. Lim Chun-shi wondered, is that a red herring? Lim Chun-shi gritted his teeth and cursed to himself in anger. That damn bastard! He looked at the scene on the screen, still unable to believe it. He's using a scorched earth tactic. At this moment, Nebula appeared and explained the type of magic he mentioned. Scorched earth tactics, also known as the scorched earth policy. Its characteristic is nothing more than destroying all fortresses that the enemy can occupy to cut off their supply lines. I'm sure you've used it too. Then her face darkened and she said resignedly, My village is burning, Lim Chun-shi reassured her. The elves have already evacuated, so everything will be fine. She asked him if he had this kind of magic. You didn't use this scorched earth tactic so early, did you? Upon hearing this, he also agreed with her opinion. That's right, usually the early stages of war don't go smoothly, but this time I was lucky. Then he pointed his finger at the enemy's strategic position. Because the enemy is currently occupying the north, it's quite difficult for them to secure food supplies. Furthermore, the Black-Scale tribe controls all trade in Automation Castle, and when the battle begins, they will have to choose between plundering elf resources or exchanging their goods or resources for necessities. Hilda pouted unpleasantly upon hearing this. But currently the elf village is completely destroyed. Nebula ignored her as if accustomed to it, with an air of resignation. The ogre tribe's weakness is that they eat too much every day. They consume too much food. If this continues, a winter food shortage is clearly going to happen. When they realize who is weaker in the face of winter cold, they will clearly understand the gap in military power. He suddenly said something seemingly unrelated, but it made her face flush and startled her. And you are also part of my good fortune. She was flustered and disbelieving. What? Then he smiled happily. Usually a plan like that would only burn a portion of their territory, but who knew those rascals would coincidentally appear in the elf village? Thanks to that, they suffered quite a lot of damage too. She was slightly angry but still agreed. Yes, that's right. After that, Nebula changed the subject and said that their army would not survive the second winter. At this moment the scene shifted to a village and a group of goblins were screaming and running away. Suddenly a monster rushed forward and grabbed a child from the group. Without warning, he furiously slammed the child in the face and blood splattered everywhere. The huge monsters were enormous and the goblins were so small, creating a chaotic sight. Then a monster wiped its mouth and said, "Another deserter has appeared." The monster knelt before its leader and reported on the situation in the goblin village. That's right, the goblin village no longer has a food supply for the army. The monster added an interesting remark. People are so hungry that they are fleeing to other lands every day to find food. He said respectfully to his leader. He-jun said nothing and he bowed his head even lower, clearly showing concern. Are the gods truly abandoning our tribe's suffering? Kijun sat quietly, saying nothing. A close-up of a desolate village, people who had always bowed their heads in faith to the gods. But how long must we wait? Our tribesmen are slowly dying. On the screen a group of monsters was asleep and next to them was a goblin. Lim Chun-shi sat there, powerless and exhausted by this sight. Unable to wait any longer, he began to manipulate something on the screen again. It turned out he was calling someone. An irritated voice came from the screen. What is it? Angrily, he called out the name of the person on the screen. Solongo, how many troops do you have left? Solongo seemed unwilling to help him anymore. I lost all my troops helping you. There are none left now. Hearing this, he shouted in anger. What? That was over a year ago. Solongo recounted everything that happened that year. Tomarido being killed by Kijun and then the lizard folk tribe conquering his territory. Most of my tribesmen in my territory died while fleeing. And since then their faith in the gods has been very low. Both sides laughed heartily but maintained grim expressions. But Solongo then said something that made him look up in surprise. Actually, I was about to contact you too, he spoke, recalling Elda's bright but somewhat uncomfortable expression. That damn Elda contacted me first. She advised me to join Nebula just like her, and if I helped her stop your army they would share our tribesmen's hardships. Lim Chun-shi was surprised and hesitated. Solongo, understanding his intentions, spoke angrily through the screen. Of course I refused. Look at the state of that damn Elda. That damn bitch used up all her resources as soon as she submitted to him. What does that mean? It seems she used a lot of resources for this battle. Admitting that he had hesitated for a while, he uttered a word that symbolized brotherhood. Although you and I have had conflicts recently, haven't we stood shoulder to shoulder for a long time? Moved, he shed tears. You, Solongo's voice grew softer and he bowed slightly. I can gather a few warriors and I can confidently participate in at least one battle. Gave him more motivation and encouragement. Yes, yes. Then a barren landscape unfolded. We lost too many troops fighting against Nebula's numerous traps, but if we fight in open terrain, it will definitely escalate into a war between gods. If we descend and join the battle, we can annihilate most of his main forces, he continued. Currently, this land has a shortcoming, a weakness. Since Elda died, he has consumed an enormous amount of divine power. This means he can no longer descend in his true form. Even if Nebula's divine power is still at a high level, we are two gods who completely overwhelm him. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. It's not too late. We're going to change this situation. Just wait. We're going to destroy you. A scene of a group of beastmen marching across a barren land. Most of them were children or old people. Then the leader commanded them to stop. They appeared from faint smoke. Rager was riding a valiant orca. The lizard folk rejoiced. Kijun, with Lim Chun-shi, was holding a staff and emanating a purple aura. Very well done. Kijun's eyes were filled with determination. We will win this battle. Lim Chun-shi gripped Kijun tightly, and Solongo was with him. Kijun, filled with rage, took a charging stance, and Solongo responded with the same momentum. Of course, let's fight. And so both sides engaged in battle. Nebula was also observing the entire situation. Rak's eyes gleamed as if he had fixed his target. Kijun struck his staff hard, emitting a yellow light, but Rak seemed to have dodged it. Solongo attacked swiftly from behind. He rode an orca, but Rak charged towards Kijun, pushing his head down. Blue energy emanated around the RCK, and he concentrated his magic in his hand. Immediately, Kijun and Solongo cringed in terror. Nebula shook his hand and scoffed at them. Do you think you can defeat me with just that much divine power? While they lay sprawled on the ground, Rak was completely unaffected. As if I wouldn't know what you're trying to do. Think for a moment, why didn't I run in a one-on-two situation? It's clearly because I'm confident I can completely crush both of you. A system window appeared announcing, Player Lim Chun-shi has been sealed. Player Solongo has been sealed. A few blue tendrils appeared in Nebula's hand. If they die while having descended in battle, they will lose a massive amount of experience. He gripped the two figures' models which were impaled on a skewer tightly. If their divine power drops below 1, they will be sealed. There were a few small lightning streaks around them. If a god is sealed, we can destroy their statues to completely kill them and end this game, of course, if there's a specific procedure. We can also break the seal. He threw the two figures away, expressing disgust. Now let's put these two aside for a moment. After that, Nebula returned to the electronic bulletin board and did what he enjoyed. Killing two gods made the battle quite easy. My level has risen slightly. RCK's stats appeared on the board. Now I have a lot of points to upgrade. I've almost reached the maximum level at this point. Although resources and faith were different matters, they were almost infinite. Not only him but also Kijin and Solongo were there. I can win this war and take a small territory from the opponent. And another notification appeared. Unidentified small territory acquired. Confirm. Notifications appeared one after another. Unidentified small territory acquired. Confirm. He clicked on the command on the bulletin board, and immediately numerous card-like objects appeared. Nebula casually picked one up and examined it. Birds and swamp, small territory, birds, small territory, swamp, swamp and birds. He held both cards and compared them, pondering deeply. The swamp is fine, but the birds are truly amazing. I was really lucky this time. I can use the birds to replace the insect blessings. I can give them to the lizard folk and humans. Then an offer for a blessing appeared with the lizard folk. Insect blessing applied. Human insect blessing applied. He began to think about how to use them. I should start using them from the next generation. Although it's a minor difference, it will make me stronger in the future. Nebula still hesitated about what to choose but soon made a decision. Swamp is good, but the birds are better. Since it's what I was aiming for, I can probably use it to replace the insect blessing. The one I gave to the lizard folk and humans. After that, two notifications appeared. Insect blessing applied to lizard folk. Insect blessing applied to humans. The blessings will apply from the next generation. Although it's a minor difference, it will help me advance my work. Elda kept appearing on the screen, and on both sides were the two people who had just been defeated. Elda, Divine Power Level 5, Elf Race. From the chair he was sitting in, he looked at the information. He stood up. Alright, now let's step onto the land. After all, he had dealt with 3 players. The foreground was various territories displayed on the screen like a globe. First, I need to sort out the situation. Locusts appeared, representing the West. Based on the Locusts' information, the mysterious images of each player appeared without faces. 5 players are facing off in 3 factions, but I should leave them alone unless they invade here. I should have the Locust Swamp monitor them. On the opposite side was a meteor shower from the east. To the east was the sea, and the current goal was to govern the land. That will be dealt with later. He walked to another spot. I need to take these 2 regions before NPCs completely occupy the north and south. Nebula began to devise a new strategy. Rak cannot be in 2 places at once, so I can use the elves in the north to gradually invade this land. There's no need to waste my army here to cultivate barren land. Then he clicked on Elda against a snowy landscape. I thought we finally had a new settlement. Who knew we'd have to leave this place and go further north, some people complained. The winters here are too long, we have to farm again and ogres and goblins will target us, and they fell into an argument. I don't know why we have to suffer like this. Is Shin Mu Young not saying anything? Someone called out to the woman at the front, and her face, filled with irritation, looked up. Chief Leona. Leona said that she had received a prophecy yesterday. I actually received a prophecy yesterday, someone exclaimed in surprise. Oh, and another repeated incredulously. A prophecy? She became serious. A person is coming from the south to help the blue-eyed tribe. Someone interrupted and opened the tent door, reporting on the situation outside. A group of humans is coming. Someone realized the connection. Oh, the sign of the prophecy is coming. Standing up, Leona reminded everyone. I think they are the people mentioned in the prophecy. Prepare to welcome the humans. Around the tent, snow was still falling and showed no signs of stopping. Leona stood at the forefront, followed by others to welcome the group of humans. The human group arrived and they and their horses bowed in greeting. She took off her hood in surprise, revealing a beautiful woman. The Lord of Automation City. Who are you? Dismounting, she approached her, smiling brightly and greeting her. Ah, that's right, Ms. Leona, isn't it? You look thinner than last time. Slightly flustered, she was shy. Ah yes, she invited them into the tent. Come inside. She turned to her team members and said, oh, before that, there was a mysterious man, and Mount Corda-san took off his cloak and expressed his wish. Excuse me, but I need to check if there are any assassins inside. Leona was slightly surprised but permitted it. Of course, the lizard folk watched powerlessly from outside, and the girl held a cup of warm water in her hand. The two of them sensed the surrounding atmosphere. So why are you here? The girl began to speak. As you probably know, I also received a prophecy. With a little pride mixed with joy, she spoke confidently. Our blue beetle god wants us to help the weak. Even though she said she wasn't interested, she still replied, is that so? San, who was next to her, touched a wooden barrel and continued, so we brought some weapons and farming tools. Moreover, and she boasted about treasures that would help Leona. I brought seeds that can grow even in cold places. As if she had found gold, Leona instantly brightened. Thank you. Understanding her intention, she continued, I will sell them cheaply. Taken by surprise, she was shocked. Yes, at this point her intention was revealed. She spoke nonchalantly about what she had done. My god told me to come help you, but it seems a bit difficult to be charitable, but unfortunately Leona had nothing to buy it with. We have nothing to trade right now, we spent quite a lot just getting here. Upon hearing this, she quickly dusted off her hands as if there was nothing, expressing disgust. Then there's nothing I can do, I'll be going back. Time is money after all. There was no longer any kindness in her eyes. Angrily, Leona slammed her hand on the table. Enough, she looked truly ugly at this moment, putting on an air of grandeur. I think there's a reason you came here. Isn't there something you want here? She laughed contemptuously. We have nothing, so what could you possibly want from us? Then a piece of paper was spread on the table. She pointed to a spot on the map and said, although there's nothing there now. There's iron ore, tall trees, and fertile land where crops will grow well. With a slight hint of regret, she had to say, we will exchange it cheaply with Automation City. At this, she regained her original cheerful expression. So you want to trade future things with no fixed price for current things? Leona looked her straight in the face seriously. That's right, I guarantee it on Leona's honor. Dispelling her previously uncomfortable expression, she finally agreed. All right, she took out a paper that looked like a contract. We cannot rely solely on words. We must leave evidence of this promise. At this, Leona hesitated slightly because the future benefits were too great. No matter how you looked at it, the value of iron ore and forests would be much higher in the future. She was handing over her descendants' share, and so with conviction in her decision, she and the other person both dipped their hands into a large red inkwell. But if we don't hand this over, we won't survive until the future. Shin Mu-young must have foreseen all of this and delivered a prophecy. He will never abandon us. Stamping the paper with both hands, she wiped her hands, expressing her resolve. This contract will be fulfilled. I swear in the name of God. The person on the opposite side did the same. I like those words. I will do the same. This contract will be fulfilled. I swear in the name of God. Another notification window appeared. Notification: first commercial profit generated in the northern coast of the third continent. On this side, Nebula was pleased to have achieved his goal. Good, my territory has expanded. The frog tribe and lizard folk stood as if preparing for battle. Now for the people of the lost world, the world revolved only around their own tribes, and other tribes were threatening entities. So how could one trade with people who didn't know where to go? A castle appeared, and below it were two tribes. But now that villages were built and nomads moved along designated paths, images of two girls' fingerprints were sent to Nebula. They would soon begin writing contracts on paper. Intangible value and future value would soon be bought and sold as a matter of course. He raised his head and looked elsewhere. We have moved beyond simple transactions to a stage called economy. Various tribes appeared and merged into a single frame. Now how should this vast land be governed? A staff rests on the ground, supported by a blood-stained fist. Ragger breathes a sigh of relief. Phew, he turns and leaves, abandoning his hat and staff. The dwarves have all fled. It's fine, clear this place. Blood-stained footprints are left behind. They will surely counterattack. They are very stubborn, but of course it will be useless. As he reached the sand and blue water, the sun rose. Now before his eyes lay the cool blue sea and gentle sunlight. He was tired of this peace, but behind him remained burnt houses. In the end, this was the end. Ragger looks back. We have conquered the southern region, as per the words of the Blue Beetle God. The calm sea and the burning village scenery contrast. Now this entire peninsula belongs to our tribe and the Blue Beetle God. Unlike when I had to lead the tribe, now I have to lead all living creatures here. So what should I do? On the screen, Nebula also observes him. Governance is a very tricky problem, as each method has its pros and cons. Images of the castle and small kingdoms around it. Feudalism is not a bad choice. It is a form of government where a king chooses lords and grants them land. He observes the people living there. The lords will protect their territories and lighten the king's burden. However, the relationships between them will be difficult to control completely, and civil wars will often occur. Scenes of combat, weapons, and flames. War can promote technological development, but ultimately it will only increase chaos, making the situation uncontrollable. A lizard folk chieftain and other lizard folk around him. The next choice is monarchy. The king of this nation always stays in the capital, and his officials are dispatched to various regions to govern. In fact, I prefer this method. But Nebula seems to be already focusing on Rack. He has a solid national foundation, continuous administrative development, and strong core capabilities, so military mobilization will also be easy. Elder observes from behind and sighs. In fact, there is not much left to prepare. Only roads, ports, a crown, and a government system are needed. He asks her for her opinion. Which do you think is better? She teases him. Haven't you already decided? The scene shifts to another village, and Ragger emerges from a tent. I had a dream last night. The people around him look at him in bewilderment. Someone asked, what kind of dream? He recounts an amazing dream. I could fly. He re-envisions the scene from his dream last night. I could leave my body and fly freely. As he speaks, he seems to recall the scene. Across the forest to the northern coast, he actually feels like he's flying and looking down at the landscape below. Passing countless areas below, there were villages we had destroyed. Everyone is surprised by Rack's story. He comfortably gazes at the sky, and with his small tail he points to the small corner he just drew. This is the current position of our army. Ragger asks again if anyone knows the name. What's its name? Someone quickly replies. In dwarf language, Maganon, meaning end of the land. He starts drawing something on the ground again. He speaks and someone next to him records it. Next, what's the name of the place where we destroyed the red goblins? Someone answers his question. The goblins called that place Samon, but he had already thought of a name. Since there are many Samons, let's call this place Num Samon. Someone points to a spot and falls into thought. Several people also discuss amongst themselves. He steps on the ground. All right, now I ask again. I know nothing. What is the name of this land? Everyone is bewildered. Who knows? Several people realize that no living creatures inhabit that place. Not only are there layers of mountains, but it is also a habitat for saltworms, so no one wants to go near it. Zaon, holding a record board, asks again. So none of us know its name? And he points to another piece of land. This land is surrounded by mountains, but I know that a path will easily open if we just clear the vines and small trees. The landscape of that land is fantastic. Nature is peaceful and poetic. Deep in the mountain range there is a valley where a river flows. The blue river and trees combine to create a beautiful landscape, and as it reaches the lower reaches a wide plain unfolds. Here the river meets the sea. Zaon seems to realize something. So you mean God showed you that land in a dream? He agrees. Yes. And its name is Orizon. At that moment Nebula's feet hover over the grass. He kneels before him amidst butterflies fluttering around, signifying this is the land where our God resides. And now everything has been said. According to his will, A will be the king of Orizon. Upon hearing this, the people around him rejoice. Everyone shouts with resolve to advance towards Orizon. Nebula's feet are still hovering. From a high vantage point he oversees everything. It has begun. He flew closer to Rak, and Rak also noticed his presence. Many people live here, but there will surely be those who resist Rak's power, so it will take time to win over the people. Rak stands on a podium and delivers a speech. Many people must know about Orizon. Orizon will soon become the capital, and a king will rule. That land reappears, and then all lands will lead to Orizon. He stands majestically with a sword and a book. As it is a monarchical state, mediators are needed to manage everything, and Rak will call them commanders. He raises the book, and strange letters encircle it. Most importantly, laws that apply universally to all territories are essential. Furthermore, Nebula is still observing everything, but since Automation City and the Elf tribe already have feudal lords, it will require a lot of effort to join hands with them. Changing direction, he looks towards Leona. Perhaps he has already sent members of the diplomatic department to negotiate with them. Hiki received the title of Count of Automation City. Leona received the title of Fairy Spirit Mary Tired. He is surprised as soon as he sees everything before him. Everything is primitive and crude, but there are no major problems yet. Then a new notification appears. Your nation has entered the early monarchical era. He realizes he has plenty to do. Elda asks again, bewildered. So you mean you're going to use both? He explains to her why he is doing that. Well, in the current situation, there's no point in considering the advantages and disadvantages and debating what's right. Once again, she sighs, fed up with what he is doing. But why did you choose to make our tribe a part of your kingdom? He replies nonchalantly, well, that's my land too. She smiles, a bit humiliated. Oh, is that so? A blue sky with soft white clouds and refreshing morning sunlight. Suddenly someone says, and two long black fishing lines fall into the blue lake. It's so boring. Yan looks into the distance and laughs awkwardly. Haven't you come to your senses yet? After a long silence, Yan speaks again. Tap, tap, tap. He leans back in his chair and puts on his hat to block the sunlight. I'm a little unaccustomed to such a peaceful atmosphere. Two people sit together, conversing intimately. Previously, we always fought and invaded each other's territories. Yan looks at him and starts to speak with a smile. So you're a warrior. Your life has been filled with great achievements, and that's why God appointed you as chieftain. Tap, tap displays a bright smile, revealing his white teeth, and tilts his head slightly, resting his chin on his hand. A great warrior now. As you can see, I've lost one eye, and not everything is going as smoothly as before. Is this God's will for me to spend my old age in comfort? Upon hearing this, Yan is slightly startled, his face changing with surprise. The meaning this subordinate does not understand. Behind him is a beach scene with sand, blue sea, and rustic houses. Anyway, whether you want it or not, we need you to protect this log territory. The two hold fishing rods together, and Tap Tap leisurely puts down his rod and leans back. But I don't know how long I have to protect this territory. There's no way any force would invade our tribe's territory. He stands blankly with the fishing rod in his hand, a bewildered expression on his face. If you're talking about threats, that can only happen from across this sea, can't it? In a peaceful setting, large ships approach in droves from a distance. What is that? A sturdy and massive blue shrimp appears. A blue sea crayfish hidden behind the bushes. Yan quietly conceals himself, his eyes wide. They are monsters. Next to Yan, he also speaks. They must have come a long way to get here. What on earth did they come to do? As soon as he finishes speaking, Tap Tap slowly and bravely stands up to face him. I'll go and try to communicate with them. You stay here. Yan looks up. Tap Tap is tall and sturdy, and Yan's mouth drops open. Wait a minute. Tap Tap stands directly in front of the blue shrimp. What kind of species are you from across the sea? And his sharp gaze makes the atmosphere tense, dark, and very intimidating. I am the chieftain of the lizard folk tribe that governs this land. State your purpose for being here immediately. Upon hearing this, the blue shrimp cringes, sweat beading on its face. We are members of the blue sea crayfish tribe, and it is true that we came from across the sea, but we came in peace. We were only lost due to a storm, not to invade. Where is this, General? Red light emanates around Tap's body. This is the land of the lizard folk tribe, and it is the place I govern. Behind him, Yan also finally puts his sword back in its scabbard. It's truly fortunate that he didn't attack rashly. Yan's expression changes slightly uncomfortably, and he glances at him. He is a person who never shows mercy to his enemies. If anything goes wrong, an unforgiving war will break out. All right, then I'll believe you that you came from across the sea. Red light surrounds his body and sharp teeth are revealed. All right, I'll trust you for now. The blue shrimp's eyes reveal extreme fear at Tap's words. He slings his fishing rod over his shoulder and speaks like a true hero. Arrange a place for them to stay and prepare food. Also help them repair their ships. Everyone who hears these words is surprised and full of questions in their minds. Yes, understood. A moment later, after everything was done, the sky also softened. The blue shrimp's eyes sparkle and shine. Chieftain, thank you very much. We will never forget your kindness. The ships return, waving goodbye simultaneously. Oh, thank you. Tap watches the ship safely return. Yan stands beside him, finding it strange. They are a different species from across the sea, so why did you help them? If it were me, I would have driven them all away to avoid trouble, and I would have reported to Rack that we had driven away a group of invaders. I don't know why you gave up such a great achievement. He looks into the distance beneath the setting sun, his hands behind his back, and says, perhaps that was my compassion. I might have misjudged the enemy that needed to be eliminated and let them go. Tap closes his eyes and recalls a sad story from the past. Perhaps you don't know why I lost my left eye, Yan continues. He poses a question. I heard you were injured in the battle against the Jinsung tribe, right? You protected your people from invasion. A scene appears of him holding a sword, blood splattering in battle. Indeed, at that time, blood pooled on the ground and the poor children witnessed everything and were terrified. At that time, I fought to protect the people, the poor. They weren't even my tribesmen. A sword pierces one eye and blood flows along the sword, and Tap grits his teeth in pain. After being injured in battle, I left. His face is gloomy and his injured eye is well bandaged. He continues the story. I met Rack. A scene appears of Rack silently looking at his blood-soaked appearance, then comforting him. Fought very bravely. I commend you. It's all right to lose one eye. From now on we will be your eyes. At that moment Tap seems to kneel and apologize. You did the right thing to protect the people. They aren't even people of our tribe. Do you regret it because of that? At that moment he stands calmly beneath the setting sun, looking into the distance, and says, at that time I replied to him like this. At that time Rack and many people stood behind him. Previously our tribe was also attacked and had to abandon our land and leave. Fortunately God guided us to find a peaceful land. Tap loses confidence and recounts all the details, bowing his head. At that moment Tap, holding his severely injured arm, carefully climbed the cliff. And God didn't ask us for anything either. Ragger, listening, suddenly widens his eyes as if realizing something. Oh, so you're comparing what you did to what he did? Tap closes his eyes, expressing disappointment in what he did. No, I just felt it was what I had to do. Conversely, Rack smiles contentedly and breathes a sigh of relief. Tap slowly raises his head. The heavy burden in his heart vanishes with a single word from Rack. You did the right thing. Continue to do the right thing. Then everyone will support you. From now on, speak of your great achievements and be proud. At this moment, Rack smiles warmly and seems to give him strong encouragement. This Rack will always support you from behind like a hero of our tribe. Returning to reality, Tap is sitting at his desk. His hands are unconsciously resting lightly on his thighs. Not long after he sat down, Yan opens the door and enters, reporting, Chieftain, the blue sea crayfish have reappeared. The two walked lightly to meet him. The blue crayfish raised a hand in greeting, his cheeks flushed and eyes bright. Hello, Chieftain, Tap unconsciously asked with suspicion. Did you have another accident at sea? Suddenly, the blue crayfish narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and laughed excitedly. No, today we have come to trade with you. We have come to buy silk and iron. All eyes turned to the box the blue crayfish had brought. These materials are very important to us as war has broken out in our territory, thus these goods are very precious. The box was filled with dazzling gems. May we use these to pay for and exchange the goods? He slowly picked up a gem and examined it, surprised and lost in thought. Oh, these gems are quite sparkly, but I don't fully know their value. However, this is certainly a good trade. If I hesitate, I might miss the opportunity. Tap immediately pointed to the ships in front and said, These? All right, then, can you teach us the technology to build those ships? We also want to have such ships. A serious expression settled on the blue crayfish's face. These ships are by no means simple to build and take a very long time. Then he threatened him with sharp, luminous eyes and a colossal body. We do not yet possess the same technology as you. If you do not teach us that technology, this transaction ends here. At this, the blue crayfish also looked up at Tap with fear, sweat beading on his face. No, please sit down. He put his hands together and said politely, We will send sailors to instruct you during the next trade. The two shook hands, sealing the deal. Good, then it's time to exchange the goods, he replied softly. Yes. Suddenly, a bird behind them had witnessed the entire conversation. The bird watched from behind the bushes, tilting its head slightly. On the other hand, Nebula seemed to be observing intently. The blue crayfish's image appeared on his blue system panel. Are these the blue crayfish tribe from the southern coral archipelago? Images of fragmented objects from tribal wars appeared. The civilization level of this tribe is not high, only Bronze Age, but other technologies are very advanced. Then images of ships on the beach appeared. These are tribes that primarily live on islands. Their technology for building ships for naval combat is exceptionally advanced. A young girl's excited and joyful expression appeared in Nebula's mind. They will be able to trade valuable pearls with other tribes to obtain necessary goods. The girl's eyes sparkled. Oh, pearls, Nebula continued. He-Kyung will likely love these pearls. Then a familiar ship appeared on the system panel. And most importantly, the shipbuilding technology, naval vessel level 2. This is precisely what we lack. You did very well. In his mind, he envisioned Raggar and Tap gazing at the ships. Raggar will surely recognize the value of this shipbuilding technology, and the lizardfolk tribe will make significant progress in conquering the oceans thanks to it. Then images of ships smoothly floating on a river followed. In the future, sea travel will no longer be a distant dream. This will be an important stepping stone for utilizing maritime trade and the vast ocean's value. Next, blue crayfish were seen resting on golden sandy beaches. Tap's decision was correct. By helping the blue crayfish tribe, they gained technology they couldn't have learned before. This will facilitate smoother trade between tribes across the ocean and those on land. A scene of a train entering a tunnel flashed by. In the future, there will be invasions across the ocean and islands, and battles for unknown resources will break out. At that time, civilization will advance to a new dimension. Nebula crossed his legs and leaned comfortably in his chair, and images of a beach appeared on the system panel. Finally, the development of the entire continent will enter a new chapter. The results would only be known later. He unconsciously turned his head towards the source of a voice. As I told you, can you hear me? Hongo's image suddenly appeared on the system panel. It's Hongo. Speak. Previously, a swirling wind accompanied by strong gusts had shaken the tree branches. I entrusted him with raising and breeding locust swarms. If there were no problems, he wouldn't have contacted me. What's wrong? Hongo lowered his head. Your Grace, this was made by Hongo. Nebula was startled to hear him. It was due to my carelessness. Had the appearance of the locust swarm been discovered by the gods of other territories? Locust swarm level 3 information immediately appeared in the system. Only a few individuals remain, and the size of the swarm has clearly diminished. I instructed Hongo to control the locust swarm to destroy crops and hinder the development of other players. I instructed him to act cautiously to avoid detection by players, but for a civilization with advanced forces, it's natural to realize this is a conspiracy by the owner of the insect territory. Nebula replied to the figure on the screen as if unconcerned. Do not worry, this matter was within my expectations. Hongo breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the screen and reminded him, rather than worrying about them, you should worry about yourself. Are you all right? Hongo replied nervously. Ah yes, I lost many locusts due to the divine magic of other gods, but they don't seem to have discovered me yet. Nebula nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Your detection would be a great loss. Lure them with the remaining locusts and try to survive by hiding. He bowed his head, receiving the order. I will obey your command. The screen finally turned off. Nebula simply let out a sigh of resignation. Unlike other creations in the old Lost War game, conversing with such beings is truly uncomfortable. They speak as if they have souls, but in the end he gave up on everything. Fine. A series of screens appeared before Nebula's eyes, allowing him to observe conveniently. The locust swarm has inflicted damage on all 5 Western nations. If they know I am behind this, they will surely attack. The map also showed the territories of each nation. Given their geographical location, the 2 most likely nations are Zanyumo of the Satay tribe and Jawada of the Luna tribe. These are the nations that share borders with me. Both seem to be preparing to deploy troops, he observed for a moment, muttering as expected. Are the other 3 nations not moving yet? It's truly unfortunate to have to face 5 forces simultaneously. But in the end, Nebula also had to accept that this was highly probable. There's no other way. This was within my expectations anyway. The Satay tribe's nation. Zanyumono's capital is Daymerit. Hadi, the leader of the Luna tribe, sat at the meeting table with a worried expression. Can we trust those 3 tribes behind us? The leader of the Satay tribe. Bob sighed deeply and said honestly, we can't fully trust them, but we can't let this matter pass. We cannot stand by and watch the lizard folk who do not revere the gods unleash a locust plague to bring us famine while they live in abundance. Bob said again, his voice filled with anger. Are they saying they prayed to the evil blue beetle god to bring a famine plague so they could live in wealth? Furthermore, after acquiring technology, they are using it to produce high-quality currency and gain immense trade profits. The old man's face furrowed as he spoke, lost in thought. Furthermore, since we are closest to the Blackscale tribe's border, some damage is unavoidable. Should we really allow those 3 nations to pass through our territory under the pretext of attacking the Blackscales? Hadi trembled with fear. In the end we must act. Previously the 2 had met with gods and the gods had given them a ray of hope. But do not worry. Satay and Luna will join forces to burn down Orizon, the capital of the Blackscales. Believe in the prophecy of the 5 gods, he sneered contemptuously. Then, which path should we attack from? Is there another way to the Blackscales besides automation? Bob pointed to several paths on the map. The southern coast is full of his insect swarms and there's no path. Let's seize this opportunity to attack automation and cut off the connection between that castle and the Blackscale tribe. The old man had previously recommended a commander to the other party. The Satay tribe will attack automation. Hadi smiled faintly, nodding with satisfaction. Good, then it will take a little longer to lead the army through the northern wilderness. The atmosphere in the conference room was now much less tense than before. Good, we will discuss the plan in detail and mobilize the army for deployment in a month. He nodded in agreement. Yes, let's decide that. A month later, as discussed, the armies gathered. The Satay tribe's army marched first. Overhead, the god of darkness, the protector of the Satay race, ranked 1,430th in final rankings, glanced at the other party without complaint and asked, "How do you plan to resolve the supply problem?" Wanda made her decision after looking at the information panel. "We will be resupplied until we delve deep into the wilderness, and then we will plunder food from villages along the northern coast as we move." Wanda, the god of prosperity of the lunar race, ranked 38,702nd in final rankings, glanced irritably and said, "By the way, have you still not reached Nebula?" The screen clearly displayed, "Nebula has blocked player communication. Messages cannot be sent." She puffed out her cheeks, annoyed. "He's been out of contact for a whole month. I don't know what he's thinking." Krampus also agreed. "That's right." He frowned, displeased. "If we could have contacted him, everything could have been resolved smoothly. But he blocked all 5 of our contacts, not even giving us a chance to explain." She also looked at the system panel anxiously. "Moreover, he's openly strengthening his army and sending out more scouts, which is truly infuriating." The army had already begun to move, but it was too late to negotiate. "Our army consists of 1,100 Luna tribesmen and 800 Satay tribesmen. This is the largest expeditionary force ever seen on this third continent." Wanda was not overly concerned about this issue. She was confident that defeating him was only a matter of time. She had confidence in her tribe, definitely. With less worry in her heart, she chatted with Krampus. "His avatar is intricately designed down to every tier. It must be based on his real appearance." Suddenly, Wanda exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" she asked curiously. "What's wrong?" Her expression changed from surprise to astonishment. "Someone is trying to send a message." "To Nebula?" she replied with a trembling voice. "Oh." Wanda pointed with a trembling hand to the screen clearly displaying the message request. "Elda. It's Elda." Krampus frowned, thinking, "There's an elf tribe settlement on the Luna Army's advance route. They must have encountered Elda. She's probably trying to negotiate or pull some trick." Remembering the girl, he murmured with an interesting expression, "Elda and Nebula are in a loose alliance. That means they can betray each other at any time." The more Krampus thought, the more he urged, "Keep talking to her. Let's find out what she wants. Perhaps it could be helpful to us." She heard him and immediately accepted. Elda appeared quickly. "Pleased to meet you. Ruinda, god of the lunar race." "I am Elda, goddess of the elf race," she replied bluntly. "Ah, hello." Elda placed her hand on her chest. "Ah, Elda needs your help." Wanda had not anticipated this situation. What specific help do you need?" Annoyance was clearly etched on his face. "Is this person a player too?" She recounted the difficulties she had faced. Elda was forced to submit to Nebula. "Those were the most humiliating days of my life, but I had no other choice. He defeated Solongo and Lim Chun-Shi. Not just the level difference, but his combat strategy was far superior." Wanda's jaw dropped in surprise. "Wait a minute, weren't you also in that battle? Nebula couldn't have defeated them alone." She was bewildered with surprise. "Haven't you heard of Nebula's reputation? He has fought countless gods across numerous worlds and finally reached the top position." Wanda's voice gradually sank. "You mean rank 1? Elda replied with a dark face. "You could say that." She bit her lip and secretly glanced at Krampus, startled. Of course, no one said anything. They all thought the same thing. "Are rank 1 and rank 2 players coexisting on one continent? How unlucky." She sighed, continuing to describe her miserable situation. "In conclusion, I humiliatingly begged him for my life, and fortunately I'm still alive today. That was the only choice I had to survive, therefore I ask for your help." Wanda remained silent, pondering, but ultimately could not fully believe her. "Elda, I need more information to trust you." Elda bit her lip, sighed, and agreed. "Very well, I will provide all information to earn your trust." A series of images replayed the past. "See for yourselves what I had to endure under Nebula." In front of the series of information she revealed, Wanda could no longer say anything. Finally she sneered, "This is no different from him sucking your life force dry. It was far more miserable than a vassal relationship." Elda frowned as if she could no longer bear it. "That's right. To escape Nebula's control I need your help. Although I have no army to support you, I know Nebula's operational plans for the upcoming battle." Elda finally finished transmitting the message, her face filled with anger as if she had been unjustly exploited. Then she glanced at the person behind her. "Is that all, Lord Nebula?" He nodded pleasantly, instructing everything from behind. Good acting." From behind, Nebula chuckled teasingly. "You were acting the whole time, so it must have come naturally, right?" She blushed and knelt before me. "The information I provided was too convincing, wasn't it? It was all factual. You annihilated Elda's main forces and burned down the elf village. You pursued the elves who fled to your territory. In just a few years you made them sacrifice all their future resources to gain new shelter." "Yes, and she reported everything back to her master. As you instructed, I told them that Nebula would launch a preemptive strike on Ditas, the capital of the Satay tribe. That is the information I provided." But Elda's voice became softer. "But will that alone change the tide?" His eyes furrowed with suspicion. "Why do you think that?" She voiced her thoughts. "Nebula's plan wasn't to attack the Lunar Army first, was it? But if the Luna Army retreats to ancient Daymerit and the Satay Army takes advantage of the gap to occupy Automation Castle, won't the human lizardfolk allied forces pursuing Luna be trapped between two armies?" But there was a possibility Elda hadn't considered. "That's right. I will attack and defeat the Luna Army a few days earlier." "Oh, I see." He still acknowledges her help. "And you will help me too." But Elda was bewildered. I only agreed to support the surrender. She looked at him with an incredulous expression. Is supply support also part of your plan? Under the mask, Nebula sneered. Suddenly the moving soldiers stopped. Hattie at the front shouted, "What? The soldiers are suffering from stomach pains," the attendant reported in a flustered bow. "It seems the food has spoiled. He killed the responsible person." "Is supply management not your responsibility?" Hattie raised his sword and reprimanded him. "Are you prepared for your punishment?" The attendant Yuba grabbed him and pleaded, "Hattie, calm down." Hattie was furious. "What's wrong?" Yuba hugged his master and whispered, "The food was fine until yesterday. This morning's meal was provided by the elves." Hattie's expression stiffened in surprise. "There was spoiled food among them," Yuba carefully stated crucial information. "Even if it looks fresh on the outside, there might be poison inside. Their god controls dirty insects." Yuba told his leader his thoughts. "Then the information provided by the elves is also suspicious." He gritted his teeth in anger. "But the god of prosperity also gave the same prophecy." Yuba voiced a bold thought. "Perhaps the gods are mistaken." Hattie waved his arm and shouted at Yuba that he should distinguish what to say and what not to say, but Yuba still firmly believed his conjecture. The elves were originally allies of the human lizardfolk alliance, so this food is proof that they are deceiving us. As the two were not yielding, a messenger reported urgently, "Hattie, our soldiers spotted a lizardfolk unit a few hours ago." Yuba hurried over and asked, "How many are there?" The attendant knelt nervously and said, "About 1,500, no, it seems to be more." Yuba gritted his teeth, and remembering their disadvantageous situation, he couldn't hold back. "Only about 900 soldiers can fight right now due to stomach pains. Even if the numbers were equal, we are already physically disadvantaged, and now we are outnumbered, so we will surely lose." Leader Hattie immediately jumped on his horse and ordered his soldiers to flee. "Retreat, report to King Satay that we encountered the enemy and had no choice but to retreat." But Yuba disagreed. He immediately retorted, "One more day and there's a forest area suitable for guerrilla warfare. At least there we have a chance to win." The soldiers began to follow their leader's command and hurried away. "Retreat, retreat quickly." Numerous plans jumbled in Hattie's head. "We must use the advantage of our small stature for guerrilla tactics to buy time. During that time, if the Satay army occupies Automation Castle, they will have no choice but to retreat." Suddenly a shadow cast from above stopped the army. A large mantis poked its head through the blue sky and white clouds. "What is that?" Stratus could not conceal his anger at the army advancing into his territory. "How dare you invade the land of my faithful followers? Receive your punishment for your sins," the Luna soldiers screamed in surprise. "Monster, monster, run!" He swung his two massive horns, crushing rocks and causing a landslide. "You will pay with your lives." Hattie drew his sword and ordered the Luna tribe to abandon their carts and disperse. Yuba once again did not agree with this approach. "No, we must defeat that monster." Hattie glanced at him and shouted loudly, "Yuba, that is no ordinary monster. Its appearance is like a mantis, so it must be a guardian of the evil lizard folk." Suddenly, one of the two vaguely realized. Then our god Neji, the god of prosperity's guardian, also suddenly rushed forward. He rushed at Stratus and bit his waist. "He will also send a guardian." Wanda observed from afar on the screen, unable to hide her surprise. "No." She covered her head, her face darkening, her expression incredulous. "What in the world are these ridiculous stats?" He concentrated everything into one stat, and his trait is psychic power. Stratus, strength, speed, intelligence, trait, psychic power. "Our Neji will never be able to face that monster alone." She began to realize that her tribe was gradually being overpowered. "I thought everything would go smoothly. Should I run?" Wanda began to nervously bite her nails. "But even if we run after killing Neji, that creature will chase us. We must kill it now." The screen clearly displayed the level of Stratus's guardian. Stratus level 11, divine level 4. Stratus's level is high, but his divine level is only 4. But if we combine my divine level with Neji, the god of prosperities, it's 12. We can win. So Wanda began a bold thought and pressed the confirm button directly. "I will descend and eliminate Stratus within 30 minutes. A ray of light shone directly on him. On this side, Hattie also ran to talk to Neji, the god of prosperity. "She has entered the battlefield." She glanced at her leader and said in a cold voice, "I will fight that monster, retreat the soldiers. Yes, I will obey the will of God." At this moment, Wanda descended into Neji's body and charged fiercely, saving Neji. As soon as Neji was freed, he also shouted. As soon as she realized it was her, Neji immediately blocked. "You don't need to take action yourself," Wanda shouted and reprimanded. "Shut up, I cannot afford to lose any more troops to that bastard." She extended her hand forward, her eyes deep and sinister. "The human lizardfolk allied forces still need time to arrive here, and your god has no medium to descend. Are you not afraid of death?" But Stratus seemed unfazed. "I don't care about such things. My mission is to fulfill my orders." As soon as he finished speaking, Neji and Wanda collaborated, launching an all-out attack. She rushed forward and grabbed one of his legs with all her strength, trying to bring him down. One leg broke. Stratus also dealt a fatal blow to Neji. Neji spat out an enormous amount of plasma, his eyes glowing with rage as he cursed. "You horrible bug," he sneered and clenched his fist, laughing mockingly. "Neji, you lowly creature, is not the pain you suffer for your god a glory?" Wanda drew her sword and muttered, "Crazy, I'll finish you off in 10 minutes, and she began to tense up, her eyes glowing with anger on the verge of exploding. But the opposing force completely froze them. "Wait, what is that? What is that? Ragger is charging at an incredible speed. How can he be so fast?" Nebula gradually realized his calculations were wrong from the start. His main forces would need another 3 hours to arrive here. but he should have calculated the possibility of him possessing Raggar and coming here directly. Raggar soared into the air and descended freely. Neji's eyes widened and he froze in place with surprise. "Oh my God," he glared with cold, emotionless eyes. His sharp gaze was like a blade, as if stabbing a 55-year-old knife into his opponent. Raggar said coldly without wavering, "3 words are enough. I found you," and then he threw his spear ruthlessly. The spear flew towards Yuba, splattering him with blood. "Yuba!" Neji roared in a voice full of rage. Neji rushed at him, shouting, "You damned bastard, how dare you do this to my god?" Before Neji could even charge, a thorny arm reached out and grabbed Neji, throwing him aside like garbage. Raggar was engulfed in blue flames. "Boom, lend me your power." Boom also responded. "Tell me when you need it," Raggar continued. "We must first destroy the creature." Raggar majestically pointed at the struggling Neji with his hand and commanded, "Kill him." Boom heard that and responded with blue energy, "As you wish." The energy flew precisely at Neji, making him scream terribly. Neji spat out a handful of blood and protested with gritted teeth, "Even if you are a god, how can you stop me?" Before Neji could finish his last words, a ray of light shone on his face, bright and cold, filling him with sorrow. That immense power devoured Neji's arrogance. As the terrible screams ended, the space gradually became quiet. Hadi shouted incredulously, "Neji?" But he quickly recovered and nimbly dodged the attack. A thought flashed through his mind, "No, I have to cancel the descent." Suddenly, the system alerted that the descent would be cancelled in 10 seconds. Yuba gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, I have to wait." The system kept repeating the alert that the descent would be cancelled in 10 seconds. Seeing this, Yuba ran while thinking, "If I die during the descent, I'll receive an additional penalty. Neji is gone, and I've already been demoted a level. I can't afford to lose Yuban too." Yuba ran to the bushes and finding a yellow fruit rejoiced in his heart. "This is it, great. I need to use the fruit in the sanctuary to recover my stamina. And if I can hold out during the waiting time." Suddenly, an enormous swarm of insects flew in, and Yuba paused for a moment. The system still kept alerting that the descent would be cancelled in 10 seconds. Yuba muttered in confusion, "Insects, is this not an attack but meant to obscure my vision?" Just a little longer. A giant mantis appeared before Yuba. The system still alerted that the descent would be cancelled in 10 seconds. Yuba saw this and calculated in his mind, "If I evade this attack." Before he could finish his thought, Yuba tilted his body and dodged the attack. He thought to himself, "I will." But Yuba was grabbed by the neck. Raggar menacingly grabbed his neck and brought his face close, saying, "There you are." Yuba gritted his teeth in anger and red syrup dripped from him. On the other side, Wanda stared blankly at the information panel. The words "Neji has died" were displayed there. She thought to herself, "My forces are almost annihilated." The biggest damage was God tier. At this moment her God tier level had dropped to 5 and it showed signs of further decrease. Wanda thought painfully, it plummeted from 9 to 5. If I had cancelled the descent, I would have maintained up to 7. Krampus's voice was heard. "Wanda, can you hear me?" Wanda replied in surprise. Yes." Krampus asked what her level was. Wanda replied, "Let's see. 7, not as bad as I thought." Krampus said with contempt, "It dropped that much?" Wanda's jaw dropped. Krampus continued to press her. "With that level, you won't have the trust to control internal affairs anymore." Wanda replied with a smile on the outside, "No, I'm still in control," but inwardly she quietly accepted, "That's right. If even the orchards planted with magic become desolate, naturally I'll lose both profit and trust, and High Priest Ben is no longer here." Suddenly, Wanda asked if the satyrs would attack soon. Krampus replied, "Yes." He said that as soon as he realized he had been deceived by Elda, he acted quickly. "With cavalry they will arrive in 2.5 days. By now, Automation Castle will be caught off guard, making it easy to occupy." Wanda cautiously asked, "So I just need to hold off the lizardfolk forces for 2.5 days?" Krampus replied, "That's right." She calculated in her mind. Nebula will also have to use trust in this battle, and he has to prioritize defending Automation Castle. Then he won't be able to fully concentrate on our side, and if we conduct guerrilla warfare with the remaining cavalry, our army can at least last for 2 more days. Should I tell him everything honestly? No, I can't be the only one deceived." The next day a loud voice was heard. "Wanda?" she asked in bewilderment. "Why?" Krampus immediately said, "I heard the lizard folk army is moving this way. Aren't you supposed to be holding them off?" Wanda panicked and rethought. "Leo's cavalry alone isn't enough to stop them at the coast. No, the problem is with Elda's information. According to the original plan, our army would have engaged in the Blackscale territory. But since the battle started a few days earlier than planned, the entire army had to retreat and fight elsewhere with no place to hide." Krampus interrupted her thoughts, saying, "It's useless. We don't have a proper fortress. I'll turn the army back and encamp at the capital." Hearing that, Wanda thought seriously, "Does he think he can control the situation better with a defensive strategy? The satyrs only have 800 men. The lizard folk number a staggering 1,700, and they even have living weapons. It's good to ally with Krampus, but we won't be able to win the fight. Wouldn't it be better to ally with Whis? That friend is a bit hot-headed but rational." Krampus spoke. "Wanda, can you help me? If we launch an attack, it would be more effective to counterattack from both sides." Wanda, flustered, said, "But wouldn't it be better if I attacked Automation City?" Krampus immediately retorted, "There's not enough time for that." Wanda rubbed her forehead and replied, "You're right, damn it. I'll be discovered at this rate." Krampus continued, "That's fine. Automation City is currently empty. How about sending your cavalry to Automation City and your infantry as reinforcements? Divide them into 200 cavalry and 300 infantry." I hear the enemy has lost 400 men, so there are probably about 1,300 left. My 800 satyrs and your 300 Luna will be enough for a defensive battle. In other words, victory is almost certain. And didn't you say you defeated Nebula's avatar? Then the castle will be fine. Wanda secretly felt like hitting herself for exaggerating so much. Wanda thought to herself, but if I'm discovered I won't be able to ally with Krampus anymore. Oh whatever, suddenly Krampus snorted, startling Wanda. Why? Krampus said with a suspicious expression. A connection request came from Nebula. Wanda exclaimed in shock. What? Wait, don't accept it, but her words were swept away like the wind. Krampus had already pressed the accept button. Nebula's face suddenly appeared. Nebula asked, so it seems you're thinking of giving up now? As soon as Krampus heard that arrogant voice, veins bulged on his face. What? I don't know what you're talking about. He babbled without stopping as if taking a breath of cold air. It seems you've become too arrogant after just one victory, haven't you? But it's clear the current situation is more advantageous for us. Nebula glanced at the screen with a questioning expression, then stared directly at Wanda's face, which was trying to avoid his gaze. Nebula smirked. Aha, so she's deceiving her own ally? Interesting. Krampus gritted his teeth in anger. Is that all? You cut off contact with me for so long, and now you only have these few words to say? Nebula replied gently. I apologize. I didn't want to make you uncomfortable. Krampus's anger gradually subsided as he said, if you want me to surrender, dream on. Nebula smiled slightly. All right, I'll consider it and contact you again later. Having said this, Nebula immediately disconnected, leaving only Wanda's guilt-ridden gaze behind. Krampus still grumbled, I really don't know what that guy is thinking. Wanda, flustered, tried to soothe him. Haha, that's why I told you not to answer it. After the call, Wanda's face darkened, lost in thought. Did Nebula notice? Judging the situation to be unfavorable, Wanda spoke first. Krampus, I need to check the troop numbers again right now. Krampus replied, then I'll prepare for the siege too. As soon as she heard this, Wanda pressed the disconnect button and hesitated. She found Nebula's contact. Nebula was leisurely observing his army from the other side. The connection request notification rang in his ear. The alert sounded fiercely. Seeing it, Nebula also looked up, and he slowly accepted the connection request. Nebula asked indifferently, What is it? Wanda shouted through the phone. Hey you idiot, what do you want? Nebula scorned inwardly. I don't quite understand why you're angry. I'm the one who should be angry. I'm about to be attacked from both sides out of nowhere. Wanda explained, trembling, but nothing has happened yet. Nebula immediately retorted, It was about to happen, just thinking about it annoys me. He continued indifferently, If you've only come to argue with me, I'll hang up first. I have a lot of work to do at home, goodbye. Wanda shouted in a panic, Wait! She stared with a menacing face at the message indicating the other party had disconnected. Wanda didn't accept and sent another connection request. Nebula appeared bored and asked, What now? Wanda shouted angrily, I'm not your friend. Don't act like that. Nebula gradually lost his patience and asked, What do you want exactly? Stop shouting, can't you speak more gently? Wanda tore at her hair, covered her ears, and replied irritably, Fine. Wanda lowered her head and asked, Why did you disconnect when Krampus didn't surrender? Nebula replied nonchalantly, Originally, all I needed was for him to surrender and for all 5 of you players to promise not to make any moves, but now that I reconsider it might be a bit bothersome, but taking both your lands seems more convenient. Wanda was so angry she felt steam coming out of her head. But your current civilization level isn't widespread enough to protect your territory anymore. You don't have many troops to hold the front lines either, Nebula continued. All I have to do is conquer the Satyr's land and distribute Luna's land to other players. Those 3 will be quite happy to get more land without doing anything. Wanda asked curiously, What if Krampus and I rebel? What if other players attack during that chaos? Nebula's voice grew colder. It seems you're misunderstanding a few things. Look, did I say I would spare you and Krampus? Upon hearing this, Wanda's sweat poured down like rain. She asked again, Are you threatening me? Nebula replied. That's just one of the things I can do. Wanda followed up. So you're considering other options too? Nebula replied. Perhaps. Wanda's expression turned serious again. Then let's go back to my first question. What do you want? Nebula replied. Information about Luna and Satyr and information about other players. Wanda was surprised. About information, about wisdom, I think you're mistaken. Krampus and I are just allies. We don't have wisdom or anything like that. Nebula immediately corrected her. You're mistaken. That is, you need to form an alliance with the God of Wisdom and collect information for me. How you do it is up to you. It's not my concern, Wanda snarled. Are you telling me to become a double agent, to approach both the God of Wisdom and Krampus and get information from them? She frantically shook the screen and shouted, Don't be ridiculous, you clearly just want to use me as cannon fodder, don't you? Have you become so arrogant after just one victory, you simply want everyone to die, don't you? Nebula immediately disconnected. That's not my concern. After this attack your alliance will be shaken, and you will have deceived Krampus. If I tell Krampus about this battle and say I won't ally with you because you're deceitful, you'll be excluded from alliances with the other 4 players. How you'll survive as a 5th-tier player in the middle of this vast continent is up to you. Wanda simply trembled with rage on the spot, then shouted irritably, Whatever you do, I will not cooperate with you. Nebula probed. Are you sure? Upon hearing this, Wanda angrily disconnected immediately. After that, she focused on the battle, lost in deep thought. Think there must be a way. There definitely is. She looked down at the village from above. White foxes were happily playing, and one fox was sincerely praying. The fox earnestly wished to itself, O great God of bonds who always watches over us, please help me not to be harmed and ensure everything goes smoothly today. Wanda silently gazed at the praying fox. She closed her eyes tightly, thought deeply, and then decided to send another connection request to Nebula. Nebula asked, Have you finished thinking? Wanda replied indifferently. Yes, he continued. Then tell me the information you have about Satyr and Luna first. Meanwhile, the battle with the allied nations finally ended. Krampus was racking his brain, completely unable to understand why Nebula had demanded surrender. But Wanda tried hard to persuade him, and eventually all fighting ceased. At that moment, Wanda's face was filled with guilt. At the same time, a voice was heard in Automation City. Forming a trade alliance? Kyung replied. Yes, to create the Quadruple Alliance we need the help of many seasoned merchants here. Reconsider our current trading profits. She then asked, Wouldn't it be better if we continued? If we share information between both sides and buy resources first, prices will rise later, and exchanges within the Quadruple Alliance won't be taxed. Rin continued, We can exchange collateral without fear of being discovered and sell them again later when prices rise. The blue-skinned man added, If the quality of the goods is good and the prices can be controlled, it would be really good to buy. The one with long fangs asked, But we are different races from various places, how can we trust each other for so long? Kyung replied, I have a way. She lowered her voice, We will make the blue beetle god the foundation of everyone's faith. The fanged one replied, That could work, but some people will abandon their original faith and some will decide to keep it, so how can we control them? Kyung's fate-manipulating shadow emerged. Let's decide by rolling dice. We'll believe in the god of the person who rolls the highest number. Through Kyung's leadership, a trade alliance called the Five Rings Alliance was formed. Its patron deity was the blue beetle god, and it was a commercial guild established to secretly gain profits without paying taxes, operating as a black market with exclusive prices. Nebula saw this and thought, even if it's a bit early and they're a secret organization, the formation of a commercial guild is still promising. Kyung is truly remarkable, to use evil artifacts and even her own luck. Now that the war is over for a while, I'll have to manage the nation and resolve unexpected issues. That means there won't be major changes in the border regions for a while, and I'll have to prepare more thoroughly for conflicts with other nations. Nebula Civilization. Key events and locations. O was expelled from the blue-skinned lizardfolk tribe. After being chosen by Nebula, he seized control of this tribe. B defeated ancient Cleopatra. Gaining a repulsive and disgusting nature, he created the sacred monster Stratus. C defeated and annihilated the frog tribe and the two-headed god, acquiring an evil artifact. Boom D acted secretly and fought for Automation City through Siren. The prophecy was fulfilled, and Kyung successfully ascended to the throne. E defeated the elf tribe who dared to invade Automation City and subdued Elda. A defeated Solongo and Lim Chun-Shi, and the elf tribe migrated to the northern coast. B occupied Maganon, a dwarf village located in the southernmost region. D expanded the Blackscale tribe and decided to choose Orizon as its capital. Characters appeared so far. Nebula, title Immortal God, Blue Beetle God, main species Lizardfolk, currently ruling nation Blackscale rank 1, next is Hegemonia, title Grinding Teeth God, main species Nihilus rank 2, next is Elda, title God of Night Rain, main species Elf, ruling nation subservient to the Blackscale Empire in a loose alliance with Nebula rank 3400, next is Lim Chun-Shi, title God of the Eternal Forest, main species Ogre. At his peak he was ranked 20th and controlled 10 vassal states. Lastly Solongo, title Fearless God, main species Centaur. Roughly within the top 10 vassal states, a territory majestically appeared under the harsh sunlight, and within it was a room covered with black cloth. The river swayed in the wind and a dazzling light appeared. Rager held a thin piece of paper in his hand and asked, What is this? Xeon replied, It's paper. She continued in detail. One of Luna's routed soldiers was a paper craftsman. Thanks to him we learned how to make paper. The advantage is that it's much lighter than silk and very cheap. Rager asked with interest, Is it difficult to make? Xeon wagged her tail excitedly. It was at first, but we have water wheels, don't we? This paper is made using Oz's water wheel. Once paper becomes widespread, literacy will become more common and there will be more records. Rager couldn't help but be surprised to hear that. Xeon continued to babble. History will be recorded and never forgotten. Rager held the white paper, lost in deep thought. He opened his mouth and called out, I also have something to tell you, Xeon. Rager stated his opinion. Paper is good, but if someone damages it, it cannot be fixed. Rager turned his head towards Xeon and said, I thought that with wise companions and brave warriors like you, and even the protection of God, we could face any enemy. But what if the enemy is divided into two sides like in this war? Rager continued, looking at the map. Neither you nor I nor even God can be everywhere at once. He picked up a pen and wrote something on the map. So I thought of something called a defensive wall. Xeon approached the map. Building such a long wall will take an enormous amount of time. The defensive wall will need to be taller than Automation City's walls. She continued to state her opinion, we don't have automation cities golem soldiers. Moreover, this must be built with stone and there aren't many quarries. Zeon put her hands on her waist and stared intently at Ragger. Even if we use all the people and money we currently have, it will take at least 100 years to complete. He picked up a pen and wrote something on the map. So I thought of something called a defensive wall. Zeon approached the map. Building such a long wall will take an enormous amount of time. The defensive wall will need to be taller than Automation City's walls. She continued to state her opinion, we don't have Automation City's golem soldiers. Moreover, this must be built with stone and there aren't many quarries. Zeon put her hands on her waist and stared intently at Ragger. Even if we use all the people and money we currently have, it will take at least 100 years to complete. Ragger nodded blankly. It will probably take 200 years. Zeon immediately retorted. It's not easy to sustain a project like this for 200 years. We must make every effort to complete it within 100 years. Zeon paused and asked, what are you planning to do? Ragger continued. My plan has encountered a problem, so I need to develop it further. Ragger pointed with his finger. Yes, a fierce river flows at this location and there's a swamp here. Zeon also nodded. So you mean to create natural barriers? She looked up at Ragger and asked. If we omit that part, it would take 75 years, almost a lifetime. How could that be done? But it would still take a lot of time. This is my thought, but there's another way. The function of a wall is to stop enemies, but let's think the opposite. Instead of stopping enemies, what if we could call for reinforcements quickly? Everyone has something they can use faster than a stake. Zeon asked with a curious expression. What is it? Ragger continued. Fire and smoke. Ragger's face was full of cunning. One of the 5 places will always keep a fire lit to signify peace. The second is to send a signal when an enemy is spotted. The third is to send a signal when the enemy is approaching. The fourth is to indicate that the signal fortress has been infiltrated. The fifth is to indicate that battle has begun. This way we can protect the wilderness without having to connect all the walls. Originally, the wilderness was not an attractive invasion route. Mountains are also good natural defensive barriers. We will construct fortresses in the valleys and canyons between the mountains and build signal fortresses on the mountain peaks. They will serve the same purpose as the wilderness signal fortresses. Ragger stopped his pen. A map of the stronghold maximizing the use of nature was drawn. Ragger turned his head and asked, how long will this take? Zeon thought for a moment and replied, about 5 years. Time flowed like water. 3 years had already passed, and at night a magnificent estate shining with brilliant lights appeared. It was Orizon. Before his eyes a stately mansion unfolded. Inside, a lizardfolk shadow in a red cloak sat, exhaling a tired sigh. He quietly thought to himself, establishing a nation is difficult, but maintaining it is even harder. External defense is important, but internal cohesion is also crucial. All non-human races fear the lizardfolk. Fear makes them easily submissive, but if I rule by fear alone, I will soon face difficulties. Moreover, once they feel fear, they will not unite. They will only submit or resist. Faith in the blue beetle god cannot be obtained by coercion either. Ragger sighed quietly. How can I unite the hearts of all people? I may be good at fighting, but I wonder if I am suitable as a king. Is it not enough just to live together on the same land? Suddenly, a flash of light crossed Ragger's mind and a fantastical voice was heard. That's right. Startled, he looked up. The astrologer quietly entered, surrounded by a swarm of blue butterflies. Though they live on the same land, not everyone lives in the same time. He smiled gently. Ragger, enraged, jumped up and shouted loudly, Astrologer, you've returned. I clearly heard you had passed away. He rushed towards him and asked. He said nothing, only placed a finger on Ragger's lips, signaling him to be quiet. Ragger suddenly stopped and listened to the astrologer's words. His last words were not wrong. Even if we leave this world, the blue beetle god will take us, but death is a mystery, so do not ask too many details. Even if you ask, he will not speak. Ragger still couldn't understand. What does it mean that we don't live in the same time zone? He silently looked out the door, lost in deep thought. Ragger, do you remember the story I told you? Is the sky of Orizon the same as the sky of Maine? Ragger looked up at the sky and admired the stars at his words, but it was not the same at all. He quietly asked, what about the skies of Lennar and Sat Tyros? They are probably quite different. He fully agreed. That's right, everyone lives in their own time, like stars in different skies, so that's not enough. He quietly turned his head towards Ragger and said, and you, the king, must live in everyone's time. He chuckled heartily, counting the stars in the sky one by one. He continued, that's right, everyone lives in their own time, like different skies. That's not enough. He quietly turned his head and said, and a king like you must live in the same era as everyone else. He advised, everyone lives in their own time. So even if they live on the same land, their hearts are not united. He said gently. As king, you must keep this in mind, Ragger said. Does that mean that just as we learn time calculation from you, others also have their own time calculation methods? Ragger still couldn't take his eyes off the stars. Now that I think about it, my previous misunderstanding of the dwarves was because their day calculation method was different from ours. It's difficult, the old astrologer laughed. Why do you say it's difficult? Ragger said tiredly. Teaching. Especially teaching people who dislike lizard folk. He laughed. Haha, that's why I'm here. He pointed with his finger and asked, do you see that blue shining star? He pointed directly at a lonely star, but that brightly shining star is you. Suddenly, that star connected with other stars, forming a cross shape. He continued, that is the constellation that embodies you laughing like a devil. That constellation appears in spring and disappears in winter. and he pointed to another star and explained, "That star is a wandering star, so let's call it When, so you can hear new stories when it passes," Rager said excitedly. "Oh, interesting. Anything else?" He smiled gently. "Of course, see how much everyone has experienced. There are the frogfolk Sunan and Onroy, Lord Hikiang and San of Automation City. There are Ogre Chief Kijin and Tamariz." Everyone chuckled, looking at the stars. The old astrologer said, "I must go now. I've stayed too long. I've been too greedy. I feel the gods calling me." Rager called after him. "You're leaving? Aren't you curious how many children I have?" The old astrologer closed his eyes and replied, "That is for the living," he continued to ask. "Then what is the other world like? Can you tell me?" He simply smiled gently. "That is for the dead." Rager showed signs of disappointment. "So I know nothing. Death is quite frightening." He simply smiled gently. "That's right, the living are bound to fear death." He gradually flew higher. "The dead can change nothing. We can only watch. We received God's permission, but this was the limit." He gradually melted into the blue light. "Only the living can strive to change everything. Do not forget that." Rager seemed to realize something. The astrologer's figure had already become one with the night sky. Rager also witnessed the astrologer with a swarm of butterflies flying high and standing before Nebula. He sat alone quietly under the star-filled sky. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Lord Rack," and the voice grew louder. "Lord Rack." Rager woke up with a start at the sound. "Quartermaster, Lord Rack. It's time for the meeting. All the vassals have gathered." Rager stared blankly at the people filling the room. He ordered a large piece of paper and charcoal to be brought. The servant quietly asked, "Your Majesty." "How big of a paper do you mean?" Rager looked up and replied, "Big enough to draw the entire sky." System notification. Green Xi'an, 3rd continent. The first calendar, the star hunting calendar, has been created. The star hunting calendar was created in the Hoshin nation. This calendar calculates months based on constellations. The star hunting calendar accurately reflects the real life cycle with 99.8 accuracy and can be used in modern civilization. 3 nations have acknowledged its accuracy and deemed it perfect. Nebula said with delight, "Well done. I had previously sent an astrologer to create a calendar earlier. Of course I was rejected. My credibility plummeted every time the astrologer spoke." He turned to Wanda and said, "Delivering knowledge from the other world is not free, but it was a necessary investment," he said with satisfaction. "I am very pleased that Rack is using it so well," Wanda replied coldly. Nebula said in an excited voice. "It's a solar calendar including leap years, not just a calendar. Shouldn't you be more pleased?" Wanda said with disgust. "Wow, I'm so happy. Is that enough now?" She sighed tiredly. "Somehow I managed to deceive Krampus and Wisdom, but I borrowed too many resources to perform my role well. I can't even dance comfortably. At this rate, I'm practically a vassal." Nebula asked, "Then why did you contact me?" Wanda was slightly embarrassed. "I think a new force is appearing in the center of the continent." Nebula asked suspiciously. "A new force in the center of the continent?" Wanda replied. "It's probably a player." Nebula asked, unable to understand. "What do you mean you're guessing?" Wanda replied literally. A notification appeared. "Civilization clash. 2 fragmented tribes have made contact. Both sides will gain an enormous amount of experience. Civilization clash warning. War may break out due to differing beliefs between hostile tribes." Wanda looked at it and said, "A clash of beliefs between hostile tribes. That means it's not an NPC tribe but a tribe controlled by a player, right? It means a battle will happen in the near future?" Nebula replied. "That's right," he said without argument. "A player can't just suddenly appear in the center of the continent. It's been 22 years since the game started and suddenly a massive change that no one knows about has appeared." He asked how likely it was to be a god. Wanda sighed. "I knew that Lauren Rumor and the player who appeared in the center were on the local player list, so it's not surprising." Of course Royden was blocked. Nebula continued to ask, "Where did this information come from? Is it reliable? Are you trying to trick me?" Wanda said with her eyes. "Not me. I don't know anything." Suddenly Nebula's gaze lingered on a page. A white-haired player with 2 dots on the nape of his neck resembling 2 bite marks. It was a player channel named Yuban Swems. Nebula asked, "Someone gave you information, didn't they?" Wanda replied honestly. "Nickname AR1026. This is information sent to me by a player from the Guangmen Wang'an nation, where the nice race is dominant. Usually she only sends it to her ally, Zhangwon, but she also sent it to Wisdom, Krampus, and me. What do you think?" she said. Nebula repeated, "This is. It must have a special meaning, right?" Nebula asked. "What is that player's name?" Wanda replied. The first was Han. Rayon added that the next 2 characters were not noteworthy. They were called Nebula Associates who seemed silent in Nebula's thoughts. He was silent. "Is this a vampire? Fighting this race would be quite troublesome." A notification appeared. "Vampires infect others like zombies, turning them into vampires. The mutation process takes from a day to several days. During mutation, their power weakens but gradually strengthens. Is this a race you haven't seen before?" he replied. "I haven't seen a vampire before," Wanda continued. "Krampus said it was an extremely rare event, which is why we didn't know about it." "There's no such thing," Nebula asked. "An expansion pack," Wanda continued. "It's a game expansion pack," he replied. "Probably." Nebula thought deeply. "This place is. It's a different world from the ruined world we played in before. There are no more graphic settings or login screens, so you can't log out. If things that existed can disappear, couldn't things that didn't exist appear?" Wanda continued. "I understand what you're saying," he continued. "At least we should issue a public notice to find the leader of this race, shouldn't we? It seems too dangerous." Wanda replied blankly. I hadn't thought much of it. I've played zombie apocalypse games before and this infection is much slower. Wisdom and Krampus are also keeping an eye on it, Nebula retorted. But unlike low-intelligence zombies, these vampires retain their intelligence. Aren't you underestimating them too much? Wanda replied. But there's a reason it's hard to tell them. From an outsider's perspective, it's my alliance with Krampus, Aang and Wisdom's solitude, and these three forces are currently clashing. So if one of the three forces weakens, it will be to our advantage. Nebula also nodded in agreement. That's right, I understand, then let's meet. Wanda heard that and showed a disgusted expression. Are we meeting again? Then goodbye. Saying so, Wanda immediately disconnected. He still seriously looked at the large and small screens, and he continued. This is truly unusual. A mountain deeply indented like a pond stood tall, and within that hollow the Alliance gathered, murmuring, So player Jangman Shinun is a ghost, main race Yak, ruling nation Aemon. Do we really need his help? Player AR 1026 Intangible Source God, main race Nick, ruling nation Sman, replied. But how can we ask Hegemonia for help? Grampus is the god of self-sacrifice, whose main species are satyrs and rules the Janium nation. Vanda is the god of grand alliances, whose main species are Lennar and rules their nation. Grampus mentioned his name, and Wanda was surprised. What do you think, is he a civilian? Vanda replied, I think so too, but I can talk to Hegemonia more easily. A1026 continued, if you think so, Wisdom is the god who complicates things, whose main species are Cho and who rules a nation. Disconnect. A1026 smirked. Soon as the words ended, he appeared. Nebula's image appeared. It was Nebula himself. Nebula leisurely asked, You're all looking for me. I didn't know I was this famous. Vanda stuck out her tongue and made a disgusted sound. The rest of them also had disgusted expressions and were speechless. Wisdom cut off Nebula's arrogance. You know why we called you, Nebula replied. I have a rough idea, but I'm not sure if it's accurate. Meanwhile, Janda trembled with anger, thinking to herself, the arrogant bastard, he already has all the information I provided, and everyone knows you have eyes and ears everywhere. Wisdom slowly opened his mouth. You know about the strange things happening in the center of the continent recently. So you must also know about the new species vampires and the player who appeared with them that we're talking about, Nebula answered honestly. I know, he continued to ask, and you know that the vampires, which started in Azeland in Guman, have now spread throughout the lands of the 5 players and become a large force, he replied again. I know, finally he concluded with one sentence. So you mean you know everything? Wisdom became serious. I'll be frank. Nebula, will you help us? Nebula asked indifferently. Why should I? Upon hearing such a reply, the faces of the entire alliance darkened and a strange atmosphere filled the air. Vanda's eyes darted around. Damn it again, it was like this just a while ago. Wisdom broke the strange atmosphere and spoke. We just ran into a food supply problem. The locust swarm has devastated our fertile lands, he said with a confident tone. We know you're the culprit. So didn't Grampus and Janda attack me? Fortunately, I stopped them, so aren't all problems solved? Zanwen couldn't hold back and shouted. You didn't do anything? Do you think we'll forgive you easily? Hearing those words, he continued seriously. Then I can only say one thing. He pointed his finger at the people and declared, If you don't like it, all of you come at me. Xanagan shouted angrily, Are you crazy? Wisdom tried to calm the atmosphere. Don't get excited. Nebula is deliberately provoking us. If we don't hurry and ask for help, the problem will get bigger. Zan was surprised and turned his head towards Wisdom, asking, He's deliberate, he replied. Yes, and then continued to laugh heartily. If we're lucky, we might be able to defeat the vampires ourselves, Zan asked with a suspicious expression. But what if we can't? Wisdom reluctantly stated the outcome. The vampire's power will grow even stronger and we will have to ask him for help. Nebula gave a self-deprecating smile. You're very good at assessing the situation, aren't you? I could just sit back and watch you fall, so why should I help you? Wisdom immediately retorted. But if we fall, won't you also be in trouble? He asked with a scoff. Why do you think so? Wisdom immediately stated the reason. It will be more difficult to face a unified force than to face 5 individual forces. Nebula remained silent, deep in thought, his eyes gleaming. Wisdom, your judgment isn't wrong. I remember his name was in the top 10 rankings. If it's the same person, he's probably the most outstanding player among them. Nebula sighed, thinking, but that doesn't mean I'll agree. He opened his mouth and asked, Do you think so? I think it's easier to face a unified enemy, Vanda cautiously asked. So you're saying you really won't help us because you haven't found a reasonable reason? Nebula retorted. That's not true. He held out his hand and demanded, If I help you, I must receive a reasonable reward. Wisdom held out his hand and politely asked, What do you want? Nebula nonchalantly stated his demands. 3 lantern makers, 3 glass makers, and 3 brick makers, each whom you monopolize, and 12 carriages loaded with gold. Upon hearing those outrageous conditions, entire alliance was aghast, and Wisdom was also shocked. Grampus was consumed by rage and shouted, You damn bastard, you've been after those things for a long time, haven't you? Are you perhaps Jogi's ally too? He calmly replied. As I said, if you don't like it, a loud voice interrupted Nebula's words. Enough, Nebula. Wisdom's voice grew louder. We seem to need to discuss this issue further. We will contact you again after the meeting. After saying this, he immediately hung up the call with him. He thought to himself, the outcome is too obvious. The contact list was still empty. A moment later, a video call request appeared from Wisdom and 4 other members. He immediately pressed the accept button. As he appeared, Wisdom spoke. We will accept your conditions, Nebula. He slowly said to Nebula, Tonight the artisans will be sent and the gold will be delivered gradually. Now, tell us how you plan to deal with Jogubi and the vampires. Since you've received such specific compensation, you must have a plan, right? He rubbed his chin and said, a plan? And he slowly opened his mouth. You're greatly mistaken. Nebula's screen showed a figure with pointed ears sitting cross-legged. The scenery gradually shifted to the chair the figure was sitting on. Nebula said mysteriously, it has already begun. The screen transitioned to a close-up of a white-haired figure with his eyes closed. He recalled the time when his village was attacked not long ago. The flames that brightly lit up the night sky. He was fortunate to escape, but he had many wounds on his body. He walked barely, leaning on a tree with his tired body and sighed. He began to rethink the time when the gnome tribe suddenly invaded and his mother, the shaman chief of the tribe, was sacrificed. She fought until her last breath but eventually fell, and the hidden god chose a new shaman from another tribe to replace her. Now that shaman is relentlessly pursuing and trying to kill us, declaring to cleanse all old forces. The more he thought, the more he raged, gritting his teeth. Is this the price of our loyalty? Why was our tribe abandoned? Thinking this far, he helplessly dropped his face and let out a complaint. We offered you everything, so why didn't you bestow any miracles upon our tribe? Were we merely pawns to be used once and discarded? After speaking, he looked up at the sky and desperately pleaded, Hidden God, please answer me. Suddenly his pupils dilated, and he seemed surprised by what was happening before his eyes. Before him was a black figure, surrounded by an immense amount of dark magic. Who are you? He asked in fear, thinking to himself, surely they haven't come to kill me. With both hands clenched, he said to himself, it doesn't matter who. If I die, I die. Then he asked the person before him, excuse me, but could I trouble you for a sip of water? As soon as he finished speaking, as if in response to his request, the other party threw him a bottle of red liquid and a chunk of food. He stared blankly at what was thrown before him. Perhaps he was too hungry. Before his eyes now lay a fragrant chunk of bread and a bottle of clean water. He thought to himself, clean water and bread, and then looked at the person before him, questioning himself. To someone like me, abandoned by God. Shaking off his thoughts, he thanked the other party. Thank you. I will do anything you ask. Before the other party could reply, he began to eat ravenously. He said, crying, just command me and I will do anything. After finishing his meal and drinking water, or more precisely blood, he was stunned when the other party suddenly handed him a sword. He widened his eyes and asked the person before him again to confirm his thought, a sword, is this what you want? However, his trembling hand unconsciously grasped the sword. He trembled with fear. Why is my hand moving on its own? No, I don't want to die. Pointing the tip of the sword at himself, he helplessly criticized himself. I can't believe I'm clinging to life at a moment like this, he suddenly shouted. No, somebody save me. As the blade touched his neck, he suddenly screamed, ah, as if he had realized something. I understand. Looking at the black figure before him, he imagined a good future for himself. A new god has chosen me. This is the god I will serve. Soon his expression became peaceful, as if he had decided to pledge his faith to another god. I will obey all your wishes, god of blood. Thus the god of blood chose 7, the first vampire shaman. Nebula looked at the status panel and made his judgment. It increased by 6,000 with 6 wins. The vampires were able to build an army of 4,000 in less than a year. With that army they attacked and occupied Guman's capital. Capital, DSO, was engulfed in flames and smoke billowed everywhere. Nebula watched the scene intently. He quietly observed AR-1026. Player AR died during descent and lost even his own creation, so he must have dropped to grade B. If vampires originally had such power, someone would have helped AR and they wouldn't have developed to this level. But no one wanted to suffer any losses. In the end, a vampire nation was established. Nebula calmly stated the name of that nation. That nation's name is Bega Whitefang, he continued. The leader of the vampires called himself the Blood King. Nebula looked up at the status panel. His generals were mainly weaklings abandoned by other nations, and their goal is to seek revenge on the gods who abandoned them, which is to say, you. Nebula acted as if he were a god, but he said he would tell them how to defeat them. Vampires have 3 weaknesses. Grampus frowned and asked, 3, not 2? Nebula seized the opportunity and said, tell me the 2 weaknesses you know. I want to confirm if you know them accurately. Grampus said irritably, everyone knows that. Sunlight and silver, Grampus asked suspiciously, is the remaining weakness that their power weakens with each generation? Nebula put his hands on his hips and replied, that's also a weakness, but it's also an advantage. Higher-ranking vampires have excellent physical abilities, but they take significant damage from sunlight and silver. He pointed to the vampire lineage from generation 0 to 3 and more generations. He explained that with each generation, their physical abilities weaken, but their damage from sunlight and silver also decreases. Wisdom couldn't hold back and asked, so what are you trying to say? As far as I know, Blackscale hasn't made any big moves yet. Nebula answered without hesitation, not us but them. Bega has already started, he slowly continued. Vampires have their own weaknesses. It seems I'm the only one who has discovered the 3rd weakness. Grampus asked curiously, what's the 3rd weakness? He pointed to the screen and said, look at Bega's recent military progress. They have stationed 4 soldiers in the center of the continent and divided their army into 4, sending troops in each direction to expand their borders. Nebula pointed with his finger and stated the abnormal point. On the surface, defeating each group doesn't seem difficult, but the military strength of the other nations is less than 10,000. so they will fail. Vanda looked at the map and asked, "Why are all your maps the same?" He replied, "Those are maps from different days. That means they haven't moved." Ban continued to ask suspiciously, "Is that a weakness? Couldn't they just be stopped for regrouping?" Nebula immediately denied. "All 4 of them wouldn't stop for 3 days like that." He continued to voice his thoughts. "There must be a reason we haven't discovered yet. I think it's related to the vampire's 3rd weakness," Wisdom asked from a distance. "What is it?" Nebula pointed to his head and said, "Initially, you might have seen vampires as zombies, but there's a difference between them. That is, they possess intelligence," he explained. "Zombies are infected creatures, so there isn't much difference in their individual behavior, but vampires are different. They have a clear hierarchy and some were forced to become vampires. Lower-ranking vampires obey mid-ranking vampires and mid-ranking vampires obey high-ranking vampires, but the lower the degree of obedience, the lower the quality." Wisdom said disappointedly, "Is that all? What are you even talking about?" Wisdom opened his mouth. "They have no valid reason to act. The cohesion of vampires is based on underlying loyalty. Initially, they would have harmed others to survive, and because of that, they would have been ostracized. So they had to unite to survive. However, after the vampire nation of Bega was established, in an environment where there was no longer any need to harm others, the valid reason to fight disappeared. Only vague loyalty remained. Perhaps some of the generals no longer wanted to suffer losses," Nebula agreed. "That's right, now that they're full, they're starting to have other thoughts. Each general will be waiting to see who acts first." A man with long claw-like fangs was looking at a map. It was General Wanra. He mumbled, "Shouldn't we have taken over all the nations on the continent when we had the upper hand? Why aren't the other generals acting? I can't do anything either." Suddenly a sound was heard. Hearing that sound, he turned his gaze. He asked, "Who is it?" Sang Wan. A ray of light flashed from the door. The ray of light formed a line directly towards his hand. Wanra cried out in pain and threw his knife towards the door. A beast man holding a mirror was hit in the forehead by the knife. He walked out, his pale green body visible, and scoffed. Wanra thought, "Is it just a mirror? Then these bastards already know that sunlight is our weakness." A man in a white cloak approached and bowed. "My apologies, General. One of the food suppliers escaped and disturbed your rest." He gently reassured him. "It's all right, I wasn't asleep." The man in the white cloak asked in surprise. "You weren't asleep, General." Wanra returned to the room. "I don't know what the other generals are thinking, do you?" The man in the white cloak lowered his body because not everyone worshipped the god of blood. He turned around and replied, "That's only natural. Even the satyrs worship the god of sacrifice." The man in the white cloak wore a mysterious expression. There were even such individuals among the vampires. He was surprised. "What? How can that be?" he roared like a bull in anger. "We hate the gods who abandoned us. Only the god of blood can save us, yet there are those who don't worship him," the man replied quietly. "Because not everyone wishes to become a vampire." The Blood King was very careful when choosing generals to turn into vampires. But the individuals the generals turned into vampires may not have been chosen with such care. Perhaps the generals thought so too, which is why they no longer wished to act. Unra narrowed his eyes and said, "But you must know this. You must love the master whose fangs are embedded in us." The man immediately retorted, "Just because you love them doesn't mean you have to follow everything they command." After Bega was established, the generals had to compete fiercely to better govern the territory. To succeed, they had to preserve their own forces, so no one wanted to step forward first and suffer losses. Hearing that, he vaguely realized, "Listening to you, everything has become clear. As soon as the sun sets, inform all soldiers," he said with determination and ferocity. "We will begin our advance. I will show the Blood King that the other generals are not like me." Returning, Nebula looked like an immortal. "One of their armies will soon act. It seems one of their generals is quite loyal." Krampus rested his chin in his hand and asked, "If they move again, does that mean the weakness you mentioned will no longer be useful?" Wisdom immediately interjected, "It's enough to simply understand the principles of vampire behavior. If we can predict their movements, we can skillfully lead them and buy more time." Wisdom continued to make his case. "Alternatively, if we delay their supply lines, their army will disband. The number of tactical options on our side will increase." Nebula was impressed. "Thank you for explaining, Head Star." Hearing himself called Head Star, Wisdom remained calm. He immediately retorted, "This is not a star." Nebula also interjected from the side. "And what is it?" Wisdom introduced it coolly like a commander-in-chief. "This is Kepler-Poinço's dodecahedron." Hearing that, Nebula froze speechless. Nebula replied politely, I apologize, I'll be more careful next time," and he sighed inwardly. "I should avoid calling him Head Star from now on." He raised his voice. "So are you going to sit back and, as I suggested, provoke, divide, and disband the vampire army?" Nebula nodded. "That method is fine, but it will take quite some time. If the army disbands, the damage could also spread. So we'll have to reassemble them." Zanwan tilted his head and asked, "How can we bring them back together?" He clenched his fist. "They will always watch the situation with an arrogant attitude, believing they can confront us." His fist came down. "Then I will deliver a powerful blow to make them focus entirely on me." A sharp scream erupted from the vampire camp. "General, wake up!" Wanra the vampire general shouted irritably. "What's wrong?" the man in the white cloak reported in a flurry. "It's the enemy army." Wanra the vampire general sprang to his feet. "Enemy army? Is it those bastards?" The man hastily denied. No, the man in the white cloak shouted, trembling with fear. It's the lizard folk of the Blackscale tribe. Looking at some burnt houses from a high vantage point, Wanra the vampire general asked. Have you heard of TTAK? TTAK? The soldier next to him replied. Ah, of course. The soldier next to him continued. You mean the excellent warrior who defeated Tenjos? I hear he's planning something in the southern archipelago now, Wanra the vampire general replied. I always work hard too, but excellent warriors appear endlessly, and opportunities to distinguish oneself are not rare, Wanra the vampire general said, looking into the distance. Today there happen to be some Joes there. Perhaps I should steal TTAK T-Tack's reputation, say Ranami laughed sarcastically. General Wanra is already a great general and warrior, why bother with such a small reputation? General Wanra brandished his weapon and replied, Do you know what it takes to be the greatest warrior? It's ambition. General Wanra beheaded a Joe without hesitation, and then he furiously charged at the Joe monsters. Wanra the lizard folk warrior came running from afar like a witch and charged at him. General Wanra the vampire shouted, For our god of blood. Wanra the lizard folk warrior was interested. Great momentum. My turn. Wanra the lizard folk warrior also shouted furiously, For the blue beetle god. Ultimately, Wanra the lizard folk warrior triumphantly grabbed the head of General Wanra the vampire. SN's voice was heard. 9. Wanra the lizard folk warrior said excitedly. You've defeated 9. General Wanra the lizard folk general was disappointed inwardly. Everyone rushed in after hearing about me, so my share of the kills has drastically decreased. Wanra the lizard folk general picked up Junair's the vampire general's head and looked at it. Is this the leader? Doesn't that count as 2? Saw an MI shouted. How can one head count as 2? We're not selling Joes anyway. This is a pure vampire. Don't worry too much about it. Wanra the lizard folk general put the head down with disgust. Damn it, a solemn command echoed from IUR's side. Form up, inspect your equipment and prepare to advance deeper. A sharp voice was heard from inside the castle. What? 7 commanded irritably. Repeat that. The man in the white cloak reported politely. General Wanra is dead and approximately 400 soldiers were killed. The enemy is 300 HL Crisis Cavalry. 7 asked repeatedly in disbelief. 300? Did you say 300? Only 300 defeated our 1,000 soldiers? The man in the white cloak bowed even deeper. They were all Crisis Cavalry, and they launched a surprise attack while we were stationed, she 7 shouted in a voice full of rage. Shut up, 7 snarled, thinking. Elite units are very powerful, but if they launched a surprise attack so quickly they must have reduced their food supply, so they will plunder food from the local area. If they pass through so much territory of other nations, is Blackscale in an alliance? They couldn't have allied with other nations. The sun rose and darkness enveloped the night. 7 sat before a map deep in thought. Han's army, with the aid of the satyrs, was invading Bege's territory. However, this was not their land. Most of the soldiers were stationed in the camp and the few vampires guarding the village could not stop them. She continued to think. Moreover, the other 3 generals have not shown any significant movement yet. This left only 2 choices. Either confront the 300 lizardfolk cavalry with Junair's remaining 600 soldiers or attack Han's territory with the current force of 3,600 soldiers. The first method was not entirely unfavorable. The god of blood would surely help us. However, the enemy was primarily cavalry, and they could continue plundering this territory without engagement. If we were to attack Blackscale, changing the army's direction without certainty would be very dangerous. She stared at the map. Moreover, I cannot decide on my own thoughts alone. What should I do? Suddenly, a red flash appeared in 7's eyes. She looked up at the full moon and, as if having thought of something, commanded, Assemble all generals and soldiers, 7 shouted loudly. We will advance eastward, a cold voice echoed. The army of 4,600 is commanded to attack Han's territory. Wisdom fully agreed. That's right, Nebula. He pointed to the map. You've succeeded in gathering the enemies in one place. He raised his head and asked, So shall we combine our forces and attack now? Nebula replied. I wish we could, but do you have enough troops to counter them? He listed the damages one by one. Nick lost his capital and suffered enormous damage. Zan's Linar army is also in a bad situation. The other 3 are fine. Zan raised his voice. Our forces have suffered almost no losses, so we can still provide support, Nebula replied. But you are still too far away to arrive in time. Honestly, right now I can only rely on Wisdom and Krampus. How many troops can you mobilize? Wisdom replied first. Approximately 300, Krampus then said. 500, he wore a satisfied expression. That's enough. If the vampires want to attack Blackscale, they will have to cross the wilderness or attack Automation Castle in the mountains. He pointed to a spot on the map. Therefore, they will clearly choose the fortress. The wilderness is too hot for long-distance travel, he continued to explain. The mountain path has shade and they can plunder villages along the way. Nebula continued to lay out his strategy. My 300 cavalry along with Krampus's and Wisdom's armies will closely follow the vampire army, maintaining enough distance to avoid detection. A moment later, Wisdom proposed a strategy. We are fine, but if we closely follow Bege's scouts, wouldn't Bege's 3,000 soldiers' first attack only damage Blackscale's fortress? Nebula laughed contemptuously. Do you think they won't be able to stand against us? Wisdom said sarcastically. Such confidence is good, Nebula instructed. The remaining forces should focus on defeating the vampires in their respective territories. Zhang Yin will reclaim R's territory with his forces, he continued to explain. Simply reducing the number of vampires outside the front lines can shake their morale, Nebula thought deeply to himself. My greatest concern is that he uses almost no faith resources. Except for deifying the capital when he conquered it, he used almost nothing. Currently, Beigei's territory is the largest on the third continent, and the number of vampires outside the army has also increased. Calling this cheating might be too biased, but his ability must be acknowledged as extraordinary. Thinking about it, Jogu Bai's current divine level must be very high. According to my estimates, he might have already reached level 17. If so, the divine power he gains after level 10 will be a significant problem. But even so, I still have a way to deal with it. Seven and her subordinates stared up blankly. What is this, a dirt path overgrown with rocks and trees? She sighed. It's much worse than I heard, the adjutant replied. Yes, my lady. The adjutant looked at the steep and uneven path before them. There was no place to hide until they reached the fortress. Seven asked with deep eyes. Is there no way to climb using mounts? The adjutant gently replied. Perhaps only large, swift weasels would be able, but we don't have many weasels. Seven turned and walked away. Concentrate the soldiers from the Garnet and Zhou tribes on attacking the walls and bring a large hammer for breaking gates to place in front of the gate. He, the adjutant, cautiously advised. That will result in heavy casualties for the soldiers. She, Seven, replied coldly. If corpses pile up, that slope will feel less steep. As if she had noticed something, Seven looked back again. Wait, a murderous glint flashed in her eyes. Stairs, you mean? Seven said cruelly. Is there any need to sacrifice our vampires just to build stairs? As if he understood her words, the adjutant smiled. You intend to use slaves as arrow fodder? This is also a way to break their will to fight, she smiled eerily. I hear a rumor among the slaves that all gods have abandoned them, and only one has not. Curses erupted. Out, move quickly, a vampire shouted at the slaves. Go that way, if you run you die, move quickly. Other slaves huddled in a corner. A rat folk sobbed, HMPH, 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 it's already the second time. The rat folk continued to cry. Is it our turn next? Hanbane said resolutely. Yes, we're just slaves and their food anyway. The boy was full of hope. If the gods we believed in hadn't abandoned their people, this wouldn't have happened. Outside, soldiers were forcing the slaves. Under that pressure, the slaves had no choice but to rush forward. Tears and screams echoed. The boy Hobin continued to speak. No god will save us from these vampires. Arrows rained down fiercely from the castle wall. The boy continued his story. The god of blood does not receive faith from those dragged in as food, but there's a rumor that Blackscale's lizard folk are fighting fiercely in the vampire's land. That rumor gave a small hope to slaves like us. The lizard folk's god they believe in, that strange god, will probably save us. A small hope. A guard shouted, interrupting the boy's thoughts. It's your turn to go out next. The rat folk screamed in fear. Oh, that's enough. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Screams echoed throughout the wall. Oh no, Hanbin comforted himself. I know it's useless, but I have to believe. The slaves were lined up and dragged out. Before them the previous slaves lay scattered on the fertile ground. The boy held a small hope, because there was no other hope. The corpses formed piles large and small. Witnessing that horrific sight, Hanbin's face turned pale with terror. The vampire soldier announced, your objective is very simple. Run to the lizard folk's gate. If the lizard folk truly want to save you, they will open the gate. The vampire slaves sneered. Right? The slaves trembled. No, I don't want to die. The soldier still kindly said, the path to the gate twists 3 times. No one has reached the second twist yet, he shouted. I'll count to 5, so run to the fortress for me. Hanbin was horrified to see a boy his age with wide eyes now about to die with his neck severed from his body. Hanbin trembled with fear, thinking one person has already been made an example of. The soldier counted. 1, 2. The boy thought to himself, I have to run. The soldier continued to count 3, 4. He cruelly swung his sword and counted 5. He beheaded one person as an example. The soldier's urge, run. Hanbin pushed through the corpses and ran as if flying. The boy pleaded, please, if I can survive. The slaves continued towards the gate. Seven watched carefully. If the slaves harbor hope, I must crush it. To boost the morale of our forces and manage the amount of food, indeed, it's hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. The adjutant was deep in thought. But what if they actually open the gate and let the slaves in? Seven immediately retorted. How is that possible when they're shooting arrows right now? She stated her conjecture. Unless our general is crazy, he will never open the gate in front of an army like that. But what if they pretend to be saviors and open the gate? She looked up with an expectant face. Then it's even better. We'll launch a full-scale attack, she scorned inwardly. Cruel gods abandon the lives of their own people, and even treat those who believe in them merely as tools. Only the god of blood is salvation. Only those who haven't embraced him are truly abandoned. I will show them that. On the other side, the boy Hanbin was still resolutely rushing towards the gate. He panted. There are no corpses here. I've come the farthest. The boy's feet were covered in blood. Hanbin faltered for a moment. But the guard shouted in surprise, what the hell is that guy doing? Why isn't he running away? Oh, the lizard folk have stopped shooting arrows. The boy despaired. They won't open the gate for me. Screams echoed. Hey Hanbin, run away. He approached the gate even closer. If I think about it carefully, it's only natural. Opening the gate means allowing the fortress to be attacked. The soldiers threaten with bows and arrows. If you don't run, we'll shoot you. Run away quickly. Hanbin still ignored them. Whether I make it all the way or not, I'm going to die anyway. The boy despaired. I have been abandoned by the gods. In fact, there's no need to run so desperately. A sigh escaped him, and tears streamed from Hanbin's eyes. He looked up with tear-filled eyes. If no god can save us, then why were we even born into this world? The gate remained firmly closed. The boy, distraught, pleaded, someone answer me, please. A blue butterfly appeared. Hanbin looked up blankly. A butterfly, a light of miracle appeared on the boy's tear-stained face. A dazzling light erupted. The gate finally opened. A few minutes ago, the gate was still firmly closed. The gate guard stared blankly ahead, he wondered. Why are they chasing unarmed people? What are they doing? Querl answered calmly. Who knows, perhaps they're using the slaves to reduce the slope of the moonhill. Rager said from behind. It's not good to treat slaves like that. Querl immediately replied. Perhaps they're holding extra food hostage to speed up the battle. Rager merely looked on majestically. There might be other reasons, he stated. The reason he knew. Our General Dua encountered quite a few vampires while moving between Tanyo and the enemy. The story of the vampire god Lin Yet has also spread widely to other nations, Querl scoffed. In other words, they want us to shoot the hopeful slaves directly. Rager nodded. Exactly, Querl said firmly. Anyway, we won't open the gate. We need to let the slaves know that there's no hope, he added, looking down from the castle. Then it will be easier to control them. The commander on that side is very clever. Rager immediately interrupted. No, he's not. Querl was displeased. What did you say? Rager commanded. Be ready to open the gate when I order it. The lizardfolk archer was bewildered. What did you say? Understood, Querl asked with a suspicious voice. General Rager, are you planning to save them? They might not be slaves, but vampires hiding weapons, Querl still desperately advised. I've already shot 2 people to confirm, but even if we open the gate, we'll only be able to save about 10 people. The risk we have to take is greater than the gain, Rager smiled reassuringly. Querl, you resisted to the end on this peninsula. You are an excellent commander, so do you know why you were defeated by me? He slowly said. Open your eyes wide and see. Querl, you calculate quickly and think rationally, but you lack long-term imagination. Querl opened his eyes wide and stared blankly at the blue butterflies. Ha! Rager shouted loudly. God has permitted the opening of the gate, Rager's majestic voice echoed. Welcome all unarmed individuals. Close the gate once the last person enters. The gate opened. Hanbin was the first to rush in, the boy panted. Hup hup, Rager commanded. Place silver pieces on their skin. If they are wounded, be careful. They might be vampires, otherwise they are just ordinary vampires or slaves who place their hope in us, Rager continued to command. Shoot arrows. Be careful not to hit the slaves, a soldier on the wall shouted. General Rager, their cavalry are rushing in after seeing the gate open. They are mixed with the slaves. Rager stepped out majestically. I command, close the gate when I return. The soldiers on the ramparts were utterly bewildered. What? General Rager, what are you doing? Rager grabbed a slave by the neck and threw him to Querl. Just then the cavalry rushed forward and a beaver opened its mouth wide. Rager, unafraid, gathered blue energy in his hand. The attack was so massive it created lightning in the sky. 7 from below expressed regret. Too bad. The adjutant next to her quickly bowed and apologized. Lady 7, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the gate to open. We missed our chance, 7 replied indifferently. It's all right. I didn't expect it either. She fell into deep thought. I should proceed with the attack as originally planned, the adjutant replied firmly. Understood, prepare for attack, 7 was deep in thought. The strength of our vampire army lies in its diverse races. Lenar cavalry are highly mobile and skilled with all kinds of weapons, and the Bang are small and fast, adept at dodging arrows. The Joes are sturdy enough to withstand attacks. The Nicks and Satyrs have equal strength and form a solid core unit. Utilizing the characteristics of each race is the formula for victory. 7 looked up at the reinforced castle. The 3rd-generation Nicks, that is, the Centurions, will have similar strength to the Joes. She stared at the castle and thought, there are about 2,000 soldiers in this mountain fortress. We have captured castles many times with that many soldiers, but this time we have 3,400 soldiers. We must win, we cannot lose. Nebula quietly observed 7's image through the screen. He thought to himself, as expected. 7 doesn't know how to conquer a mountain fortress. Of course, most commanders currently won't have experience conquering mountain fortresses. Everyone thinks a wall attack and a fortress attack are the same. Only those who, like Rager, design and simulate battles know that a mountain fortress and a fortress are 2 completely different things. The vampire soldiers shouted. Charge, Nebula quietly observed. They are excellent archers, but their bows and arrows are no match for the lizard folks, and our army is aiming from a high vantage point. The Joes rushed towards the castle in hordes shouting, Charge, we can do it? Nebula watched, feeling sorry for them. As the enemy reached the wall and tried to climb, our army was already prepared. The other Joes, seemingly fearless, still shouted, Now, Nebula watched the Nicks charging and thought they are 2nd and 3rd generation vampires with enhanced strength, but no matter how much their strength is enhanced, a dazzling blue light poured down onto the ground. Nicks became piles of smoked meat. Nebula was satisfied. We still have Rager. Rager took a mouthful of blood and exhaled smoke refreshingly. Nebula was proud. He is the lightning lizard folk. At this point almost all the vampire enemies were dead. Rager looked down from above with contempt. Claiming a quick victory against a mountain fortress, absurd, the adjutant stammered. Lady 7, after this attack our forces have been reduced by 600, 7 shouted, insane with rage. I know. Keep attacking, she growled word by word with angry eyes. We must conquer it. We must win. God help us. On the fortress side, Rack and Querl quietly watched the countless deaths. A black murderous aura slowly rose and corpses piled up like mountains. A vampire ran shouting, Oh, save me, save me. A yak approached and beheaded him. He commanded, Do not retreat. We must capture the fortress at any cost. Nebula was deep in thought. I understand right now. They have no choice but to advance desperately. They suffered too many losses before even reaching the base of the wall. The corpses piled up, making the slope of the advance route gradually gentler. If they retreat now, all their efforts will be in vain. If 7 is a capable commander, she would realize that a short-term offensive cannot succeed and would retreat. Nebula asked himself. Has fanaticism clouded his reason? Jogi still doesn't seem to intend to participate. I don't know the specific reason, but he's probably planning to wait until the last moment before acting. If so, they probably haven't grasped the situation behind them yet. A few desolate tents and a few torches. 7 cursed inwardly while looking at the status board. Damn it, what should I do in this situation? If I keep this up, the army will suffer enormous losses. A white fox reported frantically. Lady 7, urgent news, she looked up and asked. What is it? The fox delivered shocking news. 1 day ago, the Joe and Satyr armies along with lizardfolk warriors are pursuing us. She scratched her lip and asked, what did you say? 7 was deep in thought. Should I retreat? The situation is not good. If I retreat, I'll suffer even greater losses. I've gotten too deeply involved in this battle. If I retreat, I'll be caught between 2 enemy forces, and it will be difficult to hold out. I must capture this fortress and defend from within before it's too late. Red blood drops dripped onto the map. 7 stared blankly at the 2 streams of blood dripping from her nose. She wondered, why is my nose bleeding? This is the first time since I became a vampire. Is it an omen? If it's an omen, what kind of omen could it be? I'm really anxious. The adjutant suddenly rushed in, shouting, Lady 7, urgent situation. 7 asked tiredly. What's happened again? He reported urgently. The slaves have rebelled. Current situation. The slaves were still sitting motionless in the tent. Questions came one after another. Perhaps they've already started to resist, so are all the captured people dead? One of the slaves said. The vampires ordered them to line up and run to Kijin Castle, he continued. Then that's right. The other person immediately retorted, no, it's not. That person asked, what do you mean? One person cautiously asked. That friend was caught for the 4th time, but he came back. That person was surprised. Really? Tell me what happened. The blue-haired boy, covering his face with his hand, said, I saw that friend urging them. What did you see? The boy replied, I saw blue butterflies. They were flying over the ramparts, and the gate opened. The lizard folk opened the gate for us. Some people went inside. Everyone fell silent upon hearing that. The other person immediately retorted, don't lie, I don't believe it. Why would the lizard folk do that? The blue-haired boy replied. I don't know. The boy's eyes suddenly shone. I don't know why, but that person wiped away their tears and stood up. All the surrounding slaves asked in surprise, What are you doing? If the guards catch us, we'll all die. Sit down quickly. The blue-haired boy declared firmly, I have to fight, he said, encouraging them. The lizard folk are fighting the vampires out there, and their god is saving us too. This is a fact. I can't bear this tragedy any longer. If this continues, none of us will survive, he still shouted clearly. Whether the rumor is true or not, I don't care. If I have to die, I can't die so meaninglessly. Everyone agreed, you're right, you're not wrong. The slaves all gradually stood up and the guards outside shouted, what's going on? Why is it so noisy? What are you plotting? The slaves rushed in frantically and knocked down several guards. The guards shouted, oh, what are you doing? Catch that guy, don't let him escape, kill him. Such words were violently yelled. 7 wiped the blood with a towel and asked, how is the slave rebellion progressing? The adjutant replied cautiously, it's no longer a small rebellion. Everyone is rebelling simultaneously. 7 tilted her head and asked, all 1,200 of them, he said. Yes, and the adjutant reported the situation. All the guards have been annihilated. The rebellion is spreading at an incredible speed. No matter how much we try to stop them, our troop numbers are too low. 7 asked curiously, how could the slaves stop the guards without weapons? He replied. Their numbers are too overwhelming this time. Strangely enough, they are abnormally brutal. Even when killed, they rush forward without fear and snatch weapons, the slaves shouted loudly. The gate was opened by the lizard folk god. They are welcoming us. Fight like warriors. It's better to die gloriously than live in shame. 7 fell into deep thought. Ragger, did you calculate even this when you opened the gate to the slaves? I thought they were just a weak tribe in a corner of the peninsula, but I didn't expect them to have such a scheme. The adjutant urged, Lady 7, we must send more troops immediately to suppress this rebellion. Lady 7, you're bleeding. Red blood dripped from 7. She speculated to herself that the gods would not punish her. Since I was chosen as the representative for this war, they wouldn't punish me like that. 7 commanded with a trembling voice, we must capture the castle before dawn, no matter what. I will deploy all troops to attack the castle, the adjutant asked suspiciously. Are you saying we should let the slaves escape? She gritted her teeth. Even if we capture the castle, we still need to leave some slaves behind. They are the food supply for our army. Even if we are surrounded after capturing the castle, we will need labor to continue fighting. She glanced sideways. That's not what I mean. The adjutant immediately fell silent. Yes, before he could even understand. 7 rushed forward and bit the middle of the adjutant's neck. The people discussing the map behind them also fell silent, staring in disbelief. 7 threw him away and said, now I feel clear-headed. I guess I was too anemic just now. She wiped the blood from her mouth and asked innocently, now who among the generals can suppress this rebellion without military support? A ratfolk general stood up. I will suppress the rebellion with the barracks troops, she replied. Good go. 7 pointed at the sheepfolk general and commanded. From now on, you are my adjutant, she commanded. bring me my weapon. I will personally attack the castle and fight. The vampire barracks were already engulfed in flames. The sounds of battle ceaselessly echoed. Ragnar stood on the city wall and asked, "Has there been a commotion?" Querl replied indifferently, "It's already an all-out war." "Have reinforcements arrived?" Ragnar denied. "Our reinforcements are still far away. Vampires don't need light." "It seems the slaves have rebelled," Querl asked the slaves. "Why are the slaves rebelling now?" Ragnar smiled faintly and replied, "Perhaps you should prepare the Cockatoo warriors," Querl asked suspiciously. "Then wouldn't they stop attacking to gather troops to suppress the slaves?" Ragnar continued. "I don't think so." Querl looked blank. "How can they do anything without an army?" Querl spoke his mind. "It's hard to believe, but they'll find a solution soon anyway. After all, they too rely solely on the gods." Suddenly Ragnar looked sideways and said, "Look, just as I said, he's here." Seven arrogantly pointed her sword straight towards the castle gate. She shouted frantically, "Ragnar, if you're not afraid, come out and fight me." Upon hearing that, Querl asked, "General, are you participating?" Ragnar rummaged through his collar. "If I don't step forward, that vampire will use divine power to break through the gate." Ragnar picked up his weapon. "He's already cornered," he slowly continued. "Soon the slaves will appear behind the enemy. At that time, unleash the Cockatoo soldiers and attack them from both sides to annihilate them." Seven provocatively goaded him. She recalled the moment Rack opened the gate. He quickly herded large weasels into the gate, causing the vampire soldiers to be bitten and fall into chaos. Breaking the enemy's geographical advantage and forcing them to open the gate can lead to the capture of the fortress. She was heading towards the fortress, but a black shadow hovered above her head. It was Rack riding a Cockatoo. Seven trembled for a moment. How could he get up so high as expected? RF's voice was heard. "Don't you know, if you have wings you can fly?" Cockatoo also shouted excitedly. Cockatoo charged with Ragnar, baring its sharp teeth at first. RCK soared high on Cockatoo and Ragnar struck downwards. Cockatoo also understood and approached Seven. Seven momentarily faltered from the force descending from above Rack. She gritted her teeth. "Eliminate this power." Ragnar continued to prepare to attack, and Seven, terrified, fled far away, but Cockatoo still pursued Seven closely. Rack's blow descended directly upon Seven. Her face gradually twisted and became hideous. Seven barely managed to block and groaned inwardly. "I'm the first vampire and I'm barely holding on." Ragnar gripped his weapon tightly. Moreover, she internally screamed, "Why can't I get closer?" Nebula observed the two sides exchanging martial arts from above. After a moment he thought to himself, Ragnar should not be treated as ordinary cavalry. He slowly explained, "Ragnar is a level 21 hero character, and Anakase is a Cockatoo rider whom even 10 crazy hunters cannot defeat." It was clear that RCK would win by merely confronting him, and the slaves had also defeated the vampire general. Victory was in sight. Now the black-scale warriors of the castle and the slaves would join hands. Suddenly, Nebula's gaze stopped, and a notification message appeared. "Player Jogubi has requested a connection." Nebula paused for a moment. "At this very moment, this person is highly suspicious." Nebula listed the questionable points about Jogubi. Everything from the character name to the time of appearance was strange, and there wasn't even a race. Normally he wouldn't accept. Nebula sighed and pressed the accept button. The connection screen slowly appeared and Jogubi's face suddenly popped up. Nebula looked at his appearance and fell into deep thought. He internally felt disgusted. A human head, truly bizarre taste. Nebula politely said, "What should I call you?" When he remained silent, he courteously said, "Then I will call you Goo." Hearing that, he also remained silent and said nothing. Nebula, very displeased, threatened, "You came looking for me first, so why are you silent? I'm hanging up." Seeing the other party's displeasure, Jogubi spoke. "Do you think I'm winning?" Nebula arrogantly replied. "So what?" he leisurely said. "You're wrong, you'll lose," Nebula firmly retorted. "No, I'll win. Honestly, this is a battle on a mountain, but if we fought on flat ground I would have won long ago." Jogubi muttered contemptuously. "I'm not talking about foolish, ordinary two-legged creatures." Nebula was very calm. "If it's about Rack and Seven's battle, I'm not worried either. If you use divine power, I'll counter with corresponding divine power," he continued to deny. "No," Jogubi uttered menacing words. "You will not be able to change anything in this world." Nebula had a question mark above his head. He thought to himself, if this person is from Earth, they would have said I would win this game. But what does it mean to say I won't be able to change anything? Nebula thought for a moment, then decided to provoke him a little. Having said that, he immediately acted. Nebula still spoke with a confident tone. "No, I will win. I will develop civilization, connect continents, and build temples in all cities." Jogubi shouted in anger. "Enough, that power was originally ours, not yours." Nebula asked suspiciously, "Who are we?" He stared at Nebula's face and he immediately deduced, "Then that means there are others like me." After thinking it over, he asked honestly, "Exactly who are you?" Jogubi slowly opened his mouth. "Now we will reclaim our former glory." The connection from Jogubi's side was cut and he was very exhausted. What nonsense, he doesn't care about anything and just spouts nonsense. Nebula quickly composed himself and thought, "No, I need to get back to the battlefield." A purple flash streaked past and Nebula also had to shield his eyes. His eyes widened in surprise. A scream erupted. Red blood splattered everywhere. Seven held her bloodied body and gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with murderous intent towards her opponent. RCK took a stance for the next attack. Ragnar raised his weapon high. "I will end everything." Silently, RCK's weapon charged towards Seven as if flying. Something startled him. Cockatoo was also roaring in victory. A purple flash appeared and that light enveloped the weapon he was about to throw at Seven. An invisible hand grabbed the head of the spear. Seeing that, Rek retrieved the spear. A mummy wearing a skull necklace appeared with its body torn into several pieces. RCK looked up at that giant. Could it be Jogi, that giant green giant? Rak's thoughts continued. Their god. Seeing that giant monster destroying everything, Choi Sang-jian evaluated. Ultimately, everything is proceeding as I expected. He had already reached a level where he could use the incarnation technique. I had hoped he couldn't use this technique yet. The reason Choi Sang-jian is afraid is because incarnation is a technique that can only be obtained once divine level 16 is reached. Unlike deification, this technique allows the god to directly descend to the mortal realm. The form during incarnation can be freely adjusted by the player, and their power varies depending on the territory they possess. Recalling that information, in the current situation he couldn't help but vomit gel. It's truly frightening. It's so massive that even summon magic only reaches its toes. Choi Sang-jian's gaze turned towards RCK, who was riding a pet and commanding his subordinates. Rager also gave the order to retreat. Good. All that matters is escaping anyway. The monster, after finishing its attack, looked around as if searching for something. Seeing that, he honestly evaluated, incarnation consumes more faith than deification. To maintain incarnation at the current level, he would have to gather sacrifices on the spot, but now he cannot perform large-scale rituals. At the same time, the monster trampled an unfortunate man underfoot. He could do nothing but scream in pain. He had no choice but to find sacrifices directly on the spot. The remaining people, seeing that, scattered and began to flee in all directions. However, just as one cannot avoid sunlight, people were quickly caught and thrown into its mouth. A vampire witnessing this scene laughed madly. Is that the god I chose? Even seeing his own kind in danger, he made no attempt to stop it. God doesn't distinguish between friends and foes, only constantly craves blood and flesh. He didn't know what he saw, but he was laughing like a madman who had just escaped a mental asylum. No different from himself. Choi Sang-jian floated in the sky, evaluating the situation overall. What's the big deal about losing a few lizard folk? If I use their weak points to find an escape route, the losses won't be that great. Once he recovers his faith, that castle will be abandoned. Looking at the destroyed stone castle, he resolutely said, the empty castle will be occupied by Seven's army, but their army will also suffer heavy losses anyway. As he thought this, a map appeared, and Choi Sang-jian began to analyze. Jogubi's resources will gradually deplete. They won't be able to use that castle. I will leave a small force to defend and rebuild the army by moving across the continent. After several calculations, he resolutely declared, someday, when he weakens, I will end everything. Returning to the present, Choi Sang-jian indifferently watched the fleeing lizard folk. I might inflict losses on other players, but that's not my responsibility. Below, RCK urged the lizard folk, hurry, we don't know when the evil god will appear. Just then, Querl stepped forward and voluntarily offered, RCK, I will hold this place. General, you retreat first. He immediately opposed that opinion. Don't even think about it. What kind of leader would flee before his own army? Querl also retorted loudly without backing down. General is not only a leader but also a king. At this logic, he forced himself to calm down and asked, then what do you think a king is? A weak being? He immediately denied this opinion and put forth his own. No, General, you are our role model, our guide and the treasure of this nation. At this logic, he retorted, then is my life more important than yours? Rager felt somewhat powerless as Querl continued to misunderstand his intentions. What are you talking about? As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion occurred. Querl was still speaking passionately, while Rager stared at the monster. If the general falls, the entire nation will descend into chaos. The three successors are still too young. The general must ensure his safety. Just as Querl was about to say more, Rager began to evaluate himself. Perhaps I am not fit to be king. He was even more disappointed in himself as he watched his tribesmen cower while the monster rampaged everywhere. Less than half the food remained, and over half the army had not yet left the castle. Seeing Rager's self-doubt, Querl quickly tried to reassure him. General Rager, but he cut Querl off before he could finish. I have seen the power of the gods many times, but it cannot last forever. Rager did not hide his discomfort regarding this issue. If we continue to let everything be, the demon dragon will survive. If they conquer the castle and flee to the continent, the war will last for years or even longer. Seeing his resolute attitude, Querl still tried to persuade him. But in the end we will win, he said with conviction, looking at the fallen warriors. It will be a victory stained with blood and tears, but in the end victory will be ours. Hearing that, Rager bit his lip and said nothing. After a moment of silence, Rager gave a brief assessment to his loyal subordinate. Querl, you still have much to learn. Querl was bewildered by these sudden words. Yes? Before he could understand what was happening, Rager flung him away. Seizing the opportunity, Rager charged his pet towards the monster. General Rager? Before long, the monster spotted Rager rushing from a distance. Choi Sang-jian was astonished by this sight. Impossible. What on earth is he trying to do? Seeing Rager charging fiercely into the battlefield, he lamented his reckless behavior. Choi Sang-jian, who absolutely could not allow Rager to reach the battlefield, summoned the system and tried to control Rager using the incarnation technique, but the subsequent alert message shocked him. Incarnation technique has been blocked by your summoned spirit entity. Choi Sang-jian couldn't believe it after reading this message. What is this? The system gave him options, but Choi Sang-jian hesitated upon reading. Force usage, yes, no. He rubbed his forehead and mumbled, I can't do that. Forcing it would freeze me for a short time and I could die instantly from the magic explosion. As soon as Ragger arrived on the battlefield, he immediately observed and assessed the situation. Is that the true form of the demon dragon's auxiliary god? Unbelievably powerful. The monster, as soon as Ragger appeared, picked up its weapon and attacked, but he dodged the attack with divine reflexes. Choi Sang-jian watched this scene on the screen, restless. What on earth is he doing? Why isn't he running away? Below the battlefield, numerous red butterflies appeared before Ragger. Seeing the swarm of red butterflies filling the sky, he asked himself, this is the first time I've seen a swarm of red butterflies. Is it a warning message or a sign of prohibition? No matter how many questions arose, Ragger still controlled his pet and charged. Seeing his firm resolve, Choi Sang-jian gritted his teeth and was displeased. Ragger, why are you acting like that? An arrow struck the monster directly in the face. Finally, the monster also paid attention to him and raised its sword. You know I'll win even if you do nothing. The monster, having completed all its preparations, swung its sword gracefully. Seeing Ragger fighting valiantly, he grew even more dissatisfied. Go back to the palace and talk with the warriors, laugh with Zayan and watch the children grow. You don't need to do such a thing. No one will challenge your authority for decades to come. Thinking this, he eventually decided to use faith resources to support the battle. No, why did that happen? Immediately, a powerful bolt of lightning struck the monster. Nevertheless, the monster was unharmed at the same time. Sad news came from his system. Incarnation technique has been blocked by your auxiliary controller. Force usage, yes, no, oh my god. Seeing the monster change its weapon to a bow, Choi Sang-jian recalled some information. Some warriors of the Blackscale tribe would openly disobey the chieftain's orders if they deemed them unnecessary. In that case, he could have avoided shooting arrows as chieftain. Seeing Ragger continue to fight, Choi Sang-jian asked himself, have you also chosen to resist the gods and act independently? Unable to fight on the ground, Ragger controlled his pet to fly into the sky, trying to find another direction of attack. Sacrifice one life to save two others. What kind of mad calculation is this? He was attacked before he could even finish preparing, but fortunately he managed to dodge it. Do you think your actions will shorten his incarnation time? Do you not think victory is the most important thing? After dodging, Ragger immediately charged at the monster, trying to deliver a final blow. Before ending everything, he desperately prayed, please, auxiliary god. Now Choi Sang-jian could only accept reality and resign himself to everything. Alright, with his help, Ragger threw an electric energy spear with all his might at the monster, and the spear flew towards the monster and exploded. Nevertheless, the monster remained unscathed, lifting its hammer and knocking Ragger off his pet. He coughed up a mouthful of blood from the impact. Seeing this situation, Choi Sang-jian was horrified at that very moment. Sad news came to him from the system. Great Hunter Conqueror. Lightning Chieftain, first chieftain of the Blackscale tribe, founder of the Blackscale tribe and king of the Thunder Dragons. Symbol of the Lizard folk. One who paved the way for the next generation. One revered as a true king. One whose keen wisdom is celebrated by all tribes. Your warrior Ragger has been sacrificed. You have lost a portion of experience. Thinking one blow wasn't enough, Jogubi struck a few more times with his hammer until nothing remained. Choi Sang-jian was speechless at this sight. After a long while, he only stopped when the hammer was covered in tomato sauce. Unable to accept this outcome, he gritted his teeth in displeasure. Watching the unfolding situation across numerous screens, Choi Sang-jian felt helpless. Unable to accept this outcome, he clenched his fists, trying to console himself. No, it's fine. The death of a priest is a controllable matter. No matter how much he tried to brainwash himself, the scene of Jogubi continuously attacking unfolded on the screen opposite. Too painful to watch, Choi Sang-jian returned to his main task. I had foreseen this situation and appointed He-kyung, a human, as a priest. Although I lost a lot of experience, I only dropped one rank. Completely calmed, he looked at the screen before him and began to think about the next step. If there is an underworld, I just need to reside within it when a soul appears. If the underworld could be expanded, it might be possible. Just then, an alert arrived from the system. Notification. The great sacrificer Ragger, revered by all, has died. Many mourn Ragger's sacrifice. Reading this message, Choi Sang-jian thought, who is mocking whom now? As soon as he finished speaking, other information astonished him. Choi Sang-jian, having reread the text several times, couldn't believe his eyes. What? Real Ragger became an apostle? Apostle Ragger achieved divine status? After checking a few more times, he still couldn't help but doubt reality. What? How can this be? No matter how unbelievable it was to Choi Sang-jian, the system sent another notification. Real Ragger has become an apostle. Only then did he question. Ragger became an apostle. The reason Choi Sang-jian was so shocked was that an apostle is a subsidiary entity of a god. An apostle is a special being created by a god or a dragon, for instance. One can become an apostle by being incorporated into the faith system. Considering this point, he recalled some rare information he had read before. Sometimes an ordinary entity can experience exponential growth and become an apostle. This is called ascension. An apostle achieves independent divine status and not only carries out the god's commands but also actively spreads the faith. Recalling this information, Choi Sang-jian still couldn't accept reality. Impossible, the conditions for ascension haven't been met yet. The conditions for ascension to become an apostle are as follows. The entity must reach hero class, i.e. level 21 or higher. Stories about that entity must be widely spread. The entity must internalize belief in the God. The entity must possess over 1 million faith resources. Reading these conditions again, he began to ponder various possibilities based on the current situation. The first condition was met, but the others were still ambiguous. I don't know how widely the stories need to be spread, and I cannot know the entity's inner self. Choi Sang-jian, noticing something, became even more confused. Moreover, the fourth condition is definitely incorrect. A god of divine level 11 can only have a maximum faith limit of 100,000 N. Unable to find an answer, no matter how much he thought, he switched to another screen to search for information. To achieve 1 million faith, my divine level must be at least 21 to meet the condition for becoming an apostle. With my current divine level of 11, this is impossible. Just then, something appeared on the screen that made Choi Sang-jian's eyes widen. Red text clearly appeared at the top of the screen. Exceeded maximum faith limit. Immediately after that notification, the numbers on another screen fluctuated endlessly. Seeing that incessant change, he felt the worldview shake once again. Unbelievable. Faith is decreasing, but at the same time it's being replenished at an incredible rate. Where on earth is it coming from? On the battlefield, Jogubi was still destroying everything. Numerous large and small explosions occurred, and all witnesses could do nothing. At that desperate moment, the only way to save them was to put their hands together and pray. Is it because of prayer? Not only ordinary people but also lizard folk were praying with all their sincerity. Are they praying for Rager? Seeing people of all ages, genders and races praying, Choi Sang-jian gradually began to understand. Could this be the reason? On the other hand, vampires also bowed their bodies and put their hands together. Now he officially acknowledged that nothing was impossible in this world. Impossible. The sight of vampires praying for Rager was very impressive, but such a number of people could not generate this enormous amount of faith. Observing all the screens, Choi Sang-jian realized that these games were not original games. Watching people pray powerlessly from beyond the screen, he finally had to admit, Lost World was an original game, but this world is not. The system only made this world appear like a game. Belief, loyalty, and faith cannot be precisely expressed in numbers. Realizing this truth, he finally understood everything. This moment has entered the realm of a system error beyond the scope of numerical representation. Is what I am witnessing a miracle beyond the system's limits? At the same time, the system appeared and asked Choi Sang-jian for his opinion. Your apostle Rager requests descent. Do you permit it? Yes, no. Reading that text, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. He died not long ago, and now he wants to fight as an apostle. But he couldn't let him descend like that. His stats were still the same, but at that very moment he was again surprised. What? But this time Choi Sang-jian quickly regained his composure and laughed. Truly powerful. While admiring, he still hesitated whether to press yes or no. Becoming an apostle means becoming a legendary entity. His living fame and titles were fully reflected in his abilities. After much deliberation, Choi Sang-jian chose, all right, go ahead and distinguish yourself, Rager. At this time, on the battlefield, Querl was evacuating the lizard folk. Even while fleeing, the lizard folk stopped in the middle of the road and looked down with sorrow. General Rager, our king, Querl sighed, seeing their lament. Thanks to General Rager's sacrifice, all the residents inside the castle have safely evacuated. Thinking something, he asked himself, but how should I report General Rager's death to him? As this question arose, Querl recalled Rager again. Until now, countless people on the continent have fought merely to fill their bellies and acquire precious things. But now I believe General Rager's actions will ignite a great blaze. Thinking that, he couldn't help but feel sad, yet he still hadn't completely eliminated the evil god. Just then, dark clouds gathered, and thunder and lightning roared, startling Querl. What is that sound? Thunder, but the sky is clear. Immediately after, a super powerful lightning bolt struck. When the lightning bolt struck, the surrounding people were almost blown away. What is this? Light? Why is there sudden lightning? Jogubi was shocked. He didn't know what he saw. Unable to let that happen, he quickly approached and tried to attack. Before he could swing his hammer, he was flung away. Immediately after, a familiar figure appeared. Jogubi, recognizing who that person was, gritted his teeth and shouted, "This damn bastard!" Suddenly hearing the curse, Rager unleashed his power, and the evacuating lizard folk were excited to see the familiar figure. General Rager? The nearby vampires were also surprised. What? No, wasn't it already over? Even after all that, he's still not dead? Jogubi, seeing Rager still unharmed, couldn't suppress his rage and swung his sword, trying to attack. This human, how dare you? Seeing him prepare his attack, Rager bent down to defend, and immediately after, his sword was swung. However, Rager retaliated with another sword. How can this be? Returning to where Choi Sang-jian was, reading all of Rager's stats, he finally understood everything. As expected, looking at his stats for strength, intelligence, and social skills, he felt everything was more logical. Because he had changed from a priest to an apostle. Since an apostle possesses divinity, the divinity stat is added to the main stats. While accepting this fact, he still found something troublesome on the screen. Of course, it cannot be compared to the incarnation of a divine level 16 god. That enormous incarnation has an additional 16D divinity, which is 3D higher than Ragger. Reading his stats, he frowned and gritted his teeth, analyzing. But these stats are only part of an apostle's power. The true power of an apostle lies in the skills they possess. After speaking, Choi Sang-jian opened the system panel, revealing various impressive titles. Great Beast Hunter, Thunder Dragon, the First Chosen One, Great Chieftain of the Blackscale Tribe. These were the reputations RCK had earned during his lifetime. As he looked at each nickname, he recalled the moment Rak had knocked away Jogubi's hammer. Everything was reflected in the apostle's skill, and thanks to the Great Beast Hunter skill, Rak was able to block the hammer. Initially, returning to the battlefield, Jogubi, having been sent flying once, was filled with rage and picked up his bow to attack again. In response to that attack, Ragger raised his hand and summoned an enormous bow and arrow made of lightning. This is the divine creation skill. He then drew the bowstring and aimed downwards. At the same time, Jogubi's arrow also flew towards Ragger. Ragger was also ready for battle at any moment. Choi Sang-jian, who was observing everything through the screen, was slightly surprised. Looking at the enormous lightning arrow created by RCK, he asked himself, is that the lightning lizardfolk skill? The lightning lizardfolk uses lightning divine skills by consuming faith. As Jogubi's arrow approached him, Rak also shot a lightning arrow. The arrow flew straight towards where he stood. Jogubi saw it and could do nothing. Taking the arrow directly, Jogubi, having taken the full impact of the attack, gripped his remaining weapon tightly, enraged. I just gained divinity and he's an apostle. No matter how I think about it, I can't accept this fact. He threw his remaining spear at Rak. How can you defeat me? Unlike the first time, this time he calmly leaped up and dodged. Not stopping there, Ragger seized the opportunity, gained momentum, and prepared to deliver a finishing blow. The lizardfolk below cheered enthusiastically upon seeing him. Ragger, thanks to that encouragement, our skills continued to rise. Great Chieftain of the Blackscale Tribe. Social interaction with the Blackscale Tribe increases by 4D. King of the Blackscales. Social interaction with the citizens of the Blackscale Nation increases by 4D. Not only lizardfolk but other races also placed all their hope in him. R. the Pathfinder. Social interaction with everyone who knows RCK's name increases by 4D. Thanks to these prayers, RCK now gained faith as an apostle based on his social skills and charisma. Watching RCK unleash explosive power as he prepared to deliver the final blow, Choi Sang-jian felt the pride gained from the First Chosen One skill. Stats increased proportionally to the acquired faith resource ratio. The First Chosen One. Stats increased proportionally to the current amount of faith. Having completed his preparations, he charged directly at Jogubi. The surrounding people witnessed this scene and prayed even more earnestly. Choi Sang-jian was satisfied. The more prayers for Ragger, the stronger he'll become. If outsiders are like this, the lizardfolk will cheer even more fervently. Ragger will become even stronger. Querol, who had been silent until now, seeing Ragger charging like a moth to a flame, shouted with all his might, Ragger, defeat the evil. Under that fervent cheering, Ragger charged directly at Jogubi, and a dazzling light spread in all directions. As the light slowly subsided, everyone held their breath waiting for the result. And that wait was not in vain. Jogubi's head had been blown off. Everyone who witnessed this scene stood stunned, unable to believe it. As Ragger raised his hand celebrating victory, everyone embraced each other and cheered with joy. Watching his happy people, Ragger fell into thought. Just then, Querol rushed to him. "Arcee, your majesty." Having spoken, he immediately knelt respectfully. Ragger looked at his loyal subordinate and said gently, "Querol." Querol respectfully replied, "Speak." Without saying much more, he looked into the distance and said, "I must go now." At these words, Querol's face showed an expression of incomprehension. "He just won and your majesty is leaving? What do you mean?" To that question, he slowly replied, looking into the distance, "I was originally a being of the other world, but fortunately, the heavens welcomed me." Now Querol understood everything. "But your majesty, will you not bid farewell to your people one last time?" To that question, R turned his head, looked at him, and smiled. No, do you dare scorn the will of heaven?" Upon hearing this, Querol could no longer hold back his tears. Immediately thereafter, his body slowly faded. Before completely disappearing, RCK handed the spear in his hand to Querol. "Instead, take this spear." Though he received it directly, he was still not calm. Ragger did not get angry, but merely urged gently, "I leave this spear which defeated this evil god to the Blackscales. This is a sacred artifact. Guard it well." Suppressing his emotions with effort, Querol respectfully received it with both hands. "I will obey your command." R, witnessing that pain, smiled and reassured, "Don't worry, even if I'm not here, I can protect the Blackscale tribe in the name of the apostle." Having spoken, he disappeared. Querol placed the spear on the ground and resolutely declared, "I will ensure the name Jack is not forgotten in this land." To this declaration, RCK showed regret. "That is not what's important." Suddenly rebuked, he was bewildered. "Yes," looking at the people behind him, R lightly tapped his shoulder and spoke unfathomable words. "You already understand." After giving the hint, he removed his hand and gave his final instruction. "And I leave the rest to you." Only at this moment did Querol hold back his tears and agree. "Yes, of course, I understand." When he calmed down and looked up, Ragger had already disappeared. Thanks to RCK's sacrifice, everything returned to its original peaceful state. Thus the evil god disappeared. Some vampires surrendered and others became remnants. Their priest, Seven, having lost her faith, was captured by her subordinates and handed over to the Blackscales. And so time passed. 137 years later, in the 23rd year of the Anpyeong dynasty, in the library of the royal palace of Orizon, the Blackscale capital, Huimun tilted his head, looking at the person before him with an expression of incomprehension. Is this what you mean? The current crown prince, the deposed crown prince. No matter how he thought about it, he deemed it impossible, but he had no choice but to ask again. You mean to depose the first prince and enthrone the third prince as crown prince? To that question the other party replied resolutely, yes, that is precisely my intention. Seeing his resolute demeanor, Huimun deemed it impossible to depose the first prince. To enthrone the third prince as crown prince, no matter how he thought about it, his head ached unbearably. Huimun sighed, rubbing his forehead. How can you speak of such an unreasonable thing? The first prince inheriting the throne has been a long-standing rule for the past 100 years. Are you saying we should break it now? In contrast to Huimun's displeasure, the Huntmaster Dinan was unconcerned. Has Blackscale history been without exceptions? Are you saying I'm not even allowed to mention this issue? Faced with his still firm opinion, Huimun sighed and tried to persuade him. Although the first prince is indeed negligent in his studies and fond of amusement, that cannot be a reason to forego the position of crown prince. To that, Dinan had already prepared countless arguments to refute. However, after learning to hunt, there are rumors that the first prince often associates with vagrants in the mountains of Orizon. If the king neglects state affairs and only enjoys amusement, how can his subjects remain loyal? Huimun frowned, lost in thought. After a long moment of contemplation, she said softly, Look, your majesty has been suffering from internal illness for a long time. He is already a sensitive person, and if he hears groundless rumors he will surely get angry again. Please let everything calm down for a while. Dinan ignored the warning as if he hadn't heard it. I didn't think of such things. After a long deliberation he made a request. In that case, so that your majesty is not surprised or anxious, I would appreciate it if Lord Huimun would first convey my opinion. At those words, cold sweat poured down her entire body. What did you say? Huimun's expression was one of utter incomprehension. Dinan extended his hand and explained, At tomorrow evening's meeting before His Majesty, I will depose the first prince and briefly conclude my provisional explanation, then open the door and leave. If I propose the third prince as crown prince, the palace will surely fall into chaos. Everything was too fast and dangerous for Huimun to grasp. What? Wait, Dinan, but he left without even a glance. This attitude greatly displeased Huimun. Does he think he has multiple lives? Is he trying to show that he's not a noble? Huimun left the library and walked around the palace for a while, pondering various issues. It had been over 100 years since the death of Blackscale King Jack. The Blackscale royalty had been succeeded by the descendants of RCK. Among them were excellent kings, but few achieved as much as R. There were also quite a few kings who received poor evaluations. Even the current king Anpyeong was praised for bringing peace to the nation. However, he had no major achievements in the past decade, and now the question of who would succeed King Anpyeong had plunged the entire royal family into discord. On the other side, voices of praise were heard. Very well done, Your Highness. I will now ask a few questions. The requested party immediately replied, Speak. Satisfied with the answer, Rebirth, as the prince's tutor, gently revealed his intentions. Your Highness, since you have finished all the books in Archive Volume 1, I would like to ask a few questions to determine the direction of your future studies. After a moment of thought, he looked at the 12-year-old third prince Kaiserk Orion and asked, What is your Highness's favorite book? Kai hesitated when asked the question. There were too many favorite books to choose from. Do I have to choose just one? Seeing his perplexed expression, Rebirth gently clarified the requirement. Speak as you wish, but briefly explain why you like them. Now Kai understood everything. Understood. After a brief thought, the young boy began to speak. First, N's travel diary is very interesting, because it contains stories of lands I've never visited and countless other races. The travel diary of Owen, the storyteller, said to have lived during the RCK era. The traveler Owen journeyed far and wide, leaving behind 9 volumes of travel diaries, and is said to have gone west in his old age. Since there are no records after that, the 10th volume is considered a legendary book. Hearing this answer, Rebirth smiled with satisfaction. Good. A book no child could help but like. Your Highness also shows aspects befitting his age. Everything seemed to end there, but at the next name Rebirth's eyes widened in surprise. And I also really like Horan's treatise on Zala's higher mathematics and architectural design. And he expressed Kai's unending enthusiasm with wide eyes. Geo Horan's book offers the pleasure of perfect logic. Furthermore, I can feel a warm interest in humanity. Hearing this, Rebirth began to recall the information he knew. Zion, known as a prominent mathematician and architect of his time, a mathematician who systematized hydraulics and oversaw the construction of 4 water wheels in the same era. He designed the capital, Horizon, as an immortal architect. These books recorded his achievements. Thinking all this, he looked at Kai, who was speaking passionately, as if he couldn't believe it. But Horan's architectural design is full of complex numbers and drawings. Is he saying he understood the designer's heart solely from those numbers and drawings? Observing Kai carefully and remembering how other scholars frowned, Rebirth grew even more suspicious of humans. That was a book that even brilliant scholars found difficult to read. After speaking for a long time, the young boy stopped and moved on to another book. I also really like Keelho's Ethics, an ancestor of teacher Rebirth. At this point, Rebirth finally came to his senses. It is truly an honor. My ancestor had the glorious opportunity to serve RCK, the messenger of God. When this name was mentioned, another switch in Kai clicked. That's right, most books talk about ethics and repeat. RCK also did this, but it is still a book that makes one think a lot about ethics. Raven, having heard all of Kai's answers, smiled with pride. Good, it's surprising that a child values ethics. This is an even more important virtue for a king. The story was expected to end there, but Kai added, I also really like Dua's Prairie Battle, Sanmuo's Wild Paradise and Rack's Art of Sky reading, those books. The two then talked about the books with great enjoyment. Hearing that, Rabin's face became very gloomy, though it was unclear what he was thinking. To have such a reading volume and comprehension at that age, His Highness is truly an outstanding person. This thought made him more heartbroken than ever. This knowledge will surely be used positively in some way later, but simply because he is a prince he might not be able to play a significant role. As Rabin said nothing, Kai called out, Teacher Rabin. Finally, when he paid attention to him, Kai cautiously said, May I ask one question that I'm curious about? Rabin, without a moment's thought, immediately granted permission. Speak. Though permitted, the young boy did not speak immediately and hesitated for a moment. It's not related to studies but might be related. But I lack the knowledge to be sure. Seeing his hesitation, he smiled gently and reassured him. Speak. At these words, Kai's eyes widened in surprise. After a moment's thought, he asked a shocking question. Can I become king? At this question, Rabin, who was drinking tea, paused. Coming to his senses, he was so surprised that he spat out his tea, hastily wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. He asked Kai in a trembling voice, Oh, Your Highness, are you going to tell someone else what just happened? Kai was momentarily bewildered but soon replied, I haven't done such a thing. Upon hearing this, Rabin cautioned, You must be careful. Seeing his reaction, Kai's expression fell. Understood, Teacher Rabin. His expression is downcast, but he still yearns for it. So what about the answer to my question? Rabin looked troubled by this question. He began to ponder how to answer. The successor to the throne had already been decided as the first prince, Phone-Jack Orion. Kai becoming crown prince would mean deposing the first prince Bion, and merely raising this topic could be considered treason. The more Rabin thought, the more his head ached. Even a slight misstep could lead to him burning incense. Ultimately, he had no choice but to speak honestly. Your Highness, you know it's a difficult question, don't you? He hesitated for a moment, then asked frankly, Your Highness, do you perhaps wish to be king? Kai bowed his head and lowered his voice in response. I'm not sure if I wish to or not, but I thought it would be good for everyone if I became king. This answer surprised Rabin a little. Your Highness, for whom do you mean it would be good? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Kai calmly and resolutely said, Of course. The boy looked directly into Rabin's eyes and answered confidently, For the people. At this moment elsewhere a go-board flew up and someone's displeased voice was heard. Damn it, Wanda endlessly criticized Choi Sang-jian through the screen. Just let them fight among themselves. If you don't come here I'll have to go to where you are. I can't watch anymore. Elda tried to calm the situation from the side. Runda, you must accept the outcome, as if surprised by her appearance. Why are you there again? Elda questioned, held up the Go stone in her hand. I was playing Go. Seeing that, her anger flared up once more. What, you were playing Go while playing Go with me? Realizing this fact, Wanda became even more displeased. How embarrassing. Did I lose to someone who's multitasking? Despite clearly reporting cautiously, the other party shared no information. Seeing her expression, Elda gave a wry smile. It had been stagnant for 100 years with no major changes. Choi Sang-jian, no longer listening to the two women arguing, stepped forward and calmed them down. That's enough for now. You'll find out later. There will probably be changes. Hearing this, the two women looked at him in unison. Changes? Choi Sang-jian rested his chin in his hand and tilted his head, affirming yes. Receiving this confirmation, Wanda couldn't hide her curiosity. Then what kind of changes exactly? Can you be more specific? Choi Sang-jian smirked at her question and offered a Go stone, provoking, I'll tell you if you win the next game of Go. Wanda, unaware she was being teased, immediately agreed. Fine, let's start right now. And a few minutes later, the Go board flew up once again. Oh, this is truly infuriating. Wanda once again endlessly criticized him. If you don't want to give me information, just say so honestly. Don't trample on other people's pride. The more she spoke, the angrier she became, and she resolutely declared, I will never play Go with you again. Hearing this, Choi Sang-jian couldn't hide his disappointment. I feel like I just saw this scene. As soon as that declaration fell, the video call with player Runda ended. Elda, who had been silent from the start, also hesitated and said, however. She crossed her arms and looked at Choi Sang-jian, cautiously suggesting, I'm quite curious too. What exactly is this change you mentioned? I'm not a double agent like Runda, so couldn't you tell me? Unlike Wanda, he immediately accepted this time. Alright? Choi Sang-jian switched the screen as he spoke. It was a scene of Teacher Rabin and his student Kai's conversation. Look at this. As soon as Elda saw Kai, she wondered, is that the third prince of Blackscale? Is there something special about this individual? Choi Sang-jian looked puzzled at this question. Haven't you seen his stats? Elda denied it. No, he doesn't even have any special skills. Just then, a screen appeared before her. The system displayed all information about Kai Orion, level 0, strength 14, intelligence 107, charisma 30. Reading the information, Elda still found nothing unusual. His intelligence score is just incredibly high. As soon as she finished speaking, Elda immediately realized the abnormality. He's still level 0, but already this high? This is the first time I've seen something like this. Isn't this rare? Looking at the intelligence score once more, she became even more suspicious. Even an intelligence of 60 is considered a genius in this era, but over 100. Realizing that Elda had finally understood, Choi Sang-jian continued, "It will probably be difficult to find a talent like him across the entire continent for several decades to come." Having said that, he began to recall the events that transpired after the war between Blackscale and Beige ended. The past 100 years had been a period of stagnation. There had been no significant changes in the borders, other than exploring ancient ruins or subduing ferocious creatures to gain small territories. The scene transitioned to the palace. Looking at this architecture, Choi Sang-jian honestly assessed, once border expansion is complete, internal affairs must be strengthened. Such stagnation is inevitable in a lost world. The screen continued to transition to scenes of people coming and going within the castle. Beyond the primary races that led the initial expansion, it's now time to implement reconciliation policies to bring other races into the nation. Looking at the three screens in three different spaces, Choi Sang-jian assessed that even within Blackscale various races coexisted, leading to constant minor and major problems. Although not recorded in history books, they suppressed 6 rebellions. As if deep in thought, he dangerously narrowed his eyes. Living with vampires in particular is a very difficult problem. The mention of this problem led back to the past. After Rak vanquished the evil god, the slaves and vampires of Bega all wished to migrate to Blackscale. Of course, living with vampires was deemed impossible. They needed to drink blood to survive. Especially second and third generation vampires could not sustain themselves on animal blood. At that time, the vampires made a surprising decision. A vampire sat inside a strange stone tomb, closing his eyes and meditating. "From now on I will follow the will of the Blue Beetle God." After witnessing the divine sacrifice of Apostle Rak, he no longer wished to live by harming others. He was not alone there. Numerous other vampires were also around him. 1,000 vampires resolved to die of starvation. Some fled or succumbed to temptation, but the remaining 600 vampires endured the suffering and died on the spot. A passing lizardfolk saw this and knelt, sincerely imploring, "O Blue Beetle God, although they have sinned, they acknowledge their sins and wish to receive punishment themselves. Please have pity on them and forgive them." Having spoken, he prostrated himself on the ground in reverence. At that very moment, a familiar blue butterfly appeared, and immediately thereafter, the lizardfolk shed 2 streams of tears as if feeling something. "I have forgiven them." From that day on, an enormous change occurred. That area was later called Jaewabultkuk Valley of the Sitting Buddhas and became one of the holy sites of the Yashian order. It symbolized repentance and atonement and was proof that if one sincerely believed, even non-lizard folk would be accepted by the Blue Beetle God. From that time, the Blue Beetle God began to be called the Night Sky, or Yashian. The Yashian order gradually evolved from a lizard folk belief into a common religion for various races. Returning to the present, Choi Sang-jian stood up and began to work. Focusing on this prince is related to such changes. Once the goal was set, he began to ponder how to achieve it. For civilization to advance, it needs corresponding technology and inventions, and such inventions must lead to further inventions. Upon mentioning this point, Choi Sang-jian recalled Kai's stats. With this level of intelligence, he's very suitable for discovering new things. And if he ascends to the throne, he will have enough influence to spread important inventions throughout Blackscale. As this idea came to mind, he also thought of other races playing different roles in the palace. Furthermore, Blackscale's current governing structure is not ideal. The left minister, who handles internal affairs like the eunuchs on Earth, is open to various races, but lizard folk hold more important positions than other races. However, the right minister, an administrative position with real power, is monopolized by lizard folk. After much deliberation on the current situation, Choi Sang-jian resolutely declared, "Stagnant water inevitably spoils." This was a problem he had to agonize over and find a solution for. It was now time to seriously consider harmony with other races. To do so, the king must be intelligent enough to handle and resolve all these issues. Elda, who had been listening to his analysis for a long time, posed a fatal question. "But this individual is not the eldest son." Choi Sang-jian did not deny it. "That's right." He switched to another screen. It was a scene of several lizard folk talking and drinking. He began his analysis. Bayan, the eldest son, enjoys entertainment, but that alone is not enough reason to depose a crown prince. Once the position of crown prince is set, it would be difficult for Kai to become king. Having spoken, Choi Sang-jian frowned. It's easy to intervene in internal affairs by giving an oracle, but this is an important time for royal authority, so it's better to refrain from divine intervention. Ultimately, I'll have to use indirect methods. Elda, as if thinking of something, excitedly asked, "What method will you use?" Choi Sang-jian pulled her closer and whispered. Hearing the story, Elda frowned, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Will that method work? You're overestimating Kai's intelligence too much." Contrary to her doubts, Choi Sang-jian was very confident. "I think it will go smoothly." To make everything more dramatic, he proposed a wager. At this time, in the upper garden, Manon was sprawled within an enclosure. Just then, 2 maids passed by, saw Manon and whispered, "Wow, it's that thing I only heard rumors about." "Quiet," the blonde girl warned in a low voice. "We can't get caught," the blonde girl warned again in case her friend hadn't heard. "That's Oran's guardian dragon, Manon." Just then, Manon also faintly woke up. the Drake Manon, said to have been tamed by the great King Lightning Dragon. As drakes are not imposters, rumors circulated that Manon had grown continuously for decades, becoming an enormous creature. Waking up, Manon stretched its body. Seeing this, the two maids quickly fled. After fully stretching, Manon sat down and began to look around. 25 meters long, estimated age 150 year. After sitting for a while, Manon once again sprawled out, of course due to the enormous food costs and the enormous amount of excrement. Manon was considered a burden in the palace. If Manon were to rampage, the palace could collapse, so this was only natural. Even though Manon was sprawled out elsewhere, officials were fiercely debating. Some even suggested releasing Manon in a remote area or sacrificing it alive. Manon, sprawling, shifted its body. However, Manon's very existence symbolized the royal authority passed down from the great King Lightning Dragon. So no matter how burdensome, they had no choice but to continue raising Manon. As it shifted its body, Manon yawned widely, fortunately. Until now, Manon had been quietly eating and sleeping, causing no trouble. Suddenly at that moment, Manon saw a familiar blue butterfly. But this time, as soon as Manon saw the blue butterfly, it excitedly sprang to its feet. Outside, a familiar figure of Rak appeared, looking into the enclosure and gently greeting, "Long time no see, Manon, still healthy?" Seeing the familiar figure, Manon rejoiced and frolicked. Manon had lived lonely days until this happy reunion. Recently, Manon had vaguely felt something, but it didn't know what emotion it was nor how to relieve it. Seeing butterflies flying everywhere, Manon unconsciously began to catch them. Failing to catch this butterfly, Manon playfully nudged other butterflies flying around. It enjoyed itself as if playing with its second master. After a while, the swarm of blue butterflies slowly flew out of the enclosure, and seeing the butterflies disappear, Manon felt a little sad, and he recalled being chased by the palace guards. Manon knew it couldn't go outside this wall. Previously, when he tried to escape outside the wall, everyone panicked and pushed Manon back inside. He thought boring days would continue, but something unexpected happened. However, Manon looked excited as if it had seen something, and a familiar voice was heard from outside. "Oh gods, what strange thing are you making me do again?" It turned out that Rak had reappeared outside the enclosure. No matter how curious he was, he gently greeted his precious pet. "But thanks to it, I get to see a familiar face again. Long time no see, Manon. Come here, let's see how much your skills have improved." Manon bowed at the call, its eyes excited. It finished its preparations and immediately broke through the enclosure and leapt out. Manon thought it would no longer be bored. It was that incident that turned the palace upside down. When His Highness was suddenly summoned, Dynan was bewildered. The other party heard his answer and asked in a low voice, "Did you hear a large explosion early this morning?" Dynan thought for a moment and replied, "I heard it, but I didn't think much of it." Receiving this answer, he recalled what the soldiers had seen this morning and reported. Actually, it's not. This morning the Imperial Guard confirmed that Manon had escaped to Seongsan. Hearing this, Dynan sighed helplessly. That's really a big problem." This attitude drew dissatisfaction from the other party. "Your Highness, why are you answering as if it's someone else's problem? You're the Huntmaster, aren't you?" Despite his subordinate's criticism, he remained unconcerned. So what? This indifferent attitude could no longer be tolerated. The other party pointed directly at Dynan and declared, "His Majesty ordered a plan to capture Manon before the morning court this morning. Since this is an animal-related matter, it should naturally be your responsibility as a hunting expert." The person who delivered the order turned and left, and Dynan didn't even have a chance to say a word. "Wait, hunting is just a noble's pastime. Why should I go catch Manon?" Seeing that the person had completely disappeared, Dynan had a headache. "Damn it, I've been given another strange task." After the unavoidable conversation ended, he quickly went to the main palace, but gained nothing there and only made everything worse. It's unreasonable to say the hunting team can't do it and then ask to borrow the Imperial Guard. Thinking this far, he couldn't help but imagine Manon being crushed under his army. Even if all the Imperial Guards of the palace were gathered, if Manon just rolled over once, they would all be crushed to death. The more he thought, the more Dynan couldn't suppress his anger and stomped his foot. Anyway, Manon is just an animal, so it will follow food and there must be a way to trap it. When he finally accepted his fate, he had to ponder another problem. How many people would be hurt in the process? Looking at the nearby mountain, he calculated back and forth. Hunters frequented that mountain. If they were hurt by Manon, the people would surely be terrified. Thinking about this problem, Dynan raised his hand and looked at it, feeling a little confused. "I was originally born a lizard folk with white scales, not a descendant of a noble, so it's good enough just to become an official." Looking at it for a moment, he suddenly accepted his fate like a body carried by flowing water. "If casualties occur in this incident, I, who is disliked by the ministers, will surely bear all the responsibility. Mom, I guess my path to promotion ends here." Having accepted his fate, Dynan went to where Manon was and began his investigation. But why did the previously docile Manon suddenly escape? Did someone plot something? Going towards the destroyed fence, he tried to find clues, and it seemed as if the fence was deliberately made to break easily. Just then, a loud noise came from behind. When Dynan barely regained his senses, a shadow flashed by. Realizing the situation was not good, he quickly stopped the group. "Wait, stop." Seeing that no one was listening to him, Dynan immediately called out the leader's name. "Prince Basin, where are you going?" The person was none other than Crown Prince Han Basin Jack Orion. When asked this question, Basin sneered and playfully asked, "Are you asking again? Of course I'm going to find Manon." This answer made him bewildered. What? Seeing that Dynan didn't understand his intentions, Basin playfully asked, I heard that to hunt in the sacred mountain one needs the permission of the god of hunting, but do I, the crown prince, also need permission? At such an attitude he frowned and said nonchalantly, Usually there's no need, but this time I've been given full authority over the Manon incident. It was decided at the morning court today. This information slightly surprised Basin. What? The morning court is already over, it's fine, all the better. This indifference confused Dynan. What? Seeing his reaction, Basin slowly revealed his purpose. I heard that the lazy animal is outside, so I just came out with my friends to watch. I thought I might be able to see it. Now that I think about it again, I want to catch it myself. These words surprised Dynan once more. You're joking, right? Basin replied firmly. No, I'm serious. What do you think, my friend? Seeing that he was ignoring him, Dynan was at a loss. Are those bastards drunk and talking nonsense? No one will listen if I stop them. Watching Basin confidently converse with his subordinates, he evaluated. I heard that Crown Prince Basin's hunting skills aren't bad, but given Manon's size, he'll miss it even on a cockatoa and lose it. Now, stopping his useless thoughts, Dynan stepped forward and carefully instructed, I was originally going to call the hunters to find Manon. If you find it, please inform the nearest forest ranger. Hearing this, Basin sighed helplessly. Aren't we supposed to catch it and bring it back, not just find it? All right, let's do that. Having gained agreement, he quickly led his group and left. Let's go. Seeing them gradually disappear, Dynan could only sigh. Leaving that problem aside, he returned to the fence to continue searching. Just as he looked up, Dynan spotted a familiar figure. Prince Kai, realizing he had been discovered, briefly greeted, Oh, god of hunting. After observing him for a moment, he slowly stood up. I heard Manon disappeared. I was checking the situation and Prince Basin has joined in too. Upon discovering this, Dynan scratched his face awkwardly. Yes, I don't expect much. Kai heard that and continued to examine the fence, replying, No matter how good Prince Basin is at hunting, catching Manon won't be easy. The young boy's strange state caught his eye. But what are you looking at? Kai pointed to the broken wooden fence and began to analyze. These wooden partitions are strange. How could they break so cleanly? At least some parts should have been broken off. Hearing these words, Dynan leaned down to observe and then speculated. Termites probably ate them. The young boy immediately grasped the keyword, termites. Knowing that Kai didn't understand anything, he pointed to the broken parts and explained, These wooden partitions were touching the stone pillars. If termites hadn't eaten them, the stone pillars would have collapsed too. If there had been such a loud noise, Manon would have been discovered much earlier. Having finished his explanation, Dynan fell into deep thought. Perhaps this is just a natural phenomenon. It's not easy to make termites eat exactly this part. Even if you apply honey, it would take a few days. Suddenly, Kai seemed to remember something and asked an entirely unrelated question. Sir, do you know what the god of night's name was 100 years ago? This question surprised Dynan. What? Seeing his reaction, Kai, displeased, said the name. Blue Beetle God. Hearing this nickname, Dynan was startled. Blue Beetle God? For a moment, Kai paused the conversation and looked at the broken fence, explaining before that the god of night was called the unnamed Dung Beetle God. Worried that Dynan wouldn't understand him, the young boy began to retell a story he had read when the first people of the Blackscale tribe wandered the wilderness suffering from hunger. He guided them in the form of an insect, and in that form he satisfied their hunger. Hearing this, Dynan frowned, not quite believing it, and said, Then your highness means that the god of night committed this act? That's a bit too much. Despite such an unpleasant attitude, the young boy explained lightly, It's just a hypothesis, but it can be confirmed. We can find out by checking other trees for signs of insect damage. Seeing his firm demeanor, he began to be somewhat persuaded. If the god of night truly committed this act, what do you think the reason is, your highness? I cannot know the reason. Realizing that Dynan was very curious, Kai pointed to the path Manon had escaped and began to analyze. There are hunters and forest rangers in the sacred mountain, but given Manon's size, it can be easily seen from afar, so it would be difficult for hunters or civilians to be harmed unless Manon attacks first. After a pause, he pointed to the wooden sticks scattered on the grass and said meaningfully, But someone might be interested in chasing Manon. After all, isn't that the goal of this incident? Hearing these words, Dynan immediately thought of a familiar face. Prince Basin. Thinking of that person and then looking at the person standing before him now, a bold idea popped into his head. If the god of night truly exists and wishes for the prosperity of the nation, perhaps he wants to make this third prince the next king. In other words, the god of night does not want Prince Basin to become crown prince. Realizing this, Dynan, surprised, grabbed Kai's shoulder and repeatedly urged, Your Highness, do not tell this story to anyone. Although this instruction was somewhat strange, the young boy did not ask further and agreed. Understood, but before that I also have a request. Seeing that he had given permission, Dynan listened without saying more. What is it, Your Highness? Seeing that the other party's attitude had softened towards him, Kai revealed his purpose without hesitation. You're going to see the crown prince, aren't you? Please let me come with you. This request surprised him. What? No matter how surprised, seeing the young prince's firm gaze, Dynan began to waver. This is not just a plea. If this judgment is correct, keeping Kai next to Prince Basin will be more beneficial for his highness's safety. Thinking about the fact that he could make such a wise decision right now, he carefully observed the person before him once more. At this time, Prince Basin's party was sweeping through the forest. After a while, the party discovered a severely devastated forest. Seeing this situation, Basin changed the direction of his party. The tracks continue this way. He stood on a grassy mound and looked down, lost in deep thought. It turned out that Manon was sleeping very comfortably below. Finally found it, Basin exclaimed. It didn't go too far, one of Basin's party members said, looking at Manon. It leaves tracks everywhere, so it's easy to find. Basin fully agreed with this opinion. That's right. Even as he said that, he carefully observed Manon and subtly admired it. It must have been suffocating living in the garden for over 100 years. It's amazing that it endured all that time. When he said nothing, one person cautiously asked, "What should we do now?" Basin, having been asked the question, thought for a moment and then offered an opinion. "Wake it up and drive it back to the palace." Hearing this idea, everyone's faces turned pale with fear. One person, barely regaining his composure, bravely and cautiously refused, "Isn't there another way?" It seems to have played around to its heart's content and then fallen asleep from exhaustion. There were no hunted animals on the way. Not stopping there, that person proposed another plan. How about catching a few deer-like animals and luring it? Seeing that everyone was afraid, Basin finally agreed. That's a good idea. Having agreed to this opinion, he commanded his subordinates, "You all go and catch bait. I'll guard it here so Manon doesn't wake up and escape." Finally released, they quickly fled. Understood. Watching his subordinates flee on all fours, Basin lost the will to speak. Nevertheless, he returned to his main task and handled it carefully. "As long as it doesn't escape, otherwise I'll just have to buy time until the hunting team or Imperial Guard arrives." As if remembering something, Basin gritted his teeth and was displeased. There's really nothing to expect from them. Speaking of this problem, he began to calculate back and forth. Moreover, if I bring Manon back with someone else's help, it's uncertain if I'll be recognized. Thinking about this fact, Basin once again frowned and looked down. Just then, the sleeping Manon stretched its body, crossing its legs. Observing it, he suddenly recalled a few incidents. From a young age, I always received many compliments no matter what I did. After receiving those compliments, Basin looked to the side, intending to say something to Kai. But Kai was just engrossed in reading a book. But I realize now, people don't show off when they truly acknowledge something. True acknowledgement isn't like that. The young boy, who had been reading for a while, looked up and called out to teacher Rabin. Rabin, suddenly called, immediately replied, "I'm listening." When his teacher replied, Kai quickly asked his question, "Isn't the god of night omniscient and benevolent?" When asked this question, Rabin replied firmly, "Of course." At his firm demeanor, the young boy added, "Then I have a question." After a pause, the young boy elaborated, "If that's truly the case, why does God allow war, suffering, sorrow, and misfortune to exist in the world? I want to hear many people's opinions on this matter." This question left Rabin momentarily stunned, unsure how to answer. "Ah well," after a moment of hesitation, he awkwardly changed the subject. "Your Highness, I apologize, but I am not a priest of the god of night cult, so I don't know much about theology. I will find the answer and tell you later." Kai, not getting an answer, was surprised. Basin, sitting next to him, saw Rabin standing by the window, deep in thought, unable to say anything. That day, teacher Rabin finished class quickly, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. Returning to the present, he frowned, recalling that day. "I admit that's right. If you confuse people, others will rack their brains trying to convey it." The more he thought, the angrier Basin became. He gripped the reins tightly. "If that's true acknowledgement, I have never received such acknowledgement in my entire life. I know that many people don't see me as a candidate for emperor." Thinking about this fact, he became even more displeased, but what was greater was a deep sense of alienation. "But I've been like this since birth. I'm not a genius like the emperor." Looking at Manon sleeping comfortably below, Basin became even more determined. "If I can bring Manon back myself, I might at least get some acknowledgement," he immediately declared to himself in his heart. "Then just watch, if I am truly worthy of being king." Just then a familiar voice was heard. "Brother!" Below, Kai quickly ran with Dynan. "Brother, stop quickly." Basin, recognizing who had arrived, was surprised. As soon as Kai arrived, the young boy quickly dismounted. Before he could even run to his brother, Kai stumbled. Seeing his younger brother fall, Basin was flustered and worried. Kai? Not only that, but Dynan also quickly dismounted and approached, asking, "Your Highness, are you all right?" When asked this question, Kai replied, crying, "I'm fine, I think I twisted my ankle." Hearing this, Basin quickly ran to check and didn't forget to scold Dynan. "Are you all right, Dynan? Why did you bring this young child instead of calling the hunting team?" When scolded like this, he was bewildered and said nothing. Seeing that the person was already so flustered, he said no more and commanded, "There's a forest ranger's hut on that hillside, so bring medicine there." Dynan immediately replied, "Ah yes, I'll go right away." As soon as he left, Basin checked his younger brother's condition. "Shall I take a look? This child, why are you so careless?" Despite such a scolding, Kai lightly stood up as if nothing had happened and brushed off his clothes. "I'm fine. Actually, I didn't twist my ankle. I just pretended so you wouldn't hear our conversation." Basin was shocked by this. "What?" Kai jumped a few times to prove his words were true, and only then did Basin believe him and move on to another topic. "Wait, why are you here? Manon is very close to us, it's dangerous." After checking, Kai looked at Basin, his eyes welling up with tears, and said, "That's why I came here." Immediately after, the two brothers began to talk. After a long conversation, Basin asked again, his voice uncertain, "Though if it was eaten by bugs, does that mean the god of night sky really intended to get rid of me?" Kai thought for a moment at this question, then replied, "You could see it that way. It seems the god also believes what you said is true." Hearing this, Basin understood everything and thought it would be safer for Kai to be by his side. Although he understood, Basin still couldn't hide his doubts. But why, if that's true, you'd become king just by doing nothing? The second brother is already a priest of the Night Sky sect, so if I disappear the throne will be yours. Remembering something, Basin looked up at his brother and asked gently, "Are you perhaps not interested in becoming king?" When his brother asked directly, Kai also spoke honestly, "Brother, I have a request. Please yield the position of crown prince to me." Basin was surprised by this frank request. "What?" Seeing his surprise, Kai slowly stepped back and explained, "According to historical records, the god of Night Sky has almost never failed. If God has an intention, it will surely succeed." After a pause, Kai added, "The plans of other gods may sometimes fail, but the god of Night Sky is not like that." Kai slowly approached Manon, and Basin hurried after him. It seems God prepares multiple plans to achieve a single goal. Looking at Manon, Kai recalled the god of the Zhangjiang tribe and summarized everything. In other words, the god of Night Sky will create another opportunity like this one. "My vision may be narrow, but if I discover such a thing, I will tell you immediately, brother." After speaking for a long time, Kai looked up at his beloved brother and said firmly, "For your safety." Knowing his brother's good intentions, Basin still couldn't hide his worry. "But that's going against God's will. Aren't you afraid of the god of Night Sky?" At this question, Kai pointed to himself and replied confidently, "I'm not afraid because I know what the god of Night Sky wants. At least I'll be safe." Afraid that his brother wouldn't follow his will, Kai began to persuade him, "But the path set by the god of Night Sky will harm you, brother. I can't stop everything." Seeing this, Basin was slightly surprised. After speaking at length, Kai looked at the somewhat devastated forest and directly into his brother's eyes and pleaded earnestly, "So I've decided to take a different path, as if giving up everything God has prepared. So please give me the position of crown prince." After speaking, the two brothers looked at each other without saying a word. Then, for some unknown reason, Basin burst out laughing. Kai, seeing this phenomenon, was bewildered and understood nothing. The more Basin thought about it, the louder he laughed to the point of bending over. Kai, understanding nothing, approached and asked, "Brother, why are you laughing so much?" After laughing for a long time, his brother placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke gently. While Kai still understood nothing, Basin granted his request. "It seems I've just been liberated. Since I know your abilities do it that way." Although he agreed, his brother had to mention a problem that Kai would have to rack his brains over. "But you also know that giving up the position of crown prince isn't simply something I can do just because I want to, don't you?" Kai, excited by the agreement, said, "Yes, I will handle it." Having resolved one issue, the two returned to their original topic. "So what should we do about these?" Looking at Manon sleeping comfortably, Basin suggested that leaving it as it was could be an option. "The ministers won't agree. How do you plan to persuade them, brother?" Just then, Dynan returned, and Kai whispered to his brother, "When that hunter returns, I'll explain later, your highness." A moment later, Dynan hesitated as if having heard something and agreed. "A hunting party? I have no reason to refuse this proposal, so I'll follow what His Highness Kai says." Upon gaining agreement, Kai smiled brightly and offered a handshake. "Then I look forward to working with you from now on." The hunter was slightly flustered by this friendliness. "Yes, oh yes." After everything was settled, Kai and Basin excitedly left together, and Dynan stood and waved at them. Watching the two brothers talking affectionately, he asked himself, "From now on, does that really mean that?" In a corner of the palace, Choi Sang-jian and Elda quietly watched everything. Elda hesitated slightly as she saw the two brothers whispering. "Then will it be all right?" At this question, he asked in a tone of incomprehension, "What are you worried about again?" When this question came up, Elda rested her chin on her hand, thought for a moment, then expressed her thoughts. "The third prince is intelligent and devoted to God, which is very good. But wouldn't it be a problem for him to interpret the meaning of signals and act on his own like this time?" Seeing Basin accept Kai's words so generously, she felt something was wrong. This time it may be right, but no one knows if it will be right next time. For someone who can become king to act so arbitrarily is a bit much. Hearing this, Choi Sang-jian said indifferently from the side, "I'm not too worried about that." This statement shocked Elda. "Why?" At that question, he briefly looked at the map on the system screen, then replied, "Because in the Lost World they were just characters created by the game. If things didn't go my way, I'd get annoyed, but I'm still playing the game well." Elda couldn't refute this logic. "Ah, I see." Even though he said it was just a game, Choi Sang-jian's heart wavered slightly as he looked down at the two brothers talking. "But now I know that the people down there are not NPCs but humans. Their wills may differ, but they just need to bring me the results I want." Hearing this, Elda raised another question. "Then does that mean it's harder to play subtly? Individuals who act arbitrarily could derail the plan." Contrary to her thoughts, he calmly replied, "But it could also bring greater advantages than expected." After speaking, Choi Sang-jian opened the system window and said confidently, "If I'm worried about things going wrong, I'll prepare more plans to deal with any situation." She was surprised by this confidence. To that extent, hearing that exclamation, he smiled and asked gently, "Isn't it getting better and better even now?" Looking at the two brothers again, Choi Sang-jian decided to leave everything to fate. "There can't be two kings in one nation, so I have to choose one. But they are all precious beings, so I can't lose them. Basin surviving even after giving up his succession rights could have significant meaning. Then let's trust Kai's decision." The next day, in the court, Administrator Salishan complained to Dynan, "I still see you saying nothing about catching Manon. Hunter, what if Manon harms others?" Despite the scolding, he calmly bowed and reported, We have found Manon's location currently. Manon is merely sleeping, so there is no need to worry for now. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then that's fortunate. Although relieved, Salishan still looked for fault, but His Majesty is still worried. His Majesty's chronic illness recurred, so he couldn't attend last night's meeting. Wait, if you found Manon, shouldn't you have borrowed the Imperial Guard to catch it? Why did you just leave it there? At this question, he calmly bowed his head and gave an exemplary answer. I intended to do so, but I decided to pause for a moment due to a few unclear points. Salishan immediately caught the key phrase. Unclear points. He told Salishan everything he knew. This morning when I went to the garden to pursue Manon, I saw the iron fence was damaged. Upon investigation it was found to have been eaten by termites. At this logic he didn't believe it and retorted, "That's just a coincidence. Anyway, Manon broke through the fence and escaped without any problem, didn't it?" He was not flustered at all and slowly pulled out his trump card. I thought so too, but the third prince had a different idea. Afraid that people wouldn't believe him, Dynan repeated exactly what Kai had said. The god of night sky has performed miracles using termites several times in the past, so the prince believes that God caused the termites to eat the fence so that Manon could escape smoothly. The evidence is that only that fence showed signs of termite damage. At this point Hoon vaguely sensed something, and knowing that he had already caught on, he said confidently, "That's right. That was the work of the god of night sky." After a pause, Dynan added, "This afternoon I went to the church and discussed with the priest, and they went to the site to confirm." Just then the door opened. Prince Soon Jacoran, the second prince and a priest of the Night Sky sect, entered from outside and announced the result. The result confirmed it was indeed a miracle performed by the god of night sky. Everyone who saw who had arrived was surprised. "Prince Soon, the results are in." Dynan stepped in front of Soon and spoke again to the other ministers. "As the priests have confirmed, Manon's escape is the will of the god of night sky. I dare not go against God's will, so I cannot bring Manon back." Hearing this, everyone in the room murmured and buzzed with chatter. At this point, Salishan finally had no choice but to accept. If the priests have interpreted God's will that way, then I can't do anything about it. But we can't leave things as they are. We can't let Manon starve or suffer any accident. Having finally achieved his objective, Dynan boldly revealed his intentions. "Therefore I believe we need to expand and reorganize the hunting party. We cannot continue to use the Imperial Guard to protect the palace." This idea once again caused a stir among everyone. "What, the hunting party?" Salishan heard it and disagreed. "Couldn't we just supplement a few more people?" At this indifference, Dynan analyzed in detail and specifically. "No, we cannot. We need to transport food to Manon, and we need cows and carts. The rough mountain roads will also require consistent additional repair costs." Not stopping there, he spoke at length. "Manon might come down to the village, so we need personnel and authority to control it, and in an emergency, the authority to mobilize the Imperial Guard. In other words, the hunting party needs more personnel, finances, and authority than it currently has." This statement left everyone present dumbfounded. As no one said anything, he changed his tone to a threatening one. "Otherwise, we will have no choice but to go against the miracle of the god of night sky and bring Manon back ourselves. Who wants to take this responsibility instead of me?" Having successfully pressured the people, Dynan smiled and provoked. "Tell me if there is anyone. Of course, I can't guarantee that Manon won't cause an accident either." After the tumultuous morning court ended in the evening, Dynan was in his palace, replaying what Kai had said to him. "His Highness Kai has the intention to be king." Recalling those words, he was silent and didn't know how to react. Looking at the peaceful scenery of the night palace, Dynan tried hard to remember everything Kai had conveyed to him in the way Kai had taught him. "Through this incident I will strengthen the power of the hunting party and lead the situation so that His Highness Kai can become king." As this thought came to mind, he couldn't help but step out into the hallway where he could admire the outside scenery. After much deliberation, Dynan made a decision. "Even if I have to go against the other ministers." Once the decision was made, he began to calculate as he left where he was standing. The prince is gradually expanding the influence of the hunting party, so the situation within the palace is also becoming difficult to control. 6 months after that incident, the emperor deposed Basan Jak Oran from the position of crown prince, and enthroned Kai as crown prince. And then, 3 years later, the emperor passed away from a long illness. With that momentum, Kai Jak Oran ascended to the throne as the 11th king of Blackscale. However, Kai was only 15 years old at the time. On the day of the coronation, after everyone had left, Basan appeared and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, congratulations." When his brother greeted him so respectfully, Kai was flustered and couldn't speak. "There's no need to call me Your Majesty. When it's just the two of us, you don't have to be so formal, brother." Hearing this, Basan still smiled and maintained the same title and attitude. "Now that Your Majesty has become the king of the foremost nation on this continent, you must receive appropriate treatment." At this stubbornness, Kai remained silent and accepted the truth. Having succeeded in teasing his younger brother, Basan returned to the main topic. "Tomorrow is Your Majesty's first court meeting, and surely one of the ministers will make such a proposal." After a moment's pause, his brother said with displeasure, "Prince Basan Jak Oran must leave the palace." After stating his prediction, Basan looked at Kai, who was bowing his head in sadness, and asked, "Isn't this one of Your Majesty's concerns?" At this question he couldn't answer immediately, and fell into deep thought. Blackscale is a nation where the ministers hold significant power. Furthermore, most of the ministers are Blackscale nobles, so their opinions are often biased. Thinking this, Kai felt as if he were a puppet manipulated by other ministers. Their demand to expel my brother is disguised as being for the sake of royal authority, but in reality it's merely to show their power to the new emperor. After thinking for a long time, Kai first asked the other party for his opinion. "Brother, what should we do?" Basin answered immediately without deep thought. "If the ministers want it, just follow their wishes." At this answer, he was surprised. "But brother," seeing his younger brother's fidgeting, his older brother smiled and reassured him. "I'm fine. In fact, I was worried that I might be a burden to your majesty." Mentioning this issue, Basin couldn't help but mock himself. Actually, this turned out for the better. As a deposed crown prince, I can't hold important positions in the palace, and even if I hunt, I can only catch boars nearby. After speaking at length, he revealed his future plan. "I plan to take this opportunity to travel far and seek larger game." This idea slightly surprised Kai. "Hunting?" After speaking, he looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, lost in deep thought. "Hunting." After thinking for a moment, Kai cautiously suggested, "Brother, then could you help me a little more? I don't think you'd dislike this either." The two then began to discuss a certain matter. The next day, Kai, for the first time as the presiding official, proclaimed the morning court. Before the ministers could say anything, he extended a courtesy. "As the new emperor, I will desperately need your help in the future." After his greetings, Kai immediately got to the point. "Though there is no urgent matter now, if there is anything I should know, tell me immediately." Upon receiving permission, one of them bowed first and spoke, "Your Majesty." Then he said exactly what Basin had predicted yesterday. Prince Basin cannot remain in the palace. Fearing that Kai might disagree, the person began to present all sorts of arguments. "He was once the crown prince, and even if your majesty maintains a close relationship with Prince Basin, if he remains in the palace, traitors may use him to." Before he could finish, Kai made an unexpected decision. "I understand." The ministers froze at such a swift and risky agreement. "Royal authority is wavering? What is he talking about?" Faced with their disbelief, Kai repeated his answer. "I agree with the administrator." This answer threw everyone into confusion and murmuring. There's no way he would agree so easily. "I thought he would vehemently oppose it." Having gotten the desired answer, Salishan quietly smiled, covering his mouth with his hand to conceal his awkwardness. Emboldened, he made a more unreasonable demand. "Your servant believes Prince Basin should be exiled from the capital Oran." This time, Kai refused without hesitation. "That is unacceptable." Refused so resolutely, he tried to persuade him. "Yes," but Kai slammed his chair, saying firmly, "Listen, are you dissatisfied with my command? I have already given much consideration to my brother." At this point, Salishan finally had no choice but to comply. "Then what does your majesty suggest?" Having achieved his objective, Kai excitedly put forth an idea. "Are you aware that there is still uncultivated land in our nation?" Upon hearing this, he immediately understood. "Are you referring to the eastern mountain range, your majesty?" Kai added with satisfaction. "Indeed, but previous kings sent people to explore it. Most gave up due to the rugged mountainous terrain." Kai then continued, addressing the ministers below seriously. "Until now, that mountain range was not considered important, but considering the threat from the west last year, I cannot miss this opportunity to expand our territory." "Then shouldn't we cultivate it?" At this point, Salishan fully understood Kai's true objective. "Then your majesty intends to send Prince Basin to the eastern mountain range?" Upon hearing this, Kai praised Basin generously. "My brother Basin is an excellent hunter and a fine warrior. He even found Manhua by himself once." The ministers murmured quietly at this opinion. "That's a mountain range of little value. There isn't much land beyond the mountain, so it won't be a big problem." After a brief murmur, Salishan agreed. "That is also a good idea." Having achieved one goal, Kai moved on to the next problem. "Good. Then we must now organize a fleet." Upon hearing this, Salishan broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes?" he asked again in disbelief. "A fleet?" Seeing his bewildered look, Kai explained with persuasive words. "The reason Eastern colonization has failed until now is that we cross the mountains by land. If we go by ship to the other side of the mountain range, the success rate will be higher." As this idea emerged, it immediately met with everyone's opposition. "But your majesty, there is currently no sea route. If we go by land," Kai calmly replied, "then we shall open a sea route. There must be no wasted land in Blackscale." Salishan heard this and tried to persuade him. "But operating ships requires an army, and that could lead to the risk of rebellion." Kai still paid no mind. "Then send people to monitor them thoroughly." His resolute attitude momentarily stunned him, but Kai reproached his demeanor. "Did you not just agree to this? Are you already planning to change your mind?" Paying him no further attention, he commanded. "During the pioneering process, you will undoubtedly encounter beasts, wild animals, and monsters. Matters related to wild beasts should be entrusted to the hunting party. Let the hunting master handle it." Upon receiving the order, Dinan respectfully bowed and complied. "Understood, your majesty." Meanwhile, Salishan had not yet caught up with the situation, but Kai paid no mind to what he was about to say and changed the subject to the next issue. "Bring in the person waiting in front of the main hall." Once again, Salishan was shocked. "Someone waiting? Come in." The door immediately opened, and everyone looked towards it with anticipation. A man appeared from outside. His appearance caused a stir in the main hall. "It's a dwarf, how dare this lowly fellow stand here?" Salishan also looked at the king in embarrassment. "Your Majesty, this is," Kai calmly introduced him. "He is Ram from the technical team. It's only natural that you don't recognize him. He used to be a slave." After the introduction, Kai dropped another bombshell. "The position of technical minister is vacant, is it not? I intend to entrust it to him." This declaration left everyone speechless. Barely calming down, everyone shouted in unison, "Your Majesty, how can a dwarf be allowed into this sacred court? Why a dwarf of all people? Dwarves are a disobedient race and resist to the very end. Your Majesty, please reconsider." Then both sides tried to persuade him. Seeing this scene, Kai breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, no one is mentioning my brother. Seeing that Kai said nothing, Salishan began to argue against his opinion with all sorts of logic. "Your Majesty, traditionally the position of technical minister has always been held by our lizard folk, but now you wish to entrust it to a dwarf from slave origins?" Faced with such fierce opposition, Kai openly expressed his displeasure. "Administrator, since when has race been important in appointing a technical minister? The technical minister's position is for someone with deep knowledge and talent in machinery." Upon hearing this, he still tried to refute with illogical arguments, but until now, before Salishan could finish, Kai continued, "They were all lizard folk." Tired of the absurd argument, he looked at the dwarf standing cautiously below and said with a confident tone, "In the past the most skilled people were all lizard folk, but this time it is not so." Once again, fearing opposition, Kai used his authority to affirm, "I have personally verified his abilities." After a pause, he asked a test question. "Do you know the northernmost latitude of Oran?" Upon receiving the question, one person in the line stepped forward first and replied, "Your servant shall report. Your Majesty, it is 32.5 degrees. This answer drew everyone's expectant gaze towards Kai. However, he did not just ask one thing. "Then what are the northernmost latitude of Zarin and the southernmost latitude of Maganon?" This question silenced everyone in the room. As no one could answer, Ram stepped forward first, bowing at the waist and replying, "The latitude of Zarin is 37 degrees and the latitude of Maganon is 30 degrees. Not stopping there, he added a very specific explanation. "The northernmost point changes by 1 degree every 250 miles, and southern Maganon is 625 miles away, so you must subtract 2.5 degrees. This answer greatly satisfied Kai, leading him to continue praising, "Indeed, you have answered what these ministers could not." Even though the answer proved his ability, Salishan still could not accept the fact. "How can you conclude so much from just one question?" He was only right on that one issue. Not stopping there, he subtly pointed to the displeased lizard folk and tried to persuade Kai. "Your Majesty, you are His Majesty because you are of the bloodline of King Lightning Dragon, and these ministers are descendants of the warriors who fought alongside him." After a pause, Salishan pointed a finger at Ramfit Raj with an unpleasant attitude. "This dwarf is a slave for the same reason. Dwarves were once the last enemies of the lizard folk in Blackscale, and after its founding they plotted rebellion." Faced with such disgusting logic, Kai did not hesitate to refute through the history of the Lightning Dragon. "Do you not know what it means to love the people? In the past I fought the Zhou troops to save have been, and King Lightning Dragon opened the city gates to save the slaves." Saying this, he pointed to Ram, who was standing respectfully below, and immediately asked, "If he is truly special, why can he not be an exception?" Seeing that Kai was not doing as he wished, Salishan, forgetting his dignity, shouted loudly, "Once an exception is made, everything will become uncontrollable. If the opportunity to become a minister is not given only to lizard folk, then who will stand by your Majesty's side later?" This remark made Kai frown, and he paid attention to the true meaning hidden behind those words. "Those who are not lizard folk." As Salishan finished speaking, all the ministers in the room bowed in unison, saying, "Your Majesty, please reconsider." At this point, Kai finally sighed and compromised with the demand. "Then I will think more about this matter." However, he did not give up and decided to use an indirect method. "For now, I intend to appoint Ram as a technical official. Do you oppose this too?" After much deliberation, Salishan finally agreed. "If he is so talented, then that is also reasonable." Kai was half satisfied. "Good, the decision is made," he commanded the person below. "Ram, you understand too. You may withdraw." Ram understood his intentions and bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." As soon as one problem was solved, Kai was again plagued by another problem. Next is the upcoming eclipse ceremony. The ceremony he spoke of was a solar eclipse. A solar eclipse, an astronomical phenomenon where the sun is obscured or disappears, had long been regarded as a divine omen or message. Therefore, accurately predicting a solar eclipse was very important for the nation. Sanroy unrolled a scroll and displayed a line written on it for everyone to see. In Blackscale, the date of a solar eclipse is calculated by comparing 3 values provided by the calendar mage of the Yashian Church and the king. Salishan read it and widened his eyes in horror. "What?" He read the information on the table again, then asked again in disbelief, "Is this calculation truly accurate?" The astrological minister hesitated at the question and confirmed again. "We have confirmed it multiple times with traditional methods. It is certainly accurate." Having received confirmation, he looked at the documents below with incredulous eyes. "But the time calculated by your Majesty is 4 hours later than the time of the calendar mage and the astrologer. Why is that?" He scrutinized it for a long time, then Salishan asked him with a frown, "This must be truly accurate. Do you remember that dwarf sage last time, Before the person could answer, he affirmed, "If it's wrong this time, we will lose the right to persuade your majesty." Putting this issue aside, Salishan refocused on the upcoming event. Normally, the king only follows one calculation. Upon hearing this, the astrological minister began to panic. "Could your majesty have made an error in the calculation? Our calculations have been passed down through the royal family and have never been wrong." Once again receiving confirmation, Salishan frowned, his eyes full of cunning. "Then we must act swiftly." As if thinking of something, he became even more sinister. "No matter how intelligent your majesty is, your majesty alone cannot be right while all scholars are wrong. First, we must point out your majesty's arbitrary attitude and prove it on the day of the solar eclipse. However, life never goes as planned. On the day of the solar eclipse, the eclipse did not occur at the time predicted by the scholars. Seeing the sun still high in the sky, the lizard folk were horrified. "It's still broad daylight, how can this be?" As King Kai severely rebuked the people below. The calendar mage and the astrologer all rely on ancient calculation methods. 5 dwarves discovered this and informed me, therefore my calculation differs from yours. Despite being rebuked, Salishan still stubbornly retorted, "But the Book of King Lightning Dragon says that the sky does not change." Faced with this absurd retort, Kai did not back down. "That's why I said it's an outdated book. Why can't you admit that they can be wrong?" Fearing that people would not believe him, he began to analyze. They didn't have the opportunity to access other books at that time, but they researched to the best of their ability and recorded their knowledge. After a moment's pause, Kai pointed directly at the 2 people below and sternly rebuked them. "But now we can read more books from abroad. Then why must we remain in the past? Is that what they wished for their descendants?" After rebuking them thoroughly, Kai refuted what they had said. "Have you read the calendar book from Manguchua? The movements of the sky also change with the passage of time. I gave you a hint in the last court meeting. I have nothing more to say." He turned his head and commanded his subordinates, "Deal with the relevant people according to national law. The mage in charge of the eclipse ceremony. Prepare the ceremony again at the correct time in 4 hours. Yes, your majesty." At the end of Sonroy's announcement, the solar eclipse indeed occurred exactly 4 hours later, as Kai had predicted. Another day, the fleet was also prepared, and Basin also boarded the ship to begin his journey. Before departing, he bid farewell to his brother. "I'm leaving." As Kai finished his greeting, Basin walked around the ship, stretching his body. "The land east of the mountain range is a place to be pioneered. I left the palace for Kai's prosperity, but on my way I felt a lively sensation." Watching people prepare their luggage, he evaluated. "A dirty ship is a disgrace to pirates. This is the ship I'm taking." As if thinking of something, Basin looked back at the accompanying fleet. "In addition, there are 3 warships carrying 150 soldiers. Nominally, I am the captain of the Eastern Exploration Fleet, but I couldn't board a warship." That didn't make him particularly angry. Rather, he was suspicious. "I heard there's someone monitoring me in case I make a mistake, but who could it be?" After reading the paper in his hand for a moment, Basin turned his attention to the approaching red-haired woman. "The first person is perhaps a woman from a merchant family that has long cooperated with the royal family." The person greeted the sailors, then approached Basin and greeted him. "Pleased to meet you. I am Imo." He also extended his hand and reintroduced himself. "Pleased to meet you. I am Basin Jack Oran." "Ah, so you are Elpa." Hearing this name, Tayonamo shook his hand and said with a bright smile, "Oh, your majesty recognized me immediately. Lizard folk usually say humans and elves are all the same." After the greeting, Basin expressed his goodwill. "We will meet often in the future. I look forward to working with you." This time she also lost her playfulness and became serious. "But before that I have something to say." The other party's sudden seriousness made him a little intimidated. "Why?" Tayonamo coughed a few times. "First, I'll stop for a moment to warn you. No matter how noble you are, if you're on my ship you must follow my orders. If you don't like it, find another ship." Basin agreed without much thought. "As long as the orders aren't unreasonable, I'll follow them faithfully." His compliant attitude surprised her. "You're more flexible than I thought." Having said her piece, Tayonamo promised. "Furthermore, you are the captain of the expedition and a valued guest on this ship, so I will do my best to accommodate you." He thanked her with a smile. "Let's set that aside for now." Basin was puzzled. "But where's my luggage?" As if knowing his concern, she reassured him. "Ah, Hessa will bring your luggage. Don't worry." This name successfully caught Basin's attention. "Ha, I don't know who that is, but the name is cute." These words surprised Tayonamo. "Ha, I never said that was his name," but on second thought she also began to understand. "But everyone calls him that, so I guess it can be considered a name." Just then a giant foot appeared on the ship. A huge shadow appeared behind Basin. Unlike the colossal shadow, the person named Hessa had a very blank expression. "Who called the first prince Hessa?" While Basin stood there bewildered, Tayonamo chattered on with an introduction. "He's the most capable navigator on our ship. He often says Hessa, Hessa, so we just call him Hessa," he replied with a laugh. "Ah, I see." Tayonamo was curious. "It seems you're not seeing a fairy for the first time. People usually react with shock when they first see one." Basin had no choice but to explain. "I've seen them a few times when I was in the palace." After that he politely said, "Nice to meet you." "Fairy. I am Hessa, he replied. Nice to meet you. Lizardfolk H said. I am the first mate, Basson asked in confusion. Don't you have a name? Hessa said. I had a name, but I, the first mate, didn't like it, so I abandoned it, Basson said. This is my first time seeing a ferry on a ship. Since there's little food on the ship, wouldn't a species that eats less be more advantageous? Hessa said. No, I have many friends. After that, he asserted once more. But I, the first mate, eat a lot. Tayanamo, who was nearby, said. Despite appearances, Hessa is from the North Sea. Basson nodded. It makes sense if he's from the North Sea. North Sea fairies were said to be highly intelligent since ancient times. They are said to be remnants from the age of the gods, Basson said. Now their blood is mixed, so they aren't as smart as before, but even the Blackscale tribe considers clothed fairies to be valuable laborers. It's still surprising that he's on a ship or became a first mate. This was a sight never to be seen in the palace, Hessa shouted loudly. The first mate abandoned the land. The land no longer frightens me, the first mate, Hessa said. Land creatures are not stronger than me, truly pathetic, therefore the first mate boarded the ship to conquer the sea, Basson calmly said. Then I wish you success in conquering the sea. Watching Hessa leave, Basson thought, could that fairy be someone sent to monitor me? Tayanamo called out. Your highness, Basson said. Just call me Basson. Tayanamo was flustered. That's a bit too familiar for someone so noble, Basson said. Then since I'm the captain of the expedition, just call me Captain. Tayanamo replied, yes, Captain. Do you know where our next destination is? Basson answered. Aren't we going south past Maganin and following Maganin's east coast? Tayanamo said. That's the overall route, but actually our next destination is Baron, Tayanamo said. Beyond Oran, this is the largest port city in the Saltlands, Basson said, as if unable to understand. That's a foreign country. Why are we going there? Tayanamo said. Because our ship is a merchant ship, Basson realized. So we're buying and selling goods, Tayanamo said. I'll explain in more detail. Now I'll show you to your quarters. We'll be departing soon, so please follow me. Giant ships sailed on the endlessly vast sea. Basson leaned on the railing, gazing blankly at the blue sky. Tayanamo approached and asked, You're here. Are you not seasick? Basson replied. Are you surprised? He asked. Mr. Imo, you're a merchant, so why are you taking on such troublesome expedition work? Tayanamo approached and answered. To earn money, she gestured and smiled. The Blackscale royal family always generously rewards tasks. This time I received art glass crafts just as an advance payment. Basson was surprised. Art glass crafts? I think I broke a few when I was little, Tayanamo said helplessly. Captain, you're a prince, so you don't know their value. Blackscale art glass crafts are very delicate and sell for high prices abroad, she said. We're going to Bar Bryn to sell them, Basson continued. Then are we buying something in Bar Bryn to bring back? Tayanamo said. Of course money is everything, so we can't leave the ship empty, can we? The palace also asked us to buy a few items, Basson asked. What did the palace ask us to buy? She was flustered. Oh dear, they asked me to keep it a secret, Basson was surprised. A secret? Tayanamo leaned in and whispered. It's all right. It's all right because you're the captain. They asked us to buy lime. I heard there's a lot of it in the M region. I don't know much about it myself, but they say it's good for farmland. Basson asked, Are they planning large-scale cultivation like striking the land with lightning to improve the soil? Tayanamo said from the side. You mean thunder and lightning activator? I saw it when I was little. It was really amazing, Basson thought suspiciously. But if buying lime is Kai's order, why should it be done secretly? Returning to the palace, the red sunset illuminated the palace. After the eclipse incident, Kai earnestly began to strengthen internal affairs, and the palace seemed to sparkle under the twilight. Those who threatened royal authority formally resigned, and those who supported Basson were called separately and reassured. Inside the palace, a lizardfolk knelt before Kai. He said, I thought your majesty would demand my resignation. To be treated like this is an undeserved honor. Kai asked, Why do you think that? He replied, Your majesty would want to replace all old retainers, wouldn't he? I don't have a family name, so I'd be easier to remove. Kai calmly said, What if you don't have a family name? He said. My family did not contribute to the founding of Blackscale, so I am merely ashamed, Kai praised. Then you rose to this position on your own without a family background. Doesn't that prove you're very capable? The retainer was stunned. Your majesty, Kai said, I hope you will assist me well in the future. He bowed his head and said, I am humbled, your majesty. This servant will serve your majesty with all his strength. Kai bid him farewell. I hope our cooperation goes well. Farewell. He smiled gently and waved his hand. But as soon as the door closed, his face immediately became emotionless and cold. Kai assessed, the Minister of Finance doesn't seem to be very good at concealing his thoughts. Dynan emerged from behind a screen and agreed. That's right, Kai warned Dynan. Don't be quick to suspect others just because they don't agree with you, Dynan hastily said. But your majesty, Kai cut him off. He frowned and warned, Don't you know you're playing with fire? It's time to stop seeking revenge for the past. Dynan gripped his fist in displeasure. Finally he bowed his head and said, I am humbled, your majesty. I will control myself. Kai calmly said, By the way, Kai asked the He family's alchemist, Where is the horned one? Dynan replied, You mean Havina? She should have arrived at the palace. Outside it was completely dark, and the night made the palace eerily frightening. Huimun walked quietly in the dark. She frowned and thought, Hilavina, why on earth did His Majesty summon her? The He family were the lords of Automation Castle and a powerful merchant family that had inherited the title of Border Earl for generations. Although not the strongest human family among the influential families, the He family had a shadow as great as their shining reputation. The cursed horn, Huimun thought. In the old days there were rumors of a lord with deer horns in Automation Castle, but now it's only considered a symbol or legend. However, those who played important roles in the He family knew well that it was not a fictional story and that children born with horns actually existed in the He family. She recalled the information she had obtained. Children with horns all go mad. They would talk into thin air or display inexplicable strange abilities, gradually losing their reason. So all horns had to be cut and smoothed down for them to live normal lives. Legend says that Heiki Kyung became a merchant with the power of horns but eventually met a tragic end. Furthermore, because he had a lizardfolk lover named San Mio, rumors also spread that children with horns were half lizardfolk. So, children with horns were given the name Muo, but how could a child be born between a human and a lizardfolk? Huimun opened the door with a hardened face, thinking, how good it would have been if everything had just ended like that. Inside the room was a slender girl with towering deer horns, dark purple eyes, and braided hair. Hilavina Mio. She was an unusual being. Hilavina Mio greeted with a suspicious tone. Hello, like most Hilavina, she was born and raised in Automation Castle. Born with horns on her head, she was considered a cursed being. Hilavina ran away from the castle when she was 9. She unhesitatingly climbed into a cargo cart and left the continent. When the He family's mercenaries caught up with Hilavina, the 3 mercenaries on night patrol stopped with surprised faces. Before them was a giant brightly glowing tower. It was the Alchemist Tower where alchemists gathered to research forbidden doctrines. She entered Jukmyeon's Alchemist Tower. Perhaps it was a natural outcome for a place where cursed individuals like Hilavina gathered. Hilavina asked, do you see my horns? Everyone looks at me like that. Huimun approached and politely said, I apologize, I'm not looking out of curiosity. You know why I called you, don't you? Hilavina replied. I heard His Majesty is looking for an alchemist. Alchemist, those who deny the existence of God and believe only in their own knowledge. Unholy beings existing between ancient demons and modern civilization. Could His Majesty be betraying God? But His Majesty ascended to the throne with the support of the heavens, so that can't be true, Huimun said. You who abandoned your family and entered the Alchemist Tower were summoned. Why are you returning now? Hilavina replied as if it were obvious, because it's His Majesty's command. His Majesty Kai is a very frightening person, Huimun asked again. That's true, but how do you know that from Jukmyeon? Did you think if you didn't come to Iran, His Majesty would send an army to capture you? No, His Majesty would probably do that. If I didn't come, His Majesty would find a way to find the Alchemist Tower. Fearing that outcome, I came with you, Huimun said angrily. What do you know about His Majesty that you dare to speak like that? Hilavina suddenly asked. Minister Huimun, you don't know much about forbidden doctrines, do you? She replied, of course not. Hilavina turned and rummaged through her pocket, saying, oh, His Majesty would probably be a little sad if he heard that. She held out a bundle of tied letters and said, these are letters that have been sent to the Alchemist Tower for several years. They are all filled with questions about ancient knowledge, and the level of the questions is very high. But the sender's location kept changing, so the tower thought they were from external alchemists, she continued. But recently we found out their true source. The addresses on the letters were different, but they all came from Iran. There was only one person who could do such a thing, deceiving all of Blackscale's communication systems. Huimun slammed the table in anger and shouted, watch your mouth. Hilavina refused. No, I must speak, she said. His Majesty Kai would sit in his room every night meticulously recording experimental notes, Hilavina said. He's Blackscale's best alchemist, she said firmly. No one can compare to him. Huimun gritted her teeth in anger. She shouted loudly, hey, call the Imperial Guard. Suddenly, someone opened the door and entered, stopping her. Enough, the person said. That's enough, Huimun. Seeing that the person who entered was Kai, shouted in surprise. Your Majesty, Huimun asked. Your Majesty, is everything that alchemists said true? Kai calmly said. Left Minister, this is not something you need to worry about. Reading a few alchemy books does not put me in danger, but God, Kai cut him off. First, sit down. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very serious. Huimun thought to herself, in Blackscale, unbelievers are forbidden by law and punished, but in other countries it's often common to be beaten to death. Even if His Majesty is an unbeliever, no one can punish His Majesty, but this will clearly affect His Majesty's political standing. Kai turned to Hilavina and asked, are you Hilavina? She replied, yes, Your Majesty. He turned from Hilavina and said to Huimun, Huimun, I'm sorry for keeping this a secret from you. You're rigid, so I didn't want to worry you. She said, Your Majesty, but alchemy, what would our ancestors think? Huimun tried to persuade him. It is a doctrine of those who seek to make gold and elixirs of immortality. Don't you think that's absurd? Kai calmly said. Well, we should be wary of the absurd, but there's useful knowledge among theirs, Huimun asked. Researching alchemy alone violates national law. Do you think that knowledge is worth taking such risks? Kai replied. Yes, it's worth it. Hilavina, explain. She answered, as ordered. Hilavina explained, there was an alchemist who lived alone deep in the northern mountains. The tower consistently exchanged and collected knowledge with that person, but one day, that person's news suddenly stopped. The tower sent people to investigate. The tower's envoy broke down the locked door of the alchemist's house. At that time, the investigator saw the unfortunate alchemist's cold body lying on the floor. But that person was already dead, Huimun asked. Because they researched forbidden things, she answered honestly. Yes, she said with disgust. HMPH, another one who sold their soul to an ancient demon. Hilavina denied it. No, that alchemist died in an accident. Fortunately, before dying, they carefully recorded their experiments and the materials used, so we were able to determine the cause. She said that the person had mixed several ingredients to make gold, and the heating reaction exploded, killing them. Huimun asked, then that experiment was a failure. Hilavina said that for an alchemist there is only research, no failure. Hilavina said seriously, the powder discovered in that failed experiment is greater than any other discovery, she described, but when exposed to fire it explodes with immense force, even though only a minuscule amount was used in the experiment, even when placed in a box for safety. The explosion tore the box and fragments lodged in that person's neck. Huimun was startled upon hearing that. Then that person made a weapon, Kai said seriously. Yes, it's a type of weapon. Huimun still disagreed, but still, Kai cut her off and called Huimun. He said regretfully, unfortunately this knowledge is not a big secret. I'm not the first person to discover this either. The alchemists of the Alchemist Tower, there are cursed individuals like Hilavina everywhere. Some were still influenced by the old states and other nations, but at that time they did not want to return to this knowledge. Hilavina, who was next to him, also said, other nations didn't want alchemical knowledge to leak overseas either. I was attacked more than 10 times on my way here. Semen, where the Alchemist Tower is located, is probably already occupied by that army. The situation was so serious that Huimun's lips were dry with fear and tension. Kai, who was next to her, said, you think this era is still peaceful, but in fact it is not. The prices of some materials are skyrocketing, and various nations are secretly preparing. They are making weapons using something called gunpowder. Huimun asked with a suspicious expression. Then, are you saying war is imminent? Kai immediately denied it. Not necessarily. But what if that weapon is exceptionally outstanding? Can someone who has never held a bow fulfill their duty on the battlefield? What about sinking ships and destroying city walls? If something like that exists, don't you think one could win a war? She listened, then remained silent for a moment, pondering. After that she sighed. I still can't fully accept it, but I think your Majesty's intention is correct. If you need my help with this matter, please tell me. Kai replied thoughtfully, coincidentally, I do need help. Until now this matter has been funded through the hunting party, but now as you know, Huimun continued. Then your Majesty will use personal funds from the royal treasury, he affirmed. That's right, Huimun asked again. Although I manage it, it is your Majesty's asset, so I will permit its use. You must have already decided what to use it for? At this moment, an information window appeared, notifying that the production conditions for black powder had been met and charcoal, sulfuric acid, and potassium nitrate could be produced. Land extraction methods could be produced, and he knew the knowledge of foreign salt mines in caves. Black powder knowledge exists in black scale. Nebula then looked at the system screen and said with satisfaction, good, technological advancements like alchemy and elixir refinement are very complex. The more devout a society, the more it tends to dislike the development of scientific knowledge. The Asbestos Alchemist Tower is the furthest from black scale among the known nations, so if it weren't for a stroke of luck this knowledge might not have been obtained. Hilavina Mio. Even if a person with probabilistic demon power has a high survival rate, it was uncertain whether she could accurately learn the technology. This time can be considered lucky. At this moment, Elda appeared behind him and said, but my friends are talking about alchemy and gunpowder, so why don't they talk about that knowledge? Nebula said in a puzzled tone. That knowledge? Are you talking about magic? Alchemy, elixir refinement, and similar technologies can be called science. Alchemists are scientists and their experiments are scientific experiments. There's one secret alchemists always try to hide. Demonic power. Demonic power, as per the setting, is a remnant of ancient demons, found in ruins or passed down through bloodlines. Demonic power is related to forces of various attributes such as electricity, fire, probability, and gravity, but the power obtained from demonic spirits is simply psychic ability. There is a way to combine this psychic ability with ancient ruin knowledge to process it into a higher level of power. That is magic. Nebula was then analyzing that magic, unlike science, could only be used by a very small number of people and was unrelated to technological advancement, so there was no need to mention it. Moreover, no mages had appeared yet. Elda replied, that's right, they usually appear within 100 years of the game's start, he continued. The power of magic is clearly very strong, but perhaps all players prioritize stable play and avoid demonic power, Elda asked. Speaking of the Asbestos Alchemist Tower, did Wisdom acquire a mage? Nebula explained. The probability of a mage appearing there is highest, but Wisdom probably hopes a mage doesn't appear in his land. The screen switched to a sailing ship, and the sound of the anchor dropping was heard. All ships clear, good, begin cargo inspection. This was Baron, and merchants were bustling around the pier. He looked around in surprise. So many ships, Tyanamo replied with a laugh. This is the closest port to Iran, she explained excitedly. Ships departing from here continue west, pass Angun, reach Dan, and some even go further. He said in surprise. Further, Tyanamo immediately said. I mean the western continent, he asked again. Does that continent Owen went to really exist? She replied. Many ships don't return, but it definitely exists, he still asked, confused. Then why don't merchants trade through the continent? It's dangerous, but there's clearly profit, Tayanamo retorted. Well, if the risk is worth it, they'll go. There are pirates, reefs, windless areas, high waves, sea monsters, and storms. He thought this woman talked too much and cut her off. All right, that's enough. Tayanamo immediately moved on to another topic. I have to go trade now. You can rest on the ship or go to the port, but you must be back by the agreed time, he said. Oh really? And stretched his body. The ship's too cramped, I need to walk a bit, Tayanamo said. And you may go. He turned and headed elsewhere. He went down to the port and looked around. He approached a sandal shop. The owner, an old woman, was friendly and selling her wares. He looked around and thought, I don't see anyone monitoring me. All goods are from H. Blackscale. He approached another shop and asked. The owner, an old woman, squinted and smiled, replying, That's right, we bring in a lot of goods from Blackscale. Then she asked him again, You just arrived on that ship, didn't you? Are you going back to Blackscale after the trade? Basin tilted his head in confusion. Why? The owner still smiled and explained, Then you should pray to God that you don't encounter pirates, he said in surprise. Pirates? The owner became serious. There's a pirate band sweeping the Barren area, and I hear they only target merchant ships departing from Barren. The name of that pirate band is? After a moment, Basin asked Tayanamo. She was startled and said, The Yaban pirates, Basin asked again. Have you heard of them? She replied with a bewildered expression. Not at all. They've probably appeared recently, or the port merchants made up the story or exaggerated it. Anyway, I remember now, the palace asked me to bring as many goods as possible, but the remaining goods won't arrive until tomorrow, he asked again. So we have to wait until tomorrow? Tayanamo turned and continued looking at her ledger, replying, No, we'll depart first. The remaining goods will be loaded onto another warship, Basin asked. So we're going without a warship escort, Tayanamo said resignedly. There's a lot of cargo to unload and we need to load provisions. And also from Sassien, the time spent on the ship is money for water, food, and crew salaries. It's all money. He listened, frustrated, and covered his forehead. Then I'll just have to pray we don't meet pirates. Tayanamo chuckled again and said with an excited voice, Don't worry. I've never encountered pirates at sea before, not once. She winked and assured him. But not long after, Tayanamo's face turned pale. Pirates? She shouted, seeing the pirate ship in front of her. Her face was full of disbelief. Basin, who was behind her, sighed with his arms crossed, feeling helpless. Tayanamo then climbed the mast and shouted loudly, Reduce the ship's weight, throw overboard sandbags, drinking water, food, all weapons. Everyone quickly carry out your duties. He hastily looked up and asked loudly, Tian, can we escape from them? Tayanamo, who was higher up, observed the situation and replied, The number of pirate ships is the same as merchant ships, but the problem is those ships. They are made of wood, so they're light, and their sails are large, so they catch the wind well, but those pirate ships also have similar conditions, and the pirates would have carried as few goods as possible. Her face was full of worry. It won't be easy to evade their pursuit. Damn it, they've almost caught up. He looked at it and said, We have to throw everything we can overboard here. This time choose the Josei rock, Tayanamo replied helplessly. If you throw that away, I'll jump overboard too. Anyway, they've almost caught up. We need to buy time until our warships catch up. The Josei Orc rock was newly loaded this morning. If we're lucky, they should be about half a day behind. If only the wind would blow a little stronger. Her face grew paler and paler, and she suddenly clasped her hands, squeezed her eyes shut, and knelt as if begging someone. Basin looked at her and asked, puzzled. What are you doing? She said hastily. What? Are you still standing there, stunned? Captain, you also quickly pray for a strong sea breeze. Suddenly, cheerful laughter erupted from the pirate ship. Ha ha, look at that. They're loaded with so much cargo the ship can't move. Excellent, we can drink all we want tonight. My prayers to the god of white cloth were worth it yesterday, they yelled triumphantly. Quickly, shoot arrows to prevent them from approaching, Basin thought worriedly. The god of white cloth, that name sounds familiar. After that, he took his bow and shot an arrow which struck one of them in the head. A scream erupted. Ah, they shouted. Quickly counterattack. Don't panic. He hid behind a wooden barrel and analyzed the situation. Anyway, the pirate ship is lower than this one, so it will be difficult to deal with. The more dangerous thing is that the pirates are throwing iron grappling hooks to approach this ship. They shouted, board the ship, as they climbed aboard. The iron grappling hook rope caught on the gunwale. They climbed aboard excitedly. Board the ship and deal with the soldiers first. You won't escape now. You're dead. But the moment that person climbed onto the gunwale, their face froze. Immediately after, blood gushed out and their body was sent flying into the air. One person below shouted, Brother? The rest of the people were then frozen in fear. A huge shadow loomed. Hessa, with his colossal body and glowing red eyes, said ominously, The first mate dislikes pirates. Pirates fall off the ship. After that, the pirates fell off the railing with terrifying screams, plunging downwards. Ah! After finishing his work, he frowned and sighed with displeasure. The pirates on the pirate ship shouted again, You giant, there are only crew members here, no soldiers. Apart from the giant, the rest are nothing. Shoot. Basin looked at Hessa and thought, well done. Now Hessa just needs to remove the ropes tangled on the railing. At that very moment, an arrow flew towards Hessa's body. He cried out in pain. Ow! Tears streamed from Hessa's eyes. First mate, it hurts. Basin's face went blank at the sight. He turned back in a panic and asked, What's going on? Tayanamo frowned and said, What's going on? It's natural to hurt when hit by an arrow. He said, But that person is a giant. she immediately retorted. Are giants not people? Then she said with a huff. Although Hessa tends to exaggerate a bit, if he had that physique, spoke well and was full of spirit, he would already be a general somewhere, not on this merchant ship. Hessa then huddled in a corner, sobbing. It hurts so much. Bassin felt a little helpless. That's true. After that, he slung his quiver over his shoulder and said, but I can't let the pirates board. I have to convince Hessa to buy time, and I need to find a way. Taionamo worried loudly. Captain, if you get hurt, my life is in danger. Base retorted. How can we be safe if the pirates board? Taionamo, if you tell them you're a prince from Blackscale, you might save your life. What if the pirates are intelligent beings? I'm fine, but how can I guarantee everyone else's safety? His face was filled with worry as he looked into the distance. If the other ships caught up, the pirates would board from the opposite side. No matter how giant Hessa was, he wouldn't be able to stop so many. Especially since he was a coward, they had to defeat one side before they joined forces. Taionamo tried to stop him, but Base turned and warned, if you don't want me to be an arrow target, make Hessa earn his keep. She gritted her teeth in unease, turned back, and said loudly, Hessa, didn't you board this ship because you wanted to conquer the sea? Poor Hessa replied, but it hurts too much. Hessa, that failed. Taionamo shouted again, you idiot, then you should use ranged attacks too. He was bewildered. From this side, Bass was hiding behind a wooden barrel, observing the situation. He peered over the railing at the pirates. Currently, all attention was on Hessa, but the sound he made when jumping down was the problem. What was Hessa doing? He turned around and saw Hessa holding a barrel. He shouted, he's trying to throw that barrel with all his might. Base was preparing to jump off the railing, but he hesitated at the sight, an expression of disbelief crossing his face. Hessa decided to throw the barrel down, and Base took the opportunity to jump down as well. Clear out, a shout echoed, and the barrel hit hard, shattering into pieces, and the water inside splashed out. A pirate reassured, it's all right, it's just a water barrel, just watch and dodge. Thump! Just then, Bass appeared like a ghost behind a bald pirate. Hessa from this ship was still throwing barrels and shouting, at this moment someone shouted. He's throwing again, Golden replied. How many is he going to throw? He'll just hide again if we shoot arrows anyway. The barrels continued to be thrown, and a subordinate pirate, flustered and angry, pointed a finger. Brother, the deck is breaking apart. Golden was finally startled and shouted, what, damn it, I can't let this happen. I'll climb the rope myself. Just as he was about to charge, a voice suddenly made him hesitate. Are you the captain? Base appeared with a bloodied face, holding a pirate's corpse in his hand. Golden was startled and shouted, You. Base spoke again. All the other crew members are dead. What are you going to do? Are you going to surrender? Base asked, wiping the blood from his face with a smile. Golden thought tensely, I thought this ship was an ordinary merchant vessel, but who knew it had something like this? No, aiming for the back is clever, but it's a different story if it's one-on-one. It was too late to draw his sword, but he could fight without a sword. This guy was clearly not used to fighting our tribe. Having finished his calculations, he launched an attack and shouted, Die, haha. Is he avoiding a head-on confrontation? As expected, he's a coward who only attacks from a distance. Before he could finish speaking, Bass looked up in surprise. Golden looked up in terror, and a giant shadow loomed over him. He opened his mouth in despair and shouted. Hessa seriously threw him hard, and then he roared in excitement. Hessa conquered the sea. A moment later, voices were heard. Looking at him surviving that, he must be a lobster. Captain, I have a question. Bass, if lizard folk call Astacidia people lobsters, what do they call real lobsters? She wondered. They probably think they're edible, right? They were waiting for the unconscious pirate to wake up, and she said again, I think lizard folk would hate it if they found out that the criteria they use is whether they can eat them or not. Base Golden, with one eye swollen, shouted at this moment, Of course. The two were surprised, and Base exclaimed, Oh, you're awake. He was tied to the mast, and as soon as he woke up, he hastily asked, where's my ship? Taionamo replied, our crew is steering your ship and it's following behind us. He was indignant. How could this happen? She calmly replied. Because we captured your ship. He asked again. What happened to the other two ships? Taionamo, they fled. Golden shouted. Impossible, she said again. After we defeated you, they seemed to realize our naval fleet arrived then. Golden's body trembled. My brothers abandoned me. Impossible. After that, he begged for forgiveness with an innocent face, his eyes sparkling. But please forgive me just this once. I swear I'll live an honest life from now on. Taionamo listened, frowned, and was displeased. You should be thankful we didn't throw you into the sea. We'll punish you according to Hukin's law. He was startled and shouted, if it's Rain's law, I'm a dead man. Base spoke at this moment. I'm truly sorry, but if you answer my questions honestly, I'll reconsider the punishment. He didn't understand the question. Base asserted. Well, it's up to you whether to answer or not. Golden broke out in a cold sweat, worried. Understood. Base had a gloomy expression. First question, why do Astacidia people need ships when they can sail the sea themselves? Golden and Taionamo looked up with bewildered expressions. Base turned away. Aren't you curious? I've always been curious about this. Taionamo frowned, displeased. Is that all? It just shows how ignorant you are about other races. Golden immediately explained. Of course, taking a ship is faster and less tiring than walking or swimming. And you can carry more cargo, that's the best part. Base continued. That was a personal question. Next question, where did the white spider faith originate and what kind of god is it? He replied, it's the religion of where I was born. Astacidia people live on the southern islands that go by boat from Hukin. In our region, each island has its own unique name, but in Hukin, they call those islands collectively the Southern Archipelago. Base shouted in surprise. That's the place. Then tell me more about the white spider god, he continued. The white spider god appeared 100 years ago in the form of a giant white spider. At that time the white spider god saved the chieftain from a three-tailed snake, and when the entire tribe was starving it created land shrimp for us. These miracles happened on several islands, and on some islands the white spider god is called by a different name. Base asked again. For example, Golden quickly replied. On the northernmost island closest to Hukan, some people call him the blue beetle god. Base listened, covered his mouth and laughed. Taiyanamo saw this and asked curiously, "Why are you laughing?" He still laughed and replied, "Ah, the blue beetle god is the old name for the night sky god. It means you believe in the same god as us." She listened, startled. "Providence of chaos, so far and isolated that we haven't had a chance to interact in a religious form, but to call the night sky god by a different name while plundering. I cannot forgive you." Bass's expression turned chilling as he probed. "Your entire tribe isn't pirates, are they?" Golden, flustered, hastily denied. "No, no," he shouted. "Other Astacidia people live ordinary lives in the southern archipelago. I was captured by pirates when I was young, and those pirates were absorbed by the night pirates." "That's right," Bass asked again. "Then the name night pirates didn't come from the southern archipelago," he replied in fear. That's right. They came from another continent." Bass turned back to Taiyanamo. "Another continent?" She also looked up with a suspicious expression. "Then the western continent," he agreed. "That's the most rational conclusion," Golden continued. "We only know about that continent. I heard he came from the southern continent, beyond the southern archipelago." Bass and Taiyanamo shouted in surprise. "The southern continent?" The scene quickly transitioned to the southern archipelago. Small blue islands appeared and there was a cave connected to the sea. Nebula was looking at the system screen inside the cave at this moment. Numerous character information images appeared. He scrolled through them one by one. Wisdom spoke first at this moment. "This is the first time your side has contacted us, and it's an emergency call from Rain's southern island. An interesting location," Nebula replied. "The reason I made an emergency call is because the fourth continent has been discovered." Wanda listened and her face turned pale. Wisdom and Zhang Wang were also startled. Krampus thought calmly. Nebula saw this and spoke. "It seems you already know." Krampus replied, "That's right, a group called the Night Pirates has been active in the south lately. The name Night Pirates clearly comes from the south, not the eastern or western continents. But there was no evidence, so we couldn't conclude it was a new continent." "For what reason do you think so?" When Krampus asked again, he calmly replied, "I'm not sure, I just heard that information and came here immediately. This is an area where lobsters live, but while I wasn't paying attention for a few years they were conquered by the night pirates. The losses aren't significant, but they regularly pay tribute to those guys." Wisdom spoke suspiciously. "Nebula, Astacidia people tend to exaggerate. It's possible they mistook a large island in the southern hemisphere for a continent." Zanda agreed. "That's right," Nebula explained. "But the islands of this southern archipelago cannot be called small. If it's a fleet capable of conquering the entire archipelago, its scale would be very large. If those pirates came from small islands, it would be difficult for them to form such a large fleet. Each territory has limitations in population and technological development. Therefore, everything needs to be considered further." Wisdom, "This is clearly a serious matter. Emergency calls are not meant to be used like this. According to our agreement after the last battle," he replied immediately, "we decided to use it only in cases related to an account name like Blinking. I haven't forgotten." A1026 spoke at this moment. "Wait, you think a fairly large continent is supporting the night pirates and there's a player with the account name Blinking there?" Nebula confidently replied. "I don't think so, but I am certain of this. This means an evil god, like the vampire god who appeared in the last siege, has appeared. After the battle with the vampires, a new agreement was formed among the gods of the third continent, and most importantly, there were people with the alias Obis Wemsick. Their existence, also known as Jogubi and new races, were like an enormous earthquake for the players of the continent," Nebula said again. "So I requested information from Hembia, who traveled the entire western continent, and according to him, on the first continent, that is, the western continent, there is a race called werewolves, and there is also another player with the alias Error there. Those werewolves spread like a plague, similar to vampires, but the difference is that only humans, elves, dwarves, and the human-like Nick race can turn into werewolves. And another difference is that they are very vulnerable to silver. They become stronger through transformation and are unaffected by sunlight. In that respect they are superior to vampires. But fortunately, human-like races are not heavily concentrated in the western regions, so they can be eliminated without worrying about large-scale spread." Wisdom listened and continued, "Ah, that's right. According to the game settings, they could also be related to ancient demons," Nebula asserted. "Yes, and there's a pretty important previous study in my opinion. Excluding those who gave up from the start of the game, I received questions from other continent players, and out of 27 players, I got results of 10 from the first continent, 8 from the second continent Synap, and 11 from the third continent Grand Cydia." Nebula spoke while looking at the screen notification. "Total 29, the number hasn't increased. For example, in Grand Cydia, where we are, 11 players have been confirmed, and the total of 29 includes Jogubi and the werewolf. This means that player was added after the game started." A1026 spoke again. "So Nebula, you think that player is behind the Night Pirates, has the alias Error, and was added after the game started? Ah, but if so, shouldn't Krampus have already discovered them? If they interacted with other players, it should have appeared in the player log, Krampus added. The person I met was a pirate crew associated with the Night Pirates, and the captain seemed to be an Astacidia person. I haven't met them directly, she said coldly. Then Nebula, you'll need other evidence, Nebula replied. Yes. Interacting with a new power, this message appeared. The message read, Intertribal combat established faith. He said this was evidence that the opponent was also a player, and this name appeared in the player's local history. The name that appeared in the local player history was Zaka Mukit Wyson. He added that the character Sa after the first question mark was the Sil character. Since it's pronounced Sa, let's call them Sasha from now on. He wore a bored expression. That name sounds like an evil god. Could it be a race we haven't seen yet? 2 red eyes appeared. Nebula replied again. Yes, I'll show everyone. Suddenly, pointing a finger, she exclaimed. Ah, Nebula, look behind you. Nebula calmly replied. Runda, if you're talking about the white spider without a hole behind me, there's no need to worry. Runda finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, so that was yours? I thought it was something else. He praised the spider. Well done, Helop. The spider replied. It's nothing. It's my honor to assist you. This was Helop, Nebula's creation. Runda's 2 eyes widened in surprise. Oh, is that the creature you were talking about? Krampus continued. Excellent. Not a mermaid princess, but a merman prince. His head is a fish, so what should we call him? Krampus replied again. The name of that creature is Deep One. Elda's eyes sparkled upon hearing that. Deep One, then is the next creature a dragon or Cthulhu? Nebula was confused. What's that? Elda asked with a slight smirk. Don't you know about the works of Cthulhu craft? Then he cut her off. I don't think that information is necessary. However, I think it could be important information. The attributes of the vampires you dealt with are very widely known to the public. The werewolves of the first continent are also very similar to Earth's legends, Nebula asked again. Are you saying the names of those creatures aren't coincidental, and that the race's name is a clue to their attributes? Elda asserted. Exactly. Don't you think so, unless this world was influenced by Earth's civilization, or Earth wasn't influenced by this place? Wisdom continued. After a moment of thought, Nebula exclaimed, An interesting hypothesis, Elda. You seem to know quite a lot about Deep Ones. Can you explain? She immediately replied, Of course. Deep Ones first appeared in H.P. Lovecraft's short story Dagon. Their abilities were first mentioned in The Shadow over Innsmouth. As she was enthusiastically explaining, he cut her off and told her to get to the point. Elda pouted in displeasure. They live in aquatic environments, Nebula exclaimed. You can't say that's all. Elda thought for a moment. If you're infected or influenced by a Deep One, you'll also transform like them, Runda asked again in surprise. Just interacting with this person can lead to such a result? Krampus asked again. Is their infection method the same as werewolves or vampires? Elda thought for a moment and replied. No, your blood needs to be mixed, so it's probably through cellular regeneration. They worship ancient gods like Dagon and Cthulhu, and live at cave entrances to avoid detection. In the novel, a missionary visits a seemingly ordinary village, only to discover it's a Deep One village disguised as humans. Nebula summarized. In other words, they can appear in human form, disguised as fish. If what you say is true, Deep Ones could have invaded villages without our knowledge and disguised themselves as ordinary residents. If one player doesn't notice, no inter-civilization war message will appear. Elda remembered something and continued. Their special characteristic is that they cannot live too far from the sea. Nebula, they must live near the sea. Suddenly, Wisdom raised his hand and called out. Nebula looked at him. He continued, I think there's one thing you should consider regarding the limited number of personnel in the game. He finally remembered and replied, the number of players in the world was limited to 32, wasn't it? The game limit is 32, and 27 people are from Earth. 2 new players appeared and were eliminated, and a 3rd player has appeared. 1026 asked curiously, so 2 more people will appear besides Sasha, Wisdom added. Or they might have already appeared. Who knows, Nebula explained. That's a new 4th continent. If it really is a continent, it will be quite large, so we can't be sure yet. A1026 continued glumly, we can't rule out the possibility that that continent already has considerable power, or they might have formed an alliance with each other. In that case, wouldn't it be better for our side to have an alliance even temporarily? Nebula heard that and disagreed. I don't think so. I don't know the location of the southern continent yet, but Hukan is probably the closest to it. Who knows what kind of chaos might be hidden there under the name of an alliance? In that case, we would be the most affected. Krampus pointed a finger and asked seriously, Are you sure it's not because you want to fight Sasha and manage the continent as you wish? Nebula replied. I can't say it doesn't influence my decision. Zanda, who had been silent, spoke up. Then if you want to be stubborn, be stubborn. If you want to be stubborn, go ahead. A1026 continued. I agree too, but don't forget that I can help anytime if the situation gets dangerous. Krampus asked for opinions. Since I'm closer to them, the damage from pirates will be greater. I'd like help from others. What do you all think? Nebula immediately replied. It's fine. Wisdom exclaimed at this point. Oh, Nebula, it's not a bad idea for you to act alone, Nebula explained, because Hedgen is in an all-out war with another continent. Xanda immediately replied, Understood, then I'll be leaving. Then some people disappeared from the system screen. Nebula exclaimed, that fast? He just remembered Xanda saying go. A1026 affirmed, I can help anytime. Krampus requested, I need help. Wisdom evaluated. "It's not a bad idea for you to act alone," he exclaimed. "In the end, no one said they wanted to participate. They seem eager to be the first to go to the new continent." At this moment the scene switched to the blue sea. T1 Timo was scowling at one side. She then turned her gaze to Ram and Hilavina and called out, "Captain." Basson looked back in confusion. "Why," she said with a wary expression, "is that horned person dangerous?" He immediately replied, "Probably not very dangerous, but I don't think there's much difference from human, so why do you keep emphasizing ordinary person?" T1 Timo heard that and retorted in displeasure, "Are you joking? If you say that, I think lizard folk and frog folk are not much different." Basson sweated. "They're completely different. Humans and elves are also completely different. These two races can't even have children," T1 Timo said unhappily. "In that respect the two races are quite different." Basson looked at her seriously. "But Hilavina is also just an ordinary human. She's cursed but not mad," T1 Timo whispered. "Horns aren't important. That person doesn't believe in God." Then he asked again curiously, "What if she doesn't believe? I think everyone has moments of small doubt." She opened her mouth in surprise. "An alchemist has moments of small doubt." Basson showed confidence in his guess. "Yes, I think the night sky god will understand us even in our moments of disbelief." T1 Timo sweated. "What you're saying is too difficult to understand." At this moment someone walked out and called, "Captain, several strange ships are approaching from behind." He asked again, "Are they warships?" The person replied, "They're not warships, but their speed is very fast." Basson loudly commanded, "Quickly identify which ships they belong to." Suddenly a scream erupted, making him turn around. Golden at this moment stood up and shouted, "It's the Yaban pirates. The appearance of this ship is completely different from the Zebu pirate ships. This is the main fleet from the southern continent." T1 Timo looked ahead with a worried expression, and Golden crouched trembling on the ship's railing. "Oh my God, we're dead," she exclaimed. "It seems to be true. We need to prepare for battle." But Basson just crossed his arms and calmly said, "Good," which confused T1 Timo. "Yes," he exclaimed, "I want to use cannons in this battle. How about it?" T1 Timo helplessly shook her head. "There's no other way. We'll have to rely on that. The enemy has 12 ships, twice our number." Basson looked at the pirate ships and thought, "I don't know the enemy's strength, but there's no need to fear before fighting, just charge." After that, the cannons began to be loaded and both sides closed the distance. At this moment, the pirate captain laughed excitedly. "Hee hee, lucky us, 12 ships, this time I'll be praised by Lord Yaban." Then the captain shouted, "They're not sticking together. Are they scared? Get closer. I'll kill anyone who surrenders without pain." Basson from this side waved a flag and shouted loudly, "Aim and fire." Immediately, cannonballs were fired towards the pirate ships. The attack created a shock as if tearing space. Immediately, the captain was hit by a cannonball, his head blown off and his corpse sprawled on the ship's railing. Other pirates were startled. What's going on?" Basson continued to raise the flag higher. "Shoot the remaining ships too." Immediately, other cannonballs were fired. Pirates were at this point extremely astonished and confused. "Take cover," screams erupted. Legs were severed, arms were severed, and some unfortunates lost their lives. Everything was chaotic. After a moment, Basson, seeing the pirate ships quiet down, asked himself, "Has the attack stopped?" From this side, a red pirate shouted, "Don't be scared of that strange weapon. They can't keep using it aboard the ships." Basson looked up at them. "Is it just a coincidence?" Then he ordered his subordinates to prepare to load. He internally calculated, "These guys aren't stupid. Indeed, my prediction was correct." At this moment, a pink pirate shouted triumphantly, "Board the ships. If we fight on the ships, we'll win." Basson also shouted loudly, "Second row, aim and fire." The pink pirate's face froze at this point, not understanding anything. Seeing Basson raise the flag, the pirate was confused. "Second row." Basson gritted his teeth, lowered the flag and shouted, "Fire." Immediately, cannonballs were fired towards the pirate ships and exploded. Screams erupted. "No!" From this side, Basson rolled up the flag and thought, "The weakness is the long reload time. I just need to maintain distance and shoot. Isn't this something that should naturally be considered?" Then he turned around and said, "Tian, let's widen the distance now to buy time to reload." Tianamo immediately replied, "Ah yes." Their ships began to move. Basson fell into thought again. "Our mission is to safely transport the cannons and gunpowder. There's no need to eliminate all the pirates, but if they insist on charging, that's a different story." At this moment, a pink pirate barely managed to crawl up and shouted, "Damn it!" The remaining survivors re-rigged the damaged sails and pressed forward. His face was filled with rage. "The power of that weapon is very great, but it will be difficult to destroy the ships. If we just get close, we'll have a chance to win." From this side, Basson's eyes sharpened. As expected, these guys aren't brainless. It'll be difficult for the cannons to inflict critical damage on the ships now. Then I'll use something bigger. Having thought that, he once again commanded loudly, "Prepare the large cannon." Immediately, a giant cannon was dragged out, its muzzle aimed directly at the pirate ships. The pirates, seeing it, instantly cowered. What's that?" A huge cannonball was fired straight forward, striking the pirate ships, causing a large section to be damaged. A large hole pierced through the opposite side of the ship. The ship rapidly filled with seawater and shattered into pieces. Their screams erupted. "Live live." The ship's broken, abandoned ship. They leaped into the sea. Nebula was in the air at this moment. Observing the situation below, he smiled contentedly and exclaimed, "Well done. Luring the pirates here to test the power of the cannons was a good strategy. They defeated the pirates with almost no damage. Since Hilavina is here, there's no problem even if the experiment fails." Moreover, Basson also performed better than expected and gained an additional skill. New command skill, leadership level up. In Rack's era, strategies and tactics were also used, but at that time individual warriors could mostly turn the tide of a situation. However, after the advent of firearms, combat power became standardized and the command system became more important than before. A commander? Truly exciting. After that, Basson received a secret order to eliminate the pirates, and in just 1 month he occupied the southern islands. Luring the pirates here to test the power of the cannons was a good strategy. I used Hellup to chase away the pirates occupying the southern archipelago and lure them to the villages they were targeting. Basson also performed better than expected and gained an additional skill. Ben-Oran new command skill, leadership level up. Nebula smiled with satisfaction. Commander is a good skill to use in this era. Truly exciting. After that, Basson received a secret order to eliminate the pirates and within a month they occupied the southern islands. The scene transitioned to the beach of a deserted island. Those on the ship stopped here, set up camp and rested. Basson, holding a wine glass, was deep in thought, saying, "By His Majesty's order we successfully repelled the pirate fleet this month, but it seems we cannot leave this place yet." Taianamo didn't understand, but Hilavina, sitting beside him, calmly answered on his behalf. "The southern archipelago is merely an occupied territory. Their stronghold must be elsewhere," Basson continued. "I heard there are 2 islands near the southern archipelago. One is Omer, and the other is Doton," Taianamo asked. "Isn't Omer an island west of the southern archipelago? It's close to Danian, so it could be used as a base for pirates appearing in Danian." Hilavina calmly explained. "Doton is quite far to the south. It's close to the southern continent, so it's likely to be the base of the Yaban pirates," Basson continued. "We have sufficiently trained our soldiers in cannon tactics, but we cannot divide our forces, so we must conquer one location first." Just then another person appeared, surprising everyone. "Don't worry, we have already occupied Omer Island," Hilavina exclaimed in surprise. Madari walked over and replied, "Ah, Hilavina, long time no see." Basson looked up at him and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Hilavina replied, "Yes." Madari calmly sat down and introduced himself. "I am the alchemist Madari, Prince Basson," Basson asked with wary eyes. "An alchemist? How do you know my name?" His eyes darted to one side. "Are those your companions?" Just then a group of knights approached menacingly, and Basson immediately stood up and shouted, "Send a messenger to General Ian of the warship to prepare the soldiers and stand ready for battle." Madari calmly sat and reassured him. "There's no need to be wary, we just want to drive out those pirates as quickly as possible," Basson said. "I see. I hear you came on Danian merchant ships so the Asticidian people wouldn't be wary, but how can we be at ease when Salmian soldiers come on Danian ships?" Just then a person approached and called out, "Madari, so you were here." Madari turned and replied, "Ah, General, please don't come too close. His Royal Highness the Grand Prince of Blackscale is here." The general approached Basson, extended his hand and introduced himself. "You must be the prince." "I am General Oldor Mayan of Salmian," Basson asked again. "Are you the one in charge of these ships?" He laughed and replied, "That's right, don't be too nervous, we just came on Danian ships because Salmian had no ships to send south. We have no intention of causing conflict with Blackscale. So we decided to cooperate because our ally Danian is being troubled by pirates. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate criminals like pirates as quickly as possible?" He listened and sighed. "Ah, I see. Recently these pirates even reached our southern archipelago in Blackscale, and we just drove them out so you won't have anything to do." "Oldor Mayan, is that so? I thought Blackscale never considered the southern archipelago its territory. Only barbarians live there after all," Basson calmly replied. "We respect the autonomy of the Asticidian people and have consistently received tribute from them. Moreover, we believe in the same god," he continued. "Isn't the name of the god worshipped on our side different from Blackscale's? Here, they call him the White Spider God," Basson immediately explained. "That god is the same as the Night Sky God. Our tribe's priest will soon come down to confirm it precisely." And he thought seriously, "These bastards, if we had delayed even a little, they would have declared both Omer and the southern archipelago their own territory. Salmian coming on Danian ships now means the 2 nations have already joined forces. Ultimately, Mongoon and Jerma, all 5 nations, are likely to get involved. For now, there won't be an all-out war with Blackscale, but competition will be unavoidable. The ultimate goal is clearly the path to the southern continent. For now, there seems to be no way to eliminate them." Having thought that, Basson asked, "Then do you plan to go to Doton Island?" Oldor Mayan replied, "Yes, and further if necessary." He listened and smiled faintly. "Indeed, then enjoy the festival until then." The next morning the ship set sail again. Not just one, but a group of ships traveled close together. Taianamo looked back and said, "Mangun's ships have also joined. Do they intend to claim rights to Doton after defeating the pirates?" Basson also looked back and replied, "They've probably reached an agreement with each other." She listened and clutched her head, looking exhausted. "I thought they were exploring the eastern mountain range, but how did it come to this? This isn't part of the contract, and we're merchant ships, the shame of the pirate fleet." Basson calmly said, "There's no other way. Now that things have come to this, we can't miss out either. Besides, it seems the Night Sky God is watching this region." Taianamo then remembered that and shed tears. "Ah, the Night Sky God." Just then a blue-haired girl clung to Ramka, looking in one direction and exclaiming in surprise, "It's a pirate fleet ahead. How many ships are there?" Ahead, ships packed tightly blocked their path. Nebula quietly observed the situation from elsewhere. Frowning, he said, as if unable to understand. "No, where on earth did these pirates get their ships?" Moreover, the map is in such a state that it's difficult to send reconnaissance resources. To get an accurate grasp, I'll have to go directly to the southern continent. Otherwise, this is a divine seal, and if so, their level must be at least 19. Nebula analyzed the situation. Also, the pirates' actions are too strange. The distance between the two sides is unnecessarily too wide. Perhaps when Basson stood calmly, a loud noise was heard, Your Highness, a subordinate reported hastily. The night sky god has spoken. He said to be careful. He listened, startled, and grew serious. Then he quickly shouted a warning, slow down the ship. The subordinates immediately replied, yes, and obeyed. On this side, the knights were puzzled by the sudden silence. What's going on? One person reported. General Blackscale's ship is slowing down, Oldor Mayan said with a contemptuous expression. He's just a pampered prince, so he must lack combat experience. He's probably intimidated by the enemy's numbers and trying to buy time to make a plan, and he loudly commanded. Don't miss this opportunity. Go forth, wipe out the pirates, and claim more rights. However, after a moment, a gigantic shadow loomed over the ship. He and his soldiers looked up in terror. A huge tentacle shot up into the sky, and Oldor Mayan's face turned pale as he shouted, Kraken! However, the tentacle struck down powerfully, shattering a part of the ship. Those standing there couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying, followed by other tentacles rising and attacking the ship. Confused screams rang out. Those still standing immediately swung their weapons and cut off the tentacles. Damn it, Nebula finally understood. As expected, after a moment the roots of the tentacles were revealed. A colossal monster was submerged in the water. Nebula observed the monster from here and exclaimed, its body alone must be about 500 meters. Fortunately, I noticed in time and dodged. However, at this moment, Krampus appeared on the screen, pointing a finger at Nebula with an angry face and shouting, You knew about this? Nebula hastily explained. I just found out. Sorry I couldn't tell you in advance. Krampus puffed out angry breaths. Then he interrogated, This is your plan, isn't it? He laughed and denied, No, if I could use it I would have used it already. You can't control your beards either. Those guys down there probably had some ulterior motive, and he looked at the pirates swimming below the Kraken and thought, the guys in the water aren't being attacked by the Kraken. Did we tame it, or is it related to an ancient demon, so they're in symbiosis? Having thought that, he spoke out a warning, Krampus, watch out for the second attack. The guys in the water are coming up. They'll attack by climbing the Kraken's tentacles, Krampus said with a pale face. Then I'll warn you about the third attack. The pirate fleet is coming. It seems they want to concentrate their forces to prevent us from escaping the Kraken's attack. What do you plan to do? Nebula calmly retorted. You don't need my help for such a minor matter, do you? Krampus gritted his teeth in anger. He advised. Just need to use what you're hiding. On the sea, the ship continued to be destroyed by the tentacles. Screams rang out. Cut off the tentacles. Chop them with axes. Don't get too close. Oldor Mayan shouted cruelly. Leave those who are caught. Just then a subordinate called out in panic, Commander, the mast. At this moment a tentacle tightly wrapped around the mast, and after a moment the mast snapped and fell. Just then a hand appeared and caught the mast. Midari appeared and said with displeasure, How noisy. The spirit asked at this moment, Aren't you afraid? He held a brush and painted, replying, I'm afraid, but it doesn't help me with what I have to do. At this moment Midari drew a magic circle on the ship's deck. Having completed it, he said, It's ready. Just then Oldor Mayan also rushed in a panic and loudly called out to Midari. Midari turned and smiled. Commander Oldor Mayan. Just then a ray of light burst forth. Oldor Mayan asked in a flustered tone, What are you trying to do with this? Midari entered the magic circle and said, The reason King Deldin of Salmion hired me and sent me to the southern sea, and the reason you chased after me, he exclaimed joyfully. Isn't it for magic? Well done. Kraken's tentacles. Midari cut him off. How many ships are there within a 300-mile radius? Oldor Mayan replied. About 10 ships, he asked again. About 10 ships? What races are on board? He listed them. Mostly orcs, but also elves, fairies, and satyrs. There are also quite a few slaves, so it's difficult to know precisely. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed, There's also one Garuda. Midari quickly completed the magic circle and stepped inside. Thank you for the information. If there's any wrong information, it's your fault. Now I need to concentrate, so please leave, he said with an eerie expression. Immediately, a powerful force emanated from the ship. The butterfly spirit asked, Shall we begin? Midari replied. Then the spirit read a magic spell. According to that magic spell, Midari's eyes shone brightly, and his power erupted even more fiercely. Midari's eyes flashed, and a magic circle appeared within his pupils. A voice echoed, I will show you magic. That power covered the ship below, and the energy seemed to sweep everything away. Oldor Mayan barely held on. He squinted and surveyed the situation, then showed an expression filled with surprise and joy. The Kraken's tentacles were bound by that power, frozen, and after a moment they began to crack as if struck by a rock. After a moment the tentacles exploded and fragments rained down like hail. Oldor Mayan, sweating profusely, shouted, What? A subordinate behind him pointed and called out, Commander, this way. The sea was peaceful as before. The knight shouted, Oh, my twisted tie! Everyone was very surprised. Oldor Mayan at this moment exclaimed inwardly, Amazing, no wonder His Majesty wanted that fellow so much. Just then an orc, affected by the magic, swung its weapon, but Midari appeared in time and the orc's body froze. Good, the magic worked. You should have told me earlier that there were orcs among the slaves. Oldor Mayan was startled and backed away. Midori gazed into the distance, looking at a seagull flying in the sky, and thought. Nebula at this moment observed the situation through the system screen and thought, time stop magic would be the most appropriate magic right now. Is this also a kind of display? Nebula thought and looked down, smiling faintly. That fellow seems to want something too. Midori also looked up at the sky at this moment, showing confident eyes as if looking at him. After a moment the ships continued to sail across the sea again. Exclamations of admiration erupted. Magic is truly amazing, that's right. Basin leaned on Ramka, gazing into the distance, and thought, besides the Kraken, the pirates were also very strong. Without Garuda's magic this battle would not have been easy. And he thought again, now that the Kraken has been dealt with by magic, Danian and Mangan's ships can come in and drive out those bastards, otherwise our fleet will surely be separated and suffer heavy damage. Salmion has already revealed the power of their mages, so they'll try to secure a dominant position when entering the new continent. The pirates don't seem like they'll give up easily. After all, their ships weren't heavily damaged in this battle, and if the power behind them has Legion-level forces, there must be quite a few other ships as well. Basin was impressed. Just then an urgent report rang out. Commander, Doden Island is visible, but something is approaching us from under the water at high speed. Basin asked again. What is it? Be more specific. The subordinates were observing the situation from above with flustered expressions. It was a fish. At that moment a fin shot out of the water. The fish had wings, and a person was riding on it. Winged fish with formidable teeth flew above the sea. Something was approaching at tremendous speed underwater. Basin hastily directed the situation. General Ian, enemy, point the cannons. Tion, stop the ship. The two quickly carried out their orders. Yes sir, he reminded the others. Everyone stay alert and prepare for battle. At this, Basin's ship quickly came to a halt on the sea. On Old Ormayan's side a subordinate reported urgently. General, Blackscale's ship has stopped. He immediately ordered, slow our ship down too. Observe the situation carefully. What is that? A swarm of winged fish are charging towards the ship from underwater. Old Ormayan's eyes sharpened. Could it be fish? Before he could even think, the swarm of winged fish shot out of the water, and the pirates riding them swung their weapons and attacked. A knight, unable to dodge, was impaled through the chest by their spear. Thus the winged fish, in cooperation with the pirates, threw the knight order's ships into chaos. Old Ormayan, holding up his shield to block, exclaimed in dismay. What are those things? They're laughing as if mocking us. Confused screams rang out. Get off the railing, duck! Knights who fell into the water cried out in terror. Help me! After that, several pirates leaped down and attacked. Basin's ship nearby detected movement ahead. Basin said, after those knights are swept away by the fish, the enemies will be thrown onto the deck. The creatures waiting below the ship will finish them off. General Ian continued, what if our entire force hides below deck? He immediately pointed at the swarm of winged fish. No, look there. If we leave the deck empty, creatures from the deep sea will crawl up. Even a moment of carelessness and they'll take over the ship. We can't use the cannons effectively with this number. And when their main force arrives, we'll be overwhelmed. General Ian turned and asked, then what should we do? Basin smiled slightly, reassuring him. Don't overthink it. We're on the sea, but they're basically cavalry. We'll deal with them as we would on land. At this, the swarm of winged fish charged towards Basin's ship. A pirate riding a winged fish thought, they don't seem to have prepared any special measures. Just like before, we'll throw the soldiers off the deck and then the infantry will crawl up and take over the ship. He calculated thus. After that, the lead fish opened its mouth wide and charged. The pirate on it threw a spear and shouted, for our dark light. Suddenly his expression stiffened and became blank. Damn it! Below, soldiers stood on the ship's railing, spears at the ready, waiting. The winged fish hastily changed direction, twisting its body inside the ship to avoid the sharp spears. The pirate breathed a sigh of relief. I dodged it. After that he shouted again, these damn bastards are trying something sneaky. Arg! Before he could finish speaking, the giant foot appeared. Hesso appeared, swinging his fist, gnashing his teeth and growling. The first mate does not yield to the sea. Immediately the fellow flew towards the winged fish. The swarm of winged fish appeared quickly again. Soon after, Basin also stood in formation, spear at the ready, thinking to himself, they've arrived. The winged fish, grazed by the spears, had their bodies torn and bled. Screaming in pain, the fish fell with the pirates. One by one, Basin immediately impaled and killed the falling pirates with his spear. After that, he shouted again to remind them, don't aim for the fish's teeth, their real weapons are spears. Don't chase and stab, hold your spears tight and hold your ground. His subordinates replied, yes sir. Other attacks also rained down on the winged fish. Basin thought at this moment, good, it's working. It looks like a new tactic, but it's just a variation of existing tactics. Fortunately, we've learned how to deal with cavalry. In fact, it's easier to deal with them than on land. Cockatoo cavalry are too fast to easily dodge spears, but fish cavalry are different. It's difficult to change direction the moment they leap. It seems they're starting to imitate us too, but the battle doesn't seem to be ending here. A subordinate, still scouting from afar, reported loudly. Your Highness, there are pirate ships ahead. Basin heard and said to himself, just as I thought. A fleet of about 120 pirate ships appeared quickly. The previous battle was not yet over. If the pirates charged, the ships could get tangled, making cannon use even more difficult. He thought and turned, saying loudly, Captain, full speed ahead. Tayanamo quickly replied, understood, full speed ahead. Immediately their ship increased speed and began to move forward. Tayanamo looked ahead and asked, but Commander, I want to be sure. Are we fighting them alone? Basin calmly replied, if we go first, the others will follow. She heard and shed tears. Really, but we were alone just now. He continued to calculate. It might take longer than I thought. Then I need to buy time. Just then he sensed a sound and looked up at the sky. Midori was flying in the air, looking down and beginning to wonder. Why? Basin asked again, as if unable to understand. What do you mean? Garuda Midori reminded him with cold eyes. If cannons are fired when hundreds of pirate ships and allied naval forces are tangled, both sides could be destroyed, Basin asked. You mean I would attack my own side? Midori asked again, as if unable to understand. Your own side isn't Blackscale at odds with other nations. It could be justified by saying it's necessary to stop the pirates, Basin then scoffed. It's truly surprising to hear such words from you. Is this question merely out of curiosity? Do you all really hope we'll do that? Midori was about to say something. Basin loudly cut him off. No, even without you, I would still make that choice. He turned and went to the railing. This battle isn't over yet. I can't guarantee that those 120 ships are all they have. Chasing only immediate gains is not wise. Garuda Midori heard and quietly stared at him with sharp eyes. After a moment he let out an exclamation of admiration. Come to think of it, their lizard folk god is quite similar. Basin turned coldly and asked. What are you saying? Midori hastily explained. Nothing. The reason I came here is because I thought my power would be needed soon. You should prepare. Basin heard and turned his back, thinking, a dangerous fellow is coming. At this, a grotesque monster was charging from underwater. The blue monster, bound by enormous chains, was dragging a ship and seemed very excited. A pirate boss at this moment revealed his grim teeth and shouted maniacally, Charge! Destroy their ships! This is the pirate captain. Priest of the night cult. The huge monster was still dragging chains underwater, and suddenly revealed cold eyes, saying, Damn you, Yabun, after I kill these guys, you're next. Tale of the ancient sea dragon. This is called Sephin, Yabun shouted loudly. Come on, how dare a wretch like you defy the great god of the deep sea? This time I'll defeat these guys and advance to the continent to become the leader of the cult. Nebula, observing the situation through the system screen, exclaimed, Car Serpent, this is a ferocious deity. Elda asked from the side. So the deep sea creatures have tamed a ferocious deity? He replied. I don't know how they did it. Ferocious monsters and deities are basically enemies that players must defeat, and should be treated as monsters. Since they are territories to be hunted for loot, it's very difficult to manipulate them according to a player's objective. Perhaps it's possible because they are an evil god, or maybe Sasha has obtained a unique territory. Having finished speaking, Nebula thought again. I once obtained a unique territory after eliminating Jogubi, and it was a corpse territory. It was a unique territory I had never seen before, so could that guy also have such a unique territory? Damn it, the pirate ships are already this close. Elda at this moment pointed frantically and said, If we leave them like this, they'll collide. Are you still not going to help? Nebula still replied calmly, I'll only step in when necessary, but I don't think we need to worry. He noticed Madari's excited expression about the battle. Basin at this time began to attack the pirate ships with cannons, but the cannonballs had no effect. Ram saw it and exclaimed in surprise, The cannons are useless. Basin was gloomy for a moment. After that he said loudly again, Prepare the large cannon, lower the angle, and fire directly forward. Midori evaluated from the side. The success rate is very low. Basin turned back unpleasantly and asked, What do you mean? He calmly explained. There's no guarantee that the monster will meekly take the cannonball, and it's not certain if the large cannon can even damage that monster. Basin heard and scoffed, gnashing his teeth. HMPH, listen, according to Blackscale military law, anyone who discourages soldiers during wartime must pay with their lives. Midori stepped forward. I will help, Basin hastily asked. You're going to use magic? He replied. Yes, but magic cannot be used indiscriminately. Prerequisites are needed. First, I need to touch that monster, and it needs to be tied up so it can't move. I need at least the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Basin asked with a blank expression. Is that all? Midori continued. I plan to draw a magic circle on the deck and encircle the monster. Once the magic circle is complete, I need someone to protect it from being destroyed. He asked again. Anything else? He replied with a smile. I need one more person to protect me at the very end, as I need to concentrate until the final moment. Basin was still a little worried. If those conditions can be met, can you definitely eliminate that monster? Midori scoffed. Your words are too easy. Do you think what I said is so simple? If all conditions can be met, I guarantee I can definitely eliminate that monster. Only then did Basin breathe a sigh of relief. Very well then. After that, he raised a flag and signaled to his nearby ship. Tiwantimo exclaimed with a flustered expression, What, Commander, what did you just say? Are you crazy? Basin turned and scoffed. Of course. Tiwantimo's face turned pale and she said in disbelief, Charging head-on like this is madness. No one in their right mind would think like this. She grabbed a rope and exclaimed, He's truly crazy. Basin simultaneously turned and shouted, Hessa, order everyone to prepare for the charge. Hessa at this moment took a deep breath, gathered his strength, and then stretched his body and shouted with all his might, Prepare for the charge. Basin turned and urged Ram. He's ready. Fire. Car Serpent at this moment opened its mouth wide and charged as if to swallow the ship. The cannon fired a huge cannonball. Charge! The cannonball flew towards the pirate's lead ship. Gunners fall back. A shout echoed, and their three ships charged towards the pirate's lead ship. Black smoke rose. Serpent at this moment gnashed its teeth in anger. These damn bastards. After that, it opened its mouth and swallowed one of Blackscale's soldiers. Basin shouted again. Everyone draw your bows. The monster is trapped at the front of the ship and can't move, Midori quickly reported. Prince Basin, I have finished drawing the magic circle on the ship. Now I need to draw 3 more magic circles in other locations and also on the ships on both sides. He immediately said, "Call my name and go. I will first board the enemy's flagship and clear the way." Having spoken, he turned. Midari replied. "Understood." Basen turned and said again, "By the way, I'm sorry, Tayanamo." Tayanamo said cheerfully, "It's all right. This ship is just a pawn on the chessboard now, Commander. Do what you need to do." Basen at this moment drew his sword and leapt onto the pirate ship. "Thank you for your words." Suddenly a voice that made Basen flinch rang out. Commander Hilavina followed, leaping onto the ship with a serious expression. He exclaimed in surprise, "Alchemist." After that he pointed a finger and said, "It's dangerous here." "Go back to that filthy pirate place," she calmly replied. "No, I came here for this moment," Basen shouted loudly. "What are you talking about?" Suddenly an axe flew towards them, and an eerie laugh echoed. Basen turned coldly. Yabin said triumphantly, "Are you the leader? Lucky for me. That lizard folk fellow." Basen turned and pressed him. "Are you Yabin? Then all the better." Yabin shouted maniacally. "Charge!" Basen also began to charge. The two's attacks sparked and Yabin revealed his grim teeth and scoffed, "Ha ha ha, you damn bastards, you're just buying time to use magic, aren't you?" "It's useless to resist," he said, swinging his weapon. After that he slashed down. Basen gnashed his teeth, blocked the force and leaned back to avoid the attack. Basen, facing him, thought, "This guy won't go down easily." After that he spoke. "Do you know anything about magic?" Yabin replied. "Mages are always like that. They sacrifice others to buy time, and while they do that, what are they going to do? Don't you think it's unfair?" His expression was very cunning. Basen immediately denied, "No, we're not that close." He laughed again. "Ha ha ha, really? What a shame. Tell your mage it's too late." Basen was startled to hear this. The car serpent then rose above the water again. Basen was greatly worried. Damn it, at this rate, the car serpent will escape. Suddenly, Midari landed on the ship's deck and reassured him, "Don't worry, Prince Basen, it's not too late yet." His eyes shone and his expression was very confident. Midari drew a magic circle encompassing the space where the four ships collided and the power spread outwards. Yabin at this moment opened his mouth wide in surprise and said nothing. After a moment there was no movement. Basen and Midari waited in silence. Yabin pointed his finger again and laughed loudly. "Ha, I knew it. It failed. If the magic circle is distorted, the magic will fail." Or perhaps he stumbled while chanting the spell. Such a complex spell couldn't possibly succeed in this chaos, however. Before he finished speaking, the magic circle began to activate, and a huge shock spread, shaking the ship, and an additional pressure was applied, pressing down on the pirates. They knelt and covered their ears, and Basen also clutched his head in pain. Affected by the pressure, he could no longer endure it, and shouted at Midari, who was staggering beside him, "What have you done, Garuda? Now neither friend nor foe can fight." He smiled confidently and replied, "Wait, it hasn't even begun yet." A crimson wave of power erupted from the magic circle. The two turned back. Basen, after seeing it, shouted in confusion, "What is that?" A shadow. His eyes were filled with unease. No, a huge arm stretched out from the magic circle, and that hand began to move, pressing down on the pirates. Screams erupted. "Ah, what is that?" Basen cautiously asked Midari. "Is that a giant's hand?" He replied with a slight swagger, "Your Highness is quick-witted. It's a summoning spell." Basen was startled and exclaimed, "A summoning spell?" he asserted. "That's right, magic circles can act like gates between worlds, and I opened a gate to summon something called an ancient talisman. Entity from another world." Giant hands sprang out and began to squeeze the pirates one by one on the ship. Basen frowned and assessed. "It seems to be looking for something." Midari calmly said, "It's looking for me. The Hand of Talisman is a spell that angers Talisman. Imagine this. You're taking a nap on a sunny autumn hill and suddenly an ant crawls near your ear, waking you up. Wouldn't you be annoyed? How dare this tiny ant bother me? And if you discover an ant nest right next to you?" As he spoke, he pointed his finger forward. "You would stick your finger right into that ant nest." Just then a hand squeezed a body into a puddle of blood. Basen said worriedly, "Then isn't it very dangerous?" Midari looked into the distance and pondered. "Magic is inherently dangerous, but I am fully prepared. Magic always comes with rules. First, the Hand of Talisman only recognizes entities deep within this world. And second, Talisman considers that monster to be me, the summoner." The giant hand reached down to the car serpent's head. Yabin leaned out from the mast and shouted, "You foolish sea serpent, bite off that useless hand." The car serpent immediately opened its mouth and bit the giant wrist, then was startled to see other hands extending. The scene was too horrifying to escape. After a moment, the car serpent's neck was tightly gripped by one hand and various parts of its body were firmly clasped by other hands. Screams erupted from it. And finally, the car serpent's body was torn apart piece by piece by the giant hands and blood flowed, creating a very gruesome sight. The other pirates were horrified by the bloody spectacle. "Sea serpent, oh my gods!" Basen also slumped down helplessly, marveling. "Now I truly understand how dangerous magic can be." Midari sat beside him, frowning in agreement. "Precisely, that's why you shouldn't draw the magic circle too large. If it's too big, not just hands or arms, but more things will crawl out and it will become uncontrollable." Basen pondered. "Uncontrollable?" He then stood up. "I want to keep observing that hand, but I must also capture Yabin while I have this chance." Midari said, "Then I will keep an eye on that hand." He then walked away. "Then I'll go first." Midari remained, pondering, looking to one side, and after a moment said, "Good, everything is proceeding according to plan." The car serpent was then being torn apart piece by the giant hands. Yabin hastily fled at this moment. As he fled, he thought in panic, "Damn it, what went wrong? The strategy, the tactics, their new weapons. The Pope's knights were defeated before even fighting. Even the sea nomads bestowed by the high priest were torn to shreds. If those guys are also there, our side will be annihilated soon. If I hadn't fallen into the sea, I could have suppressed them enough." It's all because I've been weakened by power struggles. As he thought in silence, a voice was heard. Pirate Yabun? He turned back in panic. Basin approached and coldly declared, by the will of King Kai Orion of Blackscale, I will punish you. However, Yabun still shouted arrogantly, ridiculous, if I die it is the will of the deep-sea god. It has nothing to do with a lowly king like you. His eyes gleamed sharply as he shouted, deep-sea god. Yabun charged in a fit of rage, shouting loudly, who allowed you to utter our god's name so carelessly? He brought his axe down on Basin with all his might. He retreated and dodged, thinking, he's truly strong. A warrior who has fought countless battles, stronger and more experienced than me. Perhaps it was a mistake for me to come here directly. Basin clenched his teeth and worried. No, even if I can't completely wipe them out, I must defeat this leader. Yabun saw him constantly evading and became arrogant. Careless, however, Basin had already dropped his sword to one side. Yabun became even more arrogant. Is that all you've got? At this moment, 3 other subordinates appeared behind Basin. He coldly snorted and calculated internally. One more hit might kill him, but there are too many lizard folk around, so it's better to retreat for a moment. Thinking this, he turned and fled. Basin secretly drew a dagger and thought internally, you are very strong, but in the end you are nothing but a coward. Just then the dagger flew and embedded itself in Yabun's back and blood spurted out. He shouted in panic, you coward. He stood up and sneered, drawing another sword. I always have a backup weapon ready. That is what our ancestors taught us. A moment later, Yabun was impaled on a spear and suspended in the air, and the pirates were horrified at the sight, shouting, the commander is dead. Flee. Turn the ships around. Basin then returned to his ship and asked, how is the situation? His subordinate replied, Commander Basin, there are still remnants. It seems it's not completely over yet. He then asked, then what about the magic? The two looked to the other side, and Basin's expression became serious. The giant hands were then drawing a magic circle on the ship's deck, and the magic circle was quickly completed and began to activate. Blood-red traces glowed eerily. Basin, sensing danger, immediately turned back and shouted loudly, Garuda Madari, where are you? Why aren't you here? Where did he go? Strange. Seeing a huge finger with sharp claws pressing down, he was horrified. That is too dangerous. The finger then pressed the center of the magic circle. Basin swung his sword and worriedly cursed. Damn it, is it too late? He tried to charge, but at this moment a hand grabbed him. Hilavina calmly looked up and said, it's not necessary. Basin was bewildered, but said, but those hands will cast a spell. She replied, I saw it beforehand, so there's no problem. The fingers continued to draw. Basin was curious. Why is nothing happening? Did Taliesin fail to cast the spell? Hilavina asserted. That's right, she explained. Magic must follow specific rules and requires very precise and finely tuned techniques. Even the slightest mistake will cause the spell to fail and disappear. But with innate ability and magical knowledge, I can induce those small mistakes. However, she reminded him, let's switch to another ship. Madari set the rule to only recognize entities deep within the sea, but if it runs wild blindly, our allies could also be harmed. This is a creature from another world with its own will and desires. It also possesses knowledge that we cannot comprehend. Basin still frowned, worried. Then switching ships will be even harder. That seems even more dangerous than the pirates. Hilavina immediately denied. No, I can stay here and oversee it. He asked, then what about Madari? Hilavina reminded him again. Don't trust Madari. He didn't become a mage by conventional means. When the asbestos knights attacked the tower, the alchemists scattered or died. I was lucky enough to escape to Hukan, but most couldn't escape asbestos and were captured. He absorbed all their knowledge, but only Madari acquired all that knowledge, and reappeared as a mage, so he must have betrayed the others. That is why I am here. My knowledge and skills are among the few things that can counter magic. There is no problem with how the hand of Taliesin was summoned, but that very thing could pose a danger to our side. Didn't you see him use magic? If I hadn't stopped him, everyone would have been in danger. Basin was still slightly suspicious. Is this woman trying to say that this was originally Madari's plot? Isn't it too hasty to conclude that? Suddenly at this moment a loud laugh erupted from behind the two. Ha 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 ha. Madari approached and said, truly disappointing. Hilavina, I didn't think our friendship was so shallow. Hilavina calmly retorted, friendship? When did we ever have such a thing? You and I are like cows and chickens, completely unrelated. As she spoke, she pointed to her horns. Madari frowned, staring at her silently, then dotted 3 points. Ha, wait, who's comparing us like that? Indeed, the top student is different. I poured my heart and soul into you, Hilavina retorted. Where? Basin, standing nearby, imagined the two as actual cows and chickens and cleared his throat, suppressing his laughter. He scratched his head, feeling a little helpless. Stop it, I seem to have caused a misunderstanding. Let me explain in detail. The hand of Taliesin's spell is recorded in my master's book. It said that if we left it alone it could come to this land. Hilavina was about to continue. If so, but he again said, no, Hilavina, I somewhat expected you to be able to stop it. Of course it was a gamble, but it succeeded in the end, didn't it? And there's a reason why I did this, Hilavina asked suspiciously. A reason? Madari again asked. Prince Basin, how many spies do you think are on the Blackscale ship? Basin quickly replied. Since my plan was exposed and failed, probably about 10. Madari listened and analyzed. Then among them, how many people would have seen the hand of Taliesin pass by after I defeated the sea monster with magic? Basin frowned and pondered. Maybe 1 or 2, Madari marveled. Lucky. He was startled to hear this. Why is it lucky if there are spies? He immediately explained. Because those spies will report that I tried to deceive Blackscale and inflict great damage, Basson scoffed. Ah, so you acted with the spies' reports in mind. You commanded and controlled this ship to attack Blackscale. And you tried to achieve that by having the Hand of Talazan cast a spell. However, unfortunately, Hilavina stopped it, and you failed. If reported that way, everything will look like your loyalty as an asbestos mage. Madari explained as such. Basson listened and quickly drew his sword, exclaiming, "Then we must fight." Madari also moved forward. Since my plan was exposed and thwarted, you will interrogate and threaten me, and a cornered mage will make a final stand. His eyes were sharp. Basson retorted, "Is that how you want it to appear?" Madari calmly replied. "Of course this is merely an act, but it would be even better if it were a story where I subjugate your highness. No matter what happens, the meaning is the same." He was already beginning to grow cold. "What are you talking about, mage?" However, he looked down at his hands and smiled bitterly. "We are the ones showing generosity here. I'll give you a little leeway." Madari stabbed his sword towards Basson, attacking first. The scene shifted to the beach of an island. Two groups of people docked their ships here and rested. Basson's party confronted Old Ormayan's knights. Madari stood behind Basson. He spoke first. "We will return the mage who attacked us. Don't you think the compensation you're offering is too little?" Old Ormayan replied. "We believe we have compensated enough. Please consider that the Allied Navy is twice as strong," Basson sighed, pointing at Madari. "In exchange for returning Dr. Madari, we demand a few days' ceasefire and sovereignty over some of the Dotan Islands." It was a losing deal for the Allied Navy. Furthermore, the wizard belonged to Asbestos, so Asbestos would have to compensate the other Allied forces for what they had done to Blackscale. Old Ormayan calculated inwardly. "Good. When the truce ends, I can retake Dotan Island. With this wizard, I can win any war." Thus, the surrender of the Yaban pirate fleet was completed. As night fell, the ship floated on the sea, and inside a knight reported to Old Ormayan. "We will arrive in Baron tomorrow," he reminded them. "Yes, we must store as many goods as possible during the truce," he thought again. "Blackscale might retaliate for this, so I should warn Madari." And Old Ormayan opened the cabin door, calling Madari. Madari, who was drawing magical symbols in the room, turned and calmly said, "Oh, it's you? I thought a priest from the Sochisan church had entered," and was surprised. Old Ormayan asked in confusion, "What are these magic circles? What are you doing? Why are you recklessly drawing magic circles on the ship?" He laughed and replied, "These things, I'm sorry, but these are essential spells." And Madari pointed to one magic circle and said, "For example, this one blocks the gaze of the gods. It can only block the gods' attention for a short time, but without it, Sochisan might have intervened while I was playing along with Ben. HMPH or the god of night sky might have helped, but the fact that I'm still alive means it succeeded." Old Ormayan was filled with worry and anger. "What on earth are you talking about?" Madari pointed at him again. "Look, there's a magic circle under your feet." Old Ormayan was standing on a magic circle, and Madari said with a strange expression, "It's a powerful fire spell." Immediately, Old Ormayan was engulfed by the power emanating from the magic circle. He felt as if he was burning. Madari spoke again. "Don't worry. The fire created by the magic spell won't spread to the ship." Old Ormayan was burned to ashes in the flames. The spirit said at this moment, "It's time to begin," Madari thought. Now there's only one last thing to take care of. The magic circle under his feet also glowed blood red. The magic circles on the walls also began to activate, emitting a strange and dark aura. A rat corpse near the magic circle immediately transformed as it received that power. Nasty red pustules erupted on its body. This was the magic zombie plague. The knights were sound asleep at this time, and the diseased rat entered the ship. The rat bit a knight's foot. Immediately after, a scream erupted. "Ah, my foot!" The other knights woke up in a hurry and asked, What's going on?" The bitten person cried out in pain. A rat bit my foot." The next day, all the knights on the ship were sick, moving like zombies, a very terrifying and eerie sight. Madari stood on a high point, looked down, and then jumped off the ship. Madari sat alone in a small boat and moved away from the diseased ship. He silently watched the ship. Nebula also observed the entire situation and said, "Just as I expected, exactly as I expected. The prophecy that the wizard Madari would betray Asbestos has been fulfilled," a voice echoed across the chessboard. "I didn't expect you to suggest playing first. A player's body doesn't know boredom, but there's no need to waste time either." Nebula replied to Wisdom, "We're in a temporary truce, aren't we?" He thought to himself. It wasn't intentional. He asked Wisdom, "Why don't you play with Elda?" He answered casually, "Elda, are you kidding? He's not on my level. Besides, I've played with everyone else, and it's boring me to death." At this moment, an image of a diseased rat appeared, and Nebula exclaimed again, "But you're quite good." Wisdom calmly replied, "I'll take that as a compliment." And he made another move. The two played for a long time, and Wisdom, having made the last move, said, "I won." Nebula silently looked at the chessboard for a moment. After a pause, he said, "Yes, you won as expected of Wisdom, the Go King of Grand Cydia. It's an honor to be recognized as the best in Lost War," Nebula replied. "You're welcome. Then until next time." Immediately after, he disappeared from that space, and Nebula smiled faintly. He spoke to himself again. "Everything is going well." Images of the situation below appeared. The prophecy that the wizard Madari would betray Asbestos had come true. "I told you, everything would be fine." The prophecy that the wizard Madari would betray Asbestos has come true. Wanda asked in surprise, "What kind of prophecy is this?" "I said I would eat an apple, and I ate an apple, so the prophecy came true." Is that how it works? Nebula turned and replied. You can't say it's wrong, Elda added. When a prophecy causes its own fulfillment, it's called a self-fulfilling prophecy. Wanda listened and sighed helplessly. Wizards were rebellious towards players from the start. You've hit their weakness precisely. You could even call it a good strategy, he immediately said. In a game that requires such high multitasking ability, you can't keep an eye on just one wizard. So taking a wizard with you always carries risks. I merely suggested playing Go with him to distract him. Clearly Wisdom doesn't know about Madari's betrayal yet. After speaking he smiled again and thought, but now he knows. Wanda laughed again and asked, I admit the prophecy was wonderfully fulfilled, but Madari isn't the only wizard, is he? Elda asserted. That's right, although Asbestos was faster, Germa and Donium have already captured alchemists and collected all their knowledge. They even turned some of the cursed individuals into wizards. What do you plan to do with them? She finished speaking and asked Nebula. He silently looked at the system screens. When did I say I'd only betray Madari? The two women heard that and looked at him with bewildered expressions. He continued, if there's a way and an opportunity, why waste it? Notifications appeared. The prophecy that the wizard Talai would betray Germa had come true. The prophecy that the wizard Yan would betray Germa had come true. The wizards of the third continent are now independent. The scene transitioned to a high mountain range, and Wisdom said, I was fooled. I forgot the rule never to trust Nebula again. The five gods were sitting facing each other at this time. He continued, the game of Go was so interesting that I didn't realize Nebula was plotting something else, Xanda shouted in anger. Who cares if Go is interesting? And then said with a bored expression, now what? We've lost all our wizards and we have no weapons to fight Blackscale. Wanda calmly said again, I probably shouldn't say this, but Nebula also doesn't have a wizard, so aren't we in the same boat? And the horned human girl Lavina isn't a wizard. There's no mention in her character history that she wants to become a wizard, Krampus continued. Moreover, Nebula's combat power seems to be anti-magic. Anti-magic? Wisdom heard and exclaimed in surprise. Anti-magic, explanation. Anti-magic is a strategy in Lost War gameplay that eliminates magic, leaving only one wizard with the power of hundreds or thousands of soldiers. However, the moment they lose control, they can attack the player's race or consume enormous amounts of faith resources, becoming a burden. In fact, Ian, Talai, and Madari, who were all members of the Five Nation Alliance, all inflicted damage on the player's nation and fled. If it's anti-magic, then distrust and fear of magic should be national policy. But Blackscale won't be like that, Xanda said in confusion. It's illegal by national law, but the king is very lenient towards magic. Krampus turned and continued. But I didn't create any wizards. Despite having access to magical knowledge, even that girl Lavina didn't seek knowledge from other alchemists, Xanda asserted. That's right. A1026 raised her hand at this moment and spoke. By the way, has anyone found the missing wizards? The other four looked at her with displeased eyes. In my experience, these missing wizards are very difficult to find. There's no search function either. So we have to check manually, but those wizards don't even affect any magic. A1026 immediately said, manual search is out, so I created a creature. As she spoke, she manipulated the system screen. Krampus asked in confusion, a pig? Usually it's a dog, isn't it? She explained. Pigs have a better sense of smell than dogs. They're also used to find truffles. Its name is Dada Samu. Is that too roughly named? All tracking functions, touch, stamina, hearing, speed, sight, smell, and keen sense of smell skills are perfectly equipped. Fortunately, it also has keen sense of smell skill. Wisdom listened and offered an opinion. Then we can find them. It'll take some time, but eliminating the escaped wizards will minimize variables. You said there was no need to worry that much. Generally, Nebula's combat power is similar to ours, but our scale is 5 times larger, and we can immediately mobilize 8 times more troops, Xandawan still asked worriedly. Shouldn't we be a little more cautious nationally? There's no reason for us to ally. He explained, both sides have the same artillery technology. Both sides have the same artillery technology. I'm not saying we should be careless, but there's no need to harbor absurd fears. If we have a weakness, it's probably that. Wanda couldn't hold back and asked, what is it? He continued. Whenever Nebula fought against larger enemies, they always followed a consistent playstyle. At that moment, Xandawan exclaimed as if realizing, I get it. Divide the enemy? Wisdom confirmed. Yes, it'll be the same this time. Nebula wants us to be divided and fight separately, and he will actively intervene to make that happen. So if our alliance is strong, we will surely win. Thus, the remaining 4 discussed among themselves. Wanda watched them, smiling helplessly. The scene transitioned to Goka's massive dark mountain cave. Inside, Madari sat with his kin. Is everyone here? Yao or Yan replied. Only 3 remain from the tower. It's regrettable. The carnivorous plant? She asked again. What about Hilavina Mio? Madari replied. Lavina doesn't seem very interested in becoming a wizard. If she's a cursed person, there's no reason for her to suffer any longer, so I just hope she finds her own path. Yao or Yan spoke again. Now that all the wizards are gathered, we must restore the tower that the gods destroyed. From now on, it will be called the Wizard's Tower, not the Alchemist's Tower. Let's give the cursed a chance to embrace magic. If we spread power and knowledge, capable people will gather. And then even the gods will. Suddenly a sound was heard and Talai exclaimed, Wait, what's that sound? Yao Yan looked out of the cave entrance and asked, "Isn't that the sound of rain?" Midari said. "No, I hear another sound besides the rain." A tremor came from the entrance and the sound grew stronger and stronger. The vibration startled the three inside and something appeared with traces of blood. Yao Yan swung his weapon and shouted, "Who's there?" The newcomer who had just entered spoke. "Are you the wizards?" The person pointed at the three and began to count. It seems so. Enlom and a chicken." Midari, annoyed by such teasing, coldly reminded him, "I am a Garuda." The person hiding their face behind a hood laughed and replied, "Ah, Garuda, my apologies, it's my first time seeing a living Garuda." Midari asked in confusion, "Living?" and then pressed sharply, "I ask again, who are you?" The person replied, "My name isn't important. You can think of me as the messenger of the night sky god." Yao Yan asked, "How did you find us?" The person replied, "I didn't come to find you, I merely followed that pig. It's a creature sent by God to find you. If left alone, this place would have been exposed." As he spoke, the person forcefully threw the pig, making its snout hit the ground. Midari then realized and replied, "Now I know who you are. The one with the power to kill God's creature in an instant. The apostle of the night sky god who appeared in the form of a lizard folk. Rak, have you descended from heaven to finish us off?" Rak laughed and replied, "Of course not. Why would I care about such things? You'll die on your own anyway." Talay asked in confusion, "Thank you for your help, but won't killing that pig expose our location?" He reassured them, "Don't worry, the night sky god intervened directly. I first cut the connection between God and the creature, then killed it, and the night sky god created a new creature identical to this one. Now God will be looking at the wrong pig." Midari asked again, "Then what is your business in finding us?" Rak calmly replied, "How about we talk while eating first?" A moment later, the deliciously roasted pork trotters emitted an appetizing aroma. All three looked down at the roasted trotters with different expressions. Yao Yan raised his head and asked in a low voice, "Is it okay to just accept it and eat it? Shouldn't we be running away?" Midari remained silent. He looked at Rak, deep in thought. Can a wizard stand against a divine apostle? If all strategies are used, it might be possible, but now he's too close, and if the old legends are true, all our heads will be gone before he swings his sword 3 times. Rak at this moment skewered meat onto a vegetable skewer and said, "I cooked it all. Just eat it, it's like creature meat, but nothing special." Then the three also quickly fell silent and began to eat together. Rak suddenly blurted out, "Now that I think about it, you're a tree. Are you allowed to eat meat?" Talay paused. Then he explained, "Oh right, we usually don't eat things like this. Sunlight and moisture are enough, but there's a rotten part inside me that needs nutrients from meat." Rak snapped his fingers and said with an interested expression, "Aha, I see. Well, a balanced diet would be better." Midari was speechless at Rak's actions. Rak continued cheerfully, "By the way, how much longer do you think you can live?" This time they might have been lucky, but they couldn't keep relying on luck. Everyone was startled to hear that. Midari frowned and replied, "We know that our current survival is nothing short of a gamble. Compared to the gods, we are mere mortals. We also know that the gods merely use wizards as tools, and we have no intention of being pawns on their chessboard. If we have to die at the hands of the gods, it will be proof that the gods fear wizards. One way or another, magic will continue endlessly." Rak at this moment asserted seriously. That's right," Rak said in surprise. "What?" he then explained. "Fools are those who do nothing just because there are no gods, and it's also true that the gods use us." Midari, knowing that, "Why do you?" Rak cut him off. "It's precisely because I know that I do it. If I knew I could be self-sufficient without gods even if I were on their chessboard, we wouldn't be mere pawns." Midari's voice was unpleasant. "It sounds like sophistry, but to prove that, you'd need the ability to defy the will of God," Rak still calmly replied. "Then what if God's will aligns with my will? What meaning would that evidence have?" Midari lost his composure and rebuked loudly. "You're just deceiving yourself," Rak said casually. Perhaps in that case this is a very happy lie." He smiled cheerfully as he spoke. The space suddenly fell silent. A moment later Midari questioned again. "So are you saying you'll protect us from other gods and tell us to believe in night sky? We apostles won't believe in any god." Rak immediately shook his head and denied, "No, if you don't believe in night sky, I have no way to protect you. But if it's a simple contractual relationship, that's a different story. My blue beetle god only asks for one thing, but I don't know if you can follow it." Midari asked again. "What is it?" Rak said seriously and concisely. "To survive, that's all." Everyone sat silently around the bonfire. Midari quietly watched the flames and explained, "Does that contract mean that our value lies in our existence being a threat to other gods?" Rak, smiling from the side, waved his hand. "You could interpret it that way." Midari questioned Rak's attitude. "Then what if it's not?" He calmly recalled the ruined village engulfed in flames. "What if it's not? Imagine wandering the world cursed, gathering with others in the same predicament, only for that to crumble as well." The flames burned ceaselessly. Broken bones lay scattered around, and Midari's voice still echoed. A few survivors huddle in a cave, drenched and starved by the rain, speaking of a bleak future. He looked suspiciously at Rak, Yao, Yan and Talay sitting opposite him across the flames. Can simple pity not be a reason even gods can feel pity? The wizard heard that, lowered his head and did not refute further. Talay also silently watched the flames. Midari, watching them from the side, frowned and thought, "Those two seem to have already agreed. Just need to make my decision." Then he sighed, looking down at the piece of meat in his hand. He offered food before negotiating. The moment we accepted his hospitality, we lost our advantage. He couldn't bear it, and finally closed his eyes and sighed. For someone who calls himself an apostle to offer food first and then decide. All right, Rak, the first apostle of night sky, I'll accept the contract. As Midari confirmed that, Rak smiled with satisfaction. Outside the cave the rain poured relentlessly. Midari decided, we will survive whatever the cost. On the other side, Nebula raised his head, touched his chin and thought, do you think we can win this war? Hearing that, Elda also looked down at Nebula with a puzzled expression. She sat in the temple chair, looking at the screen and wondered, by the way, are you wearing glasses to look smart? Hearing that, Nebula's face darkened. He clenched his fists and with an angry expression he leaned out of the system window and said, HMPH, yes, I wanted to look a little smarter, alright, but what do you think about that question just now? From this side, Elda sat in her chair with her arms crossed looking puzzled. I feel like things are getting a little strange. Wanda also shouted in despair, of course they are. She recalled the numbers displayed on the map. The Allied forces number over 100,000 while the Black Scale Army is 20,000, only a quarter of that. Then she frowned, thinking seriously. It's an alliance of 5 nations. Basically, it's the entire continent except for Danley. And this might not even be all. Hearing that, Elda also touched her chin seriously and asked, but war can't be judged by numbers alone, she said with a slightly suspicious expression. 2/5 of the Allied forces are small races with an average height of less than 150 centimeters. She recalled those races. Koban Caverns are 110 centimeters, Lena are 140 centimeters, and Cho are a towering 230 centimeters. Wanda also calmly confirmed. But there are also Cho whose average height is 230 centimeters. She recalled the tall Cho charging with energy. Yes, I admit that believers are very skilled in combat. If we have chosen ones on our side, we might have an advantage in defensive battles. But now that guns have appeared, it won't be as overwhelming as before. Suddenly, Elda remembered something and reminded her. But Nebula has an advantage in faith. She recalled Nebula and Wisdom and judged. Nebula's faith is 21. In contrast, the Allied Force's highest faith is Wisdom's 19. The higher the faith, the more creatures you can control. Hearing that, Xanda also clenched her teeth with her arms crossed and said seriously, but there are 5 gods on that side. Elda, again startled, took her hand off her chin and asked innocently, but Blackscale only has 1 apostle? She was also dumbfounded. Huh? She asked again in surprise. 5? At this foolishness she couldn't contain her anger and shouted, yes, Wisdom, oh Zhongwang, Krampus and me too. Hearing that, she also put her hand on her chin and fell into thought. So you consider yourself their ally, Wanda, she asserted seriously. Of course. Hearing that, Elda was startled. And what about joining forces with Nebula? Until now, she became even more angry, slammed the table and shouted furiously, are you asking again? I was threatened by him. She soon regained her composure and sighed. Honestly, I don't know either. Then she pointed a finger at Elda and accused her. Elda, you're his subordinate, aren't you? Have you surrendered, or have you been absorbed or merged into Blackscale? Elda also placed her hand on her chest and said, somewhat difficult to explain, it's a bit hard to hear, but everything you said is correct. From this side, Wanda shrugged and tried to summarize Choi Sang-jian's and Wisdom's affairs. But not me. Until now I've belonged to both sides and gained benefits from both, but what if war breaks out? Everything will be in vain. She imagined Rak being defeated by them, and herself kneeling and submitting to Wisdom's subordinates. If I stand with Nebula and he loses, will the others forgive me for colluding with Nebula? Hearing that, Elda also presented another hypothesis of Rak becoming angry and attacking them. But if I support the alliance and they lose, will Nebula just let that go? Hearing that, she also squinted and crossed her arms looking puzzled. Nebula would probably demand a price, but he'd forgive her. From this side, Elda just gave a wry smile. Haha. Yes, probably. In her heart, she admired analyzing relationships like a computer. She seriously considered that she was caught between 2 forces. Honestly, the probability of winning a 4-on-2 battle if I side with Nebula looks worse than the probability of winning a 5-on-1 battle if I side with the alliance. Wanda pointed her finger and said firmly, I just want to be on the winning side. She muttered, I understand what you're saying, but do what you want. From the side, Elda cut her off. What do you want me to do? They looked at the snow-covered house. A chat window with an image of a snow-covered house appeared next to Xanda's chat window. She crossed her arms, looked at the chat window, and kept saying, since we're in the same boat, if you harm Nebula during the war, the alliance will accept you. Hearing that, she also hesitated for a moment. I understand what you mean, but in her heart, she thought that she had no intention of betraying Nebula. She recalled Choi Sang-jian. Choi Sang-jian was busy watching others through the system window. That person looks like someone who has played Lost War their entire life and then fallen into this world, he finally realized. She thought to herself, he seems to live only to win the game, but there's something else about Nebula's playstyle besides the path to victory. Back in reality, Elda bowed her head and made up her mind. I don't know exactly what it is yet, but I want to see what I'm feeling through to the end. Just then she suggested to Xanda, I need to think about that issue too. Can you give me some time? She confirmed, of course. The call quickly ended and Elda was left alone in the space. She glanced at the system windows and hesitated for a moment. Finally, she decided to click on the toolbar and make a video call. Just then, Choi Sang-jian also answered her call. Elda, what's wrong? Seeing him, Elda hesitated slightly. Wanda seems to be thinking a lot about everything. She informed him of everything. System image windows tracking him appeared around him, and he thought, what? With a puzzled expression, then frowned and judged unpleasantly. She's just trying to win you over to her side and make you fight with them in the 6th battle, it's obvious. Then she asked with a puzzled expression. Isn't there still a chance to persuade her? He replied. There is, but I have no intention of doing so. There was a slightly suspicious look on his face. Wanda is misunderstanding the course of the war. Didn't I tell her that our advantage lies in defensive battles? She also scratched her chin and said apologetically. Oh right, you did say that. He recalled the attack path toward the fortress and explained, the enemies will divide our forces along multiple paths. Hearing that, Elda asked again, but what if we keep defending? From this side, Choi Sang-jian placed a black chess piece on the chessboard. While we are isolated, they will cultivate more territory and trade. To prevent that, the navy must advance. From this side, she still looked at Choi Sang-jian with a puzzled expression. Then what about Xanda? He calmly replied. Wanda is too simple. She considered her choice but couldn't decide, and in the end she might not be able to do anything until the last moment. Hearing that, Elda was also slightly flustered. What if Wanda sides with the allied forces and we lose? He sighed. Elda. Then he looked again at the development that appeared in the system window. Listen carefully. War is very simple. Simply calculating is not enough. No matter how advantageous one side is or how thoroughly prepared, he smiled confidently from behind his mask and said, the side that fights better will win. Seeing Choi Sang-jian's confidence, Elda just smiled and sighed, ah yes. From this side he also gripped the armrest of his chair. The system notified that the video call had ended. He thought to himself in the dark space, Wanda is acting as expected, but why hasn't Elda betrayed me yet? Then Choi Sang-jian turned his head with a puzzled expression. Strange. In a collapsed canyon filled with flames, a month later corpses were scattered everywhere and smoke and flames rose. The first battle between the Allied forces and Blackscale took place. Then, from one side, cannons fired wildly. Blackscale's 10,000 troops advanced into the wasteland. On the other side, the enemy troops were also torn apart by artillery fire, falling into a pool of blood, and 3,000 enemy troops were annihilated. In a tower a month ago in the Fugan-Oran Conference Hall, it was announced that Kai was solemnly entering. His Majesty Kai Jak-Oran has arrived. He sat on the throne and said to the people, we are busy, so we will have to skip the ceremony. Everyone must have heard the news below. Rabin K raised his head and asked again, are you saying that alchemist Sikun set fire to a ship and escaped? Now they are saying that Hooken is plotting to blame us. He confirmed, that's right. What does everyone think about this issue? He recalled what Basson had reported. At first there was a question of why Prince Basson, who should have gone east, was in the southern archipelago, but we concluded that it was His Majesty's will. They demanded compensation and an apology for this incident. They threatened to mobilize their army if this was not fulfilled. Robin K thought of 3 people, Dean, Obanam and Neji. It was merely an excuse to prepare for war. Then as the ministers remained silent he continued to speak. The important thing is to ascertain if Salmion's story is true. Even if it is, we've concluded that there's no reason to accept their demands. Kai simply closed his eyes and shook his head. You still haven't discussed the most important thing. As they remained silent, Kai asserted, we must prepare for war. Everyone looked at him with pitiful and fearful eyes. Then, sitting on his throne, he further declared, we will fight the 5-nation alliance just like our ancestors. Lord LCK said, if we fight, we must win. A person in red robes asked with surprised eyes, but it's not certain yet. We should avoid war to minimize damage. Countless civilians will die. Kai also lowered his head and simply said, I wish I could. There was a slight conflict in Kai's eyes, but seeing the sunlight streaming through the door he judged, if the world is already turning that way, and if God wishes it, how can mortals like us who walk this earth stop it? Sang-jian in that space was also closely watching Kai's movements and making his own calculations. The armies of Hukan and Ram believed they had a duty to fight in war because they were soldiers. The quality of their training and equipment was guaranteed. Stroking his chin, he watched the screen and muttered, these are Hukan's regular forces, the basic troops that defend the capital and the borders. Their number is 10,000, and Sang-jian recalled the city walls densely guarded by soldiers. But we cannot deploy our entire regular army to war. We must also defend internally. If all regular forces are consumed, the quality of the army will decline, and eventually, new troops will have to be recruited. After that he smiled confidently, and the screen showed Kai on his throne. He praised Kai. Wisdom is best. On the other side, Kai commanded his army. Kai divided the regular army into a central army and local armies. The central army was an elite unit that fought external enemies while the local armies defended each region. New recruits were gathered, and they were also divided into central and local armies. Fully armed troops lined up and assembled. The central army confronts the enemy, while the local armies serve as reserves supporting agriculture during the war to accumulate resources. Accordingly, the central army had 4,000 regular troops and 8,000 new recruits. The troop information was also displayed on the system screen where Sang-jian was sitting. Central Army regular troops, 8,000, local army regular troops, 6,000 new recruits. He thought to himself, of course, as time goes on more can be recruited. Then he looked at the serene sky and judged, recruiting everyone at once would be detrimental in the long run. This war will be very long, Sang-jian thought to himself, surrounded by the system frame floating above the city walls. Kai selected 10,000 troops from the Central Army and named them the Land Army. That morning the palace was bathed in sunlight. This land army would advance north to Arizona and fight. Far to the west, in a desolate land known to no one, filled with shrubs and sand, Wisdom and Zhang Wang stood facing each other. Zhang Wang asked Wisdom with suspicious eyes, "Wisdom, you said there was a high probability of victory in front of everyone, but you don't actually think so, do you?" Upon hearing that, Wisdom also replied honestly, "That's right, because I cannot know the probability of victory. Even if the numbers are large, there are many weaknesses." Then he calmly held out his hand and explained, "I also don't want to lose to Nebula, but everything is just a game. If I lose after doing my best, I can only accept it." Zhang Wang also closed his eyes and agreed, "As you say, it's just a game, but I don't like Nebula. I don't want to conquer this continent." Suddenly his face became serious, and pointing his finger he said, "Perhaps there might be a traitor among us, we must be prepared." He waved his hand and added, "And there's still a gap between me and Nebula that's difficult to overcome. You know that, don't you?" Upon hearing that, Wisdom also put his hands in his pockets, understood, and nodded in agreement. "That's right." Wisdom recalled the power emanating from the spear-wielding lizard-folk warrior and judged, no matter how thoroughly prepared, victory or defeat depends on the actions of the apostle. Upon hearing that, Zhang Wang was also slightly puzzled. "Do you have an existence that can transform into an apostle?" "No," Wisdom confirmed. "That's right." Then Zhang Wang asked with suspicious eyes, "You know the conditions for creating an apostle, don't you?" Wisdom replied, "That's right. They must be above level 21. Their story must be widely known and their existence must internalize faith in God themselves." Upon hearing this, he was surprised. "Then there's no need to say more. Can you explain who is prepared?" Wisdom quickly opened the system window. "This is him." The screen showed a brown-skinned man. He introduced Leiden Boser, the 21st son of King Sermion Dean. They recalled the cruel Sermion king who killed his own relatives. To strengthen his royal authority, he burned his first and third sons alive. King Sermion, with his inherent cruelty, behind the king stood Wisdom. In other words, Wisdom had no intention of stopping him. Returning to reality, he silently fell into thought. Fear and cruelty help control others more easily. Seeing the subjects kneeling at King Sermion's feet, he thought, if efficiency can be utilized, power efficiency will skyrocket. He recalled the great palace of this kingdom, but cruelty did not guarantee a strong nation. At least the strongest nation on the continent was Hukan, and they were in their own space. Wisdom observed the system window, typing on his keyboard. He wondered to himself, what is lacking in my playstyle? Is there anything I'm unaware of or have missed? His fingers strung threads that controlled each part of the tribal bodies. No, if anything is lacking, it would be cruelty. Then he moved to some other part of the world. I can't know Nebula's power, so I must use my full power. His gaze fixed on Leiden, who sat on the throne. War is approaching, but the current king's ego is too strong. I will create a war machine to replace him. The new king will be my pawn. Then he focused on Lin, who was receiving a bundle of goods from his mother. If the biggest weakness of Paris world is the difficulty in controlling the too strong ego of individuals, then I just need to adjust this being Leiden Boser to be easily controlled. On the other side, he still smiled, gathering the items his mother had given him. Then Wisdom targeted Leiden Boser, the 21st son of the king, a mutant with red discoloration on his skin. Looking at the stats and face displayed on the screen, Wisdom judged internally. Although he is the son of a concubine, he grew up outside the palace due to his red skin. However, considering his strength, wisdom, and amiability, he ranks among the top 1. Then he smiled and waved to his mother. But since Leiden is content with an ordinary life, Wisdom must stimulate this character. Wisdom slammed the keyboard, and on the screen a hand appeared, pressing down on Leiden's mother's head. Blood flowed, and next to it was a blue knife. What Leiden saw when he returned home was his mother's corpse and the blood-stained knife. Leiden's eyes were filled with hatred. He gripped the knife tightly in his hand. I will definitely have my revenge. After that, Wisdom killed the owner of the knife, the person Leiden was looking for. He held the knife in his hand at the scene of the crime. He was the 6th prince, and Leiden was arrested at the scene as a suspect. On the screen, Da Marine was sitting in court, listening to his explanation. As he tried to escape the charge, he revealed his abilities and in the process began to gain Da Marine's trust. Zhang Wang next to him looked at the screen and said, "These incidents happened," and Wisdom concluded after a secret investigation. Leiden realized. Immediately after, pointing his finger, he concluded, the conflict between the brothers is the result of someone deliberately fanning the flames. He realized that the person who benefited most from dividing the royal family was his father, King Da Marine Boser. Leiden was filled with rage, thinking of his father. Upon hearing that, Zhang Wang was also slightly puzzled. So he ultimately decided to kill his father? Wisdom confirmed. That's right. From above, he further explained, he couldn't find the culprit who killed his mother, so his desire for revenge grew even stronger. And he eventually discovered that the source of all misfortune lay at the pinnacle of this dynasty. Zhang Wang also smiled with interest. I like that. It will make him even more famous. He put his hands on his hips and asserted, he is worthy of being a co-apostle for both you and me. Wisdom also agreed. If you think so, then we should give him one last test. Below, Leiden was still smiling happily. The Deep Sea Festival, a group of rats knelt before the Rat King on the podium. The Rat Priest sincerely clasped his hands in prayer and with dim eyes said, everything is by God's will. Elsewhere, a hole was dug in the ground. Inside the underground tunnel, he frowned. Leiden Veer, then crossing his arms and wearing a mining pickaxe on his hip, he thought to himself, is this a trap? He stood in the middle of a dark tunnel. Then he picked up the pickaxe on his hip with a puzzled expression. To invite a foreign prince to the deep-sea festival and then suddenly force him to participate in a ritual, everything is abnormal. He recalled what the rat priest had told him. In his hand were leaves, a pickaxe, and a bundle of goods. Layden thought to himself, unable to understand. Eating mangrove grass that makes one lose their sense of direction, crawling underground, and then digging their way up to the surface with their bare hands. What a bizarre ritual. Immediately after, he dug his way out onto the ground. Then he raised his head and looked at the flashing light. A slight confusion on his face, his hand still digging. Why entrust this heretical ritual to me? Even the asbestos-clothed priest insisted, so I couldn't refuse. He again lowered his head into the hole and ceaselessly dug. But it's not impossible. I just have to keep digging upwards. Even a scrawny wild boar managed it, so why couldn't I? The pickaxe struck the ground hard and fragments began to break off. Layden panted, exhausted. Am I still far from the surface? How long have I been digging? Then he thought, it's really strange. Then he looked back at the tunnel he had dug, confused. Not only my sense of direction but also how much time has passed, hours or days. After that he picked up a handful of mangrove grass from his pocket and thought to himself, all I have is mangrove grass. This disrupts my sense of direction, but I have to eat it to maintain the strength to wield the pickaxe. Then he picked up a handful of dirt, crushed it and let it fall to the ground. Anyway, everything falls downwards. The dirt fell onto Layden's instep. He judged, the dirt falling on my instep means my head is pointing upwards. Immediately after, he began to dig frantically again. On the surface, clumps of dirt constantly flew up. Layden raised his head, looking forward, and panted. He squinted and encouraged himself. Just keep moving in a single direction. He again used a handful of dirt to confirm his position. I haven't changed direction, but let's check to be sure. Suddenly, dirt fell directly onto his face. Layden closed his eyes and shouted, ah! His face was filled with confusion and his eyes widened in surprise. It makes no sense, the dirt is falling on my face. Saying that, Layden tried to calm himself again, his hands still digging. Calm down. This time I must definitely keep digging upwards. He checked again and his eyes were again filled with confusion. What? Layden, having lost his sense of direction, continued to dig, his body continuously digging deeper underground. His mind was filled with confusion. Why does the direction the dirt falls keep changing? But I've been digging straight since the beginning. His head was dizzy, and his mind was clouded with a faint doubt. Perhaps I'm actually digging downwards, perhaps even now. Then he again raised his hand to confirm his position with dirt, and after that he became even more confused. The dirt again fell directly into the sky. He looked at it in confusion, and his mind was dizzy. I can no longer trust my senses. I don't even know if I'm lying down or standing up. After trying multiple times, he froze in place. If all my efforts lead me to death, what meaning does my will have? Then he closed his eyes in despair. Am I going to die like this? Oh God! Suddenly a voice called out to him, and he opened his eyes in confusion. Seeker, seeker. Then, holding a pickaxe in his hand, he wore a confused expression. Who are you? The voice answered him. I have no name. If I must say, I am the joint creation of Sokshan and Jangru. A purple light flashed like moonlight, and the voice was heard. From Sokshan I received the power to connect all things. From Jangru I received the power to reflect illusions. He sat on the ground, his body dusty and exhausted. What do you want to say? The voice from the purple light continued to echo. I will show you the way. If you still have even a little strength left, just do as I say, even if you have to give up. Immediately after, the voice taught Layden the way. He picked up the pickaxe. Dig forward. He dug as instructed. Now dig down. The pickaxe ceaselessly dug into the ground, and the voice reminded, now back away. Layden gripped the pickaxe tightly with both hands. It's impossible. Can I really escape like this? He still had a lot of confusion in his mind, but he followed the instruction. Isn't it just a hallucination echoing in my ears? Layden's eyes were as if hypnotized, and panting he continued to dig. But I no longer have any certainty left. All I can do is trust this voice. The light ahead grew brighter and brighter, and the voice urged Layden. Now kneel and place your hands on the ground. He quickly knelt before this light in front of him. A massive beam of light poured directly down. He stood on the ground, raising his head to look at the sunlight. A voice whispered to him, do you understand now? Tears flowed endlessly down his face. I understand. His hands reached out towards the sunlight. Hatred for his mother, anger towards his father the king, fear of death, everything was just an illusion born when he lost his way. His already blurred eyes only knew how to cry, and his clenched hands muttered. Even sensations and emotions were mere illusions. Only the truth bestowed by God was real. Beyond that, the rat priest and the people behind him watched him with clasped hands, and he extended his fist towards them. The rat priest trembled and choked. Oh my God! Above, Wisdom and Zhangwang still stood observing below. Wisdom judged that he had completed it. Zhangwang next to him also watched the situation through the system window, sweating. Yes, a perfect chess piece. Then Wisdom raised his head, slightly flustered. Are you really going to accept this? I am content with an easily managed king, but this method weakens your power, so it cannot be considered an advantage. Hearing that, Zhangwang also closed his eyes and sighed, and the screen began to fade. Do you understand that too? After that, Zhangwang raised his head and looked at Wisdom. My faith is too low to be of help. To create an apostle, the player level must be at least 21. Zhangwang's body glowed. Wisdom next to him stared at him. Zhangwang reminded, don't let my resolve be in vain. Wisdom also nodded in confirmation. Understood. Below, Layden rushed madly and attacked the rat priest. He cried out, oh. With ecstatic eyes he shouted, and energy burst forth. Glory. Jangru, god of the unseen flow, his eyes shone. May this sacrifice not be in vain. Above, Wisdom accepted power from his manifestation and energy erupted from his body. Wisdom's voice still echoed in Layden's head. Now accept it. Accept this life. Layden smiled and energy continuously erupted and his eyes glinted with killing intent. After that, he immediately went forward and killed the rat priest. By God's will, the sunlight illuminated the rat corpses scattered on the ground. His face was filled with a maniacal smile. After that, Layden raised his head and looked at the sun. Father, wait for me. His face was filled with cunning, and he raised his hand and smiled towards the sky. Everything is for the complex will of God. A notification appeared in the system. Apostle Layden Boser, your faith has increased from 20 to 21 on this side. Wisdom also received the notification, touched his chin and thought, you have chosen an apostle. He watched through the screen behind him. Zhang looked on with suspicious eyes. Really? Is your calculation accurate? Hearing that, Wisdom also turned his head and explained, my faith has reached 21. Layden met the level requirement and became an apostle. Behind him, Zhang wiped his face and reminded, yes, my level dropped significantly after descending to the high priest. Wisdom added, but now we have a card to counter Nebula. Zhang cut him off. Enough. Suddenly, Wisdom turned and muttered, I always wondered. He shrugged and asked in confusion, why do you hate Nebula so much? Would hate someone so much over just a game? I want to know why. Hearing that, Zhang also put his hand on his forehead and closed his eyes. Why? The mask was quickly removed. Zhang brushed back his disheveled hair and his face showed a slight weariness. It's simple, I know who Nebula is in real life. He glanced around. His real name is Choi Sang-jian. After that, he recalled Choi Sang-jian sitting in a computer room. On this side, Wisdom also widened his eyes and stared at it. Beyond the door, Zhang quietly watched. A failure who locks himself in his room all day playing games. The two were separated by a single door, but one side was dark and the other bright, as if they were in different worlds. He's my cousin. Currently he was floating in the air. I thought this was a simple coincidence that we came here. Wisdom also approached. He initially thought that the chosen players were selected randomly. After that, he recalled meeting the other two. But seeing the top first and second ranked players both there, I thought something was wrong. Next to him, Wisdom suddenly became slightly angry. Nebula said that before he knew us, there were only first to 32nd ranked players. Zhang also gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, that arrogant bastard. They raised their heads and looked at the birds in the sky. Wisdom judged, but after hearing your words, I think there was another selection criterion. Everything is not coincidence or randomness. He thought of everyone as a chessboard, that someone had carefully chosen people to play this game. After that, he struggled to connect the incidents. When the game started, a person named Eridun made us choose whether to participate or not, and 5 out of 32 people returned to reality in that process. You can't say their choice was wrong. Who would abandon reality and choose to stay in a game? He added, the people who chose to stay in the game are truly abnormal, and 27 out of 32 being abnormal is an unusually high percentage. Zhang eyes were slightly cold. Are you saying they targeted people to participate in the game from the beginning? Wisdom judged. I think that's one of the conditions, because that's my case and probably yours too. Wisdom pointed at him who was lying on the ground. His hand slowly moved downwards. Zhang also extended his hand saying with a displeased face, yeah, that's right too, don't point fingers. Then he thought of Sang-jian. If I was chosen, then naturally that guy would have been chosen too. And that guy is obsessed with games, so if no one interferes he'll easily win. Below, the eagles descended and began to feed on the corpses on the ground. He confirmed, that's why I decided to participate. She clutched her mask tightly, her face turning dark with rage. To ruin the game that he sacrificed his life for. After that he picked him up. It would be a bit strange if we dug deeper, wouldn't it? Zhang also stood up and glanced around, of course. After that he surprised Wisdom and reminded him, let's talk about something more constructive. Zhang face was filled with cunning and he still held his hand. How can I be utilized? I'm someone who knows Nebula in real life. Elsewhere on a mountain, players gathered for a meeting. Krampus crossed his legs. I heard Zekmion changed kings. He frowned and announced, a son killed his father and became king. Is that really alright? Wisdom also calmly turned around. Well, that's something I expected, so it's not a problem. Next to him, Zhang also crossed his arms and thought, there's no need to mention my lowered faith. A notification appeared in the system. Faith 8 feet, and he thought to himself, it will only increase the chance of Choi Sang-jian noticing. He clenched his arms. I am the last line of defense, so there's no need for me to directly intervene. After that, he thought that Apostle Layden was already king. Gaining an apostle is far more beneficial than losing faith. An apostle is the core of this world. Layden Boser is not as famous as LCK, but he can build his reputation from now on. He recalled the incident where Layden passed the apostle test and thought of Apostle LCK. LCK was the first apostle capable of defeating many creatures. No, perhaps the summoned players are the same. Until the war officially begins, we must develop Layden to be on par with LCK. After that, he thought of him when he was fully developed. This is enough. Next to him, Shu asked worriedly, Krampus, are you alright? You're at the border, so you'll have to face Nebula too. All eyes turned to him. His face was furrowed. I have more troops and I'm quite prepared, but honestly, I'm not confident we can defeat 10,000 Blackscale troops with 30,000 Danium troops. A1026 also couldn't help but speak. Then you're even considering the possibility of defeat, Krampus confirmed. That's right, he recalled Sang Jian's image, and Xanda added. It sounds a bit pessimistic, but I don't want to be careless. You all know what that guy has achieved so far, even if I lose while I'm buying time. You can all prepare the remaining troops, he informed the people with solemn eyes. We can deplete Nebula's faith resources. Suddenly a system window appeared, startling him immediately after he shot up. A what next to him? Xanda asked in confusion. What's wrong? He shouted with an angry face at the red system window, and people were startled. Damn it, hold on, I'll be right back. Immediately after, he teleported. Zhang Wang crossed his arms. Oh dear, next to him. Xanda also looked on in bewilderment. Meanwhile in Demarise, the capital of Danium, the sky was dark. Inside, Obanam sat on the throne, and the people around him shouted in panic. The enemy is approaching. Load the weapons and light the torches. He pointed with a finger, flustered and terrified, and shouted, Cannons, where are the cannons? I am King Obanam of the satyrs. Suddenly, a loud noise was heard. Apostle LCK, clad in divine power, approached them majestically. It's useless, don't bother. Energy attacked and tore many people in two, and with every step he took, they screamed, and he was already standing before Obanam. Apostle LCK, he extended a trembling hand. As king, I couldn't just stand by and watch Blackscale's miserable situation which led to this, but there is no hatred in my heart. Hearing that, Apostle L also showed his teeth and laughed. I understand your feelings. He saw that he empathized and shouted, Really? Then. But before he could finish speaking, his head was split in two and his head fell to the ground. LCK judged, I have no personal grudge. Inside the city walls, Sang Jian stood above, looking down at the war, hands on his hips, smiling. You're just overthinking things. That night, the image of the castle and the incidents were reflected. Elda touched her chin and judged. Leaving your apostle alone in the enemy's stronghold, aren't you using a precious card too recklessly? Sang Jian next to him was puzzled. What are you talking about? He just sighed and explained to her. What good would it do to leave him behind? Is an apostle a bean? Does he need to be ripened? She still hesitated. But if Krampus hadn't attended today's meeting, you might have lost everything. If a player uses all creatures and all faith resources. He also understood, and after that recalled the meeting of the 5 people in the volcanic crater. It was a gamble. He knew the meeting time thanks to Xanda. He added and confirmed. But there was still a chance that Krampus wouldn't attend or that the meeting would end early. The two watched everything from the space, and she also agreed. Exactly. After that, he informed her. But I gained something great next to him. Elda was also slightly surprised. Was there another benefit I didn't know about? Sang Jian explained. There are a few, but more importantly, I made others feel that I have an abnormal playstyle. That's the advantage. Her face looked at him in incomprehension. Hearing that, he also patiently explained again. In the destroyed world there are 2 main playstyles. He thought of people who gained wealth through bloodshed. One is high risk, high return, and then he thought of a lower method. The other is low risk, low return. After that he leaned on his hand, pointed his finger at the number 2, and asked, which playstyle is more advantageous for a player? She crossed her arms and answered without hesitation, I think low risk, but Sang Jian denied it. The high risk, high return playstyle is more advantageous, because safe moves are easily predictable, he added, but everything has a sweet spot. Elda tilted her head in confusion. Then what's the sweet spot here next to him? Sang Jian patiently replied, that standard varies from person to person. It cannot be precisely defined. She also put her hand to her mouth and thought seriously. What did you do in the end? He kept confirming. That's right, I'm gradually gaining an advantageous position. He looked down at Apostle LCK gripping Obanam's head below. The next morning in the meeting of the 5 people, Wisdom, Zhang Wang, Krampus, Wanda, and A1026. Wisdom spoke first to the people, and everyone looked at him. I didn't expect Nebula to go this far. I thought he would use only one apostle so cautiously. We fell for his strategy. Krampus gritted his teeth and clenched his arms in anger. However, his face turned dark and was shrouded in shadow. The palace wasn't completely destroyed, so a new king can be chosen from the royal family. And there are still 30,000 troops. After that, Krampus calmly regained composure and raised his head to confirm. The people also looked at him. His goal is to put psychological pressure on us. There's no material loss, but serious unrest has occurred internally. A126 also spoke. My king is also scared, so as a guardian I've placed a creature next to him. Wisdom also nodded in agreement. After that, Krampus pointed a finger and suggested, to prevent this situation from recurring, we will not hold regular meetings for the time being. We will only reconvene when a crisis occurs. Hearing that, Wisdom also nodded with crossed arms. I agree. After that, Wisdom decided, we must closely monitor the situation of each kingdom and creature. Important matters will be discussed through virtual emergency meetings. Wanda looked at them with suspicious eyes. Are you really sure? Meetings can be a weakness, but we decided to hold regular meetings to maintain this alliance. Wisdom and Krampus were still discussing. She looked at them, lost in thought. Our greatest fear is the dissolution of the alliance. But since that benefits us, I worry less. A group of soldiers was moving through a canyon. Other soldiers were also rappelling down the cliff walls. Yubom Duran walked with a frown. What movements are the enemy making? He was Yubom Duran, the Grand General of Danium. Behind him, Suon followed seriously, reporting, all 10,000 enemy troops are moving upriver. They will arrive in 3 days at the latest, 2 days at the earliest. He pointed to the map inside the command tent, showing it to Ranho. Good, they will certainly try to break down each unit of the alliance individually, so they won't ignore us. To defeat us they will inevitably enter the canyon. They gazed at the direction on the map and decided, we will blockade the canyon that the Hukan army must pass through and attack from both sides of the canyon. Afterward he stood before the army commanders. Now the question is, who is the enemy commander? The people inside the tent fell silent, and in the quiet atmosphere, Duran decisively closed the map and judged. Is there anyone who has noticed this plan? I don't think it's that important yet. In battle, victory is determined by numbers and supplies. Then he added, the Allied forces' supplies are sufficient, and we outnumber the enemy 3-1. Furthermore, our God is also watching, so victory is certain. Understood, the people in the tent shouted in unison. Understood, General. 3 days later an army entered the canyon, and another army was waiting outside the canyon. Basin cautiously detected enemy. Suan next to him confirmed, as expected, he added, asking, is there any more information we don't know? The soldier next to him hesitated, confirming, no, nothing. Then he smiled, clasped his hands behind his back and ordered, then let's decide, rest and prepare for battle. He reintroduced Ben Lorazone, the Grand General of Hukan. Suan looked surprised at this decision and reminded him, but our prophet hasn't contacted us yet. Fighting now might not be the will of the night sky god. Besan, seeing this, nervously interrogated, do you want to just sit there and wait for the night sky god to do everything for us? Do you want him to take up the sword and fight and take hits for us? No, Suan hesitated and replied, no. Then he looked at the distant canyon. The army is already in ambush outside the tent, he explained. The moment we take the field is when it's easiest to win. The night sky god also wants us to make our own judgments. He looked at the deep, windy canyon and judged. The enemies will think we are resting after our march, so now is the best time. When they were off guard, seeing that, he understood and bowed his head. Understood, Prince Basin. As he looked at him and reminded Suan also quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry, General. Below, people whispered, watching them. I heard he saved Dotan Island, so he must have excellent command skills, but why is the prince leading us? General Yan Tata and His Majesty both strongly recommended him. He wasn't appointed just because he's His Majesty's younger brother, was he? Please say no. Above, the two ignored the whispering behind them and continued their discussion. Then Basin couldn't help but touch his chin. His face showed a thoughtful expression. I never imagined I'd be back as a commander. Thinking about it, this is a bold move by His Majesty. His eyes were filled with caution. Of course I don't intend to lose. He looked up at the sky again and judged. In fact, we are at a disadvantage in terms of terrain and troops right now. Basin's gaze swept over all the soldiers. But war is not just about numbers. The soldiers lined up waiting for orders. He muttered to himself, if we had prepared as soon as we arrived, the Danium army would have been in chaos. Lightning struck. Apostle Rak landed coolly. He frowned, lightning coursing through his body, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. The soldiers, seeing him, widened their eyes. As he stood upright, energy erupted from his body. When the lightning struck, the enemy also noticed. Duran hastily pointed his finger and shouted, I knew this moment would come. We also have a hidden card. A group of grotesque monsters was unleashed, roaring and charging fiercely in the sky. Strange birds and hybrid monsters surrounded Apostle Rak. Above, Krampus, seeing this, bared his teeth and let out a laugh filled with anticipation. I will send all my creations. Soon after, they attacked him from various directions. He shouted with joy, Apostle Rak will not be able to intervene in this battle. Continuous loud explosions echoed through the forest. Apostle Rak fled from the group of hybrid monsters. He leaped up, evading their attacks. Duran, seeing this, laughed excitedly. We succeeded. Rak is off the front lines. Now we just have to face their troops. This is our victory. The soldiers behind him also shouted with joy. Our victory, we have the advantage. On this side, Basin also smiled with satisfaction. I'm truly relieved. Suan behind him looked up with an uncomprehending expression. Relieved, he just smiled and explained, yes, because General LCK would never follow my orders. Then he looked at his army, waved his hand and chuckled. I racked my brain calculating that variable, and now I'm finally relieved. The soldier next to him looked around with an uncomprehending expression. But General, the enemy is numerous and they have a terrain advantage. Then he smiled and looked down confidently. They are merely human armies. I have never lost to an army composed solely of humans. Elsewhere, a group of monsters rushed madly, and Apostle LCK calmly fled before them. Luring them away, he frowned, his face cut. Soon after, lightning erupted from his hands. He used his weapon creation skill, and a spear was tightly gripped in his hand. He fled, looking at the grotesque monster group behind him. Then he leapt, and they also looked up. Apostle Rak's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he swung his spear, striking at the monster group. They dodged, and he also widened his eyes in surprise. Above, a giant dinosaur opened its mouth wide, trying to bite him. But he quickly leapt to avoid the attack. On this side, the soldiers also watched in confusion. Suan glanced at Basin next to him, lost in suspicious thought. He said he's never lost to an army composed solely of humans. His eyes were filled with caution, and he touched his chin, calculating and judging what was ahead. The new commander is truly an interesting person. Of course he must be full of confidence, because he distinguished himself in a naval battle. Then he couldn't help but suggest, but General, given the current situation, I believe our army should advance into the canyon. We cannot allow the enemy's vanguard to pass us. But the enemy has already blockaded the canyon, and they are very skilled at climbing. As they looked at the army emerging from the canyon, it's truly dangerous. Basin next to him still smiled calmly. Isn't the battle formation the same as what we discussed? Suan replied confusedly. Ah yes, Then he recalled the map showing the deployment of enemy and friendly forces. We are moving in a pincer formation toward the canyon entrance as ordered by the commander. Of course, this is a stable formation, but it will be very difficult to effectively attack the enemy. Then he suggested again, if we must advance, shouldn't we switch to a spearhead formation? Suddenly, Bassin looked down and smiled. Suan, you compared the canyon to a mouth earlier, didn't you? He asked playfully as if uncomprehending. Then, assuming it's a dog, what happens if it rubs its nose with its tail? Suan replied, somewhat confusedly, I'm sorry. Enemy was visible inside the canyon. Then he also smiled calmly. Just watch, he recalled the enemy shield-bearer vanguard. Above, assassins watched Bassin's army with caution. Even with bodies specialized for mountainous terrain and new weapons, they still adhered to old-fashioned combat. Elsewhere, cannons were already prepared, and the battle formation would certainly be the same. Then Bassin waved the flag and shouted to his army, artillery unit, listen carefully. Aim for the rocks in the canyon and fire. Soon after, cannonballs were fired towards the canyon. As he commanded again, shouting rocks, the bombs directly hit there and rocks ceaselessly shattered and fell into the canyon. The people inside were thrown into confusion, seeing the huge rocks falling above their heads. The cliff is collapsing. Bom Duran hastily pointed his finger and shouted to his army, what are you doing? Our cannons must also counterattack immediately, his subordinate reported with a worried face. The infantry are too densely packed to move the cannons. Another person also shouted, losing composure, damn it, then take the cannons to the top of the canyon. The army inside the canyon fell into chaos and cannonballs ceaselessly pounded the rocks. A commander reminded them, that will damage both the cannons and the soldiers. Furthermore, it will take too long. Bom Duran shouted, then call a unit from the west. Another person also shouted, judging General, the formation is already broken. Doing that will demoralize the entire army. In the difficult situation, Bom Duran clenched his fists in anger and shouted, damn it, what did you say? Outside, Bassin also waved a red flag, ordering a charge. Another cannonball was fired. He gave the order, if their cannons cannot advance, we must occupy the crossroads. Suan, next to him, was also surprised. So this is rubbing a dog's nose? If we also have cannons outside the canyon, this formation will be advantageous for us. Seeing that he understood, he also smiled. Exactly, the encirclement formation will be very effective in concentrating firepower. Bom Duran's army inside also quickly fired their cannons, but they all only hit rocks, he judged. Furthermore, it will be very difficult for the enemies in the narrow passages of the canyon to fire cannons outside. If they try to fire cannons in such a narrow space, they will be injured. Inside, more and more falling rocks appeared, and enemy soldiers fled in confusion. He further explained, it will also be difficult to fire cannons from the top of the canyon because the cannonballs will roll down. Then he looked at the siege situation on the map. In the end, they couldn't even use their new weapons. Danium should never have chosen that place in the first place. Suan behind him still looked up with a question in his eyes. But what if they somehow bring the cannons to the front lines? Bassin just smiled. If they do that. Inside, another cannonball flew towards the enemy and Bassin was still cheerful. Then it's even better for us. The people inside fled in confusion, their formation broken and dirt, rocks and cannonballs rained down. Above, cannonballs ceaselessly pounded the rocks. Soldiers shouted, pushing the cannons forward, and behind them cannons clear the way. Shield bearers, spear bearers helped move the cannons. The artillery unit advanced like that. On this side, Suan judged they have arrived. Bassin also shouted, ordering cavalry charge. The soldier next to him also shouted in response, cavalry charge. His soldiers surrounded Bom Duran's soldiers inside the canyon. A herd of horses charged quickly, throwing the enemy into chaos. A soldier shouted, cavalry. Warning, protect the artillery, shield bearers, and spear bearers. Outside, he also still smiled leisurely, forming a formation. Spear bearers can only stop cavalry when they maintain formation, but in this situation, they are completely useless. Suan next to him also watched in surprise. Bom Duran shouted to the soldier behind him, we can't let this continue, we must advance even by force. However, the soldier stopped him. No, General, we cannot abandon our terrain advantage before losing many troops. Seeing this, he also looked at the situation of the besieged army and shouted, terrain advantage? What advantage is there in this situation? Even if we outnumber them many times over, we can't do anything. Then Bom Duran looked at the battle before him and judged. The enemy has already completed their formation. If we charge, it's just suicide. Another soldier also looked at the situation with suspicious eyes. Are you saying we should retreat? He further explained. If we retreat now, the path to the capital will be completely open. Bom Duran helplessly looked at the battle. Then what do you want me to do? His face showed a hint of fear. We were already in formation waiting for the enemy to enter. But how did it come to this? The army inside the canyon was completely annihilated, corpses scattered everywhere. In the end, we have no choice but to advance. Bom Duran's hands were clenched helplessly. Even with losses, we have a numerical advantage. He frowned, tense. I must not lose my direction. In the end, he swung his sword and with a determined face ordered his soldiers to advance in a spearhead formation. We will use our numerical superiority. The soldiers also quickly rushed out of the canyon. On this side, people also quickly ran in to fight back. A commander cautiously looked ahead. We cannot see the enemy cavalry. U-bombed Duran behind him also looked at the situation and judged. It seems they retreated after the previous battle. We must turn this battle into a contest of numbers, so we must confront them head-on. On this side, Basin, seeing them charge, also smiled excitedly. I cannot let you do that. He rode a bird, swung his sword and advanced, shouting, charge, cut the enemy in half at the waist. Suddenly the soldiers and U-bombed Duran were also shocked and hesitated. What, cavalry? A herd of horses charged, launching a surprise attack. And horse hooves sent soldiers flying above. Soldiers on horseback also impaled an enemy soldier's body. The cavalry passed through U-bombed Duran's soldiers. We've been cut in two by cavalry. Below, a soldier looked up and reported, it's the previous cavalry unit. The cavalry continuously attacked and the enemy also judged. The vanguard is isolated. We can no longer hold the front line. At this, U-bombed Duran looked at them with a tense expression. The commander requested instructions from him. General, please give the order. Immediately after, he waved his hand and decided to clear the way for the allied cavalry to advance. We must save the forward units. A young commander next to him questioned sending the cavalry first. It's meaningless at this point. He thought they should retreat into the canyon, but the experienced commander negated his opinion, calling it foolish. It's too late. The enemy has already begun their charge. U-bombed Duran next to him tried to explain that orders must be consistent for the soldiers to concentrate. We will maintain formation and advance. A member of the command team countered him. What about the isolated frontline units? U-bombed Duran's face grimaced and he made a difficult decision. We will abandon them. The people still hesitated, but he, the general, resolutely cut them off. Shut up, we still have the advantage on this side. Basin also stood next to him, observing the battle. He moved his mount to observe more closely, then turned his head and ordered the people, soldiers who are exhausted or injured, retreat, and units not yet engaged in battle, advance. Suon watched him with a puzzled expression from the side. General, wouldn't it be more rational to use all current forces and preserve new forces for later? We can't even guarantee they'll recover quickly if they retreat. But he looked at the war situation and explained, my thoughts differ. If the soldiers know that forces are not used until they die, they will be relieved, he asked, frowning with incomprehension. That might be important in peacetime, but what's the meaning of psychological stability during war? He listened, looked up and smiled. Only then will the survivors continue to obey orders. From the cliff, Basin looked down at his cavalry. Since the enemy's forward units have been annihilated, we will secure space and bombard them. Suon behind him finally understood. A series of cannonballs were fired quickly, and the cannonballs flew towards U-bombed Duran's army, throwing them into confusion. At that moment he scanned the situation in a panic. This is a repeat of the previous game. He understood the current difficult situation. If we pull out the infantry to deploy cannons, the cavalry will tear through the formation. Calculations were made again in his head. If the infantry advances quickly, the cavalry will cut them in half and make them prey for the enemy infantry. U-bombed Duran's face turned dark with panic and fear, and he watched the current army situation with extreme tension. If we maintain formation and advance slowly, we will suffer damage from enemy bombardment. What on earth can we do? Outside, Basin also assessed the situation. From the beginning they chose the wrong position. If it were me, I would have retreated even at a loss. Suddenly, an expression of surprise crossed his face. On the other side, the guard unit blocked the canyon entrance. He also understood. They seemed to have come up with a new tactic. Basin calmly sat on his mount and understood. That's right. The tactic is to retreat with their backs to the cliff. That way the cavalry will have difficulty pursuing them across. He immediately found a solution. But this will immensely increase their contact surface. Subsequently, he shouted a charge. The soldiers also quickly rushed towards the guard unit in front. U-bombed Duran frowned and advanced, telling his commanders, so we're advancing the infantry. But what I want is an infantry battle. Immediately after, the charge order resounded, and both infantry forces clashed fiercely. Hold the east firmly and push the rest of the units with heavy infantry. The infantry advanced with momentum. A commander judged that the Seder heavy infantry was known for their strength in pushing back enemies. We've seized an opportunity. On this side, Basin also charged quickly. In the battlefield, both sides attacked fiercely. Seeing the situation looking good, U-bombed Duran smiled with joy. We succeeded. The heavy infantry pushed back the enemy infantry. That's right. Subsequently, he excitedly urged his troops, heavy infantry, advance and secure space. If the Allied forces can just get out of the canyon, we will win. On this side, Basin also coldly commented, they're being negligent. The infantry on the other side exclaimed in a panic, wait. Immediately after, his artillery also advanced. According to his command, cannonballs were continuously fired. Fire! The infantry in front frantically blocked the cannonballs and screams erupted from behind simultaneously. The commander's shout also resounded. Retreat! Above, Suon's voice trembled in panic. Below, all the guard units were dead. He looked down from atop a rock, terrified. Oh my God! Someone was also sitting in the system space above, observing. Hammer and anvil tactics. Hammer and anvil tactics have been a basic tactic since ancient times, from the era of Alexander the Great. Military command tactical diagrams appeared before his eyes. The version Basin was using was the most basic form of this tactic. It involves firmly holding the enemy in front with strong infantry and continuously attacking from above and both flanks with artillery and cavalry. Continuously attacking from above and both flanks with artillery and cavalry. He understood it that way. Since the enemy was stationed inside the canyon, we didn't suffer much damage, but it's too early to be relieved. Elsewhere, Krampus floated in the midst of the chaotic battle, looking at the system frame. Sang Jian judged internally. It depends on their reaction. On this side, Wisdom called him directly. Do you think you're going to lose? He also panicked. Why? We provided fire support. Krampus's face was filled with tension. Sweat poured down like rain. Next to him, Wisdom reminded him. You should focus on defeating LCK. They looked to the other side. Apostle LCK was fighting the hybrid monsters, but all that did was prevent the creatures from being annihilated. Rack that monster. He looked at the screen and forced a smile. We haven't been annihilated yet, but if we retreat now, we'll lose even more. I think I can still do it if I send in additional troops. So, after saying that, Wisdom also remained silent and then replied to him, I'm sorry. Krampus forced a laugh and was startled. Why? Wisdom reached out to disconnect. I can't help you. Upon hearing that, Krampus also clenched his fists in anger. Damn it, on the screen, Wisdom tried to explain. To provide support, I need to prepare in advance, he also countered. But Darrett Capital is still left, isn't it? He calculated internally. But the real reason is that Apostle Layden isn't ready yet. Wisdom recalled Layden, who was fighting like a madman. Layden is preparing for the final battle against the domestic rebels. Even now, he continues to win battles and accumulate achievements. The power of an apostle comes from achievements and reputation. On this side, Krampus also made a decision. All right, I'll retreat. He sat in his chair, rubbing his forehead with a tormented expression, looking at the system window. Anyway, Blackscale won't be able to conquer Danum with just 10,000 troops. It's better to stall for time at Darrett Capital. A commander behind him rushed up and reported, General Yabum Minin has issued a retreat order. Upon hearing that, Bom Duran's face also darkened and he turned his head to confirm. Good. We retreat. The charge order resounded and the soldiers turned and fled. Retreat to the capital and reorganize the formation. On this side, Suon also looked to the other side and shouted, The enemy is retreating. Basson calmly put his hands behind his back and shouted, Pursue the retreating enemy and annihilate them. On the other side, his army continued to attack and advance on Bom Duran's army. That way, our next battle will be easier. Inside the canyon, the enemy fled over the bodies of allied soldiers. Night was deepening, and the wind blew through the canyon's crevices. Outside, bodies were piled high like mountains. Inside the command tent, discussions continued by candlelight. The enemy suffered about half casualties. Suon held the report and added, It seems there will be more deserters. We lost 1,000 troops. Basson also rubbed his chin, thinking. He smiled with pleasure. To have lost with 3 times the troops, the Battle of Dinpa Canyon will be recorded as a disgrace in Danum's history. Upon hearing that, he again rubbed his chin and said, Do you think the nation of Danum will still exist later? Upon hearing that, Suon also explained in a panic, General, Danum is a great power. Even if we occupy the capital, that alone, then he also nodded in agreement. We won't be able to conquer all of Danum because there are still local royalty and nobles remaining. Subsequently, Basson raised 3 fingers and judged. But aren't 3,000 Danum troops too many? It must be too difficult to maintain such a large army. He recalled Kai in the palace. His Majesty said that Danum currently has many internal problems, and after this defeat those problems will erupt. Suon sat with an uncomprehending expression. Problems? What kind of problems? Then he placed his hand on the table and stood up. Subsequently he turned his head and smiled. It would be better to see it for yourself. 7 days later, the Blackscale army arrived at Damarit, the capital of Danum, a white castle. Ben and Suon looked inside from outside the castle gate, and soon after, the castle gate quickly opened. Aranju, understanding Basson's intent, stepped forward. She extended her hand to the two and introduced herself. I am Aranju, General Bom Duran's daughter. Bom Duran, he was slightly puzzled. Bom Duran, are you referring to the commander-in-chief of this war? She confirmed. That's right. Aranju's eyes were calm, and she added, At the same time, as of yesterday, I am the ruler of Damarit capital and the new empress of Danum. Ben and Suon listened and were slightly puzzled, she declared, looking at the two walking across the bridge from atop the castle gate. Danum surrenders to Blackscale. Above, Krampus clutched his head, his face grimacing in extreme tension. Damn it, he looked at the castle and Basson's army advancing into it, bewildered. What the hell is the problem? The goal was to buy time until the allied forces gathered, but we didn't even come close to the goal. Suddenly, a system window appeared next to him, and he sighed, looking at it helplessly. Sang Jian. He looked at Sang Jian in the screen that appeared in the system window and thought, is he going to surrender? His hands clenched into fists resting on his thighs and he bowed his head, not daring to look directly. Then he asked again suspiciously, and he also panicked slightly. Nebula, do you think I've been wasting my time playing this game? Seeing his despair, Sang Jian also consoled him. No, I think you're doing well. Seeing his silence, he asked again. Then can you explain this situation to me? Through the system window he explained. Where are you now? Your plan was for the Prime Minister to seize power after the king died, wasn't it? Krampus recalled the Prime Minister admitting without hesitation. Yeah, I thought the Prime Minister was the most capable at the time. He waved his hand at the subjects below. He had a lot of ambition, so I thought he could unite the chaotic domestic situation. Sang Jian also recalled the bloody execution. So you're saying that because you, Bomb, couldn't share power with the Prime Minister after he returned, you framed him for treason and even executed him? Slight embarrassment also crossed his face. Yeah, I thought it was a natural choice, but I didn't expect you, Bomb's daughter Aranju, to rebel out of revenge. Aranju killed the Prime Minister inside the temple. He was also slightly puzzled. She didn't have that potential, did I miscalculate? Upon hearing that, he rubbed his chin and thought, you overlooked that an individual can break through in certain situations, but it wasn't a bad move. It's not an exaggeration to say it's fine. Krampus bowed his head, his face darkened, and he clutched his head looking at him. Assuming I surrender, can I ask one question? Why did I lose? Sangjian confidently pointed a finger arrogantly. Because I'm too good. Seeing Krampus's face looking at him with a slight confusion, he pointed to his head and explained, it's a joke. You can't win by only making choices for the current situation. You have to consider all possible outcomes that can arise from the overall strength. Then he also understood. So you predicted all this would happen? Below, Aranju was leading Basin, Suan and the army behind them into the castle. He replied to him. Roughly so. To be honest, I thought the conflict between the Prime Minister and the General would last longer, but in the end. From the fortress above, Krampus bowed his head in disappointment. So the situation was better than you expected? He nodded on the screen, confirming. He also grabbed the back of his chair and remained silent for a moment. Incidents appeared on the screen, Sangjian reminded. You still haven't surrendered. If you surrender now, I'll give you more favorable terms. His face darkened and he sat on his throne laughing maniacally. Then, with an extremely triumphant expression, he raised his head and looked up. I will never surrender. On this side, he received a notification in the space. Video call ended. Only then did Elda peek out from behind the chair. Why do you think Krampus refused to surrender? He calmly judged. He wants to see everything through to the end. That kind of mental fortitude is also good. Her face blushed and she was embarrassed. I would have given up. I just feel a little sorry for the virtuous people who trusted me. Upon hearing that, Sangjian also turned his head and nodded in agreement. Acting that way isn't bad either. On the screen, a massive capital was seen from above. It was a capital surrounded by castle walls. There were farmlands and a river. If Danim had fought a defensive battle, our army would have had to endure immense damage. He stood silently in the air. Behind him was Elda. But we occupied the enemy's capital without bloodshed. This cannot be simply attributed to luck. Everything has its own cause and effect. On the other side, he also frantically pressed the system device. Then system windows continuously appeared next to Krampus. His face was extremely displeased and he gritted his teeth thinking, let's see how they react. Below, in the main hall of the castle, Aranju sat on the throne chair, looking down at Basin and Suan and calmly stated, General Basin, the Danium army is still larger than yours. If I hadn't surrendered, the damage would have been far greater. She placed her hands on the armrests of the chair and proposed, therefore I would like to agree on better terms. Basin, from below, retorted with a serene face, but the Danium army has already been disarmed, and it was you, General, who opened the city gates. Do you not regret it? From above, Aranju's face was resolute, and she said, excessive demands will cause us to lose the trust of our people. If rumors spread that Blackscale is too harsh, fewer nations will want to surrender. Does the Blackscale army wish to continue fighting difficult battles? He also looked up with an inquiring gaze. Within the space, Sangjian also observed the negotiation, praising inwardly, quite bold. Just a few days ago, such a situation would have been unimaginable. He looked at the negotiation screen and judged, honestly, such surrender negotiations aren't that important. Elda, next to him, also looked confused. Surrender negotiations aren't important? He recalled Krampus and his castle. Darret is still controlled by Krampus's faith. The most important thing now is for the Blackscale army to remain safely here. After that, he asserted with a determined expression, we must ascertain exactly what Krampus is pursuing. I want to know whose side he is on. A few days later, the people inside the castle were gathered under a solemn ceremony. Aranju's coronation was held with the support of the Blackscale army. Aranju held a mirror, and in front of her was a crown placed on a cushion. It was the moment the Danium king, friendly with the Blackscale army, was officially enthroned. Below, Basin and Suan stood among the people watching. The commoners were densely packed below. She looked at herself in the mirror, but during the coronation the mirror quickly cracked, and her face in the mirror gradually shattered. Mirror fragments fell onto Aranju's face. The surrounding people approached worriedly, not going smoothly. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere in the space became even more somber. Confused whispers and gazes stared intently at the Holy Throne's blessing mirror. Someone screamed and shouted to everyone, Mujin does not recognize Aranju as the rightful king. The person stood on the dais looking down at the confused crowd, raised their hand high and exclaimed, last night Mujin sent me a message. Even if you surrender to Blackscale, you must not surrender to the night sky. The commoners below also raised their hands in response. That's right, we must not surrender. The nation can surrender, but our faith cannot. Within the space, Elda also realized, is this the event happening? He still calmly frowned and confirmed, yes, this is the beginning of the separation of papal and royal authority. Separation of papal and royal authority. Power was divided into two factions with two different leaders. Generally, royal authority and religion support each other to form a unified power structure. However, as society develops, they tend to separate. After that, Sangjian continued to stare at the screen, touching his finger to Earth's system window. Separation usually begins when political power cuts off religion, but in the ruined world it was the opposite. Here, religion had a stronger influence. Elda, next to him, also touched the system board and turned to Sang Jian. If papal and royal authority separate now, everything will become very chaotic. Hearing that, he also praised, Krampus is certainly not an ordinary being in this game. He narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, the person most shocked right now must be Aranju. Below was full of chaos, and Aranju looked down at the frantic commoners being restrained by soldiers. More and more people were becoming enraged. Her face still calmly surveyed her surroundings. In times like these there's only one place to lean on after that. Aranju knelt before the statue, devoutly praying with faith. Aranju closed her eyes and bowed her body, her mind filled with countless thoughts. Lord, why do you still remain silent? Are you telling me I'm wrong? The golden statue above still showed no reaction, and the chancellor, blinded by greed, was running wild. She frowned, her eyebrows tightly furrowed, and resolved in her heart, this is the only way to preserve the nation. Finally, she opened her resolute red eyes. Within the space he also calmly observed the outcome. She is very tenacious. Her patience actually increased after the mirror shattered. Elda, next to him, also stood next to her chair with a bewildered expression. But why didn't Krampus kill Aranju? Wouldn't it have been simpler to deny her kingship after killing her? Hearing that, Sang Jian still calmly explained, he wanted Aranju to fall into despair so I would come to her aid. And once Aranju began to trust me, she would become an even more entrenched heretic and could be easily overthrown. As he spoke, he recalled the time he called Krampus, and Krampus sat opposite him with a complex expression. I proposed and he seemed to follow. After that, he thought of the illusions that could arise. Krampus must have prepared 4 possible scenarios. A. Aranju retracts her decision to surrender. B. Aranju is assassinated. C. Aranju surrenders to the night sky. And finally D. The night sky protects Aranju in her current state. Elda frowned and gritted her teeth. A, B, and C would all put the Blackscale army at a disadvantage. He cut her off and reached out towards the system screen, as if to embrace Aranju's body, kneeling in despair. And D is the outcome they desire most. They want me to expend more resources to protect Aranju and make Blackscale bog down in Darret despite having occupied the capital. Hearing that, Elda still didn't understand, shrugging her shoulders and staring at him with wide eyes. Then what should we do now? After that, Sang Jian smiled, rested his chin in his hand and grew excited. We need to show them that having many plans alone isn't enough, he muttered. The second lesson is to always have more plans than the enemy. Aranju's room was quiet, and suddenly a sound was heard. She was still asleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. In the corner of the room, a shadowy figure in a cloak was staring at her. She screamed in terror. Who are you? The woman opposite also held a staff and threw off the scarf from her head. I am Yan. She also introduced herself. I am Aranju, Queen of Dar. Soon after, Aranju also got out of bed with a wary expression. Yan, aren't you an alchemist? But Yan smiled wickedly. Not anymore. Now I am a wizard. The woman opposite also cautiously put her hand inside her clothes, frowning. A wizard? That's just a fairy tale, isn't it? She still calmly approached, saying, even a young commander has become queen, yet there's still so much you don't know. The window outside was still covered by night, and Yan threatened. I entered this place with countless soldiers without anyone knowing, and I can kill you and leave here as if nothing happened. Aranju's body sitting on the bed didn't move. Truly ridiculous. You're just an old dwarf. Beside her, she still calmly approached. Care to test me? Feeling threatened, she quickly drew her sword. If so, I won't hold back. She leapt up, brandishing her short sword, seriously preparing to attack. The sword came down and pierced her neck and blood gushed out. But Yan merely narrowed her eyes and looked at her. HMPH? Aranju's face was filled with terror. Blood covered the ground, but she still calmly approached her. You only believe what you see with your own eyes, it seems. As she approached, Aranju fell onto the bed. She threatened. Do you understand now, young queen? Her face was slightly dazed and she looked up at the power around her. Why did you come here? Soon after, she quickly pulled out the sword embedded in her neck. From above, looking down at Aranju, her body floated in the air and asserted, Rest assured, I came to help you, she asked with a bewildered expression, looking up. What is the price for that help? Yan's body floated in the air, magic power emanating, and she looked down at her and proposed. A nation free from the interference of gods. Seeing Yan's resolute face, Aranju was bewildered. That is impossible. She looked up with a suspicious expression. Do you not know the history of races that perished for not worshipping gods? The woman opposite still calmly hypothesized. Simultaneously, a flow of power spread. What if there is a power that can replace the gods? Aranju sweated and exclaimed in horror. That's absurd. The woman opposite's face was unreadable, but she still firmly asserted, it's possible. We will make this nation the center of magic. Having finished speaking, she landed on the ground. She also asked, as if unable to understand, if magic is so powerful, can't you drive out the Blackscale army? Her eyes were very serious, and moonlight shone from outside the window as she asserted, impossible. Even the current Blackscale army is difficult for me to face, she added while Aranju sat blankly on the edge of the bed. Furthermore, the night sky has a deep interest in wizards, so I cannot act recklessly, she probed. Then what can you do? She asserted. While the night sky is cast over the castle, I can protect the people of this nation. After that, she recalled her past of being oppressed. Like my race, those who didn't follow the gods had to live their entire lives oppressed. Her face was very cold and she asked, Now that another god rules this land, do you think you and your descendants can live in peace? The window outside was still bright with night, and even the name Danium might not exist under Blackscale rule, and there's no guarantee that your freedom of faith will be protected. The commoners talked and laughed happily, but what was truly worth protecting was not the nation, nor the gods, but only humans. She asserted, we do not serve gods, because we possess the power to protect ourselves. Below the bed, Aranju hesitated and looked up. Yan tempted, if you accept my proposal I will give you that power. Suddenly she looked up at the moonlight outside the window. Unfortunately there's not much time to decide. Choose before the sun rises. From this side she also suspiciously clutched her head, and through the window the sun slowly rose from behind the mountain, illuminating the room. Good, I've decided. The light shone on Aranju. She clasped her hands together and said with resolute eyes, let's create a nation that doesn't depend on any god. Elsewhere their conversation was being monitored through the system screen. Sangjian smiled, excited by this situation. And after that light shone directly on the castle. Inside, Dinan entered holding a piece of paper. Long time no see, General Ben. Hearing that, he and Suon also turned around. Minister of Hunting, long time no see. As he spoke he approached, smiled and shook hands. I didn't expect the minister to come all the way here. Dinan next to him also smiled and said, because of the war we couldn't hold feasts or hunts, so I had to come myself. The soldiers were still lined up waiting for orders. He reported, I have gathered 5,000 troops and brought them with me. Suddenly Dinan opened his mouth. You are well aware of the current military situation, aren't you? He also looked up. I am. The castle, seen from above, was completely subdued. After the Blackscale army occupied the Danium capital, the armies of other nations also began to move very quickly. Armies moved from 3 directions. 2,000 troops from Joa, Danium's closest ally, 24,000 troops from distant Mongoon and 18,000 troops from Germa were dispatched. All 3 units were moving towards this castle, with a total of 62,000 troops advancing towards Darat capital. He seriously judged they will arrive within a month, and Sermion is still in civil war, correct? Dinan next to him held a document and confirmed, that's right, and that war will end with the traitors' victory. Lane rode majestically into the war. As if blessed by the gods, his momentum was unstoppable. He madly cut down everything around him, even calling himself the Apostle of Sochison. Basson confirmed he understood after that. Dinan seemed to remember something, looking at the stack of documents, and said, I also brought some new weapons that I think will be useful in this battle. He looked at it with a suspicious expression. Cannons? We can also get cannons from Danium. Next to him he glanced over and explained, they are cannons, but they are new models. As he spoke he pointed to the cannon placed on the ground. It was a new model with a longer barrel. It's heavier, but it can fire 50 paces further than a regular cannon. Hearing that, Basson also widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, 50 paces? Amazing. What about the second model? Dinan still calmly turned around and looked. The second model has an even more innovative design. You can see it at the training ground. Gunshots rang out. Basson looked up. The sound is quiet. Dinan next to him confirmed. That's right, a sniper was holding a gun and practicing shooting. Dinan explained. It's much smaller and can be fired by just one person. They discussed the structure of this gun. It has a trigger like the crossbows used by Mongoon. You can think of it as a cannon, but it operates like a crossbow. From this side he also curiously touched it. Then what do you call it? He still calmly watched Basson's movements. The engineers call it a hand cannon. After that, he informed, it's already loaded, so just try firing it. Hearing that, he also aimed through the scope, muttering with an expectant voice, a hand cannon. The bullet fired powerfully, piercing through the target. Seeing that, Basson also lowered the barrel of the gun and exclaimed in surprise. The target board in front was pierced by the bullet, still emitting smoke. He asked suspiciously, how many did you bring? A month later at a camp, Xanda's face was filled with worry, her chin resting in her hand. She sat bored at the Allied Forces negotiation table. The others opposite were still discussing. What should we do? She closed her eyes and sat on the ground in anger, frowning. That damn Nebula threatened the others. That night in the space he wanted me to betray them. She awkwardly looked at Sangjian. But I am allied with them. The person next to him also wondered, weren't you allied with me? Hearing that, Xanda forced a wry smile and explained, ah well, it's pretty much the same. I was effectively allied with you, but now I'm branded a traitor. He sat in his chair and calmly said, so you think that? Then he understood and nodded. Then it would be better if I helped you make a decision. As he opened the system screen and threatened, Xanda's face turned pale. Xanda, if you don't cooperate, I will reveal all the information you provided me. Sangjian suddenly stood up. Of course you can deny it. But everyone will suspect you, and you will be isolated. And if you are isolated, I will crush you. Hearing this, she became even more flustered. Wait, what? Xanda's face was filled with indignation, and she clenched her fists and shouted, if you do that, what will I think of you? Hearing her curse, Sangjian still calmly said, probably as a corrupt individual. Immediately after, he smiled, looked at her, and added, I believe you are a rational person. At this threat, Xanda stood blankly, her face darkened. Think carefully about what your life depends on and make the right choice. She helplessly tore at her hair and finally bowed her head and sullenly surrendered. So what do you want from me? He calmly pointed his finger at her. All right, your mission is, she muttered to herself, damn that Nebula. Xanda's face was filled with emptiness and she frowned, saying, if you're going to speak, speak properly. Sometimes I understand vaguely, but in the end you'll find out for yourself. What exactly are you talking about? Suddenly someone shouted, "Everyone, hey!" The three were watching Xanda's screen. Nebula's actions are very suspicious. A1026, who was next to him, also said with incomprehension, "Really? I didn't see anything," she explained, looking at the image of his army on the screen. "Nebula is constantly reinforcing his troops and interfering with our activities. Since the troops are few, it's also a rational move." But Zhang Wang seriously observed the screen and assessed, it's rational, but too formulaic. It's fine when we play, but Nebula should be different. A1026, who was next to him, still approached with incomprehension. "Why? Is it because Nebula is ranked first, so he has to make moves we can't understand?" He propped his chin and denied, "That's not what I mean." Then Zhang Wang looked at the ground encampment. "We misjudged the first battle, but the next battle will simply be a siege or a battle on the field." His face calculated very grimly. "Sieges usually proceed according to a fixed formula, and the side with more troops has the advantage. According to that, our win rate will be 80 to 95. Then he weighed Sang Jian's faction against his own, and the scales tilted in their favor. "Our faith is also higher. Moreover, this isn't a one-on-one duel, so even with a small investment of resources we can take down LCK." On this side, Krampus also frowned, looking at him with incomprehension. "Then logically we should win. But if the enemy only moves as expected," Zhang Wang judged, "they must be plotting something." He sat in his chair, slightly suspicious. "Exactly, there are a few things I'm worried about." Saying that, he recalled Yan and the other two. "First are the wizards. We know Yan's location among the three wizards, but we still don't know where Talai and Madari are." And he recalled that Aranju, with their help, had seized power and declared Danium a religiously neutral nation. Nebula has clearly exploited some characteristic of wizards. He looked worriedly at the images of the two remaining wizards. "Since two wizards haven't been found yet, similar incidents will happen 2 more times." Hearing that, Krampus also looked down worriedly. "So we only need to be wary of the wizards?" He denied. "No." His eyes were firm, and the 4 people behind him listened intently to Zhang Wang's words. "The reason Nebula is playing so formulaically is probably because he believes he can win with just that. There might be something we've missed." His gaze grew sharper and sharper. "It's just my intuition." But in the end he reached a conclusion that made everyone pause. "What if there's a traitor among us?" Outside, Wanda with a guilty laugh hid behind Krampus. He was flustered. "Wait, you're just hypothesizing, right? There couldn't possibly be a real traitor, could there?" Zhang Wang, across from him, still firmly crossed his arms. "But for Nebula, such a move is entirely possible." "What do you think?" Saying that, he turned around and looked at them. "If there's a Nebula spy among us, who could it be?" Hearing that, Xanda also broke into a cold sweat and looked at the sky. She forced a smile. "Is this how it is?" Her face turned pale and flustered. "Surely he's not accusing me?" Then Zhang Wang placed his hand on the armrest of his chair and stood up. "The traitor is definitely." His finger pointed straight ahead. He was confident in his guess, and the 3 people were stunned. The finger pointed directly at A1026. "You." A1026. Hearing that, she also tilted her head slightly with incomprehension. "Oh, me?" Krampus was startled to hear that. "What are you talking about?" Xanda, who was next to him, was also flustered. "What?" Her voice trembled, filled with guilt and fear. "What?" Her mind had already lost its composure. What did he just say? She approached Zhang Wang with trembling steps and forced a smile. Zhang Wang, if you say that, do you have proof?" But he retorted, "No, but as I said, it's just a suspicion." A1026, across from him, remained calm. "Then what is your basis for thinking that? On what grounds?" Then he opened the system window. He gritted his teeth. "Look at this." The screen showed a dark-skinned man running into the city gate. He was conversing with a lizard folk. Zhang Wang accused, "This Dennis traveled between Danium and Hukan many times. He has no special status, he's just a merchant." Krampus questioned with disbelief. "Have you tried to contact him?" Zhang Wang still said firmly, "We sent our priests to arrest him." Then he added, and she was speechless. "But Nebula intervened and killed him." At that, A1026 still calmly crossed her arms. "Then I don't need to explain further, do I? I don't know who that person is." Zhang Wang, across from her, still questioned her suspiciously. The other 2 stared at them blankly. "Then why did Dennis go to meet the lizard folk, and why did Nebula have to kill him?" Krampus frowned and said with incomprehension, "That part really needs an explanation. If he was killed before we could approach him, it means Nebula had been monitoring this person for a long time." Suddenly, Xanda rushed out and defended A1026. "But it feels somewhat forced." She shook them, flustered. "It could be Nebula's plot to divide us, or part of another plan we don't know about." Her face was firm, and she struggled to convince the 2. Krampus said firmly, "But even the smallest suspicion must be clearly resolved." She retorted again, "Then how do you 2 want to explain it? That person is dead." Zhang Wang's face was very cautious, and he suggested, "It's simple. Just reveal all your personal information." Hearing that, she remained calm but said it was rude. A furious aura emanated from A1026's body. "Come to think of it, if you were the traitor, wouldn't that be the perfect way to frame me and claim credit?" "Why?" Zhang Wang, across from her, was also slightly surprised. Wanda smiled inwardly. "Got it." Her eyes were filled with a calculating light, and she understood Sang Jian's words. Is this what he meant by "you'll find out for yourself when the time comes"? So his intention was this all along. She recalled the words he had told her. "Wanda, your mission is to protect the traitor." His gaze was firm on her, and Xanda couldn't help but force a smile when someone actively defended the accused. Others will find it difficult to apply further pressure. They will start talking about trust and loyalty. In the end, they will disregard the facts. Currently she witnessed that the situation with Krampus, Zhang and A1026 was exactly as Sang Jian had said. Then the accused would not be able to shake off the initial suspicion, and others would start to view the accused too extremely. Wanda smiled cunningly. In a situation like this, it's not the person being attacked who is considered the traitor. The three people across from her all looked at Zhang Wang, and he was also surprised. Sang Jian's voice still echoed in her ear. Rather, it's not the accused who is considered the traitor. The four people now seemed to be standing on a thin pane of glass, and it began to crack. And if this happened, it would be enough to shake the alliance and no one would suspect her. Elsewhere, Wanda. An army was stationed on the outskirts surrounding the city. Zhang Wang's face was very cautious and he propped his chin, lost in thought. Suspicious. Krampus and Xanda across from him also stared at him. I thought at least one person would agree with my opinion if there was enough evidence. Was I too harsh on A? Across from him. Wisdom called directly. There's another possibility, he explained. The suspicion among us is Sang Jian's plan, and everything might be a smokescreen to divert our attention elsewhere. His face said with an unreadable expression, if that's the case, there's probably another traitor. Hearing that, Zhang Wang also frowned and propped his knees, saying with incomprehension, Krampus, you and I lack the ability. Xanda also didn't look suspicious. He across from them remained calm. Then let's make a few hypotheses. If Xanda is the traitor, what problems would arise? Suddenly he sprang to his feet as if realizing something and looked around. Wait, Xanda's army below is moving. Saying that, she smiled cunningly. Only then did he realize they were in big trouble. His hand frantically pressed buttons on the screen. Then let's make a mathematical assumption. Rudas said he would monitor Ira, so he set up camp near them. He pressed the screen in a panic. Krampus was there too, but he only has 2,000 troops. Rudas alone could attack both of them. Wisdom, who was next to him, calmly said, but words are easy. Action is difficult. He imagined the foxes panicking before instructions and choices. Every being in the ruined world has its own will. If you suddenly order an alliance to betray, even if it's the word of God, they will fall into confusion. But in Wisdom's mind there was another thought. However, in extremely rare cases there are exceptions. Inside the space, Wanda bit her lip as she looked at her system window, hesitating slightly. Then she recalled what she had read when she was on Earth. When playing the ruined world on Earth, a knight caught my attention. It was a study on how to betray well in the ruined world to increase win rates. It also explained how to betray effectively. It was a playstyle someone wrote for fun, relying entirely on betrayal mechanisms. Her hand skillfully moved the mouse. That knight's play was called Betrayal Play, but it wasn't seriously evaluated and was buried. A virtual map was displayed on the screen and no one tried to look at it again. But for me at least it was very useful in increasing my win rate. Thanks to that, even though my skills weren't special, I was able to significantly increase my win rate. Xanda's eyes stared intently at them. It's the same this time. I carefully prepared all the core elements of that playstyle. She selected her Legion attributes on the screen. The raw race is slow and hesitant when making decisions. When faced with two options, they always hesitate to choose both, which makes their decisions inefficient. Her body floated in space, looking at the system windows. Because of that characteristic, the raw race is rarely chosen as a main playable race. Below, the crowd whispered to each other. But that very characteristic made this play a reality. Her eyes were firm and she cried inwardly. But the very characteristic of the raw race makes this possible, and this is a patience-based playstyle specifically designed for those who, like me, don't have exceptional skills. Then she recalled the purple flower she had chosen earlier. Rudas chose a flower as a religious symbol against the enemy. The name of that flower is Manhua, a flower called the impermanent flower, and its fruit does not grow on the stem. The important point about the Manhua biwa is its shelled fruit. You can't tell if the fruit is ripe until you peel it. She gave this fruit to her people, and the ripening time of the fruit was very unpredictable. So it was used as a main means of divination, and that ritual was called the Jaeon Moon. But now a fox held a red, ripe Manhua biwa fruit in its hand. The fruit is ripe. Sobi's face was flustered looking at the fruit. Manhua Inwang fruit. At this moment he was Sobi Mu Go, the enemy's supreme commander. He looked at the person next to him in a panic and said, "Take out your Manhua biwa fruit." That person also nervously took out a fruit from their waist. Yes. His hand trembled as he held up the fruit. This one is ripe. Hearing that, Sobi also narrowed his eyes and understood. Do you remember today's oracle about the war? The people below looked up, trembling. It said to protect the alliance if the fruit wasn't ripe, and if the fruit was ripe, the string of reason snapped, and with it the alliance shattered. It said to betray them. Sobi gritted his teeth. Dawn was gradually breaking inside the encampment. He commanded, right and wrong no longer have meaning. Everything was decided by the Mongoon from the beginning of time. We only realize its meaning after the event occurs. His eyes looked at the distant sky. Our ignorance and slow decision-making only ensure that we do not deviate from the gods' predetermined will. Again, the gods were above. Sunlight shone on the army, and they calmly gathered. We will obey God's will. Immediately, the army advanced towards Krampus's forces. They attacked quickly inwards. Krampus's face was filled with horror as he belatedly realized the enemy had betrayed them. They were killing Deniam's supreme commander and attacking their encampment. Zhang Wang's face was also filled with horror as he turned to look at him. What about Rudas? He didn't answer. I don't know where he is either. From his side he urgently shouted, "Call Wisdom." All three opened their systems. He confirmed, "I'm calling him now." Below, the entire army was being massacred. Even seeing that, A-1026 remained calm and there was no denying it anymore. Luna, next to Zhang Wang, shouted in an angry voice, "Rudez is a traitor. The attacked unit is in a terrible situation." He gnashed his teeth and looked around. The screen was still connected to Wisdom. "German's general has also been assassinated. Send down your creatures and wipe them all out." But Wisdom quickly stopped him. "No," he then added about Sang Jian's army. "Darrett's castle gates have just opened and the Black Scale army is pouring in. This battle is already decided." Zhang Wang's face was very serious. "I'm also mobilizing all my troops and rushing at full speed. If we clash head-on," Wisdom quickly cut him off, "we'll lose. If you intervene as gods, they will too. Do you think you can win?" Seeing that, all three calmly looked at him. Wisdom slammed the table and decided they had to turn the army back. "We have to retreat." Below, Sang Jian's army was quickly joining the battle on flying beasts. He still firmly advised them, "This isn't the end. We still have a chance in the second expedition." This clearly proves one thing. Nebula wants a short war. So the longer time passes, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Everyone calmed down, and Wisdom also reported in a soft voice to the German army to go straight to the border. Suddenly, A-1026 appeared behind them, and they all looked at her. "No, if I want to save my soldiers, I have to intervene myself." Seeing that, Krampus also frowned and decided, "I'm sorry, but I have to join the battle too. Those two elite units are all my forces right now. It's better to gamble than to lose everything." Below, soldiers were desperately fleeing and wounded soldiers were piled up. "If Damaris falls like this, I'll have to give up on a war based in the continent's central axis. I can accept defeat, but I can't just sit back and take it." Subsequently, they looked at Zhang Wang and pressed him. "Zhang Wang, what are you going to do? You're going to help me, aren't you?" Seeing that, he gnashed his teeth and hesitated. "My mind is also complicated right now because of my divine power." He made his decision, and the other two just watched silently. "I don't think I'll be of any help," but Krampus just closed his eyes and sighed. "I guess there's no choice. Your reason is also rational." Zhang Wang averted his gaze. He recalled how he had created the new Apostle Layton through a sacrificial ritual. "I can't tell them why I'm not intervening now. Because I suspected one of the Alliance members was a traitor, I went my own way and secretly created an apostle. And in that process my divine power dropped to level 8. Zhang Wang's eyes were filled with regret. "I'd have to reveal that my divine power decreased because of that incident. The accusation that Era was a traitor caused a misunderstanding. If I decided to hide that, I have to hide it to the end." Below, the army also began to push into the battle. "If I turn the army back, Blackscale's cavalry will pursue them. I must at least minimize the damage. Era, you should also abandon your army and retreat." Zhang Wang's face was very serious and he was watching the battle situation in front. He reminded her, "You know that using faith now is useless. It won't be effective in the next battle either, will it?" Seeing that, she also pursed her lips. Zhang Wang finally calmly judged, "In fact, German's domestic situation is not very good right now. Even some internal nobles have started following Night Sky. It's probably because of Nebula's plot." After that, A-1026 recalled that country and German were nations with very weak royal authority. "If we lose this battle, we can't guarantee a second expedition." Seeing that, Zhang Wang was also slightly puzzled. "Why didn't you tell me beforehand?" She calmly replied, "I'm sorry I couldn't tell you beforehand. I didn't want to be a burden." A-1026 added, "The others seem to be handling Nebula's plots well." Krampus's face also froze. "So I was ashamed that I seemed to be the only one faltering." She stood opposite Zhang Wang while he was still frozen and said, "And if this internal problem were discovered, I was worried I would be suspected." The veil covering her head fluttered and his eyes looked up slightly surprised. Finally, she took off her veil and her eyes held deep sorrow. "Just one more time, could you reconsider?" Immediately after, the space fell silent. Zhang Wang helplessly bowed his head. "I'm sorry." Seeing that, A-1026 also just bowed her head with a helpless expression. "All right." After that, they left him alone. Everyone has their own problems, but they can't tell each other. His body was lonely, and next to him was Wisdom's screen. Krampus also just moved forward and looked back at A-1026, who had disappeared far away. It seemed like an alliance without problems, but in the end there was still distance. He helplessly frowned. "Not just A, but me and Wisdom and that damn Xanda." On the other side, A-1026 still opened the system window and smiled, reminding him, "Since this happened, be careful. Don't make a foolish mistake like me." She tilted her head and added, "Thank you for everything. If fate allows, we'll meet again." Seeing that, Krampus also widened his eyes in bewilderment. Zhang Wang next to him was also shocked. "Ah." Immediately after, she clicked the text on the system screen to confirm. Finally, she left amidst their shock. Krampus's face was filled with horror. Zhang Wang also looked at him in shock. "No way?" The two quickly looked down, and where A-1026 had teleported, her dress was tattered and burning, and enormous energy erupted from her body. They were puzzled. "Is she manifesting now?" Her two eyes glowed red with anger. Below, the soldiers also cheered and shouted, "It's a dark entity. A dark entity has appeared." Above, Zhang Wang looked down and shouted in shock, "Are you crazy? If you die in your manifested state while the German army is completely annihilated," he cried out miserably, but below she still didn't listen. And killing intent permeated the surroundings. Her soul could be sealed. Krampus also hastily opened the system window. "That's A's last resort when pushed to the brink. We need to calmly do our own thing," he ordered the people below. Zhang Yuan, withdraw the troops. Next to him he was bewildered. If I withdraw, what will you do? After that a vibration echoed, and they looked up in surprise. Above, lightning struck and dark clouds covered the sky. Damn it, it finally happened. Krampus's face was distorted and he gnashed his teeth and laughed. I had no intention of manifesting, but I have to support her as much as possible. Above, the yellow lightning grew larger and larger, and he added, I have to hit Nebula with all my might, no matter what. Elsewhere, Wanda covered her face in horror. She pointed frantically at the screen, looking at Sangjian. She manifested. What should we do? He reminded her she was being noisy. We're winning, so why are you making such a fuss? On the screen above, A1026's rank and profile were displayed. It will be harder to deal with her when she manifests, but A's current faith is 18. Not much different from Jogubi. Hearing that, Xanda still looked at him in shock, her face pale, and shouted, How can you compare Jogubi and A? That guy doesn't even know how to play the game properly. He looked at the system screen, deep in thought. Doesn't know how to play the game? You can't say it that simply. But I understand what you mean. On the other side, A1026 was still raging with her dark energy, destroying everything around her and shooting out thorns to attack the soldiers. Just by the size of her manifested body, she's more effective than Jogubi. The power of manifestation skill ultimately depends on faith level and the player's territory. He recalled the huge monster she had summoned again. But what abilities she has when she appears in manifested form depends entirely on the playstyle. He laughed maniacally, stuffing food into his mouth. Jogubi's manifestation was a type that maximized physical abilities, but that's a playstyle players don't prefer because it consumes too many faith resources. Below, she was maniacally manipulating with her fingers, so most players minimize physical strength. A1026 flicked her index finger, investing the remaining resources into other stats. Sobi below fearfully commanded the army, shouting, Retreat, retreat quickly. But it was too late. Attacks poured down and the soldiers fell into chaos. Immediately after, Xanda's system also rang with a notification. Enemy -300. He covered her head in surprise and shouted, This is bad. Subsequently, he hit him and pulled at his clothes in anger. Nebula next to Sangjian was still calmly sitting in his chair, his body being pulled and shaken, but his eyes were fixed on the screen. He reminded her, Calm down, and his eyes were filled with a smile. It's not too late yet. Immediately after, he commanded. Apostle LCK has descended. Below, divine power quickly struck the ground, shaking the surroundings. Rak held his spear and looked up at the situation, and A1026's eyes fiercely glinted at him. He looked up at her in surprise. A1026's finger came down and pointed directly at his body. Seeing that, Rak also gnashed his teeth in surprise and sensed something from underground. Immediately after, he quickly moved his body to avoid what was rising from the ground. Her eyes glinted even more fiercely. Attacks continuously pierced towards Rak, but he quickly jumped to avoid them all. Inside the space, Xanda shouted in shock, Will he be alright alone? He calmly replied, He'll definitely need help. As he spoke, he pointed at her, and she also looked at him in a fluster. He suggested possess a wizard and draw attention. Seeing that, Xanda waved her hand in a fluster. No, why me? You can go yourself. Hearing that, he frowned. Who doesn't want to kill more right now, me or you? She just helplessly retorted. That's why I'm saying I don't want to. Why are you asking again? Below, A1026 was maniacally destroying everything around her, shooting out thorns to attack the soldiers. Rak observed while running. He saw soldiers pierced by thorns and falling and understood. They're not ordinary thorns. Do they absorb vitality on contact? The piles of thorns still rapidly grew, piercing towards the drag. He moved his body to avoid it. It seems he's trying to turn the ground into a thorn field. As he spoke, he shouted, Then come this way. As soon as Annex was summoned, it manifested and summoned another world. After that, he rode on it and urged, Let's go, Annex. It also rushed forward quickly. His spear pierced A1026's body, but her body stretched as if melting, avoiding the spear. Rak's eyes widened in surprise. Where did she disappear to? Dangerous. Immediately after, he bent his body to avoid the piercing thorns. Above, A1026 still looked down at him darkly. And he was puzzled. Is it teleportation? Rak frowned and gnashed his teeth. This ability is really annoying. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. Around them, huge monsters were also summoned. She floated in the air and the monsters stared directly at him. Above, Krampus gnashed his teeth and laughed, controlling the monsters through the screen and muttering, Rak, I'll definitely catch you. Immediately after, huge beasts roared maniacally. From his side, Rak also cautiously maneuvered his mount to evade. Their hands continuously lunged, but he quickly dodged. Suddenly, a giant dinosaur opened its mouth wide, trying to bite them. But immediately after, the dinosaur fell in one hit. The scorpion looked down at him and reminded him, Go, Apostle, I'll clear the way. Rak, supported, quickly rushed into the group of monsters and another hand lunged at him, surprising him. Immediately after, his mount fell and he safely landed on the ground. His face was filled with horror as he looked up. If I touch the ground, the thorn attack will activate. He stood straight, and suddenly the surrounding scenery became eerily quiet. Jack's face was filled with confusion as he looked up. The attack stopped. Above, A1026 turned her face somewhere and he asked in incomprehension, What is it? What is Blackscale looking at? Elsewhere, Wanda was running deep into the forest. He realized he had been discovered. Her eyes were filled with anger as she glared at him, spitting out each word, Wanda, traitor. From his side, Rak also mounted his ride and realized a chance. Immediately after, she quickly rushed towards Wanda and he quickly chased from below. Seeing that, she also turned her face and glared with a fierce and contemptuous expression. Just a common apostle dares to. Immediately after, a black shield was raised, blocking his way. Jack's face was filled with horror as he looked up. This is, inside the space he was watching the battle on the system screen. The greatest advantage of manifestation skill isn't size but the ability to weaponize territory. On the other side, a 1026's body was wrapped in power like a card. An apostle gains skills through reputation. That player or god can turn their own territory into a skill for their manifested form. Her hand held the card powerfully. These skills can be freely configured. Shape, range, power, all can be customized for optimal performance and resource saving. On the other side, A1026 was still waving her hand, using her abilities on the surrounding environment. Sang Jian also realized that the thorns from before were a combination of metal territory and small root territory. She set teleportation as her movement method. Therefore, it was a containment technique. A crowd like the one before was perfectly reasonable. His expression remained calm as he made his judgment, but the technique was too formulaic and she was still frantically radiating energy. He thought to himself with confidence, I forgot Rak had killed an evil god before, didn't I? From the other side, Sang Jian held his spear tightly, and with a determined face gathered energy preparing to throw it. He judged what it meant to an apostle. The spear quickly sliced and pierced a 1026's body. When the target is a god with diminished divinity, are all negative effects caused by the attack resisted? His face was still full of confidence as he sat in the space. An apostle gains skills according to their reputation. That kind of mind control technique would never work on him. She was impaled through the abdomen by the spear and Rak's gaze was slightly contemptuous as he frowned. Soon after, she also quickly teleported and fled. Seeing that, he also narrowed his eyes and was displeased. The opponent's body had disappeared, and she did not attack immediately. Soon after, he again observed his surroundings cautiously. Perhaps she was buying time to recover from her injuries, but I can predict her next move. On the other side, Manhua was still leaning against a tree observing his surroundings, looking up at the sky. Krampus, angered by the betrayal, would target the apostle. Rak was also still riding his beast, searching. But if she used black thorns to attack, he would know Krampus's location. His eyes gleamed coldly as he muttered to himself, Good, where are you? Suddenly a voice was heard, and he also widened his eyes. Rak? Then Rak looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. Night Sky, did you call me? As he spoke nonchalantly, he was slightly surprised. Why do you talk like that? Ilda, did you learn it from Muying? After that, he simply let it go. Anyway, there's no need to chase the Black Lady anymore. He listened, lost in thought, but every decision would become dangerous. He conveyed a message below through the system screen. Whatever happens to me isn't very important. Rak widened his eyes, asking in confusion, Then are we abandoning her? He denied it. Then he gave an order, We need to do something else for her. On the other side, a 1026 Saturday under the shade of a tree holding a bleeding wound in the middle of her abdomen. She looked at it and judged. This wound is quite large, but it will heal soon. But soon after, she quickly flew around the forest. I need to change my plan. Suddenly, she seemed to see something. On the other side, Manhua was leaning against a tree observing the situation. She muttered, That's right. Soon after, disregarding her wound, she radiated energy and charged. Do you think you can stand against me, Nebula? You will regret that decision. Manhua, realizing he was being pursued, also quickly ran. Pointed stakes rose up, tripping him. His face was filled with panic as he gritted his teeth and stared. Why is she only chasing me? More and more pointed stakes rose from the ground and he had to narrowly avoid them. Eventually, he was impaled by a pointed stake, fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Manhua pulled out the sharp thorn embedded in his shoulder. From behind, a 1026 also pursued him, looking down from above, and he was startled. Ahead, a murderous aura flowed without the slightest mercy. As her hand grabbed his neck, he coughed. She lifted Manhua's body and he struggled helplessly. Manhua's face was filled with terror. Oh, why don't we reconcile? Seeing that, she still roared in anger. Are you mocking me? Soon after, she threw him straight to the ground. Her eyes looked as if they would tear him into 1,000 pieces, and she said each word clearly. I will kill you. She glared at Manhua in anger and he clutched his neck and coughed. Soon after, a 1026's foot stepped on his chest and his face was filled with terror. As she stomped down hard, Manhua screamed in pain and his face filled with terror grabbed her foot. He gasped for breath, forcing a laugh. Isn't that right? Wouldn't it be better to target Rak instead of me? From above she looked down with angry red eyes. To be honest, this is beyond my ability. Manhua continued to make excuses. Don't you think you made a mistake? Don't you think Rak isn't chasing you because I'm useless? Her foot still pressed down. My creations and Krampus's creations are probably holding him back from below. Manhua smiled slyly. Is that so? Hearing that, I also looked back. What do you mean by that? There was no one behind him, but suddenly lightning struck the top of the mountain. Both of them covered their faces because of this powerful lightning. Everyone below was also swept away. Rak emitted smoke from his mouth. He stood on the corpses of monsters. Powerful energy emanated from around him. A player must reach a certain divinity level to use skills. His face was resolute, and his body was covered in blood, and to maintain that level, you must not lose your creations. Below, a gigantic monster lay motionless, defeated. Although the creature you summoned worked to your advantage, it became a weakness instead. Suddenly, a system frame appeared before A1026, startling her. If you lose a creation, you lose experience points. Above, a notification was displayed. Your creation has died. You have lost experience points. Your level has dropped from 19 to 13. Inside the system, he also judged that the manifestation skill had become useless, then shouted, "Rack," and commanded. Soon after, he also quickly charged towards A1026. She raised her hand to block and tried to turn and flee but failed. His eyes gleamed like fire and he prepared to charge. Her hand stopped in mid-air and she gradually understood. From above, Rack prepared to swing his spear and attack. My faith is too low to activate it. A1026's body was quickly cut into 2 pieces. She fell to the ground, scattered around. His foot stepped on her body, and finally he raised his spear, preparing to impale her. A huge force also followed when the task was done. He also raised his head and sighed and leaned on Mongyun and asked, "Are you all right, Mongyun?" He replied, I'm fine. Rack's hand reached out and helped him up, and he also allowed it. "Thank you." Soon after, a notification appeared in the system. Player A1026 has been sealed in spirit form. The player who contributed most to defeating A1026 is Nebula with 64.3. Mongyun frowned as he looked at the system screen. A has been sealed in spirit form. He recalled a body bound by chains. Nebula's contribution being less than 70 means I also played a part in this outcome. From the other side, Rack placed his hand on the ground and looked. Suddenly a system frame appeared, startling him. Sang-jian appeared on the screen. He reminded them, "What are you still standing there for? Move quickly." His face was bewildered. He explained, "Are you going to keep maintaining your manifested state even though you're losing faith? We've confirmed A's death and the war isn't over yet." Seeing that, he also stood up and looked at Rack, smiling. "Well, we should get going." He also nodded helplessly. The two quickly left the forest and the surroundings gradually quieted. In the castle, a month and a half had passed, and with A's death and Runda's betrayal, the war entered a completely new phase. Other soldiers quickly fled. Zhang Wang, with desperate effort, rescued as many Mongol and German soldiers as possible. They quickly retreated from Demerit, and after that, the main front moved to the enemy territory of Guna. On the other side, another war, full of fire and smoke, erupted, and Wisdom mobilized all the asbestos soldiers. These were soldiers who had not participated in the civil war before. They were deployed to occupy and destroy enemy agricultural mines and trade routes. Inside the system space, Sang-jian looked at the war displayed on the screen, lost in thought. Because of Runda's betrayal, this action might be seen as revenge, but if seen only that way, the purpose becomes ambiguous. His face was slightly puzzled. Surely they aren't trying to prolong the war, or, then he frowned. Above, a notification appeared that Zhang Wang had made a video call. He looked at it in confusion. What? On the screen he announced a surrender proposal. They will hand over Danem. Hearing that, Sang-jian remained silent and he continued to speak. Krampus also agreed. Handing it over means they will not take any special measures to reclaim it, he continued to add. Furthermore, they will hand over Aya's territory, which is 1/3 of the bay. They will also return the land taken by the enemy. Hearing this, he also cut him off. Wait, listen to all the conditions. Zhang Wang's face was slightly flustered. There's more. Then he reached out and asserted. A truce and a prohibition on retaliation. The release of Aya's soul seal. And they are considering war reparations. He calmly put his hands together, then asked what else, but from this side he arrogantly shook his head and refused, turning to leave. Seeing that, he also looked at him, slightly puzzled. What? You didn't even listen to all the conditions. After that, Sang-jian asserted, we know each other's situations well. Is there a need to waste time? Zhang Wang was flustered, sweating cold. What? After that, he hung up the call, but he shouted, hey, wait a minute. A voice came from behind. Hey, why did you refuse? That seemed like the best deal. Sang-jian replied to that voice. The conversation is over, so feel free to ask. Only then did you peek her head out from behind the chair, and her face, slightly puzzled, looked at him. Shouldn't you have accepted that surrender? They were willing to give everything they could, but from above he still smiled excitedly. To be honest, it wasn't a bad proposal. If we had accepted those conditions, we would have had a great advantage in any future war. Her face still looked at him, approaching as if unable to understand. Wait, a coming war. If we accept the surrender, doesn't that mean we've won? She judged that there was no need to be obsessed with unifying the continent completely. Hearing this, Sang-jian also looked at the globe image in confusion. Why are they acting like that? Then he looked at the other system screens and explained. The goal is not absolute victory or complete unification. If there's profit and a truce can be achieved, I would have chosen that too. She listened, flustered, and looked along. But Zhang Wang clearly said he was ready to surrender, didn't he? And he demanded the release of A's soul seal. But Sang-jian revealed that they were trying to dissect her into puppets and magic circles to revive her. His face still calmly added and explained, if the soul seal is released, they will be able to maintain their numbers. And once revived, Aya will retain her original level. Of course, the ritual to release the seal is very expensive and time-consuming. Sang-jian was bewildered as he spoke. Sang-jian again looked at the system screens and judged. But one thing is certain. They still want war. There's no need to introduce unnecessary variables. That night in the castle. Inside the room, Koa's face was furrowed. She sat quietly next to a candle. She was Chancellor Jumao Roth. The lamp above was still burning brightly. She was puzzled. For a long time the gods have not responded. Could the rumors be true? Is Ambone really dead? Then she recalled that Rak was the one who attacked and killed other gods. Inside the palace the doors were tightly closed and many people were deeply saddened by this news. The king had not left his room for months. Subsequently she looked out the window carrying all her worries. It was not surprising. A nation no longer cared for by the gods was shrouded in darkness outside, and there was no future around the castle. On the streets, lizard folk armies were occupying it. Domestic Blackscale supporting factions were urging them to side with Blackscale. On the other hand, the Mongol alliance was demanding to be absorbed into Mongolia. Her face was slightly helpless and she frowned. Which side should I choose? Ambone, what should we do? Suddenly a sound came from the door and she also turned her head and looked at someone. As he approached step by step, Koa's face was filled with fear and panic. Who are you? From across he still calmly opened the door and entered. Chancellor, I am a wizard. He looked at her with calm eyes and suggested, and I think I can solve your problem, Chancellor.